The chilling concept of the undead is introduced, beings who have defied the very cycle of life and death, unable to perish. For these immortals who had transcended the natural cycle, the conquest of a mere single dimension proved to be a trivial task. The acquisition of the dimension known as Earth was, for them, merely an inevitable matter of time. Yet this seemingly absolute certainty was shattered as their expectations were abruptly defied. The skeletal entity recoils in disbelief, questioning how such an unexpected turn of events could possibly unfold. Amidst the inferno, the skeletal figure demands to know how its opponent could possibly still be alive after such devastation. From within the blazing inferno, a figure emerges, shrouded in intense flames, its presence a defiant answer to the desperate question. The fiery entity's eyes burn with fierce resolve, its power radiating as it prepares to deliver a decisive declaration. The primal roar, the blazing figure declares its unwavering resilience, proclaiming itself far more formidable than its adversaries. A devastating blue energy blast erupts, tearing through the skeletal figure and obliterating it in a flash of brilliant light. The scene shifts dramatically, transporting us 2 years into the past, under the tranquil expanse of a city night sky. Yuwa confronts the young man, her voice sharp with frustration, reminding him she allowed him to stay under the pretense of job hunting, only for him to squander his days on games and drinking. Yuwa, her anger mounting, sternly tells him that if his irresponsible behavior persists, he should return to their parents' home. The young man, flustered and hesitant, tries to formulate an excuse, his words trailing off. Yuwa's frustration boils over as she challenges his statement about not relying on their parents, sarcastically asking if it's acceptable for his younger sister to bear the burden. Yuwa continues her tirade, reminding him of his allowance and demanding he find a part-time job, especially with the new year approaching. The young man, overwhelmed, concedes, suggesting they postpone the discussion until tomorrow, his head reeling from the confrontation. Yuwa's exasperated voice echoes as the young man retreats into his room, her frustration evident. The young man lets out a deep sigh, his face etched with dejection and a sense of defeat. Exhausted and burdened, the young man collapses onto his bed, still fully clothed, seeking a moment of respite from his troubles. He chastises himself, his thoughts heavy with self-reproach, questioning the pathetic state of his current existence. He reflects on his meager accomplishments since arriving in Seoul, lamenting that his only achievement was a brief internship, and resolves to find even a menial job soon. A sudden realization dawns on him as he notices his computer, remembering he neglected to turn off his game before leaving. He wistfully ponders how much simpler life would be if it mirrored a video game where finding a decent job would be a straightforward matter. As a tear escapes his eye, he murmurs the names of various game classes, lost in a fantasy of what could be. The young man sleeps soundly, unaware of the subtle, shimmering particles that begin to coalesce around him. Above the serene cityscape, a system notification materializes, announcing a general connection detected from the Haken dimension. Another critical system message flashes, confirming the activation of Earth's formidable defense system. The young man's eye snaps open, wide with terror and confusion, as he awakens to an unsettling reality. He bolts upright in bed, disoriented and bewildered, as the shimmering particles continue to swirl around him. His eyes dart around, searching for an explanation, his face a mask of utter bewilderment. He stammers in confusion, his voice barely a whisper, unable to comprehend the bizarre events unfolding before him. System window materializes before him, its glowing words seemingly suspended in the air, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. A grand system message appears, formally welcoming Mr. Kang Hyun into a tutorial sequence, marking the beginning of his unexpected journey. Kang Hyun reads the daunting tutorial parameters: 8 stages, death disconnected from reality, no surrender, and no second chances if he fails. As Kang Hyun processes the dire conditions, a new system notification flashes, clearing the tutorial promises an awakening and a significant reward. He stares wide-eyed, a bead of sweat tracing his temple, struggling to comprehend the reality of his situation. A playful demon girl, a familiar sight from his gaming addiction, greets him as he connects. Kang Hyun buries his face in his hands, lamenting this dream as merely a delusion of his severe game addiction, haunted by the phantom voices of his parents. His eyes, still peeking through his fingers, betray a flicker of desperate hope. Suddenly, his despair transforms into manic glee. He embraces the one more game mindset, convinced this is a divine sign for one last, all-out effort. A crisp system alert rings out, announcing the immediate entry into Stage 1, followed by a cryptic message, a prayer that his courage will save Earth. Kang Hyun turns his head, a puzzled "huh" escaping his lips as the bizarre implications begin to sink in. Standing in an ethereal white void, Kang Hyun questions the system, wondering aloud what exactly he is supposed to save. Another system prompt materializes, detailing Stage 1's objective: to prove his courage by confronting and defeating his deepest fears. The clear condition is to reach the destination point at the end of a bridge, with the fail condition starkly stated as death. Kang Hyun stares at the ominous system window, his expression etched with confusion as he ponders the mention of a bridge. His eyes snap wide open, a wave of profound shock washing over his face as the true nature of the challenge begins to reveal itself. A terrifying reflection of a fiery hellscape burns within his eye, signaling a sudden, brutal shift in his surroundings. He finds himself suspended above a colossal chasm, its depths churning with molten lava as other bewildered individuals cling desperately to narrow ledges. The inferno below rages, emitting guttural roars and scorching heat as Kang Hyun questions the horrifying reality of his new environment. Standing precariously on a fiery ledge, Kang Hyun recoils from the intense heat, realizing the searing pain of the lava is undeniably real. He glances around, his expression a mixture of confusion and growing alarm as he takes in the bizarre spectacle. Kang Hyun observes the other trapped individuals, his mind racing to understand who they are and the chaotic events unfolding around them. A distressed bystander clings to the wall, utterly bewildered, claiming they had just been at home moments before. Kang Hyun, still convinced this is an absurd dream, mutters his disbelief at the unfolding nightmare. Suddenly, a familiar voice pierces the chaos, calling out his name in shock, drawing his attention to another figure. Kang Hyun turns to see his sister, Kang Hyun, also trapped on a distant ledge, her face a mask of fear. Kang Hyun recognizes his sister, Kang Hyun, his voice tinged with disbelief at her presence in this bizarre situation. They exchange bewildered accusations across the fiery chasm, both equally confused about why the other is appearing in what they believe to be their personal nightmare. Kang Hyun, clutching the scorching rock, expresses her growing unease, questioning the reality of the situation and the sudden talk of saving Earth. Kang Hyun calls out to Kang Hyun, his tone dismissive as he prepares to move forward. He asserts that this dream belongs to him, completely disregarding Kang Hyun's frantic protests. Kang Hyun points out the irrationality of their predicament, questioning how lava could be so hot if it were merely a dream and if such a realistic conversation was even possible. Kang Hyun smirks, claiming that the brain is easily tricked and dismissing the common belief that pain cannot be felt in dreams. Kang Hyun recounts a highly embarrassing dream experience, prompting Kang Hyun to internally scoff at his nonsense and scold him for his inappropriate sharing. Ignoring her, Kang Hyun declares his intention to proceed, leaving Kang Hyun flustered and demanding to know where he plans to go. Kang Hyun gestures to the hidden system prompt, reminding her of the objective to reach the end of the bridge. He lowers his hand, a hint of exasperation in his voice as he questions if she even saw the clear conditions. Kang Hyun dismisses Kang Hyun as a mere NPC in his dream, infuriating her as she retorts that she saw the system message too. Kang Hyun expresses concern about him falling, but Kang Hyun arrogantly dismisses her worries, believing death in a dream will simply lead to him waking up. With a confident smirk, Kang Hyun begins to voice his belief that dying here would simply wake him from the dream. Before he can finish, another person nearby loses their footing and plunges headfirst into the raging lava, eliciting a horrified scream from Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun's confident smile falters, a flicker of doubt crossing his face as the brutal reality of their situation becomes undeniable. The horrifying image of the falling person is seared into the reflection of his eye, a grim testament to the fatal consequences of this dream. From the molten depths, a monstrous figure with glowing eyes and massive horns erupts, letting out a terrifying roar that echoes through the chasm, signaling the true challenge has begun. The roar of the beast still rings in their ears as they stare down at the rivers of molten fire below, the heat rising in suffocating waves from the chasm. Yua's face is pale, her eyes wide with the realization that the nightmare has only just begun as she clings to the edge of the narrow path. Beside her, the man is equally paralyzed, cold sweat dripping down his face despite the blistering heat of the lava pits below. Breaking the heavy silence, Yua looks over at him and asks with a trembling voice if he was saying something before the chaos erupted. He tries to play it cool, stuttering that the scream just sounded a bit too realistic and that he isn't scared at all, but Yua can only think about how pitiful he looks right now. Yua lets out a long, weary sigh, closing her eyes for a moment to steady her racing heart. She warns him not to do anything stupid and suggests that if they have to move, crawling is the only way to stay safe on these narrow ledges. He questions her move with a shaky "really," but as Yua watches him struggle to maintain his bravado, she knows he's just keeping up appearances until the very end. Below them, the lava bubbles violently, a reminder of the certain death that awaits a single misstep. They aren't alone, dozens of bridges stretch across the cavern, each holding terrified survivors clinging to the stone for dear life. The sound of heavy breathing and desperate gasps fills the air as everyone slowly crawls forward, trying to ignore the inferno beneath them. Yua stops for a moment, glancing back at her companion with a look of deep concern. She asks him what he thinks has happened to them, wondering if he has any idea how they ended up in this hellscape. He insists it's just a very realistic nightmare, though his wide eyes and trembling hands tell a completely different story. Yua presses him, asking if he truly believes a dream this vivid and terrifying could actually exist. She knows there's something more to this, something beyond their wildest imagination that has pulled them into this reality. With a grim expression, she warns him that if they die here, it might mean the end for them in the real world as well. A strange, hollow chuckle escapes his lips, a sign that the pressure is finally starting to break him. He snaps, yelling at her for bringing up such terrifying thoughts while he's already frozen in fear, while Yua can only judge him as the most unreliable older brother in the world. With a dull thud, he collapses face down onto the stone, his strength completely spent from the sheer terror of their situation. He groans that he can't crawl anymore because his limbs are shaking too much, and Yuhua asks in disbelief if he's really just going to give up and lie there. He looks up with a desperate glint in his eye, still trying to convince himself that there's a chance this is all just a dream. He mutters that if he just stays still he might wake up on his own, but a sudden purple glow begins to manifest beside him. Yuhua watches as the system windows appear, her confusion growing as the reality of their situation shifts once again. The ground begins to rumble violently and he screams out in panic, demanding to know what's happening now. The other hunters around them cry out in terror as they realize the very ground beneath them is no longer stable. A thunderous crack echoes through the cavern, a sound more terrifying than any monster's roar. His eyes widen in pure shock as he feels the stone beneath his chest begin to tilt and crumble. It's a catastrophe. The bridges are collapsing, falling piece by piece into the hungry flames below. And it turns into a desperate scramble for survival as one hunter falls into the abyss, leaving the others to scream for everyone to run. Yuhua shouts at him that now is definitely not the time to stay still if they want to live through the next minute. She doesn't wait for an answer, springing to her feet and sprinting across the disintegrating path with incredible speed. Terrified of being left behind in the inferno, he scrambles up and yells for her to wait for him. He pushes his body to the limit, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he forces his trembling legs to move. He tries to calm his racing mind, telling himself it's okay and that he can make it if he just keeps moving. He focuses on the path ahead, realizing the bridge isn't too narrow as long as he doesn't trip before reaching the end. With every ounce of willpower, he tells himself to just look ahead and stay on his path, ignoring the death crumbling away behind him. Two of them race against time, their silhouettes small against the backdrop of the massive, burning chasm. He charges forward with newfound determination, his eyes locked onto the goal as the world falls apart around him. Her resolve burns as fiercely as the inferno below, a voice echoing her triumph. All right, nearly there. Fuck yeah, I'm doing it. Yuhua pushes through the searing heat, her face streaked with sweat, a single thought driving her. With this, it's all over. Her eye, a blazing ember, reflects the inferno, her focus absolute. Suddenly, the ground beneath them begins to rupture, a thunderous rumble as a desperate voice cries out, Kang Hyun. A female companion, caught off guard by the sudden tremor, tumbles into the abyss, a shocked escaping her lips. Yuhua's expression hardens, her jaw clenching as a surge of energy crackles around her. Chasm widens, showering them with debris as Yuhua lunges, desperate to reach her companion amidst the collapsing terrain. She seizes her companion, pulling her close as they plummet together into the fiery depths. The ground shatters into countless fragments, swallowed by the raging inferno below. They crash onto a precarious ledge, battered and breathless, the impact shaking the very foundations of the cavern. The earth beneath them erupts in a cataclysmic explosion, a fiery maw consuming everything in its path. The entire landscape continues to disintegrate, molten rock and glowing embers swirling in the fiery abyss. Amidst the chaos, a system notification flashes, level up, followed by a triumphant declaration, congratulations, you have cleared stage 1. Yuhua and her companion sit stunned, their faces illuminated by the ethereal glow of the newly appeared system windows. The system further explains, you have temporarily awakened for your clear reward. And clarifies, you will officially awaken when the tutorial is over. Yuhua collapses onto her back, utterly spent. She groans, I can't even move my fingers anymore. Her companion ponders the system messages, temporarily awaken, tutorial, is there more? Then, she playfully admonishes Yuhua, Oi, aren't you going to thank the guy who saved your life? Yuhua, slightly annoyed, replies, right, thank you. Yuhua stares at her own status window, revealing her name, Kang Hyun. Her title is new, and she's leveled up from 0 to 1. Her stats are listed, Strength 7, Agility 13, Vitality 6, Magic Power 13, Additional Stats 1. Her innate ability is Calm, with no other abilities or skills yet. She gazes at the glowing panel, bewildered. What's this? She wonders. Level, Strength, Agility. A single tear escapes her eye as she realizes the impossible, a status window. The number one thing a man wants to receive on his birthday. Yuhua's hands tremble as she stares at the incredible sight before her, a single word escaping her lips, I. She then voices a desire, I want to look as well. The window shifts, revealing a new innate ability, Resurrection. She utters, my status window. Her eyes widen with a desperate intensity, a primal scream building within her. I want to. Suddenly, Yuhua bolts upright in her bed, screaming, AAAH. She sits, gasping for breath, surveying her familiar room, the dream fading into a jarring reality. She turns her back, still disoriented, the lingering effects of the vivid dream unsettling her. Her face is etched with confusion and a cold sweat as she whispers, that. She gazes out at the bustling city, a desperate question forming in her mind, was a dream, right? Checking her phone, Yuhua sees a flurry of chat messages. One user posts, got a weird-ass dream today kek. Others respond with confusion, me too lol. A user named Red Fist Gorilla shares, I fell from my dream and died, while Happy Deer posts a Spider-Man pointing meme and Comrabbit replies, what? Another social media post catches her eye, successfully lucid dreamed, AMA, with thousands of views and comments. Post from CO Heyman reads, our entire family just had the same dream. Does dying in a dream have any meaning? Someone please decipher it. A news report declares our supreme leader has survived even hell. Below, a user named Endangered Species Protector comments, my mom always told me off for reading novels all the time, but now she's listening carefully to me too. Looks like the nerds understood the situation better than the experts. An anonymous user prompts, everyone tell me what dream you had. On Reddit, a post from r/Wall Street Dogs shares the current hot currencies related to the tutorial, having invested everything in $LVUP, $RDCH, $KHIT. Trending social media post tagged Sabbath World Challenge features a powerful, fiery figure hinting at a global phenomenon. Above a cosmic backdrop, a sword master user urges, fight, fight, fight. The Earth hangs in space as a critical system message appears. Time until the complete connection with the Haken dimension. 4 years 364 days 15 hours 4 minutes 25 seconds. The tutorial was just the beginning. A grander, more terrifying reality looms. The calm before the storm. A peaceful morning sky stretches over a mundane cityscape, a stark contrast to the cosmic terror that looms. Suddenly, the quiet shatters as a door bursts open and a frantic voice cries out, Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun and the female character confront each other, eyes wide with shock. He tells her she was just in a dream, dangling over lava and almost dying. She interrupts, realizing it wasn't just a dream and, shocked by its terrifying realism, demands answers about the mysterious status window. The argument escalates as the female character yells, damn it, let me speak. Kang Hyun quickly retorts, you're the one interrupting me. Exhausted from their frantic argument, both Kang Hyun and the female character lean against separate walls, panting heavily. The tense silence is broken by a rumbling growl, betraying their underlying hunger despite the recent chaos. Kang Hyun stares blankly, a bead of sweat tracing his temple, lost in thought. The female character mirrors his expression, a similar sweat drop on her cheek, deep in her own contemplation. A hand grips a smartphone, scrolling through a news feed dominated by apocalyptic headlines like End of the World and Ghost Room, revealing the global impact of the recent events. The female character, holding the phone, confirms her fears, stating, so it really wasn't just a dream. It's not just our country, seems like people all over the world had the same dream. Kang Hyun, seemingly unfazed, casually remarks that dying in the dream doesn't affect reality, noting that while 3 or 4 out of 10 people fell, there were no major injuries. Female character lets out a sigh, still unsettled by the dream's intensity, musing, UGH. Still, it was so vivid, falling must have hurt like hell. Kang Hyun adds grimly, I heard those who actually fell are traumatized. The female character looks at Kang Hyun, questioning, so, is it really okay for us to be eating so casually like this? Kang Hyun chews thoughtfully, a silent moment of consideration passing over his face. The pragmatic shrug, Kang Hyun sets down his chopsticks, concluding, well, what else can we do, we might as well eat properly. Kang Hyun rises from the table, a new resolve in his voice, uttering, or else. Pulling back the curtains, Kang Hyun gazes outside with a startled expression. The female character, witnessing his action, questions, are you going to jump into that chaos? From behind, Kang Hyun stares out the window at the distant, shimmering chaos unfolding in the world below. The street below is a scene of utter pandemonium. People riot, fighting over supplies, with shouts of HEY. That's mine, and excuse me, I grabbed it first, echoing through the air. Amidst the shattered glass, a man wielding a baseball bat laughs maniacally, screaming, ha ha ha, destroy everything, as the city descends into anarchy. From their balcony, Kang Hyun and the female character watch the unfolding urban chaos, silent witnesses to the world's rapid descent. Kang Hyun turns to the female character, asking, I guess we can't go to work. She responds with a grim certainty and no question. Kang Hyun states the obvious, going out now would only get us hurt. He then questions if she remembers anything about the Haken dimension connection, chiding her for not properly checking her status window to see the remaining time for temporary awakening. A system window materializes, displaying the ominous countdown, time remaining until complete connection with the Haken dimension. 4 years 364 days 17 hours 3 minutes 13 seconds. Kang Hyun confirms, anyway, yeah, whatever it is, we have nearly 5 years left. As they observe the ongoing street chaos, the female character wonders, can we even prepare for that situation for 5 years? Kang Hyun calmly reassures her, predicting the chaos will subside, and advises, so it's better to stay home for now. The female character looks at Kang Hyun with a surprised expression, thinking, what's with this bastard suddenly making sense? Kang Hyun's eyes close, a moment of quiet contemplation. Suddenly, a soft DDRRNG sound rings out as a purple, translucent system interface flickers over Kang Hyun's eye, hinting at a deeper connection. The system interface solidifies, displaying a clear directive, welcome to Kang Hyun's tutorial. Kang Hyun, dazed and disoriented, clutches his head, murmuring, right. Another system prompt materializes, asking, would you like to see the explanation and instructions for the basic interface? Kang Hyun, eager to dive in, quickly responds, skip that, show me the status window first. A detailed status window flashes before Kang Hyun, revealing his initial statistics. Name Kang Hyun. Level 1, Strength 8, Agility 9, Stamina 8, Magic Power 14, additional stats 1, and a unique ability, Resurrection. Contemplating the numbers, Kang Hyun wonders, is this good? Without anything to compare it to, I can't judge. His gaze fixes on one particular stat as he ponders, the magic power stat. Will I be able to use magic later or something? A moment of hesitation crosses his mind as he admits, I'm not sure, but... Suddenly, the system highlights a truly remarkable entry, unique ability, Resurrection, prompting Kang Hyun's internal thought, Resurrection. This smells like an overpowered cheat ability. The system details the Resurrection ability, noting a level decrease and ability reduction penalty, but explicitly stating tutorial does not apply Resurrection penalty. Overjoyed, Kang Hyun exclaims, this is amazing, it's incredible. Yeah, there's no way my life was meant to be just an extra. Ha. A new system prompt appears. Would you like to enter the second stage? With a determined clench of his fist, Kang Hyun declares, of course. A confident smirk plays on Kang Hyun's lips as he affirms, whether my stats are high or low, I can level up and raise them. The narrator reflects on Kang Hyun's initial enthusiasm, stating, until this point I was quite enthusiastic as the owner of the resurrection skill. Not imagining what was to come, the scene transitions to a foreboding, stormy sky above ancient castle walls. Blood-soaked mace drips crimson, hinting at recent, brutal combat. Faint sounds of a dying monster echo. A grotesque goblin-like creature, its head gushing blood, lets out a final, guttural scream, Kiak. Kang Hyun, mid-swing, unleashes a fierce blue energy attack, his face contorted in a primal roar, ARRGH. The blue energy-infused mace connects with the monster, sending it reeling with a final, pained shriek, Kiak. Two system boxes appear, announcing the current objective, second stage, and the command, defeat the enemies and prove your skills. With a desperate, primal scream, UWAAA, Kang Hyun brings his mace down for a gruesome finishing blow on the fallen creature, splattering blood. Blood explodes from the impact as Kang Hyun's internal monologue reveals, I thought it might be combat since the system is similar to a game, and sure enough. The grim, dark environment looms, emphasizing the isolation and danger of the tutorial. Kang Hyun stands over the slain goblin, breathing heavily, the bloody mace still in his grasp, the silence punctuated only by his ragged gasps. His gaze falls upon the bloodied mace as he reflects, I managed to take it down with a surprise attack using the mace, but the sensation of striking down a living being makes my whole body tingle. A close-up of the lifeless monster confirms his grim reality. Kang Hyun internally acknowledges, I killed it. Overwhelmed by the visceral act, Kang Hyun covers his mouth, feeling nauseous and exclaiming, damn, I feel like I'm going to throw up. As Kang Hyun processes his first kill, he realizes, I only won because it was a goblin. If I hadn't surprised it, I would have ended up like that dash. His eyes then widen in horror as he spots another pair of glowing eyes lurking around a corner. Kang Hyun's face contorts in pure shock and fear as he raises his mace defensively, realizing a new threat has appeared. The source of his terror is revealed in a close-up, the surprised, glowing yellow eyes of a much larger goblin. Kang Hyun's expression of dread is palpable as he stares at the fresh threat, the body of the previous goblin, a stark reminder of his vulnerability. A new, more formidable foe emerges, a muscular goblin militia with glowing red eyes and a guttural growl, Kirk. Goblin militia's massive blade glows with a menacing purple energy, promising lethal force. Kang Hyun's fear intensifies as he realizes the true scope of the ambush. What? There were two from the start. Two goblin militia stand ready to attack. He desperately assesses the situation, noting, this one's much bigger than the previous goblin, and the sword it's holding is over 1 long. If I get hit by that, I won't end with just tetanus. The goblin militia radiates a menacing purple aura. Goblin militia lunges, its powerful strike sending Kang Hyun flying, a crimson spray marking the brutal impact. Mid-air, bleeding and in agony, Kang Hyun's internal thoughts highlight his weakness, with a body chronically lacking exercise due to long-term unemployment, and the mace, the weapon I chose at the start of the tutorial, is only 70 cm long. Another devastating blow connects, the glowing purple attack sending more blood splattering from Kang Hyun's body. Goblin militia's blade tears through Kang Hyun, the impact a violent burst of blood and pain. A close-up captures the gruesome reality of the attack, blood exploding outwards from the force of the strike. Covered in his own blood, Kang Hyun collapses to the ground, despair etched across his face as he cries out, what the, why do I have to go through this? A final shot emphasizes the extent of his injuries, showing his leg covered in blood and deep wounds, a testament to the brutal reality of the tutorial. His leg is a mangled mess of blood and deep wounds, the brutal reality of the tutorial. As the Orc High Warrior looms over him, Kang Hyun's mind races, demanding an end to the torment. Damn it, why won't it just kill me? Suddenly, Kang Hyun jolts awake in his bed, a guttural gasp escaping his lips as the terror of the nightmare still clings to him. The horrific images of the tutorial refuse to fade. Stumbling out of bed, Kang Hyun clutches his head, a headache compounding his morning misery. He curses the recurring nightmares, wondering why this crap keeps happening so early. Close-up of Kang Hyun's wide, bloodshot eye reveals the lingering trauma and exhaustion etched onto his face from the relentless nightmares. Huddled under his blanket, Kang Hyun trembles, muttering pleas for the goblins to stay away. His fear is palpable. Another figure lies covered in the background, sharing his plight. Yua's voice cuts through the tension, asking Kang Hyun if his death in the tutorial was caused by excessive bleeding. Kang Hyun confirms, then launches into a graphic recounting of his demise, describing how his fingernails, toenails, and teeth were brutally extracted. Visibly disgusted, Yua covers her ears and tells him to stop, admitting that her own death experience was not nearly as gruesome. Yua then bluntly asks Kang Hyun if his earlier crying was due to those horrific memories. Kang Hyun leaps onto a chair, passionately arguing that anyone, even a legendary warrior, would cry after experiencing what he did. Yua dismisses his outburst, concluding he must be fine if he can still joke about it. Yua asks Kang Hyun if he needs to go to the hospital, to which he replies with a confused hospital. Yua, scrolling through her phone, reveals that the number of psychiatric department visitors has doubled, suggesting many others have endured similar traumatic tutorial experiences. Kang Hyun looks intently at Yua's phone, processing the disturbing information with a thoughtful Kang Hyun dismisses the idea of needing psychiatric help, claiming he doesn't have the money, and bluntly tells Yua to go earn some instead. Yua sips her drink, finding a silver lining in the grim situation. The tutorial ends upon death, which she considers good news. Kang Hyun leans back, a relieved smile spreading across his face. He expresses his contentment that those who died in the first stage didn't have to dream of the second, hoping for a peaceful night's sleep. Suddenly, two glowing purple system messages appear, shattering Kang Hyun's peace. Welcome to the tutorial, Kang Hyun. And an error has occurred in the second stage. Moving immediately. Another system message appears, ominously declaring, may your courage save the earth. Kang Hyun's face is bathed in a terrifying purple glow, his eyes wide with horror as a nosebleed streams down, signifying his involuntary return to the nightmare. The system provides another update, informing Kang Hyun that he will not receive a resurrection penalty as he is currently within the tutorial. Kang Hyun finds himself back in a vast, dark cavern, collapsing to the ground with a weary ha as the reality of his predicament sinks in. Leaning against a rock, Kang Hyun despairs, realizing that even death offers no escape from this loop. He laments zoning out for hours, clinging to the false hope that he would wake from this endless dream. With a frustrated sigh, Kang Hyun begrudgingly accepts his fate, acknowledging that he must follow the tutorial's demands. He also grumbles about his hunger. Kang Hyun's feet hit the ground with determination as he begins to walk forward, leaving his despair behind to face the challenges ahead. He pauses before a menacing mace, recalling his previous choice and how its destructive power seemed appealing, though he now reconsiders. Kang Hyun contemplates his weapon options, noting that close combat is frightening. He considers a bow or crossbow for ranged attacks, and a spear over a sword for better reach. With a resolute "alright," Kang Hyun grasps both a spear and a crossbow, ready to face the tutorial with his new arsenal. Lying prone, Kang Hyun aims his crossbow at two distant orcs, declaring with confidence that he will showcase the shooting skills of a South Korean reservist. His eye narrows with intense focus, perfectly aligning his shot. Every ounce of his reservist training kicks in. A blinding flash erupts as the crossbow bolt is unleashed, streaking through the air with incredible velocity. The bolt strikes the orc high warrior squarely in the shoulder, eliciting a surprised and enraged GRR from the monstrous foe. Still prone, Kang Hyun looks up, a flicker of hope and surprise in his eyes as he questions, did it work? The orc high warrior's face contorts in pure fury, blood dripping from its mouth as its red eyes glow with murderous intent, clearly enraged by the attack. Kang Hyun's face is etched with sweat and stress, realizing his crossbow shot only served to infuriate the formidable enemy. Abandoning the crossbow, Kang Hyun charges forward with his spear as two smaller orcs give chase. He curses his inexperience with the weapon, knowing things are about to get ugly. With a desperate battle cry, Kang Hyun swings his spear, launching himself into a chaotic melee against the pursuing orcs. His foot lands with a powerful stomp, driving momentum into his attack as he engages the monstrous foes in close combat. The protagonist's powerful kick sends one of the monstrous foes flying upwards, a decisive blow in the chaotic close combat. A grin of grim satisfaction spreads across the protagonist's face as he realizes, it worked. One down. Turning swiftly, the protagonist sets his sights on the last remaining monster, his resolve firm. Now for the remaining one. His spear, lodged deep within the first foe, refuses to budge. The spear won't come out, he realizes with growing panic. His eye widens in terror, a single bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple as the gravity of his predicament dawns on him. Disarmed and vulnerable, the protagonist watches helplessly as the second monster descends, its massive cleaver poised for a devastating strike. He jolts awake, screaming HHH from the depths of a terrifying nightmare, clutching his chest as if to calm his racing heart. Sitting up in his bed, the protagonist pants heavily, huff huff huff, the lingering fear of the dream still clinging to him in the dark room. Despite the terror, a dark resolve settles on his face as he mutters, still, this time it died in one go. Huff, ugh, a death without torture is much better. Lying defeated, the protagonist expresses his cynical frustration, save the earth, my ass. This is a total mess. A system prompt confirms, tutorial stage 2, round 3. In the dungeon, a system notification appears. Today's weapons are a sword and shield. The protagonist questions, wouldn't it be better to use a weapon I've used before? He proudly displays his phone, declaring, no, today it's the sword. I spent the whole day self-studying on Xtube. Armed with his new sword and shield, the protagonist faces two goblins, a manic grin on his face as he challenges them. Alright, come on, you bastards. Once again, the protagonist awakens screaming from a nightmare, crying out, those fookers ganging up on me. Yuwa watches from the doorway as the protagonist laughs maniacally, covering his face, his voice chilling as he says, Kiki, ha ha ha, let's give it a shot, shall we? His laughter continues, laced with a terrifying promise, I'll kill all of you. Yuwa, observing his disturbing behavior, simply stares with a blank, concerned expression. The protagonist practices his sword swings, a system box noting, first, I just swung the sword aimlessly. Exhausted and panting, he explains his method. Why? Because according to the status window, this is the standard way. Collapsed on the ground, the protagonist groans in frustration. Do I really have to swing it for 8 hours to level up? A thoughtful expression crosses his face as he recalls, come to think of it, I got that when I cleared stage 1. With renewed determination, he notes, anyway, I invested 1 stat point into strength. With the total of 2 increased stats, I plan to take revenge on the goblins. The dream of revenge is cut short as he screams, damn it. A system message reveals, but I was too exhausted from grinding that I couldn't take down a single one and died immediately. Through grueling exercises, the protagonist pushes his body, and a system notification confirms, strength increased by 1 after 10 hours of training. Facing 2 goblins again, he acknowledges, now, taking down the 2 goblins in front of me has become easier but due to my fundamentally lacking physical strength and combat abilities. He continues his relentless training, endlessly swinging it. With a guttural scream of exertion, the protagonist pushes past his limits, and a system message appears, your stamina increases by 1 due to your efforts to push beyond your limits. His body finally gives out and he collapses to the ground, his sword clattering beside him, the sheer exhaustion overwhelming him. Lying spread-eagled on the dusty floor, the protagonist struggles to catch his breath, his chest heaving with deep, ragged huffs. As he recovers, a faint glow appears above him, signaling an incoming system notification. The system grants him a new skill, basic swordsmanship ability, helps correct posture and distribute force when swinging a sword, allowing for more effective strikes. Description, it's a swordsmanship skill that is only used by local thugs, but it's better than having nothing at all. Newly acquired basic swordsmanship skill pulsed within him, yet the sheer intensity of his struggle left the protagonist sweating, his jaw clenched in a desperate fight against the overwhelming odds. Despite the brutal challenge, a surge of adrenaline coursed through him. The protagonist threw his fists skyward, screaming in raw triumph, realizing he had overcome the impossible. A chilling, manic grin spread across his face as his eyes glowed with newfound ferocity. Brandishing his sword, the protagonist declared that his enemies were all doomed today. The system briefly paused, displaying a promotional message for vortexscans.com. A chapter title card for Solo Resurrection 04 flashed across the screen, detailing the production team. Tactical map revealed the layout of the current stage, 2 goblins positioned in the fortress's early section with 3 more lurking deeper in the forest. The protagonist initiated his strategy, launching a surprise crossbow attack on the first goblin, swiftly dispatching the second with his sword, recognizing them as the easier targets. With the initial threats neutralized, his gaze shifted to the looming challenge, the 3 remaining enemies in the forest, especially the final one, which he perceived as the true obstacle. Steel met steel in a blinding flash as the protagonist's sword clashed violently against a monster's weapon, sparks erupting at the point of impact. The protagonist engaged a goblin in a frantic dance of blades, his movements enhanced by a faint blue aura as he parried and attacked within the dense forest. The goblin roared in fury, its eyes glowing yellow as it swung its massive arm in a powerful, sweeping attack. The protagonist deftly raised his shield, deflecting a heavy blow that sent shockwaves through the air, highlighting his improved defensive capabilities. With sweat beading on his brow, the protagonist's eyes widened in realization, declaring that he could now clearly perceive his opponent's every attack. A vibrant burst of red and blue energy emanated from the protagonist, symbolizing his heightened senses and processing speed. The protagonist moved with incredible speed, dodging an incoming attack and feeling his body react instinctively even before his mind could fully process the threat. The basic swordsmanship skill activated, allowing the protagonist to execute a perfectly postured, effective strike against the goblin despite the skill's rather demeaning description. The Orc High Warrior let out a guttural growl, a fresh cut bleeding on its cheek, its eyes burning with renewed aggression. Protagonist, though determined, acknowledged a critical problem. He was already exhausted and had lost significant stamina dealing with only 4 of the enemies. The Orc High Warrior gripped its massive axe, a menacing red aura swirling around the blade as it prepared a devastating attack. A powerful, explosive projectile launched from the Orc High Warrior, catching the protagonist off guard with its unexpected range. A colossal sword, seemingly dropped from the sky, impaled itself into the ground as the protagonist narrowly evaded another attack from the Orc High Warrior. The Orc High Warrior landed a brutal kick, sending the protagonist sprawling backward from the impact. The protagonist barely managed to twist his body, narrowly dodging a sweeping strike from the enraged Orc High Warrior. The Orc High Warrior let out a surprised growl, its eyes wide with disbelief at the protagonist's agility. Lying on the ground, bruised but with a chilling smirk, the protagonist realized the Orc High Warrior enjoyed torturing its opponents, preferring to tire them out before delivering the killing blow. Protagonist sprang up, dodging an attack and exclaiming that the Orc High Warrior's patterns were now obvious before delivering a powerful counterkick that surprised the monster. The Orc High Warrior roared in pain, clutching its face as blood splattered from the impact of the protagonist's strike. With a swift motion, the protagonist's hand closed around a jagged stone on the forest floor, improvising a new weapon. Protagonist coiled his body, preparing to unleash a powerful, stone-enhanced punch against the monster. He lunged forward, delivering a brutal punch with the stone, shouting a defiant challenge as the impact rippled through the Orc High Warrior. The Orc High Warrior's face contorted in agony, its mouth wide in a pained scream as the force of the blow staggered it. The Orc High Warrior flailed wildly, its attacks becoming erratic as the protagonist continued to dodge and press his advantage. Protagonist landed another solid hit on the Orc High Warrior's back, asserting his dominance in the chaotic fight. The Orc High Warrior's eye widened in a mix of pain and fury, baffled by the protagonist's relentless assault. Mid-leap, the protagonist roared, proclaiming himself the strongest as he prepared to deliver a decisive, powerful blow. The Orc High Warrior's eye dilated in sheer terror, realizing its imminent defeat as the protagonist's final attack descended. A blinding flash erupted as the protagonist's ultimate strike connected, sending devastating force through the Orc High Warrior. The massive Orc High Warrior stumbled backward, blood splattering as its formidable body finally gave way. Standing over the fallen Orc High Warrior, the protagonist panted, reflecting that the monster's stage was so dull it was practically begging for death. System notifications confirmed his victory. Congratulations. You have cleared Stage 2, awarding him 5 additional stats and the choice of a new weapon as a clearing reward. Having conquered Stage 2, the protagonist's bloodied face twists into a triumphant grin as a system notification confirms a new acquisition. The basic shield skill has been unlocked. Another system message flashes, announcing the basic crossbow skill has been unlocked. With arms flung wide, the protagonist shouts, "Clear, I win," as 2 level up notifications burst into existence. Hovering over the defeated monster's limb, Kang Hyun's triumphant laughter echoes as he boasts, "This is the power of the ultimate being, you fake human and bastard goblin." His victorious "Ubahaha" reverberates through the serene forest where a massive sword stands planted in the earth, a monument to his recent conquest. Tranquil blue sky, dotted with soft clouds, offers a moment of calm, a stark contrast to the preceding battle. With a wide, pixelated grin, Kang Hyun declares, "What a powerful morning. If you ask who I am, I'm Kang Hyun." Back in his kitchen, Kang Hyun dons an apron, exclaiming, "This is it. Since I can clear Stage 2, I'll make breakfast as a celebration." He tastes his creation with closed eyes, letting out a satisfied UHM before proudly stating, "I know I'm the one who made it, but it's still perfect." Suddenly, Kang Hyun's eyes snap open in shock, a splash of food on his face as he reacts to an unexpected intrusion with a startled. Coughing, Kang Hyun clutches his plate as Yuhua bursts into the kitchen, a sleep mask pushed up on her head, demanding, What did you just say?" Both Kang Hyun and Yuhua stare in bewildered shock as 2 glowing system windows materialize before Yuhua, leaving them both speechless with a simple "what?" A massive system notification blares. The dungeon is now activated. Below, Kang Hyun and Yuhua sprint in a panic, their faces etched with terror. Their eyes wide with fear, Kang Hyun and Yuhua run, the urgency of the dungeon's activation propelling them forward. Kang Hyun's eye is consumed by a horrifying purple glow, reflecting the raw, terrifying power of the newly activated dungeon. 2 ornate glowing purple door knockers shimmer into existence, signaling the formation of a mystical gateway. A colossal, glowing purple dungeon gate materializes in front of a modern building, its otherworldly energy captivating onlookers on the balconies above. People in casual attire walk past the shimmering purple gate, their expressions a mix of confusion and apprehension at the impossible sight. Kang Hyun and Yuhua, still reeling from the shock, utter in disbelief, "A dungeon," as the reality of the situation sinks in. Across the globe, another glowing purple dungeon gate appears before the majestic Taj Mahal, drawing crowds of bewildered observers. The Leaning Tower of Pisa also finds itself graced by a dungeon gate as a system notification appears, "You need to finish the dungeon in a certain amount of time." From the vastness of space, Earth glows with ominous purple energy, while a critical system window displays a terrifying countdown, time remaining until complete connection with the Haken dimension, 4 years 357 days 13 hours 59 minutes 51 seconds. A dramatic title card flashes across the screen proclaiming, "I alone revive," signaling a new chapter in this unfolding saga. Kang Hyun sits at his computer while Yuhua works on her laptop. As the narration explains, after the appearance of the dungeon, the world became more chaotic. The narrative continues, detailing their initial strategy. "First, we decide not to go out of the house and we looked at and organized some information." Kang Hyun observes, "It looks like the tutorial isn't entirely over yet." He then adds, "It seems that recently people who have just turned 18 are also joining to clear the tutorial. So, the minimum requirement is 18 years old." UR reports from her laptop. The comments section is in chaos because of the dungeon. People are saying it's a hasty decision to call the tutorial completers awakeners and send them to clear the dungeon. Kang Hyun dismisses it with a TSK and it's not a big deal though. Kang Hyun clicks his mouse, a thought bubble appearing with HMM. He reads a comment on screen. "People can keep turning the status window on and off, lol, is this really happening?" Kang Hyun extends his hand, attempting to interact with the system, but nothing happens, leaving only a silent ellipsis as Yuwa looks on with a bored expression. A system notification chimes. The tutorial is still in progress, so you cannot use it. Kang Hyun, looking disappointed, concludes, "So it's what it is. So, it's still too early." Kang Hyun's eyes narrow in thought as he realizes there are 8 stages in total for the tutorial. It seems that when I try to clear stage 2 with 7 attempts, others have already finished all the stages. Frustrated, Kang Hyun asks Yuwa, "Is there no other way, except clearing everything? Do you have any information about the 3rd stage?" She playfully retorts, "Haven't you heard that patience is gold?" To which he grumbles, "That's nothing about it." Kang Hyun looks away thoughtfully, musing, "There really isn't any information. Even the information for stage 2 is really little. Should I go and fight there again?" Flexing his bicep with determination, Kang Hyun vows, "I won't end up embarrassingly defeated like before. I'll clear stage 3 with style and precision." Scene shifts to a moonlit night with a full moon illuminating the sky. A stream of golden liquid pours down as the text announces, "At night, stage 3 tutorial." A guttural GRR emanates from a tribal mask as Kang Hyun begins to articulate his current dire situation. Right now, Kang Hyun is plunged into stage 3 where the system demands he prove his perseverance and patience by enduring any situation. The objective is clear: eliminate the Gurkha chieftain. Failure means death. A chilling tip advises, if you wait long enough, the opportunity will eventually come. Kang Hyun, now clad in a ghillie suit, marvels, "A ghillie suit? Ooh." He muses, "This outfit really hits a man's fantasy. This mission must be infiltration, assassination, something like that, right?" His thoughts drift to the target: eliminate the Gurkha chieftain. A monster I've never heard of before. So, the first thing is to find it. Kang Hyun realizes he needs to assess his gains. "But I should check what I got from the 2nd stage first," he thinks, frustrated. "Those bastards are so unkind. They don't even give you time to check properly." He was too busy shouting. A holographic status window materializes, displaying Kang Hyun's updated profile. His level has dramatically jumped from 2 to 4. His core stats are Strength 10, Agility 10, Stamina 11, Magic 14, with additional stat 7 still unallocated. His unique ability remains Resurrection, and he now possesses Basic Shield Technique F and Basic Crossbow Technique F alongside Basic Swordsmanship F. Kang Hyun grins maniacally, pumping his fist in satisfaction. "So rich," he exclaims. "This is exactly how a status window should look." He then focuses on the new abilities and the newly added shield and crossbow skills. The basic shield technique F allows more effective shield use with a bizarre description about bullying. He mutters. The basic crossbow technique F improves proficiency and accuracy with an equally odd warning against murderous acts. The descriptions are still annoying. He sighs. Kang Hyun ponders his additional stats allocation. For the additional stats, let's put them into strength and stamina, which will be immediately helpful, he decides. A moment of hesitation. Should I put 2 points into agility just in case? A shimmering inventory window appears, revealing a single slot occupied by a sword icon, indicating a new item has been acquired. The curious voltage, Kang Hyun's finger extends to tap the glowing sword icon in his inventory. A bright purple light erupts as a sword materializes in Kang Hyun's hand. He stares, wide-eyed, letting out an astonished "Oh." Grinning wildly, Kang Hyun brandishes the newly acquired shabby longsword. "This is awesome," he shouts, a genuine smile spreading across his face. "It's the most amazing thing I've seen so far." Scene transitions, displaying the series title in vibrant, fractured script. A historical record appears, detailing the legendary Marine Corps sniper Carlos Hathcock, who successfully assassinated a general after crawling for 1.4 kilometers over 3 days. This serves as a stark reminder of the mission's required patience. Hidden in the dense foliage, Kang Hyun meticulously crawls forward. He thinks, he is the person I respect the most. Starting today, he mentally tracks his progress. Have I been crawling for about 10 hours? I'm almost there. A close-up reveals Kang Hyun's grimace, sweat beading on his forehead. He mentally notes the uncomfortable reality of his long crawl. My pants are soaked and sticky from the piss. The arduous crawl continues, the ghillie suit doing its job but at a cost. Kang Hyun complains internally. The grass is prickly, and there are all sorts of bugs crawling inside my clothes. Suddenly, Kang Hyun's eyes snap wide open, a silent exclamation mark hanging over his head. He has spotted something. Kang Hyun's single visible eye reflects pure shock. Below him, a massive, muscular tribal figure, adorned with a fearsome mask and holding a spear, stands under the moonlight. Kang Hyun gasps. Strange, golden, fluid-like substance begins to burst and spread across the visual field. Kang Hyun utters, it busts dash. Kang Hyun lies prone, his face a mask of distress and disgust, the ghillie suit now appearing even more unkempt and uncomfortable. A tribal warrior stands near primitive huts. Kang Hyun, observing, recalls the system's directive. Didn't the notification say to prove your perseverance and patience? He repeats the keywords to himself, perseverance, patience, as if trying to internalize their meaning. Perseverance. The mental strain snaps. Kang Hyun declares, I'm gonna cut. The tribal warrior, startled, lets out a surprised kurk. With a primal scream, Kang Hyun lunges forward, his shabby longsword glowing intensely. He roars, your fucking head. Kang Hyun's sword connects with blinding speed, a powerful blue impact radiating from the strike point on the tribal warrior. The force of the blow sends the tribal warrior flying backward, a bright blue energy trail marking the trajectory of Kang Hyun's attack. The tribal warrior collapses to the ground. Kang Hyun looks down, a hint of disappointment on his face, letting out a dismissive hmph. Kang Hyun observes the fallen warrior. I ended up cutting something useless again, he laments. Another tribal warrior nearby reacts with confused grunts. Kuruk. A close-up on the tribal warrior's mask reveals a guttural kurk. Escaping from behind it, a sound of alarm. The entire tribal camp erupts in chaos. Multiple warriors cry out in alarm. Kurk. Kurk. Their shouts echoing through the night. Torches ignite across the camp, casting dancing shadows as tribal warriors, armed with spears, rush out from their huts, responding to the commotion. From an overhead view, Kang Hyun is revealed, standing amidst the chaos, now completely surrounded by a multitude of tribal warriors, all brandishing torches and weapons. Despite being outnumbered, Kang Hyun grins, a wild glint in his eyes. Since it's already fucked, I might as well say the line I've always wanted to try, he declares, ready for battle. Kang Hyun's wild, maniacal laughter echoes through the night as he embraces the coming battle. The insane cackling continues, as unseen forces clash and blood splatters across the chaotic scene. A system window declares the challenge. Tutorial Stage 3, Round 2. Kang Hyun, eyes blazing, bellows, bring it the fuck on, activating his skill, Lion's Roar of Rage. This ability lowers enemy stats and morale while removing all D rank or lower debuffs by unleashing a deep, fear-inducing rage. Having learned from crawling for 10 hours in the first round, Kang Hyun charges furiously at the distant Gurkha warriors, vowing, I'll kill you all, you damn bastards. The Gurkha warriors recoil in surprise as the narrator explains they seem to be out hunting during the day and only return to the village at sunset. Kang Hyun slices through the minimal remaining forces during the day, declaring most of them are just small fry, with a bloodthirsty grin. The sounds of rapid movement echo as Kang Hyun approaches a large, primitive tent, a likely dwelling for the chieftain. Inside the tent, Kang Hyun takes a ready stance, his sword drawn and glinting, anticipating a confrontation. His blood-splattered face contorts into a wide grin as he announces his presence. I'm here, directly challenging, you bastard Gurkha chieftain. Kang Hyun's eye widens in shock, an exclamation mark indicating his sudden surprise at an unforeseen development. The Orc High Warrior, the chieftain, is revealed, surrounded by glowing purple magic circles and spectral figures. Kang Hyun expresses his astonishment with a simple, baffled. Purple energy swirls intensely around the Orc High Warrior and his minions, accompanied by a rumbling sound, kurururu, as the magic activates. Kang Hyun finds himself caught in the magical surge, surrounded by glowing purple circles, his face contorted in distress as blood stains his clothes. System message confirms his predicament. You have been hit by the skill low-level magic restraint. Kang Hyun struggles against the binding magic, exclaiming, and my body won't move, and questioning what kind of tutorial even has magic in it. Kang Hyun's eyes narrow in fierce determination, his thoughts racing. There must be a way. The lingering presence of his Lion's Roar of Rage skill's description hints at a potential counter. Kang Hyun exhales sharply, a visible breath escaping his lips as purple energy flickers around him, suggesting the activation of a new or countering ability. Glowing with blue energy, Kang Hyun breaks free and charges forward, shouting, charge. The Orc High Warrior reacts with a surprised then a shocked Kuruk caught off guard. A blur of motion and streaks of blue energy indicate Kang Hyun's incredibly rapid attack, a whirlwind of deadly strikes. Kang Hyun is captured mid-air, delivering a decisive blow as the Orc High Warrior and surrounding figures react to the overwhelming assault. With glowing blue eyes and a wide, triumphant grin, Kang Hyun gloats over the Orc High Warrior, declaring, that was a great plan, until you got stabbed. A blade slices through the air, piercing its target with lethal precision, accompanied by a visceral thwack as blood splatters. 3 consecutive system messages confirm Kang Hyun's victory. Congratulations. You have cleared Stage 3. He receives Intermediate Physical Regeneration B as a clear reward, and for clearing Stage 3 in the shortest time possible, setting a new record, he earns the temporary title, the Unyielding. system details the new title, the Unyielding, given to the rebellious one who cleared tutorial stage 3, which tests patience and perseverance in the fastest time. The title automatically transfers if the record is broken and grants all stats +1. Reflecting on his progress, Kang Hyun notes, I cleared stage 3 in just 2 days. He considers this a huge improvement compared to the week it took him to clear stage 2. Kang Hyun looks thoughtful, surrounded by sparkling effects as he muses, could it be that I'm a genius after all? In a moment of glorious self-indulgence, Kang Hyun imagines himself in ornate armor, confidently believing, at this rate I might clear stage 4 in just a few minutes. Kang Hyun's fantasy continues, depicting himself sitting triumphantly atop a massive, defeated dragon, surrounded by blooming flowers, his laughter echoing in his mind. A stark reality check interrupts the fantasy. That's what I thought a month ago. The scene shifts to a bright, ordinary day, showing an apartment building under a clear sky, a stark contrast to the tutorial's grimness. A news report on a television screen updates the public. 25 days have passed after deploying a special unit of awakened TO clear the dungeon, with an announcement that 40% of the dungeons discovered domestically have been cleared. In a domestic scene, eggs sizzle in a pan as the news continues, stating, meanwhile, the awakened civilians continue to participate in clearing activities and in response, the government is considering awarding bonuses. Yuhua stands in a kitchen, clearly annoyed by a loud crash, muttering, HAA, there he goes again with his bullshit. A hand turns a knob on a stove as Yuhua warns, if you keep it up, the neighbors are going to file a complaint. Yuhua sarcastically asks, did you get hit in the back of your head with an arrow today? Kang Hyun's bare foot, radiating a faint red energy, is visible as he retorts, I cleared it, you idiot. Kang Hyun, seen from behind, confidently states, I just fought them all up. Yuhua, holding a spatula, tells him to eat your food and then playfully challenges, I thought you were going crazy, saying you couldn't handle it. Yuhua's face shows surprise as she begins to congratulate him, anyway, but then gasps, noticing something peculiar. From a distance, Yuhua questions Kang Hyun, did something happen in your dream? Why your face ? While Kang Hyun responds with a confused HUH. Yuhua, observing Kang Hyun's troubled expression, presses him further, remarking that his face already looks like that of a criminal. Kang Hyun, however, simply thinks of himself as her older brother. Kang Hyun, ignoring her comment, asks about the 4th stage of his trial, summarizing it as a group project that demanded leadership skills. Yuhua, in turn, dismisses his role. He explains the quest's core objective, to lead the party to eliminate the dungeon core. The system box explicitly states the clear conditions, the dire punishment of death for failure, and the automatic portal generation upon success, with a crucial tip to leave no one behind. Within the dungeon, Kang Hyun recounts how the party members, acting like NPCs, debated whether to advance or retreat, citing a lack of supplies to recklessly push forward. Initially, Kang Hyun asserts he led them well, boosting morale with a roar of fury and taking the front line, relying on his intermediate body regeneration to heal. The system details the intermediate body regeneration B skill. It regenerates and repairs damage using magical power, healing any wound, including amputations, burns, or frostbite, and even shattered bones within a day. Yuhua, still eating, questions why it took him a whole month if everything was going so smoothly. Kang Hyun looks down, a dark, oppressive aura emanating from him as he recalls the turning point. The trouble began that night as a shadowy figure with glowing red eyes, wielding a dagger, stood menacingly over a sleeping Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun, enraged by the memory, roars that the bastards, who were supposed to be on watch, instead planned to escape and ambushed him, killing him. Yuhua scolds him to swallow his food before speaking. Kang Hyun awkwardly clears his throat, a hint of embarrassment on his face. He continues his tale, explaining that the same characters and situations repeated endlessly. It was in these extreme conditions that he eventually found a breakthrough with his brilliant mind. Yuhua stares at him, a silent question in her eyes, before asking what he means. Kang Hyun's hand tightens around his chopsticks, a sharp sound indicating his building intensity. His eyes glow with a manic intensity as he declares his new solution, to simply eliminate all the annoying pests. The party members argue, some wanting to push further for more income, others fearing death with limited supplies. As one party member warns Kang Hyun of responsibility should they die, a sudden, brutal attack sends another screaming and falling to the ground. A shocked voice cries out, Kang Hyun. Female party member screams Kang Hyun's name, demanding to know what he's doing, as another party member is impaled by a sword, letting out a pained ACK. Kang Hyun, his eyes wide with a chilling resolve, holds his blood-stained sword. He coldly declares that from now on, everyone will follow his instructions, warning that resistance or complaint will lead to death. A male party member, aghast, shouts if Kang Hyun has gone crazy, questioning the sudden nonsense, before being violently struck down. Kang Hyun brutally attacks the remaining party members, reminding them he told them not to complain. He scoffs, looking at the bloodied, defeated party members, including the shocked female party member. Blood splattered across his face, Kang Hyun asserts that they simply need to follow him because he knows the way. A system message appears warning that acting up again would mean their end. Kang Hyun's stats are displayed, level 14 with increased strength, agility, endurance, and magic, along with his unique ability, resurrection, and various skills including Roar of Fury and intermediate body regeneration. Kang Hyun, now wielding his sword, engages in fierce combat with a skeletal monster, moving with ruthless efficiency. His hand, stained with blood, firmly grips the sword, ready for the next strike as the battle intensifies. Despite taking a hit, Kang Hyun pushes through, his determination unwavering as he continues to fight the skeletal enemy. With a powerful blow, Kang Hyun punches the skeleton, eliciting a pained AACK from the monster as it shatters. Standing amidst the fallen skeletal monsters, Kang Hyun questions if this is the last one, his gaze sharp and unwavering. The remaining party members stare in disbelief, realizing that Kang Hyun has indeed finished off all the monsters. Kang Hyun and the few surviving party members stand in a desolate chamber, surrounded by countless skeletal remains, a chilling realization dawning on them: they are almost alone. Kang Hyun spots a glowing orb, the dungeon core, questioning if this is their ultimate objective. Raising his sword, Kang Hyun declares the task simple, preparing to strike the core. With a powerful attack, Kang Hyun shatters the dungeon core, triggering a system notification: congratulations, you have cleared the lowest level shielding. Kang Hyun reflects on the ample monster drop items, showcasing an inventory filled with weapons, armor, and numerous magic stones. He notes the unknown purpose of the magic stones but intends to stockpile them for future use. He then reveals the skill obtained as a clear reward: 1 cut 2 halves E. This ability enhances the sword's cutting power to slice enemies in half, capable of ignoring a certain level of defense. Finally, Kang Hyun highlights another valuable reward, the Strong Mind Ring B. This accessory, issued to elite knights, grants immunity to all mental-related magic and mental status effects of grade A and below, proving to be a formidable acquisition. But the ring is just the beginning. The world is filled with undead beings that defy the natural order, existing in a state where death is no longer the end. They are those who cannot die even after dying, bound to the mortal plane by forces beyond human comprehension. For these immortals who have escaped the cycle of life and death, dominating a single dimension was never a difficult task, it was an inevitability. Amidst the flames and chaos, a defiant roar echoes. The sheer will to survive burns brighter than any inferno. A companion looks down with concern, suggesting a rest. But even as his limbs shake from exhaustion, he can't stop. The drive to push forward is all he has left. Fast forward 4 months. After endless practice in the open, he has finally mastered a bizarre but useful skill: the art of screaming in silent mode. A system prompt flashes before his eyes, offering a new skill. Without a second thought, he shouts his acceptance. The skill book erupts in a brilliant golden light, dissolving into pure energy as the knowledge is etched directly into his soul. With the loot finally sorted and his new power internalized, he permits himself a confident smirk. The preparation phase is officially over. Clenching his fist, he realizes it's time to take the next step. It's time to apply for official admission and enter the world of hunters properly. The journey continues as the stakes of this world begin to reveal themselves. Under a clear, vast sky, the city remains oblivious to the monsters lurking in the shadows, focusing instead on the burgeoning hunter industry. The newly appointed public servant is bright, optimistic, and ready to make her mark in this high-stakes environment. Her first assignment is at the prestigious Awakened Abilities Training School, the gatekeeper for all aspiring hunters seeking certification. The National Defense Academy Training Center is world-class, built upon a foundation of existing systems that have rapidly evolved to meet the threat of the gates. Back in the memory, a soft voice echoes, urging him to rest. The contrast between the peaceful past and the cold present is jarring. He stares back, a haunting thought crossing his mind. Is there still a possibility that all of this, the towers, the skills, the death, is just a dream? She dreams of future heroes, imagining the rewarding feeling of witnessing the start of a legendary hunter's journey. However, reality is often far less glamorous. The registration hall is packed with anxious rookies, and the atmosphere is thick with tension. Suddenly, the cheerful mood is shattered. She is trembling, her head bowed as a heavy, oppressive aura fills the room. Tears well up in her eyes. She looks genuinely terrified, as if she's facing a monster rather than a human applicant. Standing before her is the applicant, his face shadowed and his eyes cold. He simply asks for his ID, unaware of the terrifying pressure he's emitting. She looks at the ID, then back at him. The photo shows a dorky high schooler, a complete mismatch for the man standing in front of her. He is baffled. He doesn't understand why she's reacting this way. To him, he's just another guy trying to register. She starts sobbing, asking why he's doing this to her. The scene is drawing unwanted attention from everyone in the hall. He panics, waving his hands frantically. He's accidentally become the villain of the registration office. His mind drifts back to that same question regarding the possibility that this is all just a dream. He thinks that if he just stays still, maybe he'll wake up on his own and all this awkwardness will vanish. But the murmurs of the crowd snap him back to reality. This is very real, and it's getting very uncomfortable. The onlookers start whispering, wondering if he made her cry or threatened her. The rumors are already starting to fly. People are even pulling out their phones to record the encounter. His reputation is taking a hit before his career even begins. He continues to protest his innocence, but the sight of a man looming over a crying woman is hard to explain away. A stern voice cuts through the noise as an authority figure approaches the scene. The applicant meets his gaze, feeling the shift in the room's dynamic. This isn't just a simple registration anymore. The instructor reaches out his hand, requesting to see the ID to see exactly who this intimidating applicant really is. Kang Hyun stares blankly, his mind drifting into a haze. He thinks to himself that if he remains still, he might finally wake up from this nightmare on his own. The memory of that dark, cavernous void lingers. He remembers being trapped on those narrow stone bridges above an endless abyss, wondering if he would ever find a way out. Reality snaps back as Manager Kim looks up from his tablet, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. He notes that Kang Hyun looks quite different from the photo on his official record. Kang Hyun quickly tries to explain, insisting that his appearance changed due to a specific skill he acquired. He swears to the manager that despite the drastic change, it really is him. Sensing the manager's lingering doubt, Kang Hyun offers to undergo a fingerprint or even a DNA test just to prove his identity and move past the interrogation. Manager Kim shifts the focus, asking if he truly cleared the tutorial all the way up to stage 5. Kang Hyun confirms it, though internally he admits he's downplaying his true achievements to keep a low profile. Checking the stats, Manager Kim remarks that level 12 is remarkably high for a newcomer, asking if he's been raiding dungeons illegally. Kang Hyun is stunned, realizing that even after suppressing his displayed level by half, it's still drawing too much attention. Kang Hyun fabricates a story about entering a few dungeons before the current laws were enacted. Manager Kim accepts the answer for now but immediately questions the man's strength ability listed as his unique skill. With a casual shrug, Kang Hyun explains that the skill is simple. It temporarily doubles his physical strength whenever it is activated. Manager Kim thanks him for the cooperation but stops him, stating there is just one more thing he needs to verify. Kang Hyun sighs internally, annoyed by the persistent questioning. Manager explains the standard rewards: a skill at stage 3, an accessory at stage 4, and another skill at stage 5. He wants to see proof of these rewards right now. Kang Hyun looks at the manager with a cold, focused gaze. If proof is what he wants, then proof is exactly what he's going to get. The vision of the void returns for a split second, the two survivors clinging to life on those crumbling bridges. The weight of that experience fuels his current intensity. The system logs flash in his mind. Time has passed since the tutorial began, and the difficulty has spiked. He knows he can't hide everything forever. Kang Hyun clenches his fist, the sound of his joints popping echoing in the room. He tells the manager that he'll start by demonstrating the skill he received for clearing stage 3. Without hesitation, Kang Hyun sinks his teeth deep into his own arm. Manager Kim recoils in shock, his face turning pale at the sudden act of self-mutilation. Thick, dark blood begins to drip onto the floor, the sound of each drop hitting the wood creating a tense, heavy atmosphere in the room. Kang Hyun pulls his arm away, revealing a jagged, bleeding bite mark. He remains perfectly calm, showing no sign of pain as he prepares to show the skill's true effect. A faint glow emanates from the wound. The flesh begins to knit itself back together with unnatural speed, the blood vanishing as the skin seals shut. In seconds, the wound is completely gone, leaving nothing but smooth skin behind. The efficiency of the regeneration is terrifyingly absolute. Manager Kim adjusts his glasses, sweating as he realizes what he just witnessed. It's a high-tier self-healing skill, a rarity among even seasoned hunters. Kang Hyun then presents a ring, the reward for stage 4. As for stage 5, he prepares to demonstrate the final skill requested by the manager. He reflects on how he manipulated his stats, turning the overwhelming giant's power into the more modest-sounding man's strength to avoid detection. He describes his final skill, a powerful shout that instills primal fear in any nearby enemies. He asks the manager if it's really alright to use such a skill in this crowded area. Manager Kim gives the green light, telling him to feel free. Kang Hyun takes a steady breath, his eyes sharpening as he prepares to release the skill. Once again, a fragment of the past flashes through his mind, the panic and confusion of the tutorial as the bridges began to collapse around them. In the background, other applicants wait in line, unaware of the power about to be unleashed. Among them is a young man with blonde hair and piercings who seems to be paying close attention. The blonde man stares at Kang Hyun, his expression shifting from boredom to intense curiosity. There's something familiar about the way Kang Hyun carries himself. He recognizes him. He realizes that the man standing before the manager is none other than the person he's been looking for. The memory of a viral video surfaces, the Jian Wudong Goblin Slayer. He was the mysterious figure who took down monsters with brutal efficiency. The connection is made. The blonde man's eyes widen in shock. He can't believe the legendary figure from the internet is standing right here in the hunter registration hall. Suddenly, a massive sonic boom erupts. Kang Hyun releases his shout, and the sheer pressure of the skill sends a shockwave through the entire hall, forcing everyone to cover their ears. The applicants stumble, clutching their heads in agony as the primal fear takes hold. They look around in a panic, wondering what kind of monster just entered the room. Manager Kim is nearly knocked off his feet, his hands pressed tightly against his ears. Kang Hyun calmly clears his throat, the terrifying aura vanishing as quickly as it appeared. Manager stares in absolute silence, his eyes wide behind his glasses. He's never felt a presence so suffocating from a mere level 12 applicant. Kang Hyun smirks, his dark eyes glowing with a hint of playfulness. He asks the manager if that was enough proof for him. The trauma of the tutorial bridges briefly resurfaces, the feeling of being hunted. But now, Kang Hyun is the one doing the hunting. He remembers the bridge failing and the screams of those who fell. That fear is exactly what he just projected onto everyone in the room. Manager Kim finally finds his voice, admitting that it was more than enough. He instructs Kang Hyun to head to the first floor of the adjacent Gunmu building for the next phase. As Kang Hyun walks away, the blonde man watches him with a predatory grin. He exhales a long breath, his interest in this mysterious goblin slayer reaching a fever pitch. The story rewinds, revealing the chaotic events that led Kang Hyun to this point. He recalls a recent incident where he was nearly denied entry to a facility, his appearance drastically different from his ID photo. His forceful roar, however, drew unwanted attention, making him a subject of whispers among the other students in the training school classroom. Kang Hyun internally reflects on the incident, acknowledging that his outburst, which caused a woman to faint, had put him on everyone's bad side. He dismisses it, finding it ultimately irrelevant. A blonde-haired student observes Kang Hyun, a thoughtful silence hanging in the air as the classroom slowly fills. From Kang Hyun's perspective, Manager Kim Kyu-sik steps onto the podium, greeting the assembled students and thanking them for their patience. Suddenly, a vivid, horrifying memory flashes through Kang Hyun's mind, a bridge collapsing, two figures plummeting into the fiery abyss below. The vision intensifies, a deafening crash echoing in his mind as the structure shatters. Manager Kim Kyu-sik formally introduces himself as Kim Hyun, the leader of the training program at the Songnam branch of the Ability Users Training School. Kang Hyun and the other students politely applaud Manager Kim Kyu-sik's introduction, a ripple of polite claps filling the room. Manager Kim Kyu-sik outlines the 10-day training program consisting of theory and practical sessions, assuring the students of their safety and certification if they complete the course. He reminds everyone that less than 6 months have passed since the world fundamentally changed, emphasizing the rapid evolution of tactics and strategies. New information about dungeons and monsters continuously emerges, necessitating constant adaptation in their approach to combat. Manager Kim Kyu-sik states that what they learn isn't the absolute truth, but Kang Hyun finds the candid admission disheartening from the outset. Explains that some information might be incorrect or quickly become obsolete, vowing to only teach them what is essential for their survival. Manager Kim Kyu-sik concludes his opening remarks, expressing his anticipation for the next 10 days of working with the students. The projector hums as Manager Kim Kyu-sik announces the end of the first period, granting a 10-minute break before the next session. The sudden announcement triggers another intense flash of the collapsing bridge, the memory assaulting Kang Hyun's senses. Kang Hyun's eyes widen in a silent scream, the traumatic flashback momentarily overwhelming him. As the other students rise and mingle, the classroom fills with a low murmur, a stark contrast to Kang Hyun's internal turmoil. Kang Hyun slumps in his seat, finding the entire training program as dull as mandatory reserve army mental training, questioning how he'll endure it for 10 days. Lost in his thoughts, Kang Hyun barely notices a figure approaching his desk, their footsteps echoing softly. A large, muscular hand extends towards him, a silent invitation to connect. The muscular student introduces himself as Kwak Soo-il, proposing a handshake to Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun looks up, surprised by the unexpected gesture from the imposing figure. Kwak Soo-il stands over Kang Hyun, who internally wonders about this muscle pig's intentions. Kang Hyun accepts the handshake, introducing himself in return, a subtle tension building between the two. A close-up reveals the intensity in Kang Hyun's eyes as their hands clasp, sensing a challenge. Kwak Soo-il's grip tightens, purple energy crackling around his hand as he tells Kang Hyun to take care of him, clearly testing his strength. Kang Hyun's eyes widen again, the sudden surge of power triggering another vivid, terrifying memory. He's plunged back into the nightmare of the collapsing bridge, the desperate cries of "the bridge is collapsing" echoing in his mind. Kwak Soo-il smirks, confident in his move, believing it's best to put Kang Hyun in his place from the very beginning. He recalls Kang Hyun's earlier commotion and admits to disliking him since that moment, fueling his desire to assert dominance. Suddenly, Kwak Soo-il's eyes snap open in shock, an exclamation mark appearing as he realizes something unexpected. Despite Kwak Soo-il's power, Kang Hyun maintains his grip, surprising his opponent, who wonders how he's managing to hold out. With a surge of determination, Kang Hyun activates his Giant's Power skill, a system notification confirming the activation. A powerful purple aura erupts around Kang Hyun, signaling the immediate enhancement of his physical abilities. System details Giant's Power B, an ability that enhances muscles using magic power, increasing strength by 12 for 10 minutes. With power surging through his veins, the impact is instantaneous as fists collide with bone-shattering force. The man freezes, his eyes widening in pure disbelief as he realizes he's actually losing a direct contest of raw strength to a student. The pressure of the audience weighs heavy. He knows that backing down now would be a pathetic display in front of everyone. The memory of the collapsing bridge flashes back, a hellscape of fire and death where survival was the only law. Amidst the chaos, the student roars with a defiance that shakes the very foundations of the dungeon, claiming superior durability. A single, devastating strike shatters a skeleton warrior into dust, the sheer force of the blow echoing through the abyss. Desperation takes over as the survivors scramble across the crumbling stone, the heat of the lava licking at their heels. Back in the present, the man forces his magic power to the limit, his muscles bulging until they look ready to burst. Veins glow with an unnatural light as the internal pressure reaches a critical state, the power becoming too much to contain. Suddenly, a sickening pop echoes through the room. Blood sprays as the overwhelming force backfires, shredding muscle and skin. The man stares at his own mangled arm in absolute horror, the shock of the self-inflicted injury paralyzing him. The student can only blink in confusion, watching as the man who challenged him literally falls apart from his own power. Classroom is plunged into a stunned silence, the desks now stained with the crimson evidence of the brief, violent encounter. One student watches with a twisted, manic grin, seemingly delighted by the sudden outburst of gore. Blood continues to drip onto the floor, the metallic scent filling the air as the reality of the situation sets in. A piercing scream erupts from the building, shattering the morning peace as the school's first day takes a dark turn. Sirens wail as an ambulance arrives on the scene to haul away the defeated and broken leader of the group. The vision of the collapsing bridge returns, a reminder of the life and death stakes these hunters face daily. In the hellish depths of the dungeon, there is no time for hesitation. One wrong step means a fiery end. Later, in the manager's office, the student desperately tries to explain that the other man was the one who started the confrontation. The manager looks at him with utter skepticism, finding it hard to believe a student could cause such damage during a handshake. The student argues that his unique ability simply reacted to the threat, boosting his power. He urges the manager to check the CCTV footage, confident that the recordings will prove he was acting in self-defense. The manager pauses, questioning the name of the skill. The student quickly provides a generic name to hide his true ability. The manager checks the database and notes that the skill actually provides a massive strength increase, far beyond what was claimed. A heavy silence fills the room as the manager stares intensely at the young man, sensing there's more to him than meets the eye. With a weary sigh, the manager decides to let it go for now, overwhelmed by the paperwork this incident will cause. He dismisses the student, telling him to return to class and try to stay out of trouble for the rest of the day. Back at his desk, the student slumps over, already feeling the mental toll of a first day that was far more violent than expected. The echoes of the dungeon raid still linger in his mind, the heat, the screams, and the constant threat of annihilation. Even in the safety of the school, the instincts honed in that fire-filled abyss remain sharp and ready. A voice breaks his concentration. Someone is standing right in front of his desk, looking for attention. Blonde student asks if he can sit next to him, wearing a friendly but somewhat suspicious smirk. The boy gives a dismissive shrug, internally wondering if he's just traded one headache for another. The two exchange names as they shake hands, a formal start to what might be an uneasy partnership. Blonde student brags about finishing the tutorial early, his cocky attitude suggesting he thinks highly of his own skills. The boy notes that despite his claims, the student looks significantly older than a typical teenager. The student leans in, his curiosity piqued by the display of power he witnessed earlier in the classroom. He calls the performance incredible, eager to learn what kind of skill was used. The second period begins as the manager enters, ordering everyone to their seats while the two students continue their hushed debate. Manager Kim Kyu-sik clicks his remote, silencing the chatter. He explains that since they are significantly behind schedule, he will skip the fluff and focus only on the critical points of the lesson. Suddenly, a jagged memory of a hellish dungeon flashes through Kang Hyun's mind. In the vision, hunters scramble across narrow stone paths as rivers of molten lava surge below them. A desperate cry for help echoes from the past. "Hey, wait for me!" someone screams, their voice nearly drowned out by the roar of the flames. Back in the classroom, Manager Kim Kyu-sik continues his lecture, stating that dungeons are currently categorized into two primary types, regular and incomplete. He explains that regular dungeons are the most common, typically opening 4 weeks after they first appear, at which point monsters begin pouring out into the world. Kang Hyun listens intently as the manager warns that incomplete dungeons are far more dangerous because their opening times are completely unpredictable, requiring constant vigilance. The room falls silent as Manager Kim Kyu-sik poses a vital question: how do you prevent a dungeon from opening in the first place? He reveals there are two methods. The first is to clear the dungeon by destroying the main core. The second is a temporary fix, periodically removing normal cores to delay the inevitable opening. Manager Kim Kyu-sik pauses, noting that the order in which you attack the cores is paramount. His explanation is cut short by a sudden, arrogant scoff from the back. Choi Min-sik stands up, his massive frame looming over the other trainees. He barks out, asking if there's anything useful to learn or if he's just wasting his time on a useless lecture. Kang Hyun sighs internally, thinking that muscleheads like Choi Min-sik are always the biggest problem. He deactivates his self-objectification filter, annoyed by the display. Guard steps forward to warn Choi Min-sik that one more outburst will result in expulsion, but manager Kim Kyu-sik raises a hand, signaling the guard to stand down. With a calm but firm tone, manager Kim Kyu-sik commands the trainee to come down to the front. Choi Min-sik looks confused, not expecting the instructor to engage him directly. As Choi Min-sik moves, another flash of the lava dungeon hits Kang Hyun. The same desperate voice cries out, "Wait for me," a haunting reminder of a failed raid. In the memory, Kang Hyun is running, his face drenched in sweat and eyes wide with panic as the heat from the magma licks at his heels. Manager Kim Kyu-sik repeats his demand for Choi Min-sik to come down. The big man smirks, mocking the instructor for finally showing a bit of pride. Choi Min-sik stomps down to the stage, spreading his arms wide and challenging the manager to show him what he's actually going to do about the disrespect. Without breaking eye contact, manager Kim Kyu-sik pulls out his phone and sets a timer. 1 minute, he says simply, leaving Choi Min-sik baffled. The manager lays out the terms. He will only dodge and block for 60 seconds. If Choi Min-sik can land even a single graze on him, he'll be graduated on the spot. The stakes are high. If Choi Min-sik fails to touch him within the minute, he will be expelled immediately. Do you want to do it? The manager asks with a chilling gaze. In the stands, Kang Hyun's seatmate comments that Muscle Man 2 is incredibly arrogant. Kang Hyun remains silent, his eyes fixed on the impending clash. Despite his annoyance, Kang Hyun admits to himself that this looks like it might actually be fun. A small, knowing smirk plays on his lips. The entire lecture hall holds its breath as the two men face off on the stage. The manager stands relaxed while Choi Min-sik tenses his massive muscles. Choi Min-sik stares down at the smaller man, his pride stung by the easy challenge. He can't believe an instructor would gamble his career on such a bet. Flashback. Kang Hyun is still running through the fire. The heat is unbearable, but he keeps pushing, his mind focused entirely on survival. In the memory, he tells himself it's okay, trying to steady his breathing even as the world around him crumbles into ash and flame. Back on stage, Choi Min-sik's face contorts with rage. "What do you take me for?" he growls, feeling utterly insulted by the manager's calm demeanor. With a sudden flash of light, Choi Min-sik activates his system inventory. A purple glow emanates from his hand as he prepares to summon a weapon. He pulls out a heavy combat sword, the blade shimmering with mana. He asks the manager one last time if he's sure he won't regret this. A guard tries to intervene, worried about the use of a real sword, but manager Kim Kyu-sik simply adjusts his glasses and repeats that it's fine. With a cold, piercing gaze that silences the room, manager Kim Kyu-sik beckons the brute forward with a single word, "Come." Choi Min-sik's blood boils. He grips his sword with both hands, his face turning red with fury as he prepares to end this farce. "Here I come," he roars, lunging forward with all the explosive power his massive legs can muster, the floorboards creaking under his weight. He swings the heavy blade in a wide, lethal arc, aiming to end the match in a single, overwhelming blow. The manager is gone. In a blur of movement, manager Kim Kyu-sik sidesteps the attack with such grace that he leaves an afterimage behind. Manager Kim Kyu-sik looks back over his shoulder, unimpressed. He tells Choi Min-sik that attacks made with a warning are meaningless. Surprise is the core of any real strike. Flashback. Kang Hyun's eyes burn with focus. He repeats his mantra, "It's okay." He won't let the fear consume him this time. He sprints across the stone bridge, the lava bubbling violently below. He knows that as long as he doesn't trip, he will reach the end of this nightmare. Back on the stage, Choi Min-sik is gasping for air, his eyes wide with shock. He realizes in that 1 second that the man standing before him is on a completely different level. A blinding flash of light erupts as the gap between their power levels becomes painfully clear. Manager Kim Kyu-sik stares down the trembling opponent, his voice cold and analytical. He points out that the issue lies in those large, telegraphed preparatory movements, reminding him that a true enemy will never wait for an attack to land. Choi Min-sik grinds his teeth, his pride wounded as he lets out a guttural roar of frustration. He lunges forward with a desperate swing, but manager Kim Kyu-sik is already 3 steps ahead. Simply swinging a sword with brute force is never going to be enough against a master. To win, you must be able to observe and dissect the opponent's every twitch without missing a single beat. Manager Kim Kyu-sik demonstrates this perfectly, moving with an eerie, fluid grace. Losing his cool entirely, Choi Min-sik screams for the manager to stop the nonsense, his face flushing a deep, angry red. He throws a massive punch, cursing under his breath as he tries to reclaim some shred of his dignity. But the strike hits nothing but air. Manager Kim Kyu-sik ducks effortlessly, his composure never wavering for a second. Looking down at the overextended fighter, manager Kim Kyu-sik notes that attacking with raw strength alone is rarely the best approach in a real duel. In the back of his mind, Kang Hyun recalls a similar lesson. He envisions himself on a narrow path over a lake of fire, knowing that as long as he doesn't trip, he'll reach the end. He tells himself to just look ahead and focus on his own path, ignoring the heat and the danger below. Back in the present, manager Kim Kyu-sik delivers a lightning-fast kick that sends Choi Min-sik reeling backward. The force is so great that Choi Min-sik's sword is ripped from his hand, embedding itself deep into the concrete floor. As Choi Min-sik collapses to the ground, manager Kim Kyu-sik warns him that fighting with such inefficiency will only lead to exhaustion. He checks the timer on his phone with a clinical precision. 1 minute exactly. Time is up. The surrounding students are left in a state of absolute shock, their mouths hanging open at the one-sided display of dominance. It was like watching a professional boxer weave through the punches of an amateur. The gap in skill was more like a canyon. Kang Hyun watches from the crowd, his mind racing. He wonders if such a massive disparity in power is common even among those classified as superhumans. The image of the narrow bridge flashes back into his mind. He has to keep moving forward no matter how difficult the path becomes. He sees himself and another hunter desperately sprinting across the crumbling stone, lava bubbling menacingly beneath them. Kang Hyun's eyes sharpen as he analyzes the fight he just witnessed, absorbing every detail of the manager's movements. The sheer reaction speed and quickness displayed by manager Kim Kyu-sik were on a level Kang Hyun hadn't expected to see so soon. He closes his eyes for a moment, letting the tactical data sink in, preparing himself for what's to come. Suddenly, a manic voice breaks his concentration. A student nearby is laughing hysterically, practically vibrating with a twisted desire to jump into the fray himself. Kang Hyun glances over, his expression one of pure discomfort at the stranger's sudden outburst. The guy's face is contorted into a disturbing grin. Kang Hyun can't help but think, what is wrong with this guy? Is he a total psycho? He immediately regrets his choice of seating. He just wants to get through the day without being associated with the local weirdo. The scene shifts to the afternoon session. The ability training school follows a strict schedule, theory in the morning and grueling practical training in the afternoon. Manager Kim Kyu-sik announces that today's focus is weapon technique. He instructs everyone to line up and receive their training gear. Once again, the memory of the lava bridge resurfaces. The stakes in his past life were always life or death. He remembers the heat against his face as he pushed his body to its absolute limit just to survive another day. Manager Kim Kyu-sik explains that due to a lack of manpower, they'll start with self-directed training while instructors rotate to provide corrections. Kang Hyun holds his training sword, testing its weight. To him, these basic drills feel incredibly tedious and boring. The eccentric student from earlier leans in, suggesting they skip the boredom and spar together. Surprisingly, Kang Hyun finds himself interested in seeing what the guy can actually do. The fun is cut short before it even begins. Manager Kim Kyu-sik barks out a reminder that sparring is strictly prohibited until the 6th day. Kang Hyun can only click his tongue in annoyance. The training grounds buzz with the sound of wooden swords clashing as the recruits begin their drills, oblivious to the tension Kang Hyun carries. Kang Hyun stands apart, his gaze cold as he observes the clumsy movements of those around him, his mind far from the basic training. He clicks his tongue in disappointment, unimpressed by the low skill level of the average trainee. Realizing he doesn't need this level of practice, Kang Hyun prepares to swing his sword for a simple warm-up. His fingers tighten around the hilt. The leather creaks under his grip as muscle memory from past battles begins to stir. Suddenly, a flash of fire erupts in his mind. The scent of burning sulfur and the screams of the fallen return with haunting clarity. He sees images of skeletal warriors, the chaos of a failed dungeon, and the overwhelming weight of survival. He is back on the narrow stone bridge surrounded by an inferno, pushing through the agony to reach the end. In the present, his movements become a blur as he carves through the air with a precision that defies his trainee status. The blade whistles sharply, the clean sound cutting through the noise of the courtyard and drawing the attention of those nearby. He flows from one strike to the next, a refined display of combat expertise born from harsh environments. The rhythm is broken when someone calls out. Kang Hyun stops mid-motion, his eyes narrowing toward the interruption. Assistant instructor Kim Song-han approaches with an arrogant stride, crossing his arms as he inspects Kang Hyun's technique. Kim Song-han gestures at the trainee's stance, correcting the angle of his legs with a condescending and arrogant expression. Kang Hyun stares back, his expression blank. He remains unmoved by the instructor's attempts to lecture him. Kim Song-han continues to point out perceived flaws, dismissive of the trainee's actual skills. Before the instructor can continue, Kang Hyun's hand shoots out, grabbing him by the collar with terrifying speed. Kang Hyun's eyes glow with a murderous intent that freezes Kim Song-han in his tracks, his presence challenging the instructor. The rage vanishes as quickly as it appeared. Kang Hyun lets go and sighs, deciding the situation is too much of a hassle. His mind drifts back to the flames, remembering the feeling of the finish line being within reach. Memory of the hellish run fuels a quiet confidence that the instructor fails to understand. Manager Kim steps in, calling for Kim Song-han's attention to settle the friction between the two. Kim Song-han looks confused, but Manager Kim approaches with a calm, professional demeanor. The sharp clap of his hands, Manager Kim commands the attention of the entire training yard. He signals for everyone's attention, preparing to make a significant announcement. He organizes a demonstration sparring session, the trainee Kang Hyun against the assistant instructor Kim Song-han. Kang Hyun remains silent and unreadable while the instructor beside him looks stunned by the sudden turn of events. Manager Kim sets the terms for the duel, signaling that only one exchange of blows will be allowed. Kim Songhan is visibly flustered while Kang Hyun lets out a calm, steady breath. The signal is given. Manager Kim prepares to start the duel as the air grows heavy with anticipation. Kang Hyun focuses, his mind clear as he prepares for the exact moment to strike. Memory of the burning bridge flashes one last time, focusing his resolve on the goal ahead. His eyes narrow, focusing solely on his opponent's opening as the world around him slows down. Kang Hyun explodes forward, his speed leaving an afterimage as he closes the distance in a heartbeat. His blade is a streak of blue light moving with absolute lethal intent toward his target. Steel meets steel with a violent spark, the impact sending a shockwave through the training ground. Kang Hyun's grip is unshakable. He completely bypasses the instructor's guard, his weapon poised for a finishing blow. Kim Songhan gasps in shock, his eyes wide as he realizes he's been completely outclassed in a single second. Blade spins violently through the air, a metallic blur against the clear sky after being ripped from its owner's grasp. The student stands motionless, his gaze cold and indifferent as his opponent collapses onto the pavement in utter defeat. The heavy thud of the body hitting the ground echoes through the training yard, marking the end of a confrontation that wasn't even a contest. Deep within his eyes, a flicker of something ancient and battle-hardened remains, far beyond the level of a mere student. Suddenly, a fractured memory surges forward, a voice screaming through the chaos of a crumbling dungeon. The wind howls across the open field as the other trainees stand frozen, unable to process the sheer speed they just witnessed. The manager breaks the silence, his voice professional as he explains that these weapon skills are vital preparation for the lethality of actual combat. He emphasizes that while training is important, the ability to react instinctively in the heat of the moment is what keeps a hunter alive. As the crowd erupts into applause for the demonstration, the boy simply smirks, his mind completely elsewhere despite the praise. The manager approaches the fallen instructor, offering a hand and an apology for putting him in such an unfavorable position against such a formidable opponent. The instructor takes the hand, trembling slightly as he admits that the experience was a harsh but necessary lesson in true power. The manager bows his head slightly, genuinely regretful for the one-sided nature of the spar he orchestrated. In the background, the boy ignores the chatter, his focus already shifting toward the next challenge while the manager watches him intently. Adjusting his glasses, the manager's eyes sharpen. He didn't just want a demonstration, he wanted to confirm the terrifying potential hidden within the boy. Memory flashes back again, the heat of the lava, the roar of the dungeon, and the desperate cry to survive. A young girl stares into the abyss, her face pale as the world around her collapses into fire and shadow. Amidst the chaos of his life, the boy keeps a record, a training journal that masks the true depth of his experiences. Day 1. The lectures are a drag. While others focus on theory, he finds himself stuck next to a chatterbox who won't stop talking. Journal notes are run in with a musclehead and the realization that the practical training provided by the academy is laughably basic. Day 2 isn't much better. Tactics in the morning, more weapons in the afternoon. He decides it's best to keep his distance from the overexcited trainees. By day 3, the mosquito-like guy is still buzzing around, asking about tutorial stages while the boy demonstrates how a real blade is handled. Day 4. The mood is low. The instructor screams about the one-weapon rule as the student effortlessly outmaneuvers the restrictions. Day 5. Total boredom. The desire to go home outweighs any interest in the repetitive drills being forced upon them. When questioned by the instructor about his lack of effort, the boy simply lies flat on the ground, claiming he's meditating to avoid the nonsense. Day 6. The cycle continues. He slumps over his desk, letting out a long sigh as the clock ticks down. But the memories of the dungeon won't leave him. The heat, the smell of sulfur, and the face of the girl he couldn't save haunt his every quiet moment. His teeth grit as the trauma fuels a cold, burning resolve. He isn't here to learn, he's here to ensure he never feels that helplessness again. Pierre leans over, asking why he doesn't just cause some trouble if he's so bored, reminding the boy of his own advice to stay quiet. With a casual shrug, the student admits it's not his problem if the boy gets kicked out, earning a sharp look in return. The boy stares back, his expression unreadable. He doesn't need to worry about the rules when he's the one who could break the academy if he chose to. Pierre notes that today is the start of sparring practice. He can feel the tension in the air, sensing that something interesting is about to happen. A predatory smirk crosses the student's face. His gut is telling him that the quiet kid next to him is about to flip the script. The scene shifts to the sparring hall. The atmosphere is heavy with anticipation as the afternoon session begins. A flash of blue light cuts through the air. A trainee is sent flying, the sheer force of the impact leaving him breathless and broken. He skids across the wooden floor, his weapon clattering away as the crowd gasps in shock at the sudden display of power. The boy stands over him, his sword held loosely. He didn't even break a sweat, leaving the instructors wondering just what kind of monster they've let into their halls. His eyes burn with the same intensity as the day he survived the abyss. The training has only just begun, and he is already light years ahead. The echoes of the abyss still linger, a hellscape of magma and shattered earth that forged Kang Hyun into a living weapon. Back in the training hall, an announcement confirms another decisive victory for Kang Hyun, leaving the crowd in awe. As Kang Hyun steps down, a trainee with several piercings named Yuziang approaches him with a smirk, noting how easily the instructor was handled. Kang Hyun remains stoic, dismissing the praise with a cold reminder that his opponent was simply outmatched. To Kang Hyun, the current sparring matches on stage are nothing more than child's play, lacking any real stakes or skill. He observes the other hunters with a critical eye, realizing the average level is far lower than he anticipated. With 7 more days of repetitive practice ahead, boredom is already starting to set in. On the platform, 2 trainees clash, but their movements are telegraphed and desperate. One trainee lets out a panicked cry as he struggles to keep up with the pace of the duel. Kang Hyun watches them, his mind drifting back to the true horrors he faced in the dungeon depths. The fear in the trainee's eyes is real, a stark contrast to the calculated focus Kang Hyun maintains. Visions of the abyss return the moment he desperately shielded a survivor from the crumbling ruins of a failed raid. He can still feel the heat of the flames and the weight of the debris as the ceiling gave way. Back in reality, the trainee on stage is paralyzed with fear, the tip of a practice sword hovering inches from his face. Manager Kim Q6 steps in to end the lopsided match, declaring Kim Chong-woo the winner. Manager Kim calls for an end to the round, his professional demeanor masking his inner thoughts. Kang Hyun acknowledges the winner's skill but admits he'd rather test himself against an actual instructor. Manager Kim calls for the next group and the atmosphere in the room shifts instantly. And Yuziang stands up, giving Kang Hyun a casual nod before heading toward the stage. A sinister grin spreads across Yuziang's face, hinting at a power he has yet to reveal. Kang Hyun narrows his eyes, sensing a sudden spike in tension from the departing trainee. And Yuziang walks confidently onto the platform, his presence far more commanding than the previous fighters. He whispers to himself, relishing the chaos he plans to unleash during this session. Visions of the abyss flash again, a reminder of the high price of failure in a hunter's world. The jagged rocks and searing heat serve as the backdrop for Kang Hyun's internal warning system. Kang Hyun watches Yuziang closely, an uneasy feeling gnawing at the back of his mind. He asks if there are any objections to the mage using her primary weapon instead of a training tool. However, Manager Kim notices something odd, and Yuziang is holding a heavy mace instead of his usual sword. And Yuziang shrugs off the concern, arrogantly stating there is no rule against switching weapons. Reluctantly, Manager Kim allows it, signaling for both sides to take their positions. The instructor begins the countdown, the air crackling with magical energy as Lee Yuri prepares her first spell. 1. Kang Hyun's focus is absolute, his eyes locked onto the stage. 2. And Yuziang's smile doesn't waver, even as the mage's power surges. 3. Lee Yuri unleashes a barrage of crystalline magic shards, illuminating the entire stage in purple light. The intensity of the magic mirrors the explosive power Kang Hyun remembers from his darkest days. A final glimpse of the crumbling bridge, the moment that changed everything for Kang Hyun. Magical projectiles scream through the air, aimed directly at Yuziang's chest. And Yuziang grips his mace, a dark, violet aura erupting from the weapon as he prepares to counter. With a single, effortless swing, he shatters the high-level magic into a million harmless pieces, leaving the hall in stunned silence. The silence in the hall is heavy, broken only by the sinister smirk of the cadet standing center stage, his eyes glowing with a predatory light. Among the crowd, a wave of unease spreads as the other trainees exchange nervous glances, sensing that something is fundamentally wrong. A trainee watches intently, his mind racing. He realizes that depending on how one performs in a training exercise, even the secrets of magic can be unlocked. He scans the stage, wondering why this level of arcane display wasn't present during the standard weapons training. Was the caster training in secret? The energy coalesces at the tip of her weapon, a concentrated orb of magical power ready to be unleashed. With a sharp cry, she launches a massive jagged crystal of mana, the projectile tearing through the air with a deafening whistle. The sheer force of the impact is visualized in the trainees' minds as a cataclysmic eruption, a hellscape of falling rock and fire. The ground shatters under the weight of the arcane pressure, sending plumes of molten energy into the air. But the demonstration isn't over. Another cadet steps forward, his aura far more jagged and unstable than the last. His eyes narrow, locking onto the target with a gaze that holds no restraint, only a cold, calculating malice. The instructor watches from the sidelines, his professional demeanor masking a growing sense of alarm at the cadet's stance. The cadet swings his spiked mace, not at the training dummy but directly into the path of the incoming magic. A wild, manic grin splits his face as he prepares to execute a maneuver that no trainee should be capable of. One of the trainees gasps as he realizes the horrifying truth. This isn't a mistake, it's a calculated strike. He watches in horror as the cadet begins to forcibly redirect the trajectory of the magic crystal mid-flight. The cadet's mace glows as he bats the projectile aside, sending it screaming toward a target that was never meant to be hit. The crystal hurtles directly toward the instructor, who stands frozen in the line of fire. The instructor barely has time to register the threat as the purple light of the crystal illuminates his shocked face. In the mental theater of the trainees, the world seems to dissolve into a sea of fire once more as the impact nears. The visualization of the destruction is absolute, a hellish landscape mirroring the chaos erupting in the training hall. The cadet moves with blinding speed, following up his redirected magic with a physical assault that catches everyone off guard. He closes the distance in a heartbeat, his mace raised high for a finishing blow against the defenseless instructor. The instructor can only watch in stunned silence as the weapon descends, the air crackling with murderous intent. The instructor cries out in warning, but it's too late. The cadet has already committed to the strike. A sickening spray of crimson paints the air as the strike connects with brutal, unforgiving force. The instructor stares in disbelief, his eyes wide as he realizes the severity of the situation. A witness is paralyzed by the sudden violence, his face pale as he witnesses the fall of authority. A severed hand lies on the floor, a gruesome testament to the cadet's lethal precision and lack of mercy. Standing over his victim, the cadet raises a blood-stained fist, his silhouette cast in a dark, ominous aura. His face is a mask of deranged ecstasy, splattered with the blood of the man who was supposed to be his mentor. The destructive imagery fades, leaving only the cold reality of the training hall and the smell of ozone and iron. Suddenly, a system notification flares to life, echoing in the minds of those who survived the ordeal. A second prompt follows, chillingly formal, congratulating the survivors on their progress. Panic erupts, voices scream for medical kits and emergency services as the gravity of the assault sets in. A trainee frantically dials for help, reporting the injury and begging for the paramedics to hurry. As the chaos swirls, the blood-soaked attacker stands silent. He is only just getting started. Manager Kim steps forward, his gaze piercing through the tension as he demands to know exactly what the cadet thinks he's doing. Blood-splattered Choi Min-sik simply raises his hands with a sickeningly casual grin, dismissing the brutal display as a mere mistake during sparring. Unfazed by the gravity of his actions, Choi Min-sik offers a mocking wink, his face still coated in the crimson evidence of his aggression. Manager Kim narrows his eyes, his suspicion growing as he stares down the arrogant cadet. Suddenly, the air hums with energy as system windows flash into existence, announcing a level up and the successful completion of Stage 1. Memories of a dark, jagged cave flicker through Kang Hyun's mind, recalling the moment of shared shock when the system first manifested. Back in the present, Manager Kim lets out a heavy, frustrated sigh, clearly reaching the limit of his patience. He calls for a 20-minute break, ordering everyone to be back in their seats by 3 p.m. while the cleanup crew scrubs the blood from the floor. With a stern tone, Manager Kim commands Choi Min-sik to follow him. The cadet responds with a flippant, disrespectful attitude. In the crowd, Kang Hyun watches them leave, his expression unreadable as he processes the lingering tension. His focus shifts to a uniquely designed dagger, its blade gleaming with a cold, blue light that suggests it is no ordinary weapon. A vision of a masked operative armed with twin blades flashes by, a shadow from a past that seems to be catching up to the present. Despite the brutal incident, the sparring sessions continue for 2 more days, the sound of clashing practice weapons filling the hall. Choi Min-sik remains in the program, but he is now a marked man, with instructors and assistants watching his every move. The atmosphere grows heavy. Many cadets now prefer to forfeit their matches rather than face the unpredictable violence Choi Min-sik brings to the mat. Safety measures are ramped up with high-priced healers on standby, ensuring the 8th day passes without further major injuries. The memory of the cave returns, the purple glow of the system windows illuminating the desperate faces of Kang Hyun and his ally. A notification clarifies the situation. Kang Hyun has temporarily awakened to receive his clear reward. In the hallway, Manager Kim attempts to brush off an encounter, claiming he was merely passing through. The scene shifts to the instructor's office, where the nameplate confirms Manager Kim is the man in charge. Kang Hyun, appearing more formidable, bursts in with a bold proposal, a duel using real swords before graduation. Manager Kim holds his head in his hands, lamenting how exhausting this particular cohort of cadets has been. Kang Hyun watches him silently, his presence filling the room with an undeniable pressure. He questions if this childish play of hiding their true capabilities is finally getting boring for the instructor. Kang Hyun leans in, his voice dropping as he suggests that Manager Kim is just as restless and bored with the paperwork as he is. With a sharp, knowing look, Kang Hyun reveals the truth. They've met before, and it's time to stop pretending otherwise. Manager Kim remains silent, his eyes shielded by his glasses as he weighs the consequences of this revelation. The system confirms the temporary awakening once more, a bridge between the tutorial and the reality to come. A final prompt appears. The official awakening will only occur once the tutorial phase is fully concluded. Outside the massive training warehouse, it is confirmed that the mysterious cadet from the past was indeed Kang Hyun. Inside the hall, Manager Kim thanks Kang Hyun for his help in preventing further damage during the earlier chaos. The instructor's tone shifts as he begins to scrutinize the young man standing before him. He points out a glaring inconsistency. Kang Hyun claimed to only clear level 5, yet he wields a sword that is a reward for level 6. Kang Hyun offers a weak excuse, claiming he simply found the high-level weapon while cleaning up the area. Manager Kim decides to let it slide for now, realizing that Kang Hyun isn't going to give him a straight answer. With a surge of mana, Manager Kim summons his own weapon, the air crackling with the intensity of his power. In a mirrored response, he readies his stance, mockingly stating that he'll also use something he found while cleaning. The ground shatters as the two warriors prepare to clash, the tutorial finally giving way to a true test of strength. System notification flickers into existence, delivering a chilling promise. The true awakening only begins once the tutorial concludes. Kang Hyun lies flat on the scorched earth, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he realizes he can no longer move his fingers. Back in the present, Manager Kim maintains a sharp focus, his eyes tracking every micro-movement during their intense sparring session. Steel clashes against steel with explosive force, sending a blinding flash of blue energy rippling through the training hall. Manager Kim adjusts his glasses, a thin smirk playing on his lips as he admits he underestimated Kang Hyun's impressive agility. Kang Hyun counters with a cold truth, specializing in only one area makes a warrior dangerously vulnerable. Relying on his recovery skills, Kang Hyun goads his opponent, challenging Manager Kim to stop holding back and strike with full force. Accepting the challenge, Manager Kim settles into a low stance, the air vibrating as he prepares to unleash his true speed. A vertical pillar of light erupts as Manager Kim launches forward, his movements leaving a trail of spectral afterimages. He becomes a blur of motion, closing the distance in a fraction of a second, his blade aimed directly at Kang Hyun's defenses. The onslaught is relentless. Manager Kim questions if Kang Hyun can truly withstand the sheer volume of attacks coming his way. Instead of retreating, Kang Hyun breaks into a manic grin, his eyes glowing red as he shouts that this is exactly how a real fight should feel. Manager Kim realizes the intel was correct. Kang Hyun's recovery speed is just as monstrous as he was led to believe. Deciding to test those limits, Manager Kim pivots mid-air, announcing that he's about to turn up the aggression. Memory of his past failure resurfaces, Kang Hyun broken and bleeding on the ground, unable to even twitch a muscle. Hyun watches over him with concern, questioning the nature of this tutorial while Kang Hyun offers a weak word of thanks. In the training hall, Manager Kim lunges with a series of unavoidable strikes, determined to force an opening in Kang Hyun's guard. A dark, predatory smile spreads across Kang Hyun's face as he prepares to execute a high-risk countermaneuver. Manager Kim's blade bites deep into Kang Hyun's forearm, but the impact is met with a shocking lack of resistance. Horror dawns on Manager Kim as he realizes he's trapped. He tries to pull back, but his weapon is firmly snagged. Kang Hyun has intentionally wedged the blade between his own ulna and radius, locking Manager Kim in place with a terrifying whisper, "Got you." With his opponent immobilized, Kang Hyun winds up a massive punch, the sheer bloodlust in his expression making Manager Kim freeze in shock. Two warriors collide in a brutal display of close-quarters combat, the sound of the impact echoing through the silent facility. The force of the blow sends Manager Kim reeling, his composure completely shattered as he's knocked backward. The dust settles to reveal Manager Kim sprawled on the floor, gasping for air while Kang Hyun stands over him, still dripping with blood. Staring up at the ceiling lights, Manager Kim finally breathes out a single, stunned admission of defeat. Irene continues to monitor the data, her eyes wide as the system processes the results of the grueling encounter. The status window confirms the growth. Kang Hyun has officially reached level 1, with his magic power sitting at 13. An ice pack sits on the bench, a silent testament to the physical toll the sparring match took on both men. The sharp hiss of a soda can opening signals the end of the hostility, shifting the atmosphere from lethal to one of camaraderie. Sitting side by side, Manager Kim commends Kang Hyun on his strength while the cadet humbly returns the compliment. Manager Kim argues that the match was technically a draw since they agreed not to use skills, yet Kang Hyun's passives were clearly active. When Manager Kim jokingly claims the win by disqualification, Kang Hyun immediately protests the unfairness of the ruling. A rare, genuine smile crosses Manager Kim's face as he enjoys a brief moment of levity following their brutal clash. Standing up, Manager Kim thanks Kang Hyun for the stress relief and orders him to get some well-deserved rest. The reminder of tomorrow's dungeon exploration practice hangs in the air, a warning that their training is far from over. Under the cover of night, the massive, ornate doors of the Ability Training School's dungeon stand tall and forbidding. A lone, hooded figure stands before the gate, their presence unnoticed by security as the wind howls through the wire fences. The intruder looks up, their eyes hidden in shadow, radiating a cold and calculating intent that bodes ill for the upcoming practice. As the figure turns away, the stage is set for a confrontation that neither Kang Hyun nor Manager Kim could have possibly prepared for. The hooded figure vanishes into the shadows, leaving behind the chilling silence of an unknown street. Before him, towering, ornate doors stand as a silent guardian to whatever lies beyond, their ancient carvings hinting at untold secrets. Metallic click echoes, the heavy door handles beginning to stir, signaling the breach of a long-sealed threshold. A low, ominous creak slices through the air as the massive doors slowly begin to part, revealing a sliver of darkness within. With swift, decisive movement, the figure slips through the narrow opening, his silhouette disappearing into the void beyond the gate. The heavy doors swing shut with a resounding thud, sealing the man inside, the world he knew now firmly behind him. Powerful impact shakes the structure, the doors vibrating violently as if resisting an unseen force or perhaps a new arrival. The young man lies stunned on the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief as a holographic system window materializes, displaying various combat attributes. 2 years prior, under a star-dusted sky, the city lights shimmered, unaware of the profound shift about to occur in his life. A tear escapes the man's eye as he grapples with the sudden appearance of a status window, wondering if this impossible system was truly a gift. This expansive outdoor area, designated by the training school, serves as an educational low-level dungeon. The instructor explains that the monsters here are significantly stronger than those found in typical low-level dungeons, but specific reasons justify its educational designation. He clarifies the first reason: it's a field-type dungeon with traps but no threats beyond the monsters themselves, making it a controlled environment. The instructor then reveals the second key factor: the monsters are solitary, allowing trainees to lure and engage them one by one, minimizing group risk. He instructs the group that further details will be provided once they enter the dungeon, gesturing towards the imposing portal. The young man expresses his awe, admitting this is his very first real-life dungeon entry, a moment of both excitement and apprehension. As the trainees step through the shimmering portal, he reflects on his past, realizing he's never physically crossed such a threshold since the tutorial. A strange sensation of weightlessness washes over them as they pass through the gate, a common effect of dimensional travel. Their eyes open to a completely transformed landscape, a lush, vibrant jungle, a stark contrast to the urban world they left behind, prompting a gasp of surprise. Back in the present, the man's eye reflects the glow of the system window, the reality of his new stats still sinking in. Overwhelmed, he stares at the glowing panel, the sheer implications of the system leaving him speechless. Turning to the flashback, the trainees stand amidst a breathtaking natural dungeon, a winding river cutting through the dense foliage. The young man questions a fellow trainee about the portal's function, asking if they can return, to which the other trainee curtly reminds him it was covered in class. The other trainee confirms they can return but then dismissively tells the young man not to talk to him, prompting the young man to point out the other initiated the conversation. The instructor outlines the combat strategy. An assistant will first demonstrate by luring a monster, after which trainees will hunt in groups of 5. The instructor calls out to an assistant, preparing to begin the demonstration. As the group moves deeper, the instructor mentally plans to lure the monster into an open area for easier combat while continuing his explanation. The instructor details the monster, a bird-type creature over 2 meters tall, resembling an ostrich, emphasizing its formidable characteristics. He warns of the creature's deadly speed and powerful beak, capable of denting even plate armor, stressing the need for extreme caution. The instructor reiterates the standard tactic: surround the monster with multiple people and immobilize its legs to minimize its threat. Back in the present, the instructor is also observing a similar glowing system panel, his expression unreadable. The young man, still on the ground, desperately wishes to examine the system panel more closely, his urgency palpable as he reaches out. System notification flashes, indicating that the portal to the outside has opened, offering a potential escape or a new path forward. The portal shatters with a blinding flash, fragments of light scattering across the sky, leaving a fractured view of the world beyond. Amidst the chaos of the shattering light, the manager takes charge, his voice cutting through the panic as he directs the hunters to evacuate through the portal in an orderly fashion. He urges them to keep moving, reminding the group that there is still time if they maintain their discipline and do not succumb to fear. Massive dungeon gates loom ahead, a dark threshold between the nightmare they just escaped and the safety of the world outside. Outside, the courtyard is filled with the murmurs of confused trainees, questioning if the dungeon was truly cleared after the removal of the core. The manager begins a quick headcount, his brow furrowed in concentration as he confirms that everyone has made it out alive. On the ground, a young man lies exhausted, his mind racing as he tries to summon his status screen to see the changes for himself. The interface flickers to life, revealing a shocking truth about his power, an ability that defies the very laws of life and death. The moment of quiet is shattered when an assistant instructor rushes to the manager, pointing back at the gate with a look of pure terror. A massive surge of dark energy erupts from the dungeon entrance, swirling like a violent storm that refuses to be contained. The manager stares in disbelief, his face pale as he realizes the nightmare isn't over, it's only just begun. He immediately barks orders for support and shouts for the trainees to clear the area before the gate completely collapses. The energy peaks, tearing through the reality of the gate, signaling a full-scale dungeon break. The young man approaches, confused by the sudden escalation, as the manager looks toward him with a desperate glint in his eyes. The manager quickly indicates that they need the trainees to hold the front line as the monsters begin to pour out. He gestures toward the chaos, explaining the dire consequences of the core being removed before the boss was slain. The manager pauses, noting the confused look on the young man's face during the crisis. The young man acknowledges the situation, though he is internally preoccupied with the critical events unfolding around him. His attention drifts back to the glowing screen before him, the nature of his new ability burning into his mind as his only hope for survival. His eyes burn with cold intent as he realizes that to truly test this power, he must dive headfirst into the conflict. The manager dismisses any hesitation, signaling that there is no time for delay as the first wave of beasts prepares to emerge. A screeching monster bursts through the energy, its eyes glowing with a feral hunger as it lets out a cry. The manager grits his teeth, realizing the monsters are arriving much faster than anticipated. Without another word, the manager turns and retreats, shouting that he is leaving the front line to the young man. The young man watches in disbelief as the manager abandons him, commanding the other trainees to group up and leave him behind. Sweat beads on the young man's forehead as he stares at the encroaching horde, a dark expression beginning to form on his face. He stands alone against the approaching monsters, his grip tightening on his weapon as the distance closes. Deciding to embrace the situation, he prepares himself for the battle, ready to face the onslaught. Suddenly, a voice calls out from the shadows as a new figure enters the fray to join the fight. Massive, spiked mace glows with a purple aura, swinging through the air with enough force to shatter bone and earth. The young man's eyes widen as he sees the raw power behind the strike, his focus shifting to the unexpected newcomer. Memories of a past trauma flash through his mind, recalling a time when he was helpless against such overwhelming strength. The mace connects, obliterating the first monster in a spray of energy and gore, the impact shaking the ground. The wielder is revealed to be a blonde-haired youth with a manic expression, his eyes wide with a terrifying joy. The monster is crushed instantly, its head caved in by the force of the massive weapon. The young man recognizes the newcomer as someone synonymous with unpredictable and violent behavior. The blonde youth stands over the mangled remains, his breath coming in heavy, excited gasps as he revels in the kill. He expresses a dark satisfaction, indicating that nothing compares to the feeling of the impact. The young man's face contorts in disgust and annoyance as he watches the newcomer's erratic behavior. Blonde youth leaps back into the fray, his laughter echoing as he continues his assault on the monsters. The scene shifts abruptly from the chaos of battle to Kang Hyun's internal thoughts. His hand grips a weapon crackling with raw purple energy as a voice echoes, "Well, anyway." Kang Hyun jolts upright in bed, a raw scream tearing from his throat, his eyes wide with the lingering terror of a nightmare. He clutches his chest, gasping for breath as the remnants of the terrifying vision recede, leaving him disoriented in the quiet of his room. In the midst of a vivid dream, an ally watches Kang Hyun's brutal efficiency and remarks, "It's actually reassuring to have a psycho on our side." With a chilling grin, Kang Hyun carves through the monsters, his blade a blur of lethal motion, stained crimson with every strike. Kang Hyun's relentless assault leaves a trail of defeated monsters in his wake. His display of power is so dazzling that even his allies watch in stunned silence. A dark aura flares around Kang Hyun as he prepares his next move, issuing a grim warning, "Cover your ears." The furious roar, Kang Hyun unleashes a devastating sonic attack, a primal scream directed at the chicken-headed bastards surrounding him. The monsters shriek in agony as the skill takes full effect. A system notification confirms all enemy stats and morale have decreased. The ally hunter, surprised by the sudden shift in the battle, looks up in realization of Kang Hyun's power. Observing the struggling monsters, the ally ponders, "They suddenly got weaker, didn't they? Was that sound just now him?" He concludes, "It was trainee Kang Hyun's skill." Kang Hyun is back in his room, still gasping for air. The intense dream sequence replays in his mind, blurring the lines between reality and nightmare. He sits there lost in thought, the vividness of the dream overwhelming him as he slowly takes in the familiar details of his room. In the real world, manager Kim Cusick observes the ongoing battle. He expresses confidence, noting, "Support will arrive soon. It seems we can resolve this more smoothly than I thought." Kang Hyun unleashes a potent magic explosion, a concentrated burst of blue energy erupting from his hand with a furious roar. Magic blast connects with brutal force, sending a monster reeling from the explosive impact. Kang Hyun stares at his bloodied hand, muttering Q in surprise at his own power, while Choi Min-sik watches from a distance, wondering, what kind of skill is that? Standing amidst the fallen, Kang Hyun muses, "I can use it because it's me, but no one else can, right?" Nearby, Hyun exclaims, "Whoa, bro, what was that? Was it magic?" Kang Hyun casually replies, It's a skill I acquired a while ago." When Hyun asks if it's from the tutorial, he simply smiles and says, "That's a secret." Hyun's urgent voice cuts through the air, "More importantly, look over there." Kang Hyun's eyes widen in shock. A hunter struggles as he is pulled down into the shifting earth by the relentless horde of monsters, his desperate efforts failing. Once again, Kang Hyun finds himself back in his room, panting heavily as the chaotic images of the dungeon battle haunt him. Kang Hyun's face contorts in a mix of fear and confusion, a single word escaping his lips, "That." Chilling shriek echoes as a colossal mutant Gaika emerges. The system identifies it as a formidable boss monster, dwarfing the creatures around it. An ally hunter grips his weapon tightly, worried. "Oh no, reinforcements haven't arrived." It doesn't matter how many bosses trainee Kang Hyun has handled, that massive physique is a whole different problem. Kang Hyun's jaw clenches with desperate resolve as faint echoes of brother fill his mind. Choi Min-sik declares with a sinister chuckle, "That one's mine. Give it to your younger brother." Kang Hyun retorts with a crazed grin, "Bullshit. I'm taking this one down." The scene shifts to the title card, marking the conclusion of another intense chapter of Solo Resurrection. A voice off-panel states, "Tomorrow is the graduation ceremony." Before inquiring, "There was an accident during today's dungeon practice, right?" Manager Kim Kyusik confirms, yes, someone broke into the training dungeon and intentionally triggered a dungeon break. We suspect it's an extension of the dungeon terror incidents from last month. The unseen listener hums thoughtfully, processing the grave implications of Manager Kim's report. Kang Hyun's face is etched with horror, the word that barely a whisper as the nightmare resurfaces. As the camera pulls back to reveal the sprawling city, Kang Hyun's internal monologue questions the events. It was just a dream, right? Unseen voice asks, were there any trainees who stood out? The ally hunter, adjusting his glasses, replies, yes, there were 2 of them. The implications of the day's events and the identity of the mysterious trainees hang heavy in the air. They were the ones who took down the dungeon boss, Mutant Gaika, leaving a trail of carnage in their wake. As the smoke clears, 2 figures stand over the massive corpse, their power undeniable. The first trainee possesses overwhelming physical strength. Every strike is a monstrous display of speed and agility, tearing through the boss's defenses with surgical precision. But his greatest asset is an incredible healing factor. Kang Hyun fights with a reckless disregard for his own safety, knowing any wound will knit shut in seconds, making his tactics completely unpredictable. The second trainee is a different breed entirely. Born with an innate fighting sense, he moves like a natural predator, closing the distance with terrifying efficiency. His reflexes and technical skills are flawless, but there's a darkness underneath. His overly cruel nature is his only real flaw, turning every combat encounter into a bloodbath. Inside the Dagon Guild headquarters, Han Seon reviews the footage. She notes that it's rare for an instructor like Kim Hyun to offer such high praise, wondering if a recruitment offer was made. Manager Kim remains as inflexible as ever, reminding her that selling trainees while serving as an instructor is strictly illegal. He flips through the reports with a stern, professional gaze. With a subtle, knowing smirk, he remarks that it's only natural for employees to eventually resemble the personality of their boss. Han Seon, the leader of Dagon Guild, stands tall. Her presence is commanding, her eyes already calculating the potential of these new assets. The world outside is changing. A lingering question hangs over the city. Was it all just a dream or something far more real? 2 years ago, the signs were already there, hidden in the quiet skyline of the city under a blanket of stars. Frustration boils over in the chat rooms. I really can't with you, one user shouts as the digital world begins to mirror the chaos of the physical one. Online forums are exploding. People from all walks of life are reporting the same bizarre dreams. Dreams of falling, dreams of dying, all occurring simultaneously. The guild's concerns grow. There's something undeniably strange about the recent accident, and the pressure is on for the instructors to return to the fold immediately. Solo Resurrection. The title marks the beginning of a new era where the line between life and death is no longer absolute. At a local school, the graduation ceremony is underway. The principal offers platitudes about hard work and becoming great citizens, unaware of the power sitting in the audience. The hall erupts in polite applause as the ceremony concludes. For most, it's the end of a chapter. For others, it's the start of a war. Kang Hyun claps along, his mind elsewhere. He realizes this is the first time he's even seen the principal's face, having assumed Kim Hyun was the one running the show. Outside, a man in a sharp suit bows deeply. Master, please get in, he says, gesturing toward a vehicle that looks wildly out of place in a school parking lot. Kang Hyun's eyes widen in genuine shock. The sheer scale of the display is enough to make anyone pause. Massive, gleaming white limousine pulls up. It seems In Yuseong was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, bringing a level of luxury that contrasts sharply with the gritty life of a hunter. And Yuseong smirks, inviting Kang Hyun to hop in for a ride home. Kang Hyun doesn't miss the chance to experience such high-end transport. Settling into the plush interior, Kang Hyun is impressed. He admits he's never been in a car quite like this before. Meanwhile, the digital chatter continues. People are comparing notes, realizing that their weird dreams are identical down to the smallest detail. Social media is flooded with Ask Me Anything threads about lucid dreaming. One user, Seo Heyman, posts that their entire family shared the same dream of dying, pleading for someone to decipher the meaning. Kang Hyun's attention is snapped back to reality when he hears his name called out from the crowd. Manager Kim approaches with his usual stoic demeanor. Kang Hyun is surprised to see him, wondering if the guild manager is actually the affectionate type who came to say goodbye. Kang Hyun teases him, but Manager Kim quickly shuts down the sentimentality, insisting his visit is strictly professional. He reveals that clearing rewards for yesterday's dungeon break accident will be distributed to both Kang Hyun and In Yuseong for their vital assistance. Manager Kim adds that the guild will be in contact soon, and they intend to reach out to In Yuseong as well. With a curt goodbye, Manager Kim turns to leave. Kang Hyun is left standing there, baffled that the man came all this way just to deliver a brief message. Kang Hyun shouts after him, demanding at least a few words of gratitude for his hard work. Manager Kim simply sighs, his patience wearing thin. Stopping for a moment, Manager Kim looks back and acknowledges Kang Hyun's strength. It's a rare moment of validation. He predicts that Kang Hyun will only grow more powerful, but warns him never to forget his responsibility as a person with these new abilities. The transition is official. Kang Hyun is no longer just a trainee, he is now a registered ability user, his new ID card flashing on the screen. The internet remains obsessed with the shared dream phenomenon. Families are terrified, looking for any expert who can explain why they all die together in their sleep. Propaganda and news reports clash. While leaders claim to have survived hell, ordinary citizens realize that the nerds who read web novels might understand the situation better than the experts. Kang Hyun stares ahead with a new sense of purpose. The ID card, a symbol of his new status, is a badge of honor and a heavy burden. He boasts about his potential to his brother, who barely looks up from his phone, giving a sarcastic yeah to Kang Hyun's excitement. The arrogance ends today. Kang Hyun points to himself with a confident grin, declaring that starting tomorrow, he will run through every dungeon until he reaches the top. But before Kang Hyun can conquer the world, he needs to figure out the basics. He pauses, a flicker of realization crossing his eyes as he realizes he doesn't even know where the nearest dungeon is. Lounging on the sofa, he's lost in thought. How do people even find these places? Is there a map? Then it hits him. There's an app for ability users called Radar. That must be the key. He checks social media and finds that dungeon locations are practically public knowledge now. Looking at his phone, he can't help but feel a bit ridiculous. As a former hardcore gamer, he feels like he's falling behind the times. He finds a dungeon map and monster info. People are even recruiting party members online. He spots a lead, Gaika's Forest, currently classified as an F-class dungeon. An F-class? He can handle that solo. He eyes the calendar, his mind drifting to his mother. He needs to earn enough money to finally put her mind at ease. Time moves fast as April turns into May. The world is changing, and the hunter economy is booming. News is filled with it. Even an F-class dungeon clear offers a staggering reward of 20 million won. Magic stones are the new gold, and monster drops are worth a fortune. The internet is buzzing with theories and dreams. While the experts debate, the nerds who read web novels seem to be the only ones who actually understand the new reality. Back at home, Kang Hyun's father sits in front of the TV, listening to reports of the soaring income of top hunters. His wife calls out to him, asking if he's heard from their son lately. He peels fruit, mentioning that Kang Hyun sent her 10 million won as pocket money. It was enough for them to buy a used car last week. The father is stunned. He laughs, realizing his son is already out-earning him. The boy they worried about is becoming the provider. But the mother's pride is tinged with fear. She's heard the stories, people getting hurt, people dying. The money is great, but she just wants him safe. The father tries to reassure her. It's better than being unemployed at his age, he argues. They have to trust him. He reminds her that the news says hunters work in teams. Kang Hyun isn't the reckless type. He's sure their son is taking proper precautions. Mother sighs, agreeing that he's always been a smart kid. But as they talk, the reality of Kang Hyun's situation is anything but safe. Inside a dark, torchlit dungeon, the air is thick with the smell of ichor. Kang Hyun is a whirlwind of steel, his blades flashing through the dark. He unleashes a massive horizontal slash, a crescent of energy that tears through a swarm of giant spiders, painting the walls in purple blood. Covered in gore and grinning, Kang Hyun lets out a wild laugh. This is nothing, he shouts, taunting the shadows to send more. His laughter echoes through the cavern, a sound of pure adrenaline. He isn't just surviving, he's enjoying the slaughter. He spins, his twin blades becoming a blur of destruction. Every movement is calculated, every strike lethal. The F-class monsters don't stand a chance. Outside the dungeon, the city is quiet. Kang Hyun's new car, a Bentley, sits parked under the starlight, a symbol of his rapid ascent. Inside the car, a phone vibrates incessantly. It's a call from mother, but there's no one there to answer it. Back at the apartment, the mother frowns as the call goes to voicemail. Her husband, mouth full of food, tells her to let the boy sleep and try again tomorrow. She relents, deciding to let him rest. She tells her husband to clean the room while she finishes the dishes, but the worry doesn't leave her eyes. As the night deepens, the father mentions something strange, an occurrence in front of the local supermarket. Just down the street, a crackling blue rift has manifested, pulsing with an ominous, otherworldly energy right in the middle of the sidewalk. The mother is annoyed. Why hasn't the country taken care of it yet? If Kang Hyun were here, he'd probably know what to do. Portal shudders, the wooden barricades around it creaking under the pressure of whatever is trying to push through from the other side. While the world is distracted by social media challenges and save the world hashtags, the real threat is much closer than they realize. The digital grid flickers. Something is breaking the balance, and the system is struggling to contain the overflow. The rift groans, a deep, guttural sound that vibrates through the asphalt. The barrier is failing. Suddenly, the gate bursts open. A legion of orc warriors marches out into the neon-lit streets, their names hovering in glowing purple boxes. A heavy, clawed foot slams onto the pavement. This isn't a dungeon raid, it's an invasion. An orc leader lets out a blood-curdling roar, the sound waves distorting the very air. The hunt has come to the city. As the sun begins to rise, casting an orange glow over the horizon, the peace of the morning is about to be shattered. Miles away, Kang Hyun steps out of the dungeon gate, exhaling a cloud of fatigue. He wipes the blood from his brow with a satisfied smirk. Still, he mutters, I cleared it in just one day. Stretching his aching limbs against the backdrop of a fading sunset, Kang Hyun weighs his options. He considers hitting an E-rank dungeon next, but a flicker of doubt crosses his mind. Is he ready, or is he still playing it too safe? As he walks toward his car, his thoughts drift to the resurrection skill. It's a power that defies the laws of nature, yet the uncertainty of whether it functions in the real world haunts him. He reaches for the door handle, the sharp click of the mechanism punctuating his grim resolve. Somewhere in the digital ether, data streams flicker across a tactical grid, tracking the movements of those who dare to challenge the gates. High above the planet, the cosmic audience watches. A user named Swordmaster cheers for blood, their digital shout for a fight echoing through the void. Kang Hyun settles into the driver's seat, exhaling a heavy sigh. All he wants now is to go home, sleep, and maybe grab a beef dinner with Hyun tomorrow. But the peace is short-lived. His phone screen blazes to life, revealing a staggering 36 missed calls from Hyun. Something is very wrong. Before he can even process the number, the device vibrates again. He answers immediately, his heart hammering against his ribs. Panicked voice pierces the silence. Appa, something bad happened. The desperation in her tone is enough to make his blood run cold. She chokes out the words that every son dreads. Mom and Dad. The sentence hangs unfinished, casting a dark shadow over the quiet street. Kang Hyun listens, his knuckles whitening as he grips the phone. The world outside seems to blur as the gravity of the situation sinks in. Silence follows, heavy and suffocating. He can almost hear the frantic beating of his own heart through the receiver. His eyes widen, pupils shrinking in a moment of pure, unadulterated shock. The fatigue of the dungeon is instantly replaced by a cold, sharp adrenaline. High above, the sword master continues to spam the chat, their hunger for violence a cruel contrast to the tragedy unfolding below. A system prompt flickers into existence. The Haken dimension is merging. For years and 364 days, the clock is ticking toward total planetary connection. On the news, a grim-faced anchor reports on the disaster in Hangrai City. The government claims they are making every effort, but the fear in the reporter's eyes tells a different story. The city has been sealed off by the Ministry of National Defense. A large-scale dungeon opening has turned the urban center into a restricted war zone. The Dangun Guild has stepped up to lead the rescue operations. While the world watches the broadcast, Kang Hyun prepares for his own intervention. Back at the apartment, Hyun watches him with a heavy heart. She asks if he's really going, her voice trembling with the fear that going alone is a suicide mission. Kang Hyun flashes a confident, almost predatory smirk. He reminds her that despite his appearance, he's a tutorial graduate. He isn't just a survivor, he's a predator. Irene remains silent, the concern etched into her features. She knows his strength, but the scale of the Hangrai incident is beyond anything they've ever faced. As he heads for the exit, she pleads with him to be careful and not to get carried away. He just waves a hand dismissively, telling her not to worry. The door slams shut with a final, echoing thud. Go inside and rest, he had told her, leaving the warmth of the home for the chaos of the city. Looking up at the towering apartment complex, he makes a silent, ironclad vow. He will bring his parents back soon, no matter how many monsters stand in his way. Black sedan roars to life, peeling out of the parking lot. Kang Hyun is a man on a mission, and the speed of his car reflects his desperation. The system countdown looms over his thoughts like a death sentence. Time is running out for the world, and he has even less time to save his family. Behind the wheel, his gaze is fixed and cold. The eyes that once held a high schooler's innocence are now the eyes of a hardened hunter. He reaches the military perimeter, where soldiers have established a hard block. You cannot proceed any further, they command, weapons at the ready. Kang Hyun doesn't blink. He holds up his hunter ID, his voice steady as he declares himself an ability user. The soldier hesitates, noting he has no party. From a nearby command vehicle, Manager Kim leans out. Recognizing the potential in the young man, he barks an order to let him through. Kang Hyun offers a sharp, mocking salute. The soldier warns him that they won't be responsible for whatever happens to him inside the sealed zone. With a thunderous roar of the engine, the car blasts past the checkpoint, kicking up a massive cloud of dust as he enters the dead zone. The sun filters through the trees, a beautiful morning masking the carnage that lies just ahead. He pushes the car to its absolute limit, the blurred forest a testament to the life-or-death urgency of his journey. His mind is already running tactical simulations. 5 confirmed dungeons are open in the city, a cluster of gates that could swallow everything he loves. Kang Hyun checks his phone, his brow furrowing as an E-rank dungeon unexpectedly manifests right in his path. His eyes narrow with exhaustion and urgency. He wonders if his allies are holding up and if he can make it back in time. He calculates the distance, 2 hours if the road stays clear. But his plans are shattered when a massive, red-eyed boar erupts from the forest. Glass shatters in a violent explosion. The impact is deafening, jarring Kang Hyun's world into a chaotic blur. The beast doesn't just hit the car, it rams through it like a freight train, its red eyes burning with primitive rage. The vehicle is tossed aside like scrap metal, rolling violently across the asphalt as the sound of grinding metal fills the air. Close-up of the predator reveals a nightmare of fur and tusk, its breath coming in hot, jagged bursts of steam. Silence returns to the forest road, broken only by settling dust and the ominous creak of the overturned car. A bloodied hand reaches out from the wreckage, fingers digging into the dirt as Kang Hyun refuses to let this be the end. Coughing through the smoke, he crawls out, cursing his luck. The massive boar stands waiting, a wall of muscle between him and home. Memory flickers, a woman scolding him for wasting his life on games instead of job hunting. The irony is not lost on him now. High above, the sky is a mocking shade of blue, indifferent to the life and death struggle unfolding on the lonely mountain pass. Kang Hyun pulls himself to his feet, his uniform torn and stained. He stares at the wreckage of his only means of transport. His anger flares. He just got this car, and this overgrown pig had the audacity to total it. Purple mana begins to swirl around his hand as he draws a blade, the air humming with a sudden surge of power. He challenges the beast head-on, vowing to avenge his car, a machine he'd affectionately named Bentley. The boar snorts, its nostrils flaring as it prepares to finish the job. It doesn't see a hunter, it only sees prey. Despite the blood dripping down his face, Kang Hyun lets out a grim smile. The beast's massive size just makes it a bigger target. A sudden, high-pitched shriek pierces the air. Kang Hyun's eyes widen as he realizes the boar wasn't the only thing the dungeon spat out. Dust kicks up behind the boar as another threat approaches from the shadows of the trees. A swarm of goblins emerges, their twisted faces lit by malicious glee as they surround the crash site. Kang Hyun sighs, wondering if he committed some grave sin against goblins in a past life. He doesn't have the luxury of time to fight them all. The sun continues to beat down on the desolate scene, the calm sky contrasting with the rising tension on the ground. A frantic voice echoes through the air, calling out for Kang Hyun. The world is getting noisier by the second. Kang Hyun doesn't hesitate. He pivots on his heel, his movements fluid and fast as he prepares to make his exit. With a mocking salute to the boar, he makes a run for it, leaving the beast to deal with the incoming goblin horde. He shouts back a sarcastic farewell, telling the monsters to have a good time together before disappearing into the brush. The boar bellows in rage, its eyes glowing brighter as it realizes its primary target is escaping. A volley of goblin arrows streaks through the air, turning the road into a crossfire zone that Kang Hyun is lucky to escape. Boar is forced to turn its attention to the green-skinned pests, its massive hooves churning up the asphalt. Kang Hyun watches the chaos from the tree line. If they want to fight, they can kill each other while he makes his move. With Bentley gone, he can't afford to waste another second. He sprints into the dark heart of the forest. Stars begin to appear in the deep indigo sky, a cold reminder of how long he's been on the move. His breathing is heavy, each gasp a white puff in the cooling night air as he navigates the dense undergrowth. The name Kang Hyun rings out again, a desperate cry that seems to haunt the very air he breathes. He pushes through a gap in the trees as the urgency of his mission weighs heavier than ever. He checks his phone again. The screen is a spiderweb of cracks, and the battery is dangerously low. He can't even risk using the flashlight. If he had known the shortcut would be this treacherous, he would have stuck to the main road. Now, he's trapped in the dark. The wind howls through the canopy like a long, drawn-out whistle, chilling him to the bone. Determined, Kang Hyun marches forward into the unknown, a lone figure silhouetted against the encroaching night. Forest air is thick with the scent of pine and impending violence as Kang Hyun pushes deeper into the shadows, his senses heightened to every rustle in the undergrowth. His eyes narrow, reflecting a cold, predatory focus as the first signs of the enemy appear, blood already staining his determined features. Without a moment's hesitation, he draws his blade in a blur of motion, the steel whistling through the air with lethal intent. The blade connects with a sickening crunch. A disruption prompt flashes as the creature lets out a final, pained kick before falling. First of many, Kang Hyun stands over the carcass, his posture relaxed but ready, knowing the pack is never far behind. Wiping a fresh spray of blood from his cheek, he sighs to himself, realizing that a comfortable night's sleep is officially off the table. His mind drifts to the chaos of his reality, where dreams of lava and near-death experiences feel more like memories than imagination. Sudden movement in the brush snaps him back to the present. The wind carries the sharp sound of snapping leaves. He pivots, his blade trailing a faint arc of light as he prepares to meet the next wave of attackers head-on. They emerge from the darkness, a pack of white-furred wolves, their eyes glowing with a feral, hungry light as they encircle their prey. Kang Hyun lunges forward, his movements a masterclass in efficiency as he carves through the front line of the pack. Blood sprays across the clearing as the wolves' growls turn into whimpers. His blade is a relentless force of nature. With one final, sweeping strike, he clears the immediate area, the momentum of his swing carrying him through the carnage. The sound of dripping blood is the only thing that breaks the silence of the woods as the last of the beasts falls to the earth. He exhales a long, shaky breath. The adrenaline begins to recede, leaving behind the grim reality of his survival. A dark, manic grin spreads across his face. "All right," he whispers to the shadows, "let's see what else you bastards have got." As the first light of dawn crests over the distant mountains, the nightmare in the woods finally begins to fade. He recalls the voices of his past, arguing over the realism of their shared delusions and the weight of the status windows they carry. The bickering was constant, a desperate attempt to cling to normalcy while the world around them burned. The clearing is now a graveyard of white fur and crimson stains, a testament to a night spent on the edge of death. Kang Hyun rouses himself from a shallow sleep, his body aching as he sits up amongst the branches of his makeshift refuge. He stares out at the sunrise, muttering about the lack of comfort. Fighting all night has a way of ruining one's posture. Scratching at the dried blood on his neck, he prepares for the journey ahead, the weight of his mission pressing down on him. Back in the city, the sun beats down on the brick buildings, a stark contrast to the dark, blood-soaked woods he just left. A phone screen lights up with frantic messages. A mother's worry and a father's silent plea for a son who hasn't replied. Huddled in their home, his parents whisper in the dark, "Honey," she breathes, only to be met with a sharp shoo from her husband. They worry if it's truly safe for Kang Hyun to return, their voices trembling as they discuss the failing cell towers and the monsters outside. The father's eyes are filled with a deep, gnawing uncertainty. He said things would be fine, but the doubt is starting to take root. Memory of the orc monsters that appeared yesterday haunts them, creatures from an F-rank dungeon that no ordinary person could face. The tension between the survivors is at a breaking point, everyone fighting to be heard over the rising tide of panic. The father looks up, his expression one of pure shock as a figure emerges from the smoke and debris of the street. There stands Kang Hyun, a shadow of his former self, wreathed in a dark aura and standing atop a mountain of orc corpses. Covered in gore, he looks more like a monster than a man. "Mom, Dad," he calls out with a terrifying cheerfulness. "Your adorable son is home." Solo Resurrection Chapter 20. The power scaling has shifted, and the world is no longer what it once was. He stands amidst the slaughter, dismissively noting that dealing with dozens of orcs is nothing more than a simple warm-up. More growls echo from the alleyways. They keep coming, but Kang Hyun doesn't even look tired. He's just getting started. He senses something different in the air, something stronger. He muses, his eyes locking onto a new threat in the distance. His gaze hardens as three massive figures emerge from the shadows. He narrows his eyes, assessing the weight of the challenge. Miles away, within the fragile safety of an apartment, the air is thick with exhaustion. Two figures lean heavily against the walls, their breaths coming in ragged, desperate gasps. Low, guttural growl vibrates through the floorboards, a predatory sound that freezes the blood in their veins. The sanctuary they sought is no longer safe. Back in the heat of battle, he realizes the gravity of his mistake. The intensity of the energy suggests a nightmare he wasn't prepared for. Bloodied and battered, he cries out with a voice fueled by pure desperation, commanding his parents to stay hidden and silent at all costs. The parents freeze, their eyes widening in disbelief. That voice, though hardened by battle and stained with grit, is unmistakably their son's. Peering through the narrowest of cracks, they watch the man who was once their boy. They struggle to reconcile the scholar they knew with the warrior standing before them. He doesn't give them time to process. He pivots, his boots skidding across the blood-slicked pavement as he launches himself back into the fray. The world becomes a blur of motion and speed lines. Every ounce of his strength is funneled into a singular, explosive dash toward the enemy. Monsters roar in defiance, their tusks bared as they prepare to crush the human who dares to challenge their domain. His face is a mask of cold, murderous intent. The blood on his cheeks isn't a sign of defeat but a testament to the carnage he's already wrought. Steel meets iron in a shower of sparks. He weaves through their clumsy swings, his movements a deadly dance of precision and power. One monster lunges, eyes glowing with a primal golden light. It's an all-or-nothing strike aimed directly at his head. In the apartment, the growl intensifies, a shadow looming over the threshold. The tension is a physical weight threatening to snap. He remains focused, his breathing controlled despite the chaos. He waits for the perfect opening, his eyes tracking every twitch of his opponent. He lunges forward, a streak of shadow and blood. The distance closes in an instant, leaving the monsters no room to react. The impact is thunderous. He parries a heavy blow, the force of the collision vibrating up his arms as he prepares his counteroffensive. Energy begins to swirl around his palm, condensing into a brilliant sphere of pure power. This is the end of the line for the beasts. With a surge of power, he thrusts the energy upward, a pillar of light erupting from his hand to pierce the sky. The shockwave sends the remaining monsters flying, their massive bodies tossed aside like ragdolls by the sheer magnitude of the blast. He doesn't stop. He rolls through the debris, his eyes already locked onto the next target, refusing to let the momentum fade. He strikes with surgical precision, his blade finding the weak points in the heavy armor. It's a masterclass in high-speed combat. A grunt of pain escapes his lips as he takes a glancing blow, but he pushes through it. The mission is far from over. The ground shatters beneath the weight of a final, desperate clash. The air is filled with the scent of ozone and iron. He delivers a crushing blow that sends the last monster reeling, its form collapsing under the relentless pressure of his assault. He stands tall, his silhouette framed against the fading light. He takes a moment to steady his heart, the silence of the battlefield finally returning. A woman watches from a distance, her expression unreadable. She has seen many hunters, but none with such raw, unyielding drive. One final strike. He brings his weapon down with the force of a falling star, ending the threat once and for all. The beast whimpers, its glowing eyes fading as life leaves its body. It never stood a chance against a man with everything to lose. With a brutal punch, he shatters the monster's resolve, asserting his dominance over the area's strongest denizens. Standing over the fallen foe, he prepares his most devastating technique as the energy reaches a critical state. The energy ripples through the air, a visual distortion that signals the coming annihilation. There is nowhere left for the darkness to hide. The world turns white as the explosion detonates, a cleansing fire that sweeps through the area and erases the monsters from existence. Crimson droplets rain down upon the concrete, a grim reminder of the price of victory in this unforgiving world. His hand, charred and bloody, trembles slightly. The cost of such power is high, but it's a price he's willing to pay. Exhausted, he collapses onto the heap of defeated enemies. His chest heaves as he tries to reclaim the breath the battle stole from him. His eyes remain sharp even through the haze of fatigue. He knows this is only one battle in a much larger war. The woman approaches, her presence a silent comfort in the aftermath of the storm. They share a look of mutual understanding. The scene shifts back to the apartment where the sky is clear and peaceful. The idea of a mundane meal feels like a hard-won luxury. But the peace is an illusion. Below, in the heart of the city, an army of monsters has gathered. He looks down at the impossible odds with an expression of grim resolve. Monsters aren't just a mindless swarm, they are a disciplined legion of orc warriors, their eyes glowing with predatory hunger as they prepare to tear the city apart. System notifications flicker above their heads, confirming the threat level. These aren't low-level grunts, they are seasoned combatants of the horde. A heavy thud echoes through the street as a massive foot slams onto the pavement, the sheer weight of the impact cracking the concrete below. Kang Hyun stands his ground, his face already painted in the crimson spray of previous encounters. He senses a shift in the atmosphere, something far more dangerous is approaching. Emerging from the ranks of the warriors is a behemoth clad in heavy iron plating. The Orc General looms over his subordinates, radiating an aura of overwhelming physical pressure. A purple system window materializes, confirming the nightmare. This is the Orc General, the apex predator of this dungeon break. General lets out a low, guttural growl, his tusks bared in a sneer of contempt for the humans standing in his path. Despite the dire situation, Kang Hyun lets out a dry, mocking laugh. He stares up at the monster and asks if he's the one in charge before bluntly telling the beast just how ugly it is. He knows he's at his limit. He had hoped to conserve his remaining magic for regeneration, but looking at the general, he realizes he has no choice but to burn it all on offense. He prepares to activate Giant's Power, a skill that pushes his physical limits beyond human comprehension, even if the cost is his own life. Memories of a simpler, more painful time flash before his eyes. He recalls being scolded for his perceived laziness, accused of wasting his life on games and drink while job hunting. The voice of his family rings in his head, telling him to go back home if he's going to keep living like a loser. It's a memory fueled by frustration, but now, it serves as bitter fuel for his resolve. His muscle fibers scream as they expand and knit together with supernatural density. The activation of his power is a violent, internal transformation. Kang Hyun exhales a sharp breath, the steam of his internal heat rising from his lips. He is no longer the job hunter they look down upon, he is a monster's worst nightmare. With a manic, blood-soaked grin, he taunts the general one last time, challenging the beast to show him what it can actually do. Response is a brutal, lightning-fast strike. Kang Hyun takes a direct hit to the face, blood spraying as the general's power proves as immense as his stature. The force of the blow sends him reeling. Even with his enhanced strength, the sheer mass of the Orc General is a wall he can't easily break through. The surrounding orcs move in to capitalize on his weakness, their shadows looming over the staggering hunter. He groans in pain as another strike lands, the impact rattling his bones. The horde is closing in, and his vision is beginning to blur. Kang Hyun forces his legs to move, skidding across the blood-slicked pavement to gain even a second of breathing room. In the background of the world, the real-time trending list shifts. Topics like end of the world and apocalypse are skyrocketing as the public watches the chaos unfold. General strikes again, a blow so powerful it feels like the air itself is being crushed. Kang Hyun realizes the monster is completely playing with him. He is tossed around like a ragdoll, the general's movements too fast to track and too heavy to block effectively. Desperation kicks in. Kang Hyun manages to land a heavy kick against the general's midsection, but it feels like striking a mountain of solid iron. He is swatted away instantly, crashing into the ground with a sickening thud. His breath hitches as his body begins to fail him. Lying in his own blood, he wonders if his magic is truly gone. His body isn't regenerating anymore, and the terrifying thought crosses his mind, what if he can't be revived this time? But then, a spark of defiance flickers. His fingers dig into the asphalt, his fist clenching with a renewed, desperate strength. He forces himself up, his body trembling and his weapon dragging on the ground. He refuses to die here, not like this. He screams a challenge that echoes through the streets. He can't back down, not when his family is right behind him in the crosshairs of this invasion. The Orc General pauses, his eyes narrowing. He didn't expect a human to stand up again, let alone with such murderous intent. Kang Hyun charges, his roar drowning out the sounds of the dying city. It's a suicide run, but he's making every second count. On a discarded phone nearby, the trending ranks continue to fluctuate. The world is watching a hero fall, or perhaps, a legend being born. Suddenly, his eyes widen as he looks toward a nearby building. A single word escapes his lips, filled with terror. Mom. High above, orc scouts are scaling the walls, their blades ready. Inside a window, two terrified civilians can be seen. His family is right in their path. The realization hits him harder than any physical blow. He gasps for air, his heart sinking as he realizes he might be too late to save the only people who matter. He screams at the top of his lungs, ordering the monsters to stay away from them. His voice is raw with a primal, protective rage. Ignoring his own injuries, Kang Hyun sprints toward the building, a desperate race against time as the horde closes in on both him and his family. Blood sprays across the pavement as a warrior carves through the first wave of monsters, his blade a blur of desperate motion. He ignores the searing pain in his side, pushing his body past its breaking point to reach the apartment complex. His eyes are wide, fixed on the destination, fueled by a primal fear for his family's safety. Suddenly, a massive shadow looms over him as a colossal monster slams its fist into the earth, shattering the concrete. Meanwhile, the digital world is in a frenzy, with hunter rankings and casualty reports flooding every screen. In a stark contrast to the chaos, the man sits at a quiet dinner table, the atmosphere heavy with an unspoken tension. Silence between them is deafening, a calm before the storm that no one saw coming. Back in the blood-soaked reality, the fighter collapses, his hand reaching out feebly as he gasps, "No, you can't go there." His vision begins to blur, the world fading into a dark, narrow slit as consciousness slips away. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of golden energy erupts, a powerful strike descending from the heavens to cleave the horde apart. A high-ranking hunter moves with lethal grace, her blade dancing through the monsters in a display of overwhelming power. Her subordinates call out to her as she stands amidst the carnage she just created. She surveys the area, asking about the residents while her team confirms they are prioritizing the evacuation of the injured. She sighs heavily, noting the damage is huge, but admits it would have been worse if someone hadn't gathered the monsters in one place. She looks around for the person who held out alone until they arrived, only to be met with grim news. Hunter points to a blood-stained patch of ground, reporting that the brave fighter has unfortunately passed away. But as she looks down, her eyes widen in shock. Where did the body go? In another place, eyes that were once cold and lifeless begin to twitch beneath their lids. The man's eyes snap open, filled with a sudden, startling clarity as he returns to the world of the living. The title card appears. The game has truly begun. The man's eyes snap open, filled with a sudden, startling clarity as he returns to the world of the living. Confused, he looks around at the lush greenery. I was sleeping on a tree. A system window flickers to life, announcing that a resurrection ability has been activated. It restores the user after death, but at the cost of a reduced level and a temporary penalty to their attributes. Memories of the dinner table resurface. So it really wasn't just a dream, he realizes, staring at his phone. He recalls discussing how people all over the world shared the same terrifying vision of the apocalypse. At the time, they assumed dying in the dream didn't affect reality, but the man now knows the truth is far more complex. He grunts in pain, checking the time. Ugh, it's already been a full day since I died. With a firm grip, he unsheathes his blade, the cold steel reflecting his grim determination. He shouts into the empty forest, I have to go back there immediately. He leaps from the high branch, his silhouette cutting through the golden afternoon light. He lands heavily, his knees buckling. My body feels so heavy. Is this the penalty of the resurrection? Despite his weakened state, he forces his legs to move, sprinting back toward the city. His thoughts are a frantic prayer. Please, I hope everything is fine. The sun begins to set, casting long, ominous shadows over the path ahead. He remembers the last thing he saw, monsters scaling the walls of his home while his family watched in terror. After hours of grueling running with an aching body, he finally reaches the outskirts of his hometown. The silence of the kitchen is heavy, the only sound being the clinking of silverware as Kang Hyun stares blankly at his meal. Across from him, the woman shivers, the memory of his recent ordeal still fresh in her mind. His eyes are shadowed, hidden behind messy black bangs that fail to mask the cold intensity within. Every breath feels like a struggle against the weight of a past he can't escape. He remembers the night clearly, wandering aimlessly through the darkness until the harsh headlights of a military unit finally cut through the gloom. It was the start of a nightmare that wouldn't end. The news he received over that borrowed phone was a death sentence for his old life. His father's arms were gone, and his mother lay in a coma, leaving him with nothing but a burning sense of duty. The phone cracks under the pressure of his grip, a physical manifestation of the rage and despair boiling inside him. He has to become stronger, no matter the cost. This is the story of a man who refused to stay dead. This is Solo Resurrection. On the television, news of the Dangun Guild's latest raid on the plains of Haiji plays out, but the headlines about a new C-grade dungeon are all Kang Hyun cares about. He stands up, his tactical gear already on. The woman watches him with a pained expression, asking if he's really heading back into the abyss so soon. She reminds him that he's already died 3 times this week alone, but Kang Hyun simply closes his eyes and tells her he's fine, his voice devoid of emotion. Trauma of the fall still haunts his every waking moment. It was so vivid, so visceral, a pain that felt like hell itself tearing at his soul. He continues to eat mechanically, ignoring her warnings about the lasting psychological damage those who fall suffer. He doesn't have the luxury of being traumatized. As he reaches for the door, she pleads with him not to endure it alone, screaming that none of this is his fault. The door slams shut, cutting her off. The stairwell echoes with his steady footsteps. Each step down is a step further away from his humanity and closer to the monster he needs to become. She watches him from the doorway, her heart breaking as she sees him disappear. She knows that every time he leaves, a part of him never comes back. Deep within the dungeon, the screech of an Antria monster is cut short by a brutal impact. The raid is in full swing. Choi Min-sik swings his massive scythe with practiced ease, carving through the insectoid guards as his party follows in his wake. Level up notification flashes before his eyes. Choi Min-sik smirks, his arrogance growing with every point of experience he gains. His teammates shower him with praise, calling him the ace of the party. He soaks it in, his ego as sharp as his blade. Internally, he scoffs at them. He's an elite who has cleared stage 5 of the tutorial. He won't be mingling with these losers for much longer. He puts on a fake smile, telling them it's all thanks to their support. He plans to reach level 35 by next month and join the prestigious Dan Gun Guild. His self-congratulation is interrupted. He senses something, or someone, approaching from the shadows behind them. The scene shifts back to the quiet kitchen where Kang Hyun is lost in thought. The contrast between the domestic peace and the dungeon's violence is jarring. He checks his phone, the screen reflecting his cold determination. It's time to move. A blur of motion streaks through the dungeon tunnels, moving with a speed that defies logic. The party barely has time to react. It's Kang Hyun. He charges forward, his blade drawn and his eyes locked on the objective ahead. The party is stunned. Who would be crazy enough to enter a dungeon like this alone? They shout for him to stop, but he doesn't even flinch. Choi Min-sik's eyes widen in shock. He tries to call out to the intruder, but the man is already past them. Kang Hyun heads straight for the core room. The party yells that it's dangerous, but their warnings fall on deaf ears. The hunters hesitate, debating whether to follow the madman. They can't just leave him to die, even if he is a fool. Ahead, the tunnel is swarming. Antria soldiers and their drones fill the passage, a literal wall of chitin and mandibles. Kang Hyun stands alone against the swarm. He doesn't look afraid, he looks ready. He activates his secret skill, Wayne's Secret. All stats increase by 40% instantly. It's a power that destroys the body to unleash extreme potential. Surrounded on all sides, the monsters close in. But Kang Hyun is no longer the prey, he is the apex predator. Even as he fights, Kang Hyun is haunted by the memory of the woman's voice, asking if it was really okay for them to be eating so casually. She doesn't realize the war he's fighting in his mind. In a flash of steel and blue light, Kang Hyun tears through the swarm. The monsters are nothing more than fodder before his enhanced strength. He roars as he cleaves a soldier in two, the sheer force of his swing sending blood and ichor spraying across the cavern walls. Party catches up just in time to see the carnage. Bodies are piled high, and the air is thick with the scent of death. Choi Min-sik stands frozen, his scythe trembling. He thought he was the elite, but he's just realized he's in the presence of a true monster. The air in the dungeon is thick with the scent of blood and ozone, a testament to the carnage that just unfolded. The hunter stands amidst the wreckage, his presence alone enough to make the surrounding others hold their breath. The man wipes the grime from his face, his mind racing through his tactical advantages. He just acquired a new skill recently, and it's already proving to be a perfect synergy with his physical regeneration. His wounds knit together with unnatural speed as the system notification flares. This regeneration skill allows him to recover from severe injuries within a single day using pure magical power. A voice breaks his focus, tentatively asking if he's okay. The man doesn't even bother to look back, his eyes already searching for the next objective. He offers a curt, dismissive response as he turns. The other hunters are left staring at his back, paralyzed by the sheer gap in their capabilities. The lead hunter can only utter a stunned gasp. He's seen high rankers before, but the cold efficiency radiating from this man is something else entirely. Even a monster has a life outside the gate. Back in the quiet of a kitchen, the tension is of a different sort. A woman looks at him, wondering if this casual normalcy is even appropriate anymore. Her patience snaps. She shouts at him, pointing a finger as she threatens to send him back to their parents if he continues to act so detached from reality. The feared dungeon crawler is reduced to an embarrassed youth. He blushes, scratching his neck as he tries to navigate the one battlefield where his skills are useless, his sister's wrath. He quietly chews his food, his gaze drifting. While they sit in this small bubble of peace, he knows the world outside is rapidly descending into total chaos. The memory fades as he refocuses on the present. In the dark of the dungeon, his eyes sharpen with a predatory light. He isn't here for the company. He holds a core in his palm, its faint glow reflecting the cold determination in his eyes. Every resource is a step toward the power he craves. With a final, icy command, he tells the group to move aside. He has no intention of lingering with those who only slow him down. Hunters are baffled. They ask if he's really going to leave all the magic crystals behind on the corpses. To them, it's a fortune. To him, it's a waste of time. As he walks into the darkness, the group is left in his wake, greedily calculating the profit they'll reap from the monsters he slaughtered. The hunter's resolve is a physical weight. He doesn't have time to think about money or fame. His internal drive is singular. He must become stronger. One hunter looks back, a sense of unease washing over him. There was something about the boy's eyes that didn't belong to a human. Torch flares, casting long, dancing shadows against the cave walls. The deeper they go, the more the atmosphere feels like a tomb. The group tries to lighten the mood by talking about the massive heyday they're about to have. In their world, money is the only thing that justifies the risk. Back at the table, the man continues to eat, his mind miles away. The silence between him and his sister is heavy with the things he can't explain. The hunters walk on, dismissing him as just another eccentric high-ranker. They tell themselves there are all kinds of people in this business, but they're just trying to hide their fear. Hunter suddenly stops, a realization hitting him. He wonders if that man is the one from the rumors, the one who clears gates alone. The others laugh it off. Clearing a dungeon solo is a feat reserved for the elite of the elite, not some random kid they met in the tunnels. He mentions the names of legendary hunters who might be capable of such a thing just as a light begins to emanate from their system windows. Laughter dies instantly. They stare at their screens in shock as the dungeon status updates. The impossible has happened. The path ahead is a charnel house. Dead monsters are strewn across the floor, their reinforced shells crushed by a force they couldn't even perceive. At the center of it all, the hunter sits calmly atop the corpse of the boss. Behind him, the exit portal swirls with energy. He's finished the raid while they were still talking. A new skill book manifests before him. When activated, it hardens his skin to the density of the monsters he just slew. He considers the cost. His mana is already pushed to the limit by his current skills, but in this world, stagnation is death. Back at the table, he takes one last bite. The mundane life he shares with his family is a fragile thing, and he will do whatever it takes to protect it. He sets his chopsticks down with a definitive click. The meal is over, and so is his moment of rest. His mind wanders to his equipment, a longsword imbued with a sinister aura and a special ability. It is a blade that thirsts for blood as much as he does. He reflects on the past, on the moments where he almost lost everything. No matter how urgent the situation, he can never let his guard down again. A flash of regret crosses his face. If only he hadn't lost his composure back then, things might have been different. But dwelling on it doesn't win battles. He closes his eyes, pushing the ghosts of the past back into the shadows. Regret is a luxury he can't afford. Now, there is only the mission. The screen flares with his singular, driving purpose, getting stronger by any means necessary. It isn't just a goal, it's his conviction. Light erupts as he activates the skill book. The power flows through his veins, hardening his resolve as much as his skin. I will master this skill, he declares. As the light from the skill book fades, the real world demands attention. Outside, a massive dungeon gate looms over the city streets, its dark maw a silent threat to the civilization surrounding it. Manager addresses a group of gathered hunters, mentioning rumors of a mysterious man clearing high-rank dungeons entirely on his own. According to his intel, that man was seen entering this very gate today. Suddenly, the manager freezes, his eyes locking onto the gate. Ah, he whispers, pointing a finger toward the entrance. There he is. Far from the chaos, a hand sets down a pair of chopsticks with practiced calm. A voice suggests that since they've already come this far, they might as well enjoy a proper meal. Inside a quiet apartment, the sound of footsteps echoes against the floor. A shadow moves toward the window, the tension of the outside world beginning to bleed into this domestic sanctuary. Back at the gate, the darkness ripples. A lone hunter emerges from the dungeon's depths, his silhouette framed by the ominous glow of the portal as onlookers watch in stunned silence. The hunter lets out a heavy, ragged breath. His tactical gear is battered and stained with the blood of monsters, the physical toll of a solo clear etched into every line of his posture. His eyes, sharp and weary, scan the perimeter. The adrenaline is still pumping, his senses dialed to the maximum as he transitions from the lethality of the dungeon back to reality. The silence is shattered by a barrage of camera flashes. The hunter winces, shielding his eyes from the sudden, aggressive glare of the media frenzy waiting for him. Reporters swarm like vultures, shouting over one another. They demand to know if he's the rumored solo hunter and beg him to join their respective guilds, thrusting microphones and cameras into his personal space. Hunter's patience evaporates instantly. With a cold, dismissive tone, he tells the crowd that he doesn't care about the rumors, he simply isn't interested in anything they have to say. He begins to push through the throng of people, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous growl. Get out of the way, he commands. You're blocking my path. One reporter, indignant at being brushed aside, shouts back, asking if the hunter just hit him. The air around the man begins to chill as his irritation turns into something much darker. The hunter spins around, his face contorted with a terrifying, murderous intent that sends a shockwave of fear through the crowd. And what if I did hit you? He snarls, his aura flaring with lethal pressure. The reporter stammers, his bravado instantly crushed by the sheer weight of the hunter's gaze. He realizes too late that he's provoked a man who just walked out of hell alone. The scene shifts back to the apartment where the conversation continues. The weight of the world seems to hang in the air, a premonition of the chaos that is about to unfold. A woman with pink hair watches him with a mixture of concern and resignation. She asks the pivotal question, is he really prepared to jump headfirst into that brewing chaos? The hunter's expression remains grim, the dirt and grime on his face a testament to his recent struggle. He offers no easy answers, his mind already calculating the next move. Ignoring the cameras, he walks away from the dungeon site. His stride is heavy but purposeful, leaving the spectacle behind as he seeks a moment of peace. The crowd whispers in his wake. They speculate about his past, wondering if he's a criminal or a gangster, their fear and curiosity fueling a new wave of urban legends about that solo hunter. He reaches a public parking garage, the sterile concrete environment a welcome relief from the suffocating crowd at the dungeon gate. With a mechanical click, his car remote unlocks the vehicle. The small sound echoes in the quiet space, a signal that his work for the day is finally over. He mutters under his breath about how annoying the media is, frustrated that they've wasted his time. He approaches his luxury car, ready to disappear. A calm voice cuts through the silence of the parking lot, stopping him in his tracks just as he reaches his car door. The hunter turns, his guard immediately back up. His eyes narrow as he assesses the man in the suit who managed to follow him all the way here. He doesn't waste time with pleasantries. "Who are you?" he asks, his voice laced with the same cold edge he used on the reporters earlier. The man in the suit approaches with a polite smile, raising his hand slightly to show he isn't a threat. He tells the hunter not to be so wary, explaining that he's only here to help. He reaches into his jacket and produces a professional-looking business card, extending it toward the hunter with a respectful bow. The scene flashes back to the apartment, the question of chaos still lingering. It seems the hunter's path was always destined to cross with these powerful organizations. He looks out the window at the city skyline, the lights of the buildings reflecting in his eyes. The quiet of the room is a stark contrast to the storm brewing in his life. Back in the parking lot, the hunter takes the card. He stares at it in silence, his expression unreadable as he processes the information on the front. The card identifies the man as a member of the Ability Users Alliance. The hunter reads the name and wonders what such a group wants with him. The man explains that they have been watching him for some time. He promises that if the hunter joins them, the Alliance will provide all the support and resources he could ever need. He adds that he isn't looking for an immediate answer. He encourages the hunter to take his time and reach out whenever he feels ready to discuss the offer further. With a final, polite bow, the man bids him farewell, his professional demeanor never wavering as he prepares to depart. The hunter watches the man walk away, the business card still gripped between his fingers. The silence returns to the garage, but the weight of the offer remains. The Ability Users Alliance is unlike the typical guilds that operate as interest groups. It was established with a different goal: to advocate for the rights and protection of individual ability users. Later, sitting alone in a convenience store, the hunter eats a simple bowl of ramen while staring at the card. He muses that he's never seen a scouting effort quite like this one. He looks out the window once more, the reflection of the city lights dancing on the glass. The choice is his to make, but in this world of monsters and guilds, neutrality is a luxury he may no longer be able to afford. The world outside is descending into madness. In every shop, desperation turns to violence as people scream, "Hey, that's mine," and "Excuse me, I grabbed it first," over dwindling supplies. Amidst the chaos, Kang Hyun sits in a quiet corner, slurping down instant noodles. He reflects on a previous offer, thinking, well, he said I'm free to contact them whenever I feel like it. His presence is enough to terrify the locals. A young girl points a trembling finger, whispering, "Mom, a monster," while her mother desperately tries to hush her. Finishing the last of his meal, he lets out a weary sigh. Phew, the simple act of eating is the only normalcy he has left in this broken world. The biggest problem right now is magic. Kang Hyun realizes that almost all of his mana is being drained by Wayne's secret technique and constant body regeneration, leaving him with no mana to spare. It's frustrating. He can't fully utilize the Antria outer shell he just obtained, and even his basic attack skills are currently out of reach due to the mana shortage. He needs a solution, and he needs it fast. His thumb hovers over his phone screen as he searches for a way to bridge the gap. Items. I still need to get some items. With a determined tap, he enters the digital marketplace. The auction button glows under his touch, his last hope for finding a mana-boosting accessory. He scrolls through the listings with a critical eye, but the results are disappointing. I don't see anything useful. The system rules are clear. The effect applies to up to 4 accessory items, regardless of type. He needs to optimize his loadout to maximize his limited stats. He weighs his options carefully. I'd rather buy something cheap that raises 1 stat or 2, he muses, but I'd really like to get something better than what I already have. Outside, the social fabric continues to tear. People fight like animals over boxes of supplies, the sounds of "that's mine" echoing through the ransacked streets. Religious zealots take to the pavement, waving signs and screaming for people to repent. They claim the time of judgment has come, fueled by the dungeon outbreaks. Kang Hyun looks up, his eyes widening in surprise. The sheer scale of the public unrest is starting to interfere with his plans. He checks the hunter forums, finding threads filled with despair. "I'm going to quit hunting," one reads, while others desperately ask how to find skill books or specific dungeon drops. The next day, Kang Hyun heads out of the city. His destination is the Goblin Village in Hanam City, an E-rank dungeon known for its specific loot. The intel is solid. Defeating the shamans there has a high probability of dropping a ring that increases magic stats. Sometimes, if luck is on his side, it even drops a 4-stat ring. The ultimate prize is the Goblin Grand Shaman boss. If he can take him down, the performance of the dropped ring will be significantly better. This was once a hidden gem for solo farmers. However, the situation has changed. Recently, groups have been occupying the land without permission, claiming the dungeon as their own and blocking all other hunters. The online comments are vitriolic. "They are that big guild lol," one user writes, complaining about how they control the gold and even kill people openly for money inside the dungeons. Kang Hyun stares at the screen, his expression darkening. He knew the world was getting worse, but this level of lawlessness is a direct threat to his progression. He arrives at the entrance, finding it heavily boarded up with spiked wooden planks. Is there no one here, he wonders. I thought there would be guys guarding the entrance. With a sharp creak, he pushes the gate open. Well, it doesn't matter. If they won't stand in his way at the door, he'll find them inside. Inside the dungeon, the looting is even more rampant. Thugs smash everything in sight, laughing as they shout, ha ha ha. Destroy everything. Ignoring the peripheral noise, Kang Hyun walks toward the dark heart of the dungeon. His footsteps echo with a cold, rhythmic finality. He steps through the glowing portal, the mana swirling around him as he transitions into the goblins' territory. The hunt for the magic ring begins now. Suddenly, he stops. His senses tingle as he spots movement ahead. What? Someone is still coming in, he thinks, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. Waiting for him is a trio of hunters, lounging casually in a clearing. They don't look like they're here to clear the dungeon, they look like they're here to gatekeep it. The leader, a man with a cigarette dangling from his lips, eyes Kang Hyun's gear. Oh, what is this? Aren't you wearing some nice armor? Is it worth a bit of money? Another thug leans back against a tree, a greedy smirk on his face. Hey, aren't we getting a hefty bonus today? A woman in the group chuckles, her eyes cold. Did I mention it? I had a pig dream today. Somehow it felt good. In their world, a pig dream means wealth is coming. One of them steps forward, blocking Kang Hyun's path. Hey, didn't you hear the rumor? This place belongs to our Bay Guild. Kang Hyun doesn't flinch. He looks the man straight in the eye and asks a single, deadpan question. So? Female thug's smile turns predatory. If you enter someone else's land without permission, you will have to pay the price. If you hand over everything you have, I'll spare you. They think they've found an easy target, just another victim to add to their pile of looted goods, oblivious to the threat before them. For a moment, Kang Hyun's mind drifts back to a quieter time on a balcony, a memory of a world that wasn't defined by blood and greed. But the present snaps back with a violent blur. A sudden, high-velocity impact streaks through the air, catching the thugs completely off guard. Before they can even react, a shockwave of power erupts. The arrogance on their faces is replaced by pure, unadulterated shock as they are sent flying. One thug hits the ground hard, foaming at the mouth and twitching in agony. Ugh. The Bay Guild just realized they picked a fight with the wrong person. Kang Hyun stands over them, his silhouette framed by the glowing portal. His fist is clenched, and his eyes burn with a cold, murderous intent. The time for talk is over. Girl shrieks in terror. What is this, you bastard? She screams, as her comrade desperately activates a glowing shield, realizing they are no longer the ones doing the hunting. Ignoring the warning, a hunter lunges forward with a blade. He aims for a lethal blow, but the man remains unmoving, like a predator waiting for the right moment. The blade connects, but there is no sound of tearing flesh. He catches the cold steel with his bare hand, the impact creating a spark that leaves the attacker frozen in shock. His grip is like a vice. The hunter's weapon is useless against the raw, reinforced durability of a man who has transcended human limits. With a grunt, he delivers a punishing blow. The force of the counterattack is immense, shattering the enemy's momentum and sending a clear message: the hunt has been reversed. As the hunter falls, he stands over his enemies. I like guys like you, he says, his voice devoid of emotion. Do you know why? In a quiet moment before this chaos, life was different. He stood on a balcony with his younger sister, the weight of the mundane world still on their shoulders. He rubs the back of his neck, looking embarrassed. And no, it's just, he stammers, struggling to explain the strange changes beginning to take root within him. His sister isn't having it. She throws her hands up, her voice sharp with concern. I can't really rely on our parents at this age. But you think your younger sister is okay with this? She shouts. The reality of their situation sinks in. I guess we can't go to work, he asks, his gaze drifting toward the horizon. His sister can only stare back in uncertainty. Back in the present, the mercy is gone. He stomps down on his fallen foe with crushing force. I could beat you bastards and I wouldn't feel guilty about it, he declares. Suddenly, a blinding blue light erupts. Magic explosion, an enemy shouts, unleashing a high-tier skill aimed directly at his back. The explosion rocks the clearing. It's a direct hit, a strike that should have vaporized any normal hunter instantly. But as the smoke clears, he merely turns his head. His expression is cold, his eyes narrowing as he gauges the magic used against him. He reaches out, his hand cutting through the lingering magical residue. There is a terrifying calm in his movement, the kind that precedes a slaughter. The girl trembles, her bravado completely shattered. You, stop it, you crazy bastard, she yells, her voice cracking as she realizes the explosion left him unscathed. He walks toward her, his footsteps heavy. Hey, thank you, he says with chilling politeness. I'm learning something new, thanks to you. He lunges forward and seizes her wrist in an iron grip. The girl gasps, her weapon falling uselessly as she realizes she is completely at his mercy. Leaning in, a dark, predatory smile plays on his lips. In return, I will also tell you something good, he whispers. His eyes glow with an intense light as he channels his power. This one should have more power, right? He asks, the air distorting around his hand. The scene shifts back to the quiet apartment. I guess we can't go to work, he repeats, the mundane question now feeling like a lifetime ago. His sister explains the gravity of their situation. You didn't look at your status window properly, did you? She asks, urging him to check the time remaining for his temporary awakening. Blood-curdling scream rips through the jungle. The sound of absolute agony echoes, marking the end of another foolish challenger. The girl collapses to the ground, clutching her mangled hand. Ugh, and my hand, she whimpers, the reality of her defeat finally setting in. He casually shakes the blood from his hand, looking bored. What a minor inconvenience, he mutters, dismissing her suffering. He looks up as a new group emerges from the shadows. So, who are you guys? He asks, his gaze scanning the reinforcements. The newcomers are grim-faced. They look at their fallen comrade and then at him, their eyes burning with fear and murderous intent. The lead hunter steps forward, his voice trembling with rage. You, how dare you do this to our guild, he bellows. He draws a sword crackling with electrical energy. Forget about coming back alive, he threatens, preparing for a final stand. Standing over the broken girl, he looks at the new threats with a dismissive, ah, is that so? This is a world where the weak are trampled and only those who can rise from the ashes of death can hope to survive. Memories of his past life continue to flicker, the balcony, his sister, the normalcy. It all feels like a dream compared to this blood-soaked reality. The tutorial didn't just change his skills, it completely changed his life, stripping away the man he was and forging something far more dangerous. In the dungeon, superiority is determined solely by strength. There are no laws, no mercy, and no second chances. Violence is the only universal language. Whether against monsters or humans, the only thing that matters is who is left standing. Until recently, he was nothing more than a cog in society. Now, he is the one turning the gears of fate. The leader stands before his private army, his ego swelling as he boasts about his new executive status. To him, this power is like adding wings to a tiger, making him an unstoppable force within the guild. With a crackling blade in hand, the leader declares that inside this dungeon, he is God. He sneers at his prey, telling them to abandon any hope of returning home alive. The challenger isn't interested in speeches. He moves like a blur, putting his entire weight into a devastating punch that shatters the arrogance of his opponent. The impact is absolute. One of the thugs hits the dirt, his face a mess of bruises as the reality of the overwhelming strength sets in. A system window flickers into existence, displaying a chilling countdown. Time is the only luxury they don't have as the connection between worlds approaches. Standing amidst the fallen, the man gazes at the swirling portal. The scale of the chaos is starting to sink in, and he wonders just how deep this rabbit hole goes. The man winces, pulling a blade from his side. Even with his heightened senses, he couldn't dodge every strike in the fray. It's a reminder that he's still mortal, for now. He inspects the blood-stained knife. The metal is cold, but his resolve is colder. These criminals made the mistake of thinking he was an easy target. With the knife held high, he barks an order to the survivors. He gives them a few seconds to crawl over and gather before him if they want to live. A predatory grin spreads across his face as he tastes the iron on the blade. He announces that the audition for his personal guide is officially open. Jungle air thickens with tension. The first exclusive guide selection is about to begin, and the stakes are life or death. He claps his hands, the sound echoing like a gunshot. He has a terrified captive in his grip, using him as an example for the others kneeling in the dirt. The remaining thugs can only stare in silence. They are broken, bloodied, and completely at the mercy of a man who looks more like a monster than the ones they hunt. The system prompt returns, a constant reminder of the ticking clock. Time moves fast in the world of hunters, and the deadline is approaching. Looking out over the city, the chaos is visible even from a distance. He advises staying indoors. The world is changing, and the streets are no longer safe for the weak. Back in the thick of it, the man leans in close to a trembling thug. The man desperately pleads for his life, agreeing to whatever terms are set. The thug looks up, his eyes filled with tears and terror. He asks the question everyone is thinking: what happens to them now that their leader has fallen? The man pauses, tapping his chin with the hilt of his knife. He's weighing their worth, considering if these pieces of trash have any utility left. Thugs beg for a second chance, promising to turn over a new leaf and live honest lives. It's a pathetic display of cowardice that only irritates the man. The man's answer is a brutal punch to the jaw. He doesn't buy their sudden reformation for a second. To him, a murderer's word is worth less than the dirt they're kneeling on. Another strike sends teeth flying. He mocks their lies, his voice dripping with contempt. He knows exactly what kind of scum he's dealing with. He looms over them, calling out their obvious deception. These men aren't victims, they are predators who simply met a bigger shark. The captive watches in horror, letting out a small squeak of fear. The man ignores him, focused entirely on the rotten scumbags at his feet. A bloody hand twitches on the ground, a silent testament to the one-sided slaughter that just took place. The jungle has claimed its toll. The man grabs his captive, signaling it's time to move. The others are left to rot as he drags his new guide deeper into the unknown. The view shifts back to the city. The unrest is growing, and the window for preparation feels smaller with every passing second. A woman watches from the shadows, her expression a mix of confusion and intrigue. She can't help but notice that the person she once knew is starting to make a terrifying amount of sense. Darkness falls over the data, as if the system itself is hiding the true nature of the coming calamity. The sun sets over a vast, hidden landscape. Dungeons aren't just rooms, some are entire worlds, larger than cities, waiting to swallow the unwary. The man hauls a massive blade over his shoulder, complaining about the sheer size of the place. He suspects his guide might be leading them in circles. Growing bored with the silence, he demands they head straight for the monsters. He didn't come here for a hike, he came to grow stronger. Guide is incredulous. It's getting dark and looking for monsters in the night is suicide. But the man's logic is different from a normal human's. The sky turns a deep purple. The man finally relents, deciding that a meal is more important than a midnight hunt for now. A fire crackles to life, casting long shadows against the jungle trees. It's a brief moment of peace in a world that's quickly falling apart. As the guide prepares the food, he can't help but wonder why the man carries so many swords. The man is a walking armory, prepared for every possible scenario. The smell of ramen fills the air. Even in the middle of a deadly dungeon, a hot meal in a mess tin feels like the ultimate luxury. The woman continues to observe, her thoughts racing. The man is no longer the person she needs to protect, he's becoming the one the entire world might depend on. Kang Hyun tends to a pot over the crackling fire, his expression unreadable. Beside him, Song-woo watches the flames, asking if he still eats like this after all this time. Kang Hyun barely reacts, noting that the heat is passable for a quick meal. They settle in for the night amidst the dark silhouettes of the jungle. Here, enjoy your meal, Kang Hyun says, handing over a portion. Song-woo takes it with a quiet thanks, his mind racing with the realization that he's finally made it to this point. The only sound in the clearing is the rhythmic slurping of noodles as Song-woo eats with a desperate hunger, the steam rising into the cool night air. Kang Hyun watches him in silence, the orange glow of the fire casting long, dancing shadows behind them. The atmosphere is heavy with unspoken tension. Breaking the silence, Kang Hyun looks up from his own meal. Song-woo, how old are you again? He asks, his voice cutting through the quiet of the forest. I'm 25, Hyung, Song-woo replies. Kang Hyun continues his questioning, wondering if he was a college student before he decided to become an expert in this dangerous field. Song-woo's gaze drops to the ground, a shadow of regret crossing his face. Kang Hyun presses on, asking why he isn't attending school like everyone else and what led him to a place like this. Staring into his bowl, Song-woo admits the harsh reality. He needed money. Student loans were piling up, and with the constant grind of part-time jobs, keeping a scholarship was out of the question. The story gets darker as he explains that his father's business failed, causing their family's financial situation to spiral out of control. He describes his mother's devastation, her world shattered by the shock of their ruin. Before he can finish, Kang Hyun interrupts him with a cold, sharp hey. The sudden shift in tone makes Song-woo flinch, the tragic atmosphere evaporating instantly. Where are you selling your sob story? Do you want to die? Kang Hyun's eyes are icy. Song-woo panics, shouting back that he was only sharing because he was asked in the first place. Kang Hyun shuts him down, telling him to stop the nonsense and finish his ramen. They need to be ready for what's coming. Song-woo can only offer a defeated yes, as he goes back to his food. Hours later, the camp is silent. The fire has burned out, leaving only empty pots resting on the grass as the cold moonlight filters through the canopy. From above, the camp looks peaceful. Kang Hyun and Song-woo are both wrapped in their sleeping bags, seemingly lost in a deep, dreamless sleep in the heart of the dungeon. But Song-woo's eyes are wide open. He lies perfectly still, his breath shallow as he stares into the darkness, his mind working through a dangerous plan. He slowly sits up, the fabric of his sleeping bag rustling softly. He looks over at the motionless form of Kang Hyun, his expression hardening with a dark resolve. Now is the opportunity, he thinks. The silence of the night feels like a heavy weight pressing down on him as he prepares to make his move. He looms over the sleeping protagonist, his shadow stretching across the ground. If I kill this person now, the thought echoes in his mind, fueled by desperation. A close-up reveals the sheer terror in Song-woo's eye. Beads of sweat roll down his face as he hesitates, the weight of the potential murder paralyzing him. A horrific memory flashes before him. Kang Hyun in the heat of battle, a blood-splattered monster with a terrifying, wide-eyed grin as he pummels an enemy into the dirt. Song-woo shakes the image away, his resolve completely shattered. He realizes that no matter how he tries, he can't bring himself to kill Kang Hyun. He decides to just run away instead. Kang Hyun remains perfectly still, his eyes closed. He appears to be completely unaware of the betrayal that was just unfolding inches from his face. Song-woo begins to creep away, moving like a ghost through the thick foliage. Every step is calculated to be silent, his heart pounding in his ears as he nears the edge of the camp. Suddenly, a single name rings out through the darkness, Song-woo. The voice is calm but carries an undeniable authority that stops him dead in his tracks. Song-woo turns around slowly, his face pale and sweating. He tries to play it off, stammering that he was just going to run some errands, but his nervous smile betrays his guilt. Kang Hyun doesn't move from his spot. To run some errands. Song-woo repeats weakly, but the protagonist's silence is more terrifying than any shout. Come here, Kang Hyun commands. The simple request feels like an ultimatum. Song-woo can only whisper a submissive yes as he slowly walks back toward the camp. The camera pans up to the vast, star-filled sky. Kang Hyun's voice is cold and final. You'll be dead if you run. It's not a threat but a statement of fact in this lethal environment. He reiterates his warning, making sure Songwoo understands the gravity of the situation. "I'm not just saying this, I'm serious. You'll actually be dead." Morning breaks and the two stand overlooking a dense valley of palm trees. Songwoo points toward a distant structure, identifying it as the goblin settlement where the main core is hidden. Kang Hyun shields his eyes from the morning sun. "Oh, indeed," he says, his senses sharpening. "I can feel a tremendous amount of magic power gathered there." A close-up of Kang Hyun's eyes shows his intense focus. He is no longer the tired man by the fire. He is a predator scenting his prey, his dark hair falling over his sharp gaze. Suddenly, a system notification pings in his vision. A translucent pink interface appears, flickering with data as it analyzes the surrounding magical signatures. Songwoo looks at him in disbelief. "You can feel it?" he asks, shocked that Kang Hyun can detect magic from such a distance. Kang Hyun simply asks if he can't feel it himself. Songwoo lets out a forced, nervous laugh. "What a load of crap. Haha," he says, trying to hide his growing unease behind a mask of skepticism. A tight close-up on Songwoo's eyes reveals a flicker of malice. Hold on. Being ignored stops here, he thinks, his true intentions bubbling just beneath the surface. As they continue their march, Songwoo watches Kang Hyun's back with a predatory grin. He is convinced that the man walking ahead of him is going to be dead very soon. Songwoo's mind races with malicious intent as he observes the surroundings. He realizes that since no patrols have been encountered, the enemy forces must be concentrated deep within the settlement, making his plan to abandon Kang Hyun even more effective. In the shadows of the dense forest, a lone goblin senses a disturbance. Its eyes widen in shock as it catches a glimpse of the intruders, letting out a low, guttural growl to alert its kin. Kang Hyun remains unfazed. A terrifying grin spreads across his face as he unsheathes his blade, which crackles with purple energy. He is confident that slaughtering goblins is his absolute specialty. Without a second of hesitation, Kang Hyun charges headfirst into the heart of the settlement. He shouts a challenge to the massive horde of monsters, eager to see just how much blood he can spill. His eyes begin to glow with a murderous red light as the adrenaline takes over. He roars a battle cry, diving into the sea of green skin with pure aggression. Suddenly, the world blurs as a system interface flickers before his eyes. The jarring transition between the heat of battle and his inner consciousness pulls him back into a recurring memory. He remembers the voice of his sister, who is berating him in frustration. She calls him irresponsible and asks how he can possibly rely on his younger sister when he should be the one taking care of the family. A cold, ancient voice echoes through the void, speaking of immortals who have transcended the cycle of life and death and for whom dominating entire dimensions was a trivial task. To these beings, the world known as Earth was nothing more than a prize waiting to be claimed. It was never a question of if, but only a matter of when the planet would fall to them. Back in the memory, his sister's nagging continues as she demands that he find a part-time job for the new year. Kang Hyun dismisses her with a tired sigh, feeling overwhelmed by the pressure. The memory shifts back to the present as a backpack is hurled through the air. It is a blatant sign of betrayal as the situation in the dungeon takes a sharp turn for the worse. Kang Hyun catches the bag mid-stride, his reflexes sharp even as confusion sets in. He looks back, realizing the man he was supposed to be working with has abandoned him. A sound of bewilderment escapes his lips. He stares at the retreating figure of his supposed ally, unable to believe the blatant cowardice unfolding before him. Songwoo sprints away, gesturing mockingly as he laughs. He hurls insults at Kang Hyun and expresses his hope that they never meet again as he leaves the boy to die. Kang Hyun stands alone, watching the dust settle as Songwoo vanishes into the foliage. He is surrounded by enemies, abandoned by the one person who was supposed to have his back. Instead of fear, a dark, twisted smile stretches across Kang Hyun's face. His eyes widen with a manic glee that would make even a monster tremble. He is the predator in this situation, not the victim. Deep in the woods, Songwoo stops to catch his breath, leaning against a tree. He is panting heavily, the adrenaline of his escape still coursing through his veins as he listens for any sign of pursuit. He shudders, recalling the look in Kang Hyun's eyes. He is convinced there is simply no way for anyone to survive the overwhelming numbers of the goblin village. The scene shifts back to Kang Hyun, who recovers from a momentary lapse in consciousness. He rubs his head and mutters to himself as he reorients to the brutal reality of the dungeon. Songwoo, still hiding, begins to sweat as he monitors his system screens. Something is wrong. The data he is seeing does not match the expected outcome of a simple slaughter. His eyes dart nervously between the glowing panels. The realization that he might have underestimated the man he just abandoned begins to sink in, and the fear returns tenfold. The dungeon, known as the Goblin Village, is revealed from above. It is a unique zone where every single monster is concentrated around the main core, making it a literal death trap. Songwoo stands before the swirling energy of the dungeon gate, his heart hammering against his ribs. He is looking for an exit or a way to ensure his betrayal remains a secret. A narrator's voice poses a question: how can anyone win against such overwhelming power? As Kang Hyun charges the massive group, the odds seem impossible for any normal hunter. But Kang Hyun is far from normal. He smashes through the front lines with a devastating punch, the impact sending blood and teeth flying as the goblins scream in agony. In another flicker of memory, Kang Hyun finds himself on the ground again. The cycle of violence and awakening continues to blur the lines of his sanity. System prompt appears, offering a basic tutorial. Kang Hyun skips the explanations and commands the system to show his status window immediately. Back in the fray, he is covered in blood, but the smile never leaves his face. He looks like a demon possessed, thriving in the chaos and finding a sick joy in the slaughter. His blade is a blur, carving through the goblin ranks with surgical precision. Each swing is a death sentence, and the monsters realize too late that they are being hunted. Battlefield falls silent as Kang Hyun stands over a mountain of corpses. Despite the arrows protruding from his back and his various wounds, he remains upright, a lone conqueror. He glows with a fierce aura, his resolve unshakable. Even against a never-ending tide of enemies, his unwavering decisiveness ensures that he will be the last one standing. The pressure is suffocating, but his mind remains sharp as he stares down the monstrous shaman. He knows that if he can just endure the relentless barrage of attacks and find the shortest path to the commander, the tide of this battle will turn in his favor. The massive beast looms over him, its eyes glowing with primitive malice. He isn't just looking for a fight, he's looking for a certain victory, calculating every move before the first strike even lands. Outside the fray, an observer watches the chaos with bated breath, realizing the sheer insanity of the plan. This is a high-stakes gamble where a single moment of hesitation won't just lead to failure, it will lead to a brutal death. He had initially dismissed the boy as just another ignorant fighter, but the raw intensity radiating from the portal changes everything. He begins to sweat, questioning the true identity of the person they are actually dealing with. Inside, the reality of the struggle is gruesome. The young man is a mess of blood and jagged thorns, his body pushed past its limits as he forces his way through the enemy's defenses. Suddenly, a system interface flickers into existence, offering a tutorial for the basic interface. He doesn't have time for handholding. He demands the system skip the fluff and show him his status window immediately. The screen chimes as it updates. His stats are displayed, but it's a unique ability that catches the eye. This is the power that makes him truly dangerous. Despite the arrows protruding from his back and the blood matting his hair, a dark, confident smirk spreads across his face. He knew his instincts were right. With a burst of adrenaline, he lunges forward, shouting that in a world of magic and monsters, pure muscle strength is still the ultimate equalizer. He delivers a crushing blow directly into the monster's open maw, a blinding light erupting as its life force is snuffed out in an instant. The system rewards his brutality. He loots a magic crystal and a rare ring, items that will significantly boost his growing power. Wiping the blood from his face, he admires his new gear. He's achieved his goal for today, and the satisfaction of the hunt is written all over his face. As he prepares to leave the dungeon, his thoughts turn toward a former acquaintance. A cold resolve settles in his chest. It might be time to pay his old friend a visit and end things permanently. He steps through the portal, leaving the carnage behind. But as the light fades, he realizes the world outside isn't as quiet as he expected. A massive crowd of hunters is waiting for him, blocking his path. He sighs, unimpressed by the ambush, and asks them what they are doing with a bored tone. He looks at the sheer number of men they've deployed. It seems they brought an entire army just because they couldn't handle one man on their own. His eyes narrow, scanning the group for their leader. He isn't intimidated, he's just trying to decide where to start the fight. He pulls up his status window one more time, checking his magic power. It's sitting at a strange number for a low-level hunter. He wonders to himself if this is actually good. Without anything to compare it to, he can't judge if he's truly overpowered or just getting started. Crowd shifts as a few recognizable faces appear. He notes that the person who betrayed him has also decided to show his face among the thugs. He cracks his neck and shoulders, a predatory grin forming. He's ready to take on the group and test his new stats. His gaze is cold enough to freeze the air. He is no longer the victim they once knew. He is the apex predator of this dungeon. A subtle smile plays on his lips. He's almost hoping they try something stupid so he can see just how much damage he can really do. A man in a sharp suit steps forward, hands raised in a mock gesture of peace. He claims they aren't here for a fight but for a simple talk. The man introduces himself as a guild master. He offers a shallow apology for his members' rude behavior. The young man stares him down, unimpressed by the suit or the title. He asks defiantly what will happen if he chooses not to talk. He tells the guild master to stop beating around the bush and get to the point. The fake politeness is starting to annoy him more than the ambush did. The guild master clenches his fist, his smile faltering for a split second. He decides to be straightforward, sensing that the young man isn't someone who can be easily manipulated. He extends an invitation for the young man to join the guild, promising him honor, support, and even a prestigious position on the executive board. The young man looks back at his status screen. He's still trying to wrap his head around his own potential. Is he really that valuable to a guild like this? He scratches his head, genuinely curious about his magic power stat. Will he be able to cast spells later, or is this just a passive boost? The guild master watches him, his eyes filled with greed. He is convinced that recruiting this undiscovered powerhouse is the key to making his guild the largest in the world. The young man looks at the guild master with a mixture of boredom and contempt. The offer means nothing to him. The answer is simple and final: I don't want to. The guild master laughs it off, claiming he knew the offer wouldn't be accepted so easily. The guild master pulls out a business card and hands it over, telling the young man to think about the offer carefully. He clearly thinks he still has a chance. Young man takes the card, staring at it for a moment. The gold lettering glints in the light, representing a life of luxury he has no interest in. His fingers grip the edges of the card. He isn't considering the offer, he's just enjoying the moment of disrespect he's about to show. With a slow, deliberate motion, he rips the business card in half. The sound of tearing paper echoes in the sudden silence of the clearing. He tosses the pieces aside, looking the guild master dead in the eye. With a menacing grin, he remarks that while he might be a terrible person, he doesn't act like a third-rate thug. Kang Hyun leans in, his face a mask of blood and madness. With a terrifying grin that would make a demon flinch, he asks if they should finally stop playing games and fight for real. As he pulls away, Kang Hyun's mind is already racing. He glances at his status, wondering if his rising magic power stat will eventually grant him the ability to cast spells. He scratches his chin thoughtfully, his eyes fixed on the glowing interface. He isn't entirely sure of the potential yet, but the possibilities are starting to look endless. Choi Min-sik merely laughs, closing his eyes with a deceptive calmness. He claims that today was just meant for a friendly chat and suggests they meet again when the timing is better. Kang Hyun doesn't buy the act for a second. He spits out a curse, telling Choi Min-sik to get lost and wondering why these pests keep crawling back into his life. One of the subordinates watches Kang Hyun walk away, a bead of sweat rolling down his face. He can't help but feel a twisted sense of respect for the sheer audacity of this guy. Hunter stands frozen, his brow furrowed in confusion. The intensity Kang Hyun radiated was unlike anything he'd ever encountered in a low-ranked dungeon. Outside, the sun beats down on the Hyeonchung public parking area, a stark contrast to the dark tension brewing within the guild's territory. Behind the wheel of his car, Kang Hyun lets out a frustrated growl. The situation is spiraling, and his patience is thinner than a razor's edge. He floors the accelerator, his thoughts turning inward. He saw over 100 men back there. With his current magic power barely holding up, a direct confrontation would have been suicide. He clicks his tongue in annoyance. Because of that bastard Young Wihyun, he didn't even get the chance to properly settle the score with Kim Song-woo. Looking up at the clear sky, his resolve hardens. He knows he'll have another chance, and when he does, he's going to tear their entire organization down to the ground. Back at the clearing, a frantic subordinate points a finger, informing Choi Min-sik that Kim Song-woo had the nerve to claim he was the guide for that brat. Choi Min-sik remains silent, his hand moving to his chin. The gears are turning as he processes this new piece of betrayal within his own ranks. Suddenly, the screen flashes with a unique ability notification, Resurrection. Kang Hyun realizes that this isn't just a skill, it's an overpowered cheat that changes everything. Choi Min-sik looms over a kneeling, trembling man, his voice cold as ice. He demands to know if the rumors of his treachery are true. Without breaking eye contact, Choi Min-sik reaches out. A subordinate immediately steps forward, placing a cold, sharp blade into his master's hand. The traitor's face pales, sweat pouring down his skin as the realization of his fate sets in. He can feel the murderous intent radiating off the guild master. He falls to his knees, begging for mercy. He promises to do anything, to be a loyal dog, if only Choi Min-sik will spare his miserable life. Tears stream down his face as he clasps his hands in prayer, his voice cracking with desperation. But in this world, mercy is a luxury the weak cannot afford. A sickening sound echoes through the trees as blood sprays across the air. The plea for life is cut short by the cold bite of steel. The traitor's eyes go wide, the light fading as he looks up one last time. The betrayal he sowed has finally come back to claim its harvest. Choi Min-sik stands over the body, his sword driven deep through the man's chest. He looks down with nothing but pure, unadulterated disgust. He sneers, wondering how a pathetic traitor like this ever thought he deserved to keep living. To Choi Min-sik, this wasn't an execution, it was just taking out the trash. With a powerful kick, he sends the lifeless body tumbling backward. The blood-stained blade is pulled free, ready for the next person who dares to cross him. The corpse falls into the dark abyss of a hidden pit, a silent end for a man who chose the wrong side. The system screen blazes back into focus. Resurrection, the ultimate trump card. Kang Hyun grins, knowing he has just cheated death itself. The details are incredible. Even with a level decrease penalty, the fact that the tutorial waives the cost makes this the perfect time to go all out. Deep in the shadows of the guild's facility, the traitor's body finally hits the bottom, forgotten before the blood even dries. Heavy stone doors slam shut with a deafening thud, sealing away the evidence of Choi Min-sik's ruthless justice. Smoke clears as the guild master stands before his assembled hunters. The atmosphere is thick with fear and unwavering loyalty. A subordinate addresses him as Vice Guild Master, waiting for the next command. The hunt for Kang Hyun is no longer just business, it's personal. Choi Min-sik waves a hand dismissively, ordering them to dig up every scrap of personal information on their target. He wants to know every weakness Kang Hyun has. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun's eyes narrow as he glances at his rearview mirror. A white car is trailing him, keeping a steady distance. He's already being watched. The driver of the tailing car remains expressionless, his grip firm on the wheel. The shadows of the dungeon terror organization are closing in. Choi Min-sik's voice echoes in the darkness, laughing at the audacity of a mere boy rejecting his offer. He promises that Kang Hyun will regret his arrogance. Kang Hyun returns home to find Hyun resting. He tries to act natural, but the weight of the coming war is heavy on his shoulders. Choi Min-sik knows that if he can't tame a beast he must hold its leash. He looks at a photo of a man in a hospital bed, the perfect leverage. But Kang Hyun is too busy celebrating his new power. He dances in his mind, shouting that he was never meant to be just an extra in someone else's story. Final prompt appears, asking if he's ready for the second stage. Kang Hyun clenches his fist, his answer immediate and unwavering, of course. The weight of his choice hangs in the air, a silent vow to push beyond his limits. The young man sits in the quiet of his room, his mind calculating the mounting hospital bills. To celebrate a rare moment of peace, they head to a Korean barbecue restaurant, the neon sign promising a brief respite from the chaos of the dungeons. The sizzle of high-grade beef hitting the grill fills the senses, a luxury that feels foreign after days of combat and survival. His companion watches him with a curious gaze, noting how an unemployed graduate can suddenly afford such expensive meals. He flips the meat with practiced ease, reflecting on how eating well is one of the few things that truly lasts in such a volatile world. With a quick movement, the woman reaches for the tongs, insisting on taking over the grilling duties herself. The conversation turns serious as she asks about his mother's condition, hoping for any sign of recovery from the hospital. A system prompt flickers in his mind, asking if he's ready for the second stage. He clenches his fist with unwavering resolve. She snaps him back to reality, reminding him of his responsibilities and the need for a job as the upcoming holiday approaches. Entering his room, the weight of his secret life returns, the shadows of the dungeon never truly leaving him. He knows that the system offers a path to absolute power and he is determined to increase his strength no matter the cost. A genuine smile touches his face when she mentions an optimistic report from the doctor regarding his mother. She catches the rare expression, surprised to see him looking so light-hearted for once. She points out that he's been far too serious lately, always appearing as if he's carrying the world on his shoulders. He tries to play it off, but she knows better, remembering the terrifying, bloodthirsty look he wears in the heat of battle. Suddenly, a sharp pang of discomfort hits his stomach, a physical reminder of the toll his recent dungeon runs have taken. He abruptly stands up to head for the restroom, leaving her confused as the meat finishes cooking on the grill. He explains his discomfort with a bluntness that earns him a scolding from his companion. He ducks into the men's room, the sterile environment a sharp contrast to the grime of the battlefield. As he washes his hands, the cool water helps ground his racing thoughts. Exhaling a long breath, he feels as if he's just completed another grueling exploration. His resolve hardens. The system is his key, and he will use it to surpass every obstacle in his path. At this moment, he was enthusiastic, fueled by his new potential, unaware of the nightmare about to unfold. Something catches his attention, a shift in the atmosphere that sets his combat instincts on edge. A man in a sharp business suit approaches the table, his presence commanding and out of place in the casual restaurant. The woman looks up, confused by the sudden intrusion of the mysterious stranger. Without a word, the man bows deeply, a gesture of profound respect or perhaps a formal warning. The young man returns just in time to see the stranger walking away, his eyes narrowing as he processes the scene. He is visibly shaken, asking if he is being targeted or if he even knows who that man was. She hands him a plain white envelope, explaining that the man insisted on delivering the message directly to him. He takes the letter, wondering why someone would go to such lengths to deliver a message without a single word. As he opens it, a sudden realization strikes him, his pupils dilating in shock. The letter is a warning from a guild master, including a contact number that feels like both a lifeline and a trap. The enthusiastic hunter was about to learn that some things are far more dangerous than death itself. Blood-stained mace stands as a grim omen of the violence to come, the shadows lengthening over his future. The night sky offers no answers, only a cold, indifferent silence as the gears of fate begin to turn. Walking home under the city lights, he tries to maintain a sense of normalcy, deciding to stop by a convenience store to clear his head. As he reaches the door, a woman's voice breaks the silence, asking if he wants another can of beer to take the edge off. Kang Hyun shakes his head dismissively, telling her, not really, his mind clearly elsewhere. The door creaks as they step into the hallway. He decides he'll just head out to buy a bit more for himself later. He tells her to head inside while he makes the quick trip to the store, his expression hardening into a frown. High above, a lonely streetlight flickers against the dark sky, buzzing with the sound of nocturnal insects. The bell chimes as Kang Hyun exits the CS-24, a plastic bag in hand and his thoughts weighed down by heavy burdens. He walks down the empty street, the rhythmic sound of his footsteps echoing against the cold pavement. His inner monologue turns dark. He wonders if this is all part of that bastard scheme, boiling with resentment. How dare that bastard mess with his family? The thought of them being targeted makes his blood run cold. A vision of a blood-stained mace flashes through his mind, a grim reminder of the violence he's faced. The screech of an orc echoes in his memory, its yellow eyes wide with a mix of pain and primitive fury. He contemplates staying home and avoiding the dungeon for a while. But then, what about Hyun's work? Suddenly, a sharp vibration interrupts his thoughts. His phone is buzzing incessantly in his pocket. He pulls it out to see an incoming call. The screen simply reads, "Father." He answers with a quick hello, only to be met with an urgent question asking if he's home. His father delivers the news, "Your mom is awake." Kang Hyun's heart skips a beat as he gasps, "Really?" Desperate for details, he asks about her condition. Is she truly okay after everything she's been through? His father tells him they still need to wait and see, but the doctors believe she should be fine for now. A wave of immense relief washes over him. He closes his eyes, a small, genuine smile finally touching his lips. But then, his father mentions something else. A friend of his apparently came to visit earlier in the day. Kang Hyun's brow furrows in confusion. My friend, who? He knows he doesn't have many people who would visit. The memory of the orc's dying scream flashes again, a dark omen that refuses to leave his mind. A vision of a strike, fast and lethal, cuts through his thoughts as he tries to piece the mystery together. His father struggles with the name, eventually guessing it was someone named Young Ui Hyun. Stranger even asked to pass on his regards. Kang Hyun stops dead in his tracks, the air around him turning icy. His father asks if the guy is from the neighborhood, noting he hadn't seen him before. Kang Hyun doesn't answer. His grip on the phone tightens. The name Hyun rings in his ears, but it's not a friendly greeting. His face contorts into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. The threat is real, and it's closer than he ever imagined. The next day arrives at the Awakened Abilities Training School, the sun shining on a new chapter of tension. A student greets her friend Myung, noting that she seems to be running a bit late today. Myung laughs it off, admitting she overslept a little after a long weekend. They both turn as they hear a familiar voice calling out to them. It's Ms. Shin Sunga. Shin Sunga approaches, clad in her usual combat gear, and offers them some coffee to start their day. The girls are grateful, though they admit she doesn't have to do this every single time. In the background of their minds, the image of a fierce battle lingers, the intensity of the training school ever present. The clash of power and the roar of monsters are never far from those who have awakened their abilities. Shin Sunga bows politely before heading off, her presence leaving a lasting impression on the students. As she walks away, the girls whisper about her. Why is she always wearing that heavy armor, even during a break? They agree she's a bit weird, but ultimately a good person. Every area has its unique individuals, after all. Myung mentions that Sunga is truly an angel compared to some of the others they've seen during registration. The peaceful sentiment is instantly shattered as a suffocating, murderous aura erupts right behind the girls. The girl freezes, her instincts screaming that a predator is looming just inches away. The man stands like a statue of death, his eyes wide and vacant as if he's looking through this world into another. Memories of a previous stage flash back, the brutal necessity of proving his skills through slaughter. A cold directive echoes in his mind, urging him to defeat the enemies and prove his worth. The girl turns slowly, her face pale as she meets the gaze of a man who looks like he's crawled out of hell. The man doesn't even see her, he is trapped in the trauma of his own memories. Her eyes widen in sheer terror, the pressure of his presence making it hard to even breathe. Every fiber of her being is telling her to run, but her legs are rooted to the spot. The bloodlust radiating from him is so thick it's practically visible. Silence is finally broken by a piercing scream that tears through the courtyard. Panicked, the girls scramble back, shouting for help as if they're facing a literal monster. They beg for mercy, their voices cracking with fear as the man reaches out a trembling hand. Through the haze of his trauma, the man manages to whisper a single name. He repeats it, his voice desperate and hollow. He needs to find that person now. His jaw tightens. To protect his family, he needs help no matter the cost. System prompt flickers again, a grim reminder of the combat he's already survived. The previous trial was a bloodbath, and it changed him forever. The girls stare at him, confused by the sudden shift in his demeanor as he snaps back to reality. The girl's eyes are still wet with tears, the shock of his presence lingering like a bad dream. She stammers that the person he is looking for is not currently there. He was only visiting and has already left for the day. The scene shifts to a monolith of a building, a symbol of power in the heart of the city. Inside, a high-level meeting is underway, the air thick with corporate tension. A speaker notes that based on past occurrences, the level of dungeons is expected to rise sharply. A sharp knock at the door interrupts the briefing, drawing the attention of the man in charge. Subordinate enters, looking flustered as he addresses the leader. He reports of a monster causing a massive commotion in the lobby who seems to know the leader personally. The man looks up, his expression unreadable behind his glasses. A monster that knows him? Another flash of the past, a lethal blow is delivered to a monstrous creature. Blood sprays as the realization hits. This isn't a game, every strike is life or death. Back at the corporate building, the interruption has brought the meeting to a halt. The meeting room is now a private stage for a very different kind of negotiation. The man in charge sits across from the visitor, admitting he didn't expect their reunion to happen like this. He cuts to the chase, asking what could possibly bring the visitor here in such a state. The visitor doesn't blink, he states his business clearly, saying he wants to hire the man. The man takes a calm sip of his coffee, noting that they're getting straight to the point. He asks for more details, his analytical eyes scanning the visitor for any sign of weakness. The visitor leans forward, his voice dropping to a cold, hard tone as he explains his family is being targeted. The visitor leans forward, his voice dropping to a cold, hard tone. He explains his family is being targeted and the air in the room suddenly feels heavy with violent intent. Manager Kim adjusts his glasses, his expression unreadable as he admits they are well aware of the target's infamous reputation. Kang Hyun smirks, a dangerous glint in his eyes. He proposes a win-win solution. The guild protects his family and he wipes the enemy off the map. Manager Kim remains skeptical, questioning why Kang Hyun chose him specifically, suspecting there's more to it than just his guild affiliation. Kang Hyun's gaze intensifies. Recalling the faces of those he's faced, he states plainly that Manager Kim is the strongest awakener he knows. Leaning over the table, Kang Hyun demands protection for just 1 week, promising that the payment will be more than sufficient for the trouble. Manager Kim gives him a flat stare, noting that while he's not one to brag, his current earnings are likely far beyond Kang Hyun's estimates. Taking a slow sip of his coffee, Manager Kim reminds him of his high-ranking position as the vice guild master of a prestigious guild. He sets the mug down with a sharp click, telling Kang Hyun that if he wants a deal, he'll have to offer something far more valuable than mere currency. Kang Hyun's eyes widen in shock, a bead of sweat rolling down his face as a sudden, terrifying realization hits him. He recoils, clutching his arms in mock horror, asking if Manager Kim is actually demanding his body as part of the negotiation. The tension breaks momentarily into sheer absurdity, the sharp lines of the room reflecting the chaotic shift in the conversation. Later, Kang Hyun stomps into his darkened apartment, his mind racing with the weight of the deal he's just struck. He lets out a long, weary sigh as the exhaustion of constant battle and high-stakes politics finally catches up to him. Memory of recent combat flashes back, the heavy breathing, the blood on his hands, and the grim reality of the monsters he's had to slay. Back in the present, Manager Kim rubs his temples, admitting that talking to Kang Hyun is becoming an exercise in pure frustration. He offers a counterproposal. If Kang Hyun succeeds, he must agree to meet the guild master at least once. To show his good faith, Manager Kim reveals that 5 elite bodyguards have already been stationed at the hospital to guard Kang Hyun's family. Furthermore, another 5 guards have been placed undercover at his sister's company to ensure her safety from any potential retaliation. Inside the car, Kang Hyun admits he's impressed by the thoroughness, but Manager Kim remains focused on the mission ahead. As they drive through the city, Manager Kim asks if Kang Hyun is truly comfortable infiltrating the Bay Guild entirely on his own. Kang Hyun looks out at the passing buildings, noting that the Bay Guild's headquarters doesn't look nearly as imposing as he expected. Manager Kim warns him not to be fooled by appearances. The true power of a guild is measured by the number of dungeons they control. Kang Hyun strokes his chin, sensing a deeper conspiracy behind the Bay Guild's rapid expansion and their strange influence. His mind drifts back to the battlefield, the sound of his own heavy breathing echoing in the silence as he stands over a fallen beast. He recalls the visceral sensation of the kill, how he used a mace to crush the monster in a surprise attack, feeling the impact vibrate through his body. Manager Kim mentions the warning letter Kang Hyun received from the Bay Guild Master, suggesting that an ambush is almost a certainty. Kang Hyun grips the letter, his face set in a grim mask of determination as he prepares to meet the enemy on their own turf. He thanks Manager Kim for the protection, reiterating that the safety of his family is his only priority in this dangerous game. Reaching into his pocket, Kang Hyun hands over a small black folder, telling Manager Kim to take care of it for the time being. Manager Kim looks at the item with confusion, wondering why he's being entrusted with such a personal responsibility. Kang Hyun prepares to exit the vehicle, casually instructing Manager Kim to park the car at his home after the drop-off. He looks back one last time, telling his ally not to jump to any dark conclusions and promising he'll be back alive by tomorrow. With those final words, Kang Hyun vanishes into the night, leaving Manager Kim staring at the empty seat in stunned silence. Neon sign of the Bay Guild looms ahead, a glowing beacon that marks the beginning of a bloody confrontation. The memory of the mace-crushing bone returns, a surge of adrenaline and power flowing through Kang Hyun's body as he readies himself. He stares down at the mangled remains of his previous target, the blood pooling on the pavement as a cold satisfaction settles in his chest. As he enters the building, a silver-haired man greets him with a sinister, welcoming smile, signaling that the trap has finally been sprung. The air in the room is thick with tension as the manager stands before a small army of hunters, his arms spread wide in a mocking gesture of hospitality. He looks directly at the protagonist and declares that he's been waiting for this very moment. The protagonist doesn't look intimidated in the slightest. Instead, a sharp, mocking laugh escapes his lips as he stares down the man who thinks he has the upper hand. Surveying the room, the protagonist questions whether this massive crowd was gathered just to welcome him or if they are foolish enough to try and challenge him. The manager falters for a split second, stammering that it isn't what it looks like. Regaining his composure, the manager puts on a slimy smile, claiming that since the protagonist is part of the guild, they are all simply there to give him a proper welcome. A cold, dismissive sound escapes the manager, his eyes narrowing as he prepares to drop the facade and reveal his true intentions. The protagonist repeats the mention of family with pure venom in his voice. He looks at the manager with utter disgust, knowing exactly how little that word means to a man like him. Leaning in, the protagonist's smile turns predatory. He suggests that for a snake like the manager, the concept of family stands for something else entirely. With a roar of defiance, the protagonist's eyes ignite with a terrifying power. He isn't here to talk, he's here to tear this place apart. The system reacts instantly to his fury. A notification flashes across the screen indicating that a powerful rage-based skill has been activated. A dark memory flashes through the protagonist's mind, the sight of a fallen beast and the realization that he was the one who ended its life. The blood on his hands feels cold and heavy. The psychological toll of the slaughter hits him. The protagonist clutches his chest, fighting back the urge to throw up as the darkness of his own power threatens to overwhelm him. But he pushes through the nausea, unleashing a massive magical explosion. Blue energy erupts from his body, turning him into a living bomb of mana. The force of the impact is cataclysmic. Beams of light pierce through the floor as the protagonist slams his power downward, shattering the very foundation of the building. The protagonist grits his teeth, his face a mask of pure determination. He's putting everything into this strike, intending to bury every single one of these traitors under the rubble. The surrounding hunters are thrown into a panic. One of them screams in disbelief, unable to comprehend the sheer scale of the destruction being caused. Total chaos erupts. The hunters scramble for safety, their eyes wide with terror as they realize they aren't fighting a man, they're fighting a force of nature. A deafening roar fills the hall as the floor begins to disintegrate. The hunters' screams are drowned out by the sound of concrete snapping like dry twigs. The manager shields his face, his voice cracking as he calls the protagonist a crazy bastard. He realizes with horror that the entire floor is about to collapse beneath him. The structural integrity of the room fails completely. Exposed steel bars glow with residual heat as the ceiling of the floor below is ripped open. Protagonist stands firm amidst the falling debris, his weapon crackling with electricity. He sneers at the manager, confirming that he knows exactly what he's doing. A new skill window appears, shimmering with a deadly light. It's a finishing move designed for absolute lethality. Despite the adrenaline, the physical strain of using such high-level skills back-to-back is taking its toll. The protagonist's body trembles as he fights to maintain his focus. Looking at the carnage, the protagonist reflects on his recent victories. He tells himself he only won because he was facing a low-level threat compared to what lies ahead. White arcs of energy slice through the air, cutting through reinforced concrete as if it were paper. The destruction is surgical and absolute. The floor gives way entirely. Massive slabs of stone plummet into the darkness below, carrying the panicked hunters with them. The hunters continue to scream in terror, calling the protagonist insane. They scramble to find footing as the ground literally disappears from beneath their boots. The shockwave of the explosion sends bodies flying in every direction. The protagonist's power is so overwhelming that the guards can't even get close to him. A heavy silence follows the crash. Dust and debris settle over the ruins of the gym, the only sound being the sharp crack of settling rubble. Protagonist exhales a long, shaky breath. He stands amidst the destruction, his silhouette framed by the dust-filled sunlight streaming through the windows. He checks his system status. A new passive has been triggered that hardens his skin to withstand the impact of his own explosive mana. Suddenly, a voice calls out. The protagonist turns his head slightly, his eyes cold and alert, ready for the next move. The manager emerges from the dust, looking disheveled but still trying to maintain his arrogant posture as he approaches the protagonist. With a fake conciliatory smile, the manager urges the protagonist to think rationally. He claims it's not too late for them to become good partners. The protagonist looks back at the monster he killed, a grim reminder of the path he's chosen. He knows that rationality in this world usually means betrayal. Shock registers on the protagonist's face as he realizes the sheer audacity of the manager's offer. The nerve of this man to talk about partnership after everything he's done. The protagonist snaps, calling the manager's words absolute nonsense. He reminds the man that he was the one who crossed the line first by targeting those close to him. The manager offers a shallow apology for targeting the protagonist's family but immediately pivots back to his sales pitch, telling him to think again. He paints a picture of a grand future. If they join forces, they can overthrow the rival guild and bring down their leader, who acts as if she's untouchable. The protagonist lets out a dark, amused smirk. He looks the manager dead in the eye and dismisses his words as total nonsense. Manager lets out a cold laugh, revealing his final threat. He tells the protagonist that there are over 200 guild members in this building alone and thousands more nationwide. The trap isn't over, it's only just begun. The manager spreads his arms wide, his posture dripping with arrogance as he speaks about his guild. He continues his grand display, claiming they need a powerful figure to lead them beyond the country and onto the world stage. Before he can finish his pitch, a sharp sound cuts through the air. The young man shows no interest in the proposal. A glob of spit lands right on the manager's cheek, silencing his monologue instantly. The disrespect is absolute. The man stands amidst the wreckage of the floor, his blade resting heavy in his hand. He looks at the manager as if he were nothing more than a nuisance. The atmosphere turns heavy. The man's eyes are cold and devoid of any fear despite being surrounded by hundreds of enemies. Nearby, the eye of a fallen beast twitches, reflecting the intense bloodlust radiating from the protagonist. The man finally speaks with mockery, ridiculing the manager's speech as if it were a pathetic presentation. The manager reaches up, his hand trembling as he prepares to wipe the insult from his face. He looks at the residue on his fingers, his professional facade finally beginning to crack under the weight of pure rage. The manager begins to mutter, his head bowed as he struggles to contain the fury boiling within him. He snaps, his face contorting with hatred. He screams at the man, insulting his status and claiming he could never comprehend such grand ambitions. Wide room reveals the scale of the confrontation. The man stands alone against the guild's forces, the bodies of those who tried him already littering the floor. The man lets out a sharp, mocking snort at the manager's dramatic outburst. He bursts into laughter, throwing the manager's insults back at him as if they were the funniest thing he's ever heard. With a wicked smirk, the man mocks the manager's choice of words, calling them too old-fashioned for the modern era. The tension peaks. The presence in the room seems to grow as the verbal sparring comes to an end. In the background, the remains of the guild's previous failures serve as a grim reminder of what happens to those who underestimate the man. The manager is vibrating with indignation. He questions the man's status, comparing him to a school student. Losing all composure, the manager points a trembling finger and bellows the order to his men to attack. Instantly, the guild hunters activate suppression skills. Dark energy surges toward the man like chains. They follow up with more spells in rapid succession, aiming to cripple the man's every sense. A storm of magical energy converges on the man's position, threatening to crush him under the weight of several simultaneous debuffs. Man roars in defiance. System notifications flash as his equipment negates every status effect thrown his way. The tables turn instantly. A new system prompt appears, and the hunters recoil in sheer terror as their morale breaks. The manager looks on in disgust at his retreating men, cursing their incompetence as they fail to hold the line. His voice reaches a fever pitch. He screams at them to stop trying to capture the man and just kill him already. The battlefield is a mess of broken stone and fallen foes. The man's presence has turned the guild's home turf into a slaughterhouse. A unit of creatures is summoned, their eyes glowing with a feral hunger as they prepare to join the desperate assault. Hunters charge their elemental spells, with flames and frost swirling in the air. The man simply sighs, appearing unbothered. He decides to test his defenses and activates a skill, his body hardening against the magical impact. A massive explosion rocks the room as the spells collide with his position. Dust and debris fill the air, obscuring the result. Through the smoke, the guild members rush forward, hoping their combined might was finally enough to bring the intruder down. They leap from every direction with weapons drawn, fueled by the manager's desperate command to end this nightmare. The smoke clears to reveal a scene of absolute chaos. The man is a blur of motion, lightning and steel dancing through the air. Blue energy slashes carve through the darkness, each strike precise and lethal. The guild members are being dismantled in seconds. The man moves with effortless power, his blade leaving trails of light as he cuts through the front lines. The manager can only let out a strangled grunt of horror. He finally realizes they have trapped a disaster rather than a mere hunter. The hunter gasps for air, the metallic tang of blood filling his mouth as he struggles to maintain consciousness amidst the carnage. Before him stands a goblin soldier, its eyes glowing with a predatory hunger and teeth bared in a grotesque, lethal grin. The creature's blade hums with a sinister purple aura, a clear indicator of the dark magic infused within the jagged steel. A defiant shout echoes as a massive explosion rips through the side of a city building, showering the streets in fire and debris. Smoke billows from the charred remains of the structure, the silence that follows even more deafening than the blast itself. Hunter stands amidst the wreckage, his breath coming in ragged hitches as he surveys the devastation he has barely survived. The ground is littered with the fallen, a grim testament to the absolute brutality of the encounter that just took place. Blood pools around discarded weapons, the once pristine floor now a canvas of crimson and shattered stone. Hunter remains the last one standing, his shadow stretching long over the bodies as a manager approaches from the darkness. The manager lets out a chilling laugh, mockingly asking if the hunter is still holding on to his life after all that. Pointing a finger like a judge, the manager declares that with this blood on his hands, the hunter is now a murderer and no different from them. The purple energy on the blade intensifies, reflecting the dark turn the situation has taken as the light of hope fades. In a moment of sheer exhaustion, the hunter sighs, the weight of his actions and the trauma of the battle finally pressing down on his soul. He slumps against the cold wreckage, the shadows offering a brief, hollow comfort from the reality of his struggle. His eyes widen in realization as he remembers the ambush. There weren't just a few, there were multiple elite enemies from the very start. Despite the gore coating his face, the hunter sneers, telling his enemies to spare him the judgment because they were the ones who chose this path. The manager clicks his tongue in annoyance, unimpressed by the defiance of a man he considers already dead. He slams his foot down, and a surge of dark energy ripples through the ground, cracking the concrete beneath him. Massive, snake-like tentacles erupt from the shadows, lashing out with unnatural speed to ensnare the weakened hunter. Hunter is hoisted into the air, the purple vines tightening around his chest and limbs like a vice, crushing the air from his lungs. He spits out a curse, refusing to show weakness even as another figure watches the execution from the sidelines. His gaze remains sharp, a single eye peering through the blood with a murderous, unbreakable intent that unnerves his captors. The reflection in the blade shows a man pushed to his absolute limit yet still refusing to break under the pressure. A heavy sword is driven through the restraints, pinning the hunter in place as his strength finally begins to wane. Memory of the trap flashes back, the sheer impossibility of the odds he was forced to face alone from the start. The massive goblin leader towers over him, its sword alone longer than a man is tall, radiating a lethal, crushing pressure. A hollow sense of peace washes over the hunter as he accepts the inevitable end of the battle. The manager strides forward, commending his associate before preparing to deliver the final blow. The armored figure stands ready, keeping the hunter immobilized as the manager closes the distance for the kill. The manager stares into the hunter's eyes, genuinely impressed by the monstrous strength required to endure such injuries. He leans in close, whispering that an uncontrolled beast is useless before asking if the hunter has any last words. Hunter grins through the blood, delivering a final, spiteful curse to his captor. The manager's face contorts with rage, promising to make the hunter's end as painful as humanly possible. He reaches out, his hand clamping onto the hunter's head with a crushing grip that signals the beginning of the end. Searing golden energy ignites from his palm, beginning to burn through the hunter's skull in a display of sadistic power. The image of the giant goblin leader returns, a final reminder of the overwhelming force that started this descent into hell. Massive goblin leader swings its club with bone-crushing force, a brutal reminder of the nightmare Kang Hyun is trapped in. Flames erupt, consuming the battlefield in a hellish glow as the raid spirals into total chaos. Agonizing screams fill the air as the hunters are incinerated, their lives snuffed out in an instant. Amidst the carnage, Manager Kim remains chillingly composed, lighting a cigarette as if the surrounding deaths are merely a minor inconvenience. He exhales a slow cloud of smoke, his eyes cold and devoid of any empathy for the fallen. Manager Kim clicks his tongue in annoyance, clearly frustrated by the pointless loss caused by a subordinate's failure. He dismisses the tragedy, directing his men to strip the equipment from the dead to recover their financial losses. Suddenly, a subordinate's shocked shout snaps Manager Kim out of his cold calculations. The battlefield is empty, the corpse they intended to loot has vanished without a trace, leaving only questions in the rubble. As night falls over the city, the silence of the skyline hides a secret that defies the laws of life and death. The memory of the goblin strike flashes back, a moment of absolute despair where steel met flesh. Kang Hyun reflects on his weak body, ruined by years of unemployment, and the pathetic mace he was forced to choose. A system notification confirms the impossible: he has been resurrected, though at the steep price of his hard-earned progress. A door creaks open in a quiet apartment, marking the return of a man who should be dead. Irene sits on the sofa, her attention fixed on her phone until she senses a familiar, battered presence. She looks up with a sigh, her expression suggesting she thought Kang Hyun was finally doing better lately. Kang Hyun stumbles in, exhausted and clearly hungry, acting as if dying and resurrecting were just another daily chore. Irene gestures for him to take off his shoes, her domestic frustration masking a deeper concern. She points sharply at his armor, indicating that if he doesn't clean it immediately, he'll be the one scrubbing the floors. The trauma of the dungeon still lingers, a sharp contrast to the mundane safety of his home. 2 days pass. The scene shifts to a restricted area, blocked off by yellow barricades. This is Kika's Canyon, a dungeon controlled by the notorious Bay Guild, where 2 guards wait in bored anticipation. The guards appear disgruntled by the lack of customers, as rumors of their guild's predatory tactics have finally spread. One guard scoffs, his demeanor dismissive toward the hunters who fear their guild's reputation for theft and murder. His eyes narrow as he hears approaching footsteps, his boredom instantly replaced by predatory instinct. He alerts his partner, prepared for whoever is foolish enough to walk right into their trap. A lone figure clad in gray tactical armor and a balaclava walks steadily toward the dungeon gate. The masked man shows no hesitation, his eyes fixed forward with cold, singular purpose. He stops directly in front of the guards, his presence imposing and silent against the backdrop of the massive gate. The guards eye him suspiciously, unaware that they are looking at a man who has already conquered death. A flash of the past returns, the memory of a sword piercing through his defenses. Back in the present, the guard remains wary, sensing that this customer might be far more dangerous than he appears. Kang Hyun weighed his options carefully. Having an unlimited supply of eggs was a massive advantage, effectively granting him infinite lives. However, the resurrection penalty was a heavy burden he could not afford to trigger repeatedly. Every death came with a price he wasn't willing to pay. The scene shifts to a grim hallway where the air is thick with the scent of iron and shadow. Masked and lethal, Kang Hyun infiltrated the Bay Guild stronghold. He held a survivor by the throat, surrounded by the fallen members of the guild. The man gasped for air, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded for mercy, stammering out a desperate apology. With a cold, unwavering gaze behind his mask, Kang Hyun demanded to know exactly what the man thought he was apologizing for. The hunter faltered, unable to find the words as the weight of his guild's sins pressed down on him. A sudden flash of steel cut through the tension, a reminder of the swift violence that had brought them to this point. Lifting the man higher, Kang Hyun's patience evaporated. The hunter whimpered that he wasn't even sure why he was being targeted. Kang Hyun's grip tightened on the man's face. If he didn't know the reason for his own execution, then his words were hollow. He slammed the man into the blood-stained earth with a thunderous impact, telling the bastard to keep his useless apologies to himself. The hunter groaned in agony, his spirit broken as he stared at a piece of paper fluttering in front of him. One word, one command, right. Kang Hyun loomed over him, handing over a pen. He demanded the locations of every other dungeon controlled by the Bay Guild. He offered a simple deal: provide the information and his life would be spared. Terrified, the man began to scribble frantically. As the man wrote, Kang Hyun leaned in, his voice dropping to a low, menacing whisper. He had another question. He wondered how such a corrupt group had avoided capture for so long despite the trail of bodies they'd left behind. Surely someone noticed. The hunter confirmed what Kang Hyun already suspected: their influence ran deep and their methods were carefully hidden. Memory of the guild's brutality flashed through Kang Hyun's mind, a sharp blade of vengeance ready to strike. Blood spattered against the wall, a visual testament to the ruthless nature of the world they inhabit. The man admitted he didn't know all the details, but he revealed the core of their strategy. They specifically targeted dungeons in dead zones, places without CCTV or government oversight. It was the perfect cover for murder. With trembling hands, the hunter offered the finished list. He claimed it was everything he knew, hoping it would be enough to buy his freedom. Kang Hyun scanned the document, his eyes narrowing as he processed the new targets. The hunt was just beginning. He reached out and patted the man on the head, a chillingly calm gesture as he offered a simple, good job. The hunter's confusion turned to pure terror as a bright, ethereal glow emanated from Kang Hyun's palm. In a flash of blue energy, Kang Hyun executed the final witness. He had promised to spare his life, but he never promised to let him keep his head. Standing amidst the dust and silence, Kang Hyun reminded himself that he too must remain a ghost. Getting caught was not an option. He walked away from the carnage, his mind already on the next location. The Bay Guild wouldn't know what hit them until it was too late. Blood continued to rain down in his memories, the scars of the past fueling the fires of the present. A haunting flashback revealed a younger, bloodied Kang Hyun. He questioned the cruelty of his fate, wondering why he had to endure such suffering. Next day, news headlines screamed about the tragedy at the Bay Guild. The public was told it was a dungeon break gone wrong. A heavy fist slammed onto a mahogany desk, the sound echoing through a high-end office. The guild's facade was cracking. The Bay Guild master sat in the shadows, his face a mask of simmering rage as he looked over the reports of the massacre. He seethed, never imagining he'd actually have to use the cover stories he prepared just to hide the actions of a single madman. The heavy office door burst open, interrupting his thoughts with a violent bang. A panicked subordinate rushed in, shouting that there was a massive problem, but he was cut short by the sheer pressure in the room. An ashtray sits on the desk. The silence in the office is heavy with a suffocating tension that suggests a storm is brewing. Guild leader leans forward with a murderous glint in his eyes, snarling at the intruder for having the audacity to barge in while he is in a foul mood. His mind flashes to a vision of a battered man, drenched in blood and despair, wondering why he must endure such an endless cycle of agony. The gruesome sight of a mangled leg being dragged across the floor follows, leaving a thick trail of crimson in its wake. Back in the office, a terrified subordinate bows so low his head nearly touches the floor, stammering out a desperate apology to the enraged leader. The leader grits his teeth. The mere mention of that lunatic returning to haunt his guild makes his blood boil. The subordinate reports the devastating toll. The attacker has already hit 7 dungeons and slaughtered over 100 guild members. The leader curses under his breath, realizing that the more men he sends to stop this monster, the more casualties they suffer. He barks out a ruthless command: everyone is to enter the dungeons immediately, regardless of their shift, taking turns to sleep on the front lines. With a cold glare, he orders the man to get out and close the door. The subordinate frantically scrambles to obey. The click of the door handle echoes through the room, a sharp punctuation to the leader's absolute authority. He sinks into his chair, the weight of his guild's impending collapse pressing down on him like a physical force. He sits in the dim light of his office, a man haunted by the ghost of a fighter he thought he had already disposed of. He recalls the timeline. 5 days ago, the target attacked and his body vanished, only for this mysterious lunatic to begin the massacre 2 days later. The memory of that bloodied leg dragging across the floor returns, a persistent nightmare that refuses to stay in the past. Elsewhere, in a dark and desolate room, a man lies motionless on a bed, the only light coming from a nearby monitor. He stares into the shadows, his own mind mocking him for his pathetic state and questioning why he continues to live. A flashback shows him being dragged by a monstrous orc, his past self screaming in agony and begging for a death that would not come. Back in the office, the leader's eyes narrow. He has pieced the evidence together, and the answer has become chillingly simple. He taps his desk, theorizing that the target has a skill that allows a body to disappear, leaving them with no way to counter his movements. Deciding he cannot let the slaughter continue, he reaches for his phone, preparing to call in a favor he clearly hates to ask for. The phone rings out, the vibration cutting through the heavy silence of the office as the connection is made. A boisterous voice answers, mockingly greeting the leader as if he were some grand champion of justice. Swallowing his pride, the leader gets straight to the point, admitting that he desperately needs help. The caller laughs, finding it hilarious that the leader of the guild is actually reaching out to him for a favor. The mockery continues as the caller mentions hearing about how the guild has been getting wrecked lately, causing the leader's face to twist in anger. When asked what the payment will be, the leader coldly reminds him that he has more money than the caller could ever dream of. The image of the man being dragged by the orc resurfaces, the very target that the leader is now willing to pay any price to eliminate. Hooded man expresses his interest in the job, his focus piqued by the prospect of a real challenge. The leader promises him exactly that, claiming the target is far from an average fighter and will be worth the effort. The hooded figure, blonde hair peeking out from his cloak, wonders if he should play along for the sake of a good brawl. A smirk plays across his lips, the glint of his lip-piercing reflecting a predatory excitement as he agrees to the job. The scene shifts to a desolate warehouse district under the cover of night where the air is thick with anticipation. Two men stand guard before a set of massive, ornate doors, waiting for the arrival of the mysterious target. The hooded figure casually asks the guard for his name, and the man identifies himself. With a dismissive shrug, the hooded man admits he does not actually care, labeling the guard as nothing more than a lackey. He stretches lazily, questioning when this supposedly strong opponent will show up and if he is actually going to be worth a wait. His expression turns dark and menacing as he warns that if this turns out to be a waste of time, there will be hell to pay. The heavy atmosphere of the warning lingers as a young woman suddenly jolts awake in her hospital bed, her eyes wide with a lingering sense of dread. Nearby, a man watches with a cold, disinterested gaze, muttering that if things continue like this, it'll be no fun at all. A single, heavy footstep echoes through the dark alleyway, signaling the arrival of someone who doesn't belong here. From the shadows, a pair of sharp, predatory eyes narrow, locking onto their target with lethal precision. An armored figure stands tall, their back turned to the world as they prepare to face the unknown lurking in the dark. Blonde man in a dark hoodie emerges, a twisted smirk playing on his lips as if he's found a new toy to break. The cold city skyline looms in the background, a silent witness to the dangerous encounter about to unfold. His excitement is palpable as he whispers to himself that this will be amazing, especially since it's his first time experiencing such a thrill. Suddenly, his sixth sense, which was once just a vague intuition, begins screaming inside his head with overwhelming intensity. A ghostly warning manifests before him, a spectral command telling him to run away from the monster if he doesn't want to die right now. Back in the hospital, the woman gasps for air, her heart hammering against her ribs as the nightmare refuses to fade. She stumbles toward the door, frustrated and nursing a splitting headache, wondering why this chaos is starting so early in the morning. In the alley, the hooded man stops in his tracks, his eyes darting toward the armored warrior who has appeared out of nowhere. The armored figure, hidden behind a mask, demands to know why the stranger is lurking here in the dead of night. The hooded man freezes, recognizing the voice instantly as a wave of realization hits him. His eyes widen in shock as he asks what the armored figure is doing there. A sinister grin slowly spreads across the hooded man's face, his initial shock turning into a dark, twisted amusement. He laughs off the situation, noting that the warrior is still doing interesting things even in a place like this. Warrior's mind flashes back to his manager, sensing that there is definitely something more complex going on behind the scenes. He recalls that the man before him is incredibly wealthy, leading him to wonder if a guild is the one pulling the strings. The armored figure tightens his grip on his blade, his gaze cold as he addresses the man in front of him. Meanwhile, the woman continues to struggle with the door, her headache intensifying with every passing second. She pauses, her eyes narrowing as she hears a faint, rhythmic sound coming from the hallway outside her room. The armored warrior points his sword directly at the hooded man, asking with a sharp edge in his voice if he is also a member of the guild. The hooded man scoffs, deeply offended by the comparison, asking how anyone could ever associate him with such a bunch of trash. Warrior lets out a short, dry laugh, clearly unimpressed by the man's arrogant display of pride. He pushes further, demanding to know the real reason the stranger has shown his face here tonight. The hooded man mentions the guild master with a casual tone that suggests a deep and dangerous connection. He describes a certain thug who has nothing left but his pride, now reduced to crawling and begging for mercy. The armored warrior gives a deadpan response, his lack of interest clear as he simply dismisses the man's rambling. With a dismissive pat on the shoulder, the armored warrior signals that he's done with the conversation. He warns the hooded man that he has no business with him, so he'd better stay out of his way if he knows what's good for him. As he walks away, the warrior casually suggests they grab a meal sometime, leaving the hooded man standing alone in the dark. Back in the room, the woman's eyes widen as a chilling memory begins to resurface, flooding her mind with terror. She remembers a boy huddled under a blanket, trembling with fear as he begged for the monsters to stay away. The hooded man watches the warrior leave, thinking to himself that he doesn't even have the man's phone number to follow up on that meal. The armored warrior disappears into the darkness, his presence leaving a heavy, lingering shadow over the entire area. Suddenly, a burst of energy explodes as the hooded man lunges forward, his speed and power reaching a terrifying new level. Blue energy cleaves through the air with a deafening roar, signaling the start of a lethal exchange. The masked man's eyes widen behind his cowl, completely blindsided by the sheer speed of the counterattack. What? He gasps, his confidence shattering. Choi Min-sik lets out a chilling laugh, his face twisted in a sadistic grin. He mocks his opponent, stating that leaving now would only ruin the fun. With a casual shrug, Choi Min-sik asks if that's really all his opponent has, his purple aura flaring as he readies his massive spiked mace. The weapons collide in a shower of sparks. The brute force of Choi Min-sik's mace meets the masked man's blade in a desperate struggle for dominance. Refusing to back down, the masked man lunges forward with murderous intent. He shouts that he won't go easy just because of their history. He wants Choi Min-sik dead. Choi Min-sik's smile widens, sweat dripping from the thrill of the battle. This bloodlust is exactly what he's been craving. Far from the battlefield, a younger Kang Hyun huddles under a blanket, trembling with primal fear. He whispers about monsters, begging for the nightmare to end. The weight of that trauma lingers, even as the story of the one who returns from death begins to unfold. This is solo resurrection, where every death is just another step toward ultimate power. System prompts flicker into existence. Giant's power and Wayne's secret are active. A hand grips a hilt, surging with newfound energy. The masked man swings with desperate speed, his blade a blur of steel as he searches for an opening in the monster's defense. Choi Min-sik dances through the strikes, his movements fluid and mocking as the blade misses him by mere inches. He lets out a sharp, short laugh. To Choi Min-sik, this isn't a struggle, it's a playground. Leaning back with effortless grace, Choi Min-sik wonders aloud just how much more of a monster his opponent has become since they last met. He unleashes a devastating purple shockwave, screaming that the masked man is the best opponent he could ask for. A maniacal laugh erupts from Choi Min-sik as he loses himself in the ecstasy of the fight, his aura flaring brighter by the second. The masked man realizes the situation is spiraling out of control. The battle is not going according to his expectations. He grits his teeth, realizing that this prolonged engagement is nothing more than a hindrance to his grand plan. Cold voice cuts through the chaos with a chilling question. So, you died from excessive bleeding? The masked man struggles to maintain focus. He wants to end this quickly, but Choi Min-sik's pressure is relentless. Another massive impact rocks the area as Choi Min-sik drives his mace forward, shattering the ground and pushing his foe to the brink. Despite the danger, a twisted sense of nostalgia washes over the masked man. He can't remember the last time he felt this alive in a real fight. Choi Min-sik notices the change in his opponent's eyes. He shouts in excitement, recognizing that look of pure combat focus. He taunts the masked man, knowing that deep down, the warrior is enjoying this carnage just as much as he is. They lock eyes, two monsters in human skin, each waiting for the other to make a fatal mistake. Nearby, a low-level thug watches from the shadows, his mind racing with ambition. He thinks if he contributes now, he might finally become an executive. A sudden purple flash interrupts his thoughts, a lethal strike that ends his dreams before they can even begin. The question repeats, echoing in the darkness. So, you died from excessive bleeding? Kang Hyun sits in a cold room, his voice hollow as he confirms the truth. He recounts the torture, how they tore off his nails and crushed them, one by one. The bloody spiked mace hangs heavy in the air, a grim reminder of the brutality Choi Min-sik is capable of. Blood splatters the pavement as the ambitious thug falls, his life snuffed out by Choi Min-sik without a second thought. Choi Min-sik exhales slowly, steam rising from his breath as his adrenaline begins to simmer down. His face darkens with sudden fury. He growls that he was having fun, and now some nobody has ruined the entire mood. The masked man watches in silence, realizing that Choi Min-sik and his allies aren't on the same side at all. The ease with which he killed his own man is terrifying. Choi Min-sik closes his eyes, letting out a disappointed sigh. The spark of the battle has vanished. He dismisses the masked man, stating he's lost his excitement. He truly wanted a proper fight, but the moment is gone. Turning to leave, Choi Min-sik admits he'd join forces again if he could, but he can't risk being hated by Ui Hyun. The game is over, for now. The tension between the two is palpable. Choi Min-sik doesn't hide his disdain, bluntly stating that the target likely already loathes the masked man standing before him. Choi Min-sik shifts the conversation, asking if Kang Hyun truly understands the nature of the man they're dealing with, young Ui Hyun. Kang Hyun's reply is curt and dismissive, an idiot. A traumatic memory resurfaces. Kang Hyun recalls the agonizing, systematic cruelty of having his fingernails and toenails crushed one by one. Hyun can't bear to hear any more and covers her ears in distress. Kang Hyun admits that while he also died, his experience wasn't quite as gruesome as the torture he just described. Choi Min-sik explains the weight behind the name Young Ui Hyun. As the illegitimate son of a major conglomerate's chairman, he possesses the wealth and influence to let his ragtag group run wild. Kang Hyun remains unimpressed by his enemy's status. His eyes, visible through the mask, show no fear as he prepares to challenge that untouchable authority. He scoffs at the idea that wealth equals invincibility. To Kang Hyun, a man's lineage doesn't make him any less of a target. Turning his back on Choi Min-sik, Kang Hyun walks away. He makes it clear that if he were the type to be intimidated by money or power, he never would have started this crusade. Choi Min-sik suddenly reaches out and grabs Kang Hyun's shoulder to stop him, indicating he hasn't finished what he wanted to say. With a sly smirk, Choi Min-sik drops a bombshell proposal. He wants in. He asks Kang Hyun to let him join the hunt. His motivation is simple and sadistic. He wants a front row seat to watch the high and mighty Young Ui Hyun finally lose his composure and succumb to rage. The scene shifts to the towering headquarters of the Bay Guild, gleaming under a clear sky. However, inside, a storm is brewing. Young Ui Hyun's scream of pure frustration echoes through the office. The facade of the wealthy heir is cracking under the pressure of his recent failures. He slams his fist onto his desk, shattering his equipment. 3 of their dungeons have been robbed, and they've lost contact with their primary asset, on Yusong. From her vantage point, Hyun observes the situation with a mix of pity and concern as she witnesses the fallout of Kang Hyun's systematic dismantling of the guild's operations. The narrative shifts to Kang Hyun's inner thoughts. He reflects on his current state, calling his previous way of life pathetic. His life in Seoul has been a string of disappointments, from a short-lived internship to the realization that he might have to settle for menial labor just to survive. In a chibi-style flashback, Hyun teases him, asking if his dire situation is the reason he was seen crying. Back in the present, Young Ui Hyun continues his rampage, hurling insults at his subordinates and calling them useless for failing to protect the guild's interests. A nervous employee with a bandage on his forehead stands by as Ui Hyun demands to know their plan for dealing with the unknown attackers. The stress is visible in every line of Ui Hyun's face. He takes a shaky breath, trying to regain some semblance of control over the spiraling situation. He barks out orders to gather every single guild member by 8 a.m. the next morning, stating that no excuses will be tolerated. When the employee mentions that many members might not show up, Ui Hyun's eyes flash with a dangerous, desperate light. He points a trembling finger, his voice dripping with venom as he asks if his orders were somehow unclear. The employee reports that the guild is hemorrhaging members, with many cutting off all contact entirely to distance themselves from the failing organization. Ui Hyun's solution is brutal: take their parents hostage. He's determined to force loyalty through fear, no matter the cost to his reputation. The employee is visibly shaken, noting that the guild's atmosphere has turned toxic and that threatening members in this manner will only backfire. Ui Hyun lets out a low, guttural growl. He is at his breaking point, his mind consumed by the need to crush those who are defying him. In another comedic break, Hyun continues to tease Kang Hyun about his past emotional state, her playful nature contrasting with the dark reality of their mission. Kang Hyun stands up abruptly, slamming his hands on the table. He argues that anyone in his position, even a legendary warrior, would have been moved to tears. Focus tightens on Ui Hyun's clenched jaw, the sound of grinding teeth emphasizing the suppressed rage that is about to boil over. A phone vibrates in a pocket, the sharp buzz cutting through the tense silence of the office. Ui Hyun pulls out his phone, his irritation peaking when he sees the caller ID is restricted. He wonders who has the audacity to call him while he's this angry. Distorted voice comes through the line, mockingly acknowledging that Mr. Young Ui Hyun seems to be in quite a bit of trouble lately. Ui Hyun freezes, his eyes widening in shock. He recognizes the voice on the other end of the line immediately. A sinister smile spreads across the face of the caller. The trap has been set and the target is reacting exactly as anticipated. Online, the Bay Guild is becoming a laughingstock. Comments flood in about their neglected dungeons and rumors of a mysterious figure terrorizing their members. Choi Min-sik watches the chaos unfold on a screen, noting that their week-long campaign of raiding dungeons is yielding perfect results. As the sun begins to set, the two allies walk through the quiet woods. Kang Hyun decides that the setup is complete. It's finally time to wrap this up. Kang Hyun slams his hands onto the table, his voice a mix of frustration and dark humor. He argues that anyone would be scarred by what he's seen. Even a legend like Won Yu would be reduced to tears, crying for his mother after experiencing a nightmare like that. He leans in closer, the intensity in his eyes softening slightly. He asks if a trip to the hospital is truly unnecessary, but the mention of medical help only leaves him looking more confused than concerned. Deep within the quiet woods, a hooded scout sighs, calling the recent events a letdown despite the fun. He turns to his masked companion, asking how they plan to wrap up the rest of the operation. The masked man smirks beneath his gear, his eyes glinting. Since they've come this far, he decides it's finally time to let his partner in on the plan. He beckons the hooded scout closer, his voice dropping to a low, conspiratorial murmur. He tells him to listen carefully, as the next steps are critical for their survival. The whisper is barely audible over the rustling leaves, a chilling secret shared in the shadows of the forest. The hooded scout pulls back, a single bead of sweat rolling down his face. Whatever he just heard has clearly shaken his confidence, leaving him stammering in shock. A crumpled note is smoothed out, revealing a direct challenge. It demands a meeting tomorrow at 6 p.m. at the Disruphan Forest Dungeon, signed simply by the thief. A fist tightens around the paper, the sound of tearing parchment echoing through the air as pure rage takes hold. Young Ui Hyun grits his teeth, his face contorted in anger. He can't believe the audacity of this cocky bastard who actually thinks he can lure them into an open fight. Back at the apartment, Hyun scrolls through her phone with a grim expression. She notes that psychiatric hospital visits have doubled in the last 2 days, suggesting a widespread trauma is taking root. At the entrance of a massive, organic dungeon gate, a small army of hunters gathers. Young Ui Hyun stands at the front, vowing to strip the thief's flesh from his bones. In the back of the crowd, two hunters whisper nervously. One admits he never planned on coming, but his fear of what the organization might do to him was far worse than his fear of the mission. Young Ui Hyun clicks his tongue in annoyance as he looks back at the disorganized group. He hates that he has to rely on such useless people to get the job done. His frustration deepens as he reflects. If only he had managed to properly persuade that guy, he wouldn't be in this mess right now. In a dimly lit office, Young Ui Hyun answers his phone. A mysterious voice on the other end mockingly observes that he seems to be in quite a bit of trouble lately. Caller is revealed, sitting comfortably in the shadows. With a smug grin, he confirms his identity and asks Young point-blank if he's struggling to keep things under control. Young's expression shifts to one of desperate relief. He admits he was about to reach out to An Yuziang for help, but he's glad the caller contacted him first. He lets out a forced laugh, trying to regain some dignity. He tells the man on the phone that the timing couldn't be better. Desperate for an ally, Young promises that if the caller helps him now, he will be handsomely rewarded for his services. He even offers to involve his father to ensure the debt is settled, but the suggestion causes the man on the other end to freeze in disbelief. The caller's tone turns cold and dismissive. He asks Young who exactly thinks they are helping whom, telling him he clearly doesn't grasp the reality of his situation. Back in the safety of their home, Hyun continues to analyze the surge in psychiatric cases, her brow furrowed as she tries to find a pattern. Kang Hyun peers over her shoulder, his eyes sharp as he takes in the information on the screen. He knows these experiences people are having are no coincidence. The caller delivers the final blow, stating he's changed his mind and is washing his hands of the entire matter. Young Ui Hyun panics, shouting for him to wait. Left with a deadline, Young's face turns purple with rage. He curses the man, calling him even crazier than An Yuziang as he crushes the phone in his grip. Flames erupt from Young's hand as he incinerates the device. He vows to see just how long these cocky bastards can keep up their act before he crushes them. Scene shifts to a sleek, modern office building bathed in the afternoon sun. Inside, a different power play is unfolding. Choi Min-sik sits with his back to the room, listening to a report. He notes that the Bait Guild has successfully summoned all its members, realizing Young Ui Hyun has overplayed his hand. His subordinate looks on with a neutral expression, reminding Choi Min-sik that they are technically allies on the surface. He asks if they really intend to withhold support. Choi Min-sik turns around, a cup of coffee in hand and a cold smile on his face. He addresses his subordinate Choi Min-ju while maintaining a calm demeanor. He sets the cup down with a deliberate click. He sees no point in wasting resources on trash like Young, even if it risks the wrath of Chairman Young Sang-soo. A chilling close-up of Choi Min-sik's eyes reveals a man who values efficiency over loyalty. He's already moved on to the next phase of his plan. Back at the apartment, Kang Hyun continues to stare at the data, his mind racing. He knows the time for research is over, the time for action is approaching. Irene breaks the tension by informing him that they're flat broke. She bluntly tells him to go out and earn some money, leaving him looking utterly defeated. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts. A violent swirl of red energy erupts in the darkness, crackling with a lethal power that signals the arrival of a new threat. The red energy coils like a serpent around a victim's throat, cutting off his scream. The power is overwhelming, leaving no room for escape as the trap finally snaps shut. A silver-haired man stands unmoved as a red aura tightens its grip, lifting a struggling man off the floor. The victim's desperate gasps fill the room as he is watched with cold indifference. His eyes narrow, filled with predatory calculation. He seems to weigh his own absolute power against the need to be mindful of external influences. The victim, face flushed purple and tears streaming down his cheeks, struggles against the crushing pressure of the energy snare, his mouth moving in a silent, desperate plea. The silver-haired man's gaze remains sharp and unforgiving. He looks for total submission, his hair catching the dim light of the office as he weighs the man's life. With a sudden shift in intent, the red coils dissipate. The victim collapses onto the sofa, the sudden return of oxygen causing him to slump over in a daze of terror and relief. Man gasps violently, clutching his bruised throat as he tries to find his breath. The sheer weight of the killing intent has left him physically and mentally broken. Turning his back on the scene, the silver-haired man dismisses the matter entirely. He gives a cold directive for the man to return to his work and find a new source of results immediately. In a much calmer setting, a young man sits across from a woman with pink hair. He looks skeptical as they discuss the strange mechanics of the world they now inhabit. The woman sips her coffee while checking her phone, her pink hair falling over her shoulder. She notes that the news appears positive, suggesting that a phase of their situation has finally concluded. The scene shifts to the entrance of a forest dungeon. A disciplined squad of hunters marches forward, passing through the swirling teal energy of a portal. One of the hunters checks the time. They are on high alert, the dense foliage of the forest looming over them as they begin their raid. The leader of the hunters grinds his teeth in frustration. He appears impatient, fearing that the mission might be a waste of his time. Sensing the tension, he commands the group to prepare for battle. He warns them that despite the silence, enemies could be lying in ambush within the shadows of the trees. Suddenly, a scout points into the distance, calling out to the leader. Something is approaching, and it isn't moving with the stealth of a monster. Massive plume of dust and debris erupts from the center of the clearing. The hunters freeze, their eyes locked on the chaotic explosion of earth as a figure emerges. The leader breaks into a cold sweat, his expression shifting from annoyance to pure shock. The vibrations in the air are intense and chaotic. Charging through the forest with a pack of snarling wolves is the young man wearing a manic grin. He lets out a boisterous laugh, looking like a force of nature. Hunters recoil in disbelief. They struggle to process his presence, wondering if they are seeing a ghost or the same man they once knew. The leader's mind races. He had assumed the young man was long gone, but the reality standing before him is undeniable. The boy is alive, and he has brought the dungeon's wrath with him. Back in a kitchen setting, the pink-haired woman continues her explanation. She notes that those who fell early on didn't have the chance to see what the next stage would hold. The young man leans back with a satisfied smile, holding his mug close. He appears relieved by the news, hoping for a peaceful rest without the weight of the previous trials. In the forest, the young man shouts a greeting to the group. He sounds genuinely excited to see them as he barrels toward the hunters. Raising his hand high, the young man announces he has brought a special gift. The hunters brace themselves, expecting a lethal attack or a powerful skill. Instead of a weapon, a tiny, fluffy white creature sits in his palm. It tilts its head, its large red eyes sparkling with innocence. The hardened hunters are instantly disarmed by the creature. Despite the danger of the dungeon, they can't help but react to how incredibly cute it is. The young man's expression turns devious. He holds the creature up like a trophy, his eyes wide with a chaotic energy. With a powerful heave, he tosses the creature toward the group of hunters. The small creature flies through the air like a fluffy projectile. The hunters are horrified that he would throw the defenseless creature. A bald hunter reacts with shock at the absolute insanity of the act. Spear lies forgotten on the grass as the hunters scramble. Their combat formation breaks as they prioritize saving the flying creature over their own defense. The creature sails through the bright blue sky, looking confused but strangely calm. The bald hunter reaches out with both arms, determined to catch it. With a desperate lunge, he catches the creature securely. His protective instincts override every bit of his hunter training. The young man keeps laughing, his head tilted back in pure amusement. He seems to be enjoying the chaos he's caused among the group. Suddenly, a system interface flickers into life. A welcome message for the young man appears, followed immediately by a critical error notification regarding the current stage. The small creature tumbles through the air with a soft sound effect, its tiny paws flailing like a plush toy. Bald hunter cradles the creature against his chest, a background of pink hearts and sparkles appearing around him as he is completely smitten. He looks down at the creature with a blush. The fierce warrior has been completely defeated by its appearance. He promises to protect the creature, adopting a fatherly role. Behind him, the other hunters are equally captivated, their expressions softening as they hope for a turn to hold it. Leader finally snaps, his face turning bright red as he screams at his subordinates. He is beyond furious that his elite team has been reduced to pet lovers. He glares toward the young man with bared teeth. He realizes the man's return has brought a level of insanity they were never prepared for. The plan is as reckless as it is brilliant. By kidnapping the pups, he's ensured the entire pack is on his heels. The adult monsters are driven into a murderous frenzy, their eyes glowing with a primal, violet rage as they hunt down the thief. The man leads the charge, driving the unstoppable tide of monsters directly toward the unsuspecting hunters. With a manic grin, he hurls the bag into the air, shouting for them to accept his lethal gifts. Suddenly, system windows flicker into existence. The tutorial welcomes the user, but a critical error is detected in the second stage. The system issues a final, cryptic blessing, urging that his courage might be what saves the world. Below, the hunters look up in confusion as the bag descends upon them like a harbinger of doom. Bag bursts open in mid-air, scattering the pups and sealing the fate of everyone on the ground. A blinding flash of light signals the impact, marking the beginning of the end for this formation. Amidst the chaos, a hunter crackling with lightning energy smirks, ready to exploit the madness. He strikes with brutal precision, his blade cutting through the air as the battlefield dissolves into a bloodbath. The adult wolves leap into the fray, their massive forms soaring over the panicked hunters. Their fangs are bared, glowing eyes locked onto their targets with a singular, murderous intent. One hunter grunts in pain, struggling to fend off the overwhelming force of the beast's assault. He doesn't stick around to watch. He offers a mock salute and wishes them good luck as he makes his escape. Fire of battle consumes the area, leaving the remaining hunters to gasp in agony as they are overtaken. The system message repeats, a cold reminder of the stakes. May your courage save the world. In the quiet of his room, the man stares at the ceiling, reflecting on the hollow reality of his life. He realizes he forgot to turn off his game before leaving, the blue light of the monitor casting long shadows over his exhaustion. His face is a mask of shock and weariness, the lines between the game and reality beginning to blur. Back in the dungeon, a hunter curses his luck as a massive wolf looms over him, ready to strike. The invisibility of the monsters makes them a nightmare to track, especially with the man disrupting their every move. The hunter falls to his knees, a guttural groan escaping his lips as the pressure of the raid becomes unbearable. The command is given, everyone must retreat immediately. The dungeon has become a death trap. They scramble toward the rear, desperate to reach the exit portal before the pack closes in. One hunter vows to quit the guild tomorrow if he even survives this hellish mission. Safety is an illusion. A mysterious figure appears at the portal's edge with a chilling, casual greeting. The hunters freeze in shock, the realization of a new threat dawning on their terrified faces. The figure moves with terrifying speed, his presence alone enough to shatter what's left of their morale. The man's eyes widen as he witnesses the sheer brutality of the one who was supposed to be their leader. Sky above the forest remains indifferent to the slaughter occurring beneath the canopy. A spiked mace swings through the air, a heavy, blood-stained instrument of execution. The leader carves through the hunters with a ruthless efficiency that rivals the monsters themselves. His eyes glow with a sadistic light, a predator enjoying the hunt far too much. Cries for help go unanswered as the formation is utterly decimated by the man they once followed. Shock and disbelief cloud his mind as he watches his comrades fall. He can't help but wonder, when did the betrayal even begin? The situation is a total disaster, but a desperate spark remains in his eyes. He refuses to believe this is the end. A system notification flickers into existence, offering a grim consolation regarding the rules of the tutorial. Blood sprays across the foliage as the massacre continues. Amidst the screams, the path forward is paved with the bodies of the fallen. His gaze is cold, devoid of any hesitation. He is a predator in his natural habitat, and these men are nothing more than prey. With a casual swing, he unleashes a wave of lethal energy, cutting through flesh and bone with ease. Agony erupts across the battlefield. The armored man stands paralyzed, forced to witness the absolute decimation of his unit. Driven to the edge of madness, he realizes there is no escape. If he is going to die, he will go out on his own terms. His fist ignites, a violent orange glow reflecting the suicidal fire burning in his soul. He prepares to gamble everything on one final strike. A fountain of gore erupts as another life is snuffed out. He doesn't even blink, his movements a terrifying display of efficiency. He moves like a ghost through the carnage, his blades singing a song of death that echoes through the trees. He clicks his tongue in annoyance. To him, these fighters are nothing more than persistent cockroaches that need to be crushed. The armored man screams in fury, his voice cracking with a mixture of hatred and absolute despair. System prompt reappears, a cold reminder that in this tutorial, death is merely a temporary setback. In the quiet darkness of a cave, he catches his breath. The weight of the endless cycle seems to press down on his shoulders. Back in the heat of battle, the armored man charges, his body becoming a vessel for pure, unadulterated rage. A desperate, suicidal skill is triggered. He vows to drag his enemy down with him, no matter the cost. He braces himself as the living inferno closes the distance, the intense heat distorting the air around them. A massive explosion tears through the clearing, incinerating everything in its path. The desperate gambit has been unleashed. He knows this skill is a double-edged sword that could end his life, but he hopes it's enough to take his enemy with him. Flames lick at his skin as he stares through the fire, his mind focused on one thing, the total destruction of his opponent. A scorched hand reaches through the smoke, desperate to find purchase and deliver the final, burning blow. He catches his opponent by the head, a triumphant scream dying in his throat as he pours every ounce of his remaining power into the grip. The inferno rages, threatening to consume them both in a pyre of hatred and broken dreams. In the cave, he lets out a weary sigh. The memories of the fire are as vivid as the darkness surrounding him. He spent hours zoning out, falling into a sleep that offers no real rest, only the repetition of a nightmare he can't escape. Back in the blaze, he looks his attacker in the eye. With a mocking smirk, he dismisses the power of the desperate strike. A sudden flash of light cuts through the fire. His counterattack is faster than the eye can follow. The armored man's eyes go wide as blood erupts from his mouth. His final option has failed, and the price is his life. He is sent tumbling backward, his broken body carving a path through the dirt as the last of his strength fades. He collapses next to the carcass of a wolf, his breath coming in ragged, bloody gasps. The end is finally here. He stands over him, his expression cold and pitiless, forcing the dying man to watch the scene unfold. He wants him to witness the final moments of every single one of his followers. Death will not be a peaceful release. The slaughter resumes with renewed vigor. Cries of agony fill the air as he systematically eliminates the remaining survivors. The armored man can only watch in horror, his spirit breaking long before his heart stops beating. It is truly over. One man's mistake has led to the total ruin of his group. They learn too late that some hunters are not meant to be trifled with. Back in the cave, he stares at the ground. There's no sign of the dream ending, no matter how much he endures. He realizes he has no choice but to play along with the system's whims. Besides, the hunger is starting to become unbearable. A hollow, bitter laugh echoes through the cavern. The game has only just begun, and the stakes are higher than ever. The man lets out a jagged, manic laugh that breaks the silence of the clearing. His face is a mask of blood, his eyes wide with the adrenaline of a dying man. He sits slumped against the massive, blood-soaked carcass of a giant wolf, his body broken but his spirit still flickering with a twisted sense of victory. The laughter echoes across the desolate landscape, a cratered wasteland that bears witness to the devastation of the final clash. Scattered across the dirt are the remnants of his fallen squad, their lifeless bodies surrounded by glowing mana crystals that will never be harvested. The carnage is absolute. Steel blades lie discarded in the blood-stained grass, and the silence that follows the battle is heavier than the combat itself. Two figures stand over the wounded man, their shadows stretching long in the dying light as his laughter continues to bubble up from his throat. He looks up with a bloody smirk. Even at the end of his rope, he seems to find the absolute absurdity of the situation hilarious. One of the figures leans in with a mocking grin, observing the laughter with curiosity. He seems to wonder if the man has finally lost his mind in his final moments. The wounded man grows quiet, sensing that everything is finally over. The weight of his failures and his ambitions are slipping away. The younger warrior watches him with an unreadable expression. He looks exhausted and hungry, ready to be finished with the encounter. The warrior steps forward, his boots crunching on the dry earth as he approaches the heavy wooden doors of the inner sanctum. The fallen man's eyes widen in shock. The reality of his impending end and his lack of control over his fate finally begin to sink in. He begins to tremble, his gaze fixed on the back of the wolf carcass. He struggles to accept that his journey ends here after everything he sacrificed. Warrior stops and glances back, sensing the shift in the man's energy as he spirals into a desperate final madness. The man grits his teeth, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. He is internally consumed by a refusal to die in such a desolate place. His mind flashes back to his youth, of being the illegitimate child born from a mistress and kept on the fringes of the main family. His siblings were strangers who ignored him, treating his very existence as an inconvenience in their power struggle. Though his father provided support, it only gave the rest of the family more reason to try and tear him apart. He grew up surrounded by reaching, greedy hands. But then, the world changed. The old rules were burned away in an instant as the planet was reshaped by a new, violent reality. The tutorial began. Rivers of fire and trials of blood became the new standard for survival. The weak were purged, and the strong were forged. Awakeners and dungeons appeared, and for the first time, he saw a path to true power that didn't depend on a family name. He remembers his first steps into the darkness, the sound of his own heartbeat echoing as he moved toward his destiny. Back then, he chose a mace for its simple, destructive power. He wanted to crush everything that had ever looked down on him. The world had reverted to primal logic. Only strength mattered, and only the power to kill determined who was right. The man sees an opening and prepares for a final, desperate strike, his eyes snapping shut in concentration. The strike never lands. A flash of steel severs the moment, and the man falls into the dirt, his eyes wide with an unanswered question. Warrior stands over the remains with a massive blade resting on his shoulder. His companion watches him, impressed by the cold efficiency of the kill. The warrior sighs, reflecting on why opponents always feel the need to talk so much at the end. His companion suggests he should have at least listened. The warrior dismisses the idea immediately. He didn't ask for the fight, but he finished it. His companion simply shrugs, satisfied with the outcome. The companion looks at the warrior curiously, asking how it feels now that his revenge is complete and whether he feels the emptiness often spoken of. They stand amidst the bodies and the loot, the weight of the moment hanging between them as the warrior stares at the ground, contemplating the question. The warrior scratches his chin, admitting he isn't sure. While many say revenge ends in emptiness, he finds himself feeling only a profound sense of relief. He thinks back to his first weapon, the mace, and how his journey has led him to something far more refined. He considers other paths, a bow for distance, a crossbow for precision, or a spear for reach. Every choice was a step toward this specific moment. He looks down at the dead. He doesn't see a tragedy, only a necessity. He feels he has simply done what was required. He explains to his companion that the relief is visceral, like the sudden removal of a long-standing and stubborn physical blockage. The companion winces at the bluntness of the analogy, but the warrior simply shrugs, feeling lighter than he has in years. Warrior lets out a long, tired breath. The air is clear, the enemy is dead, and the path forward is finally open. The companion gestures to the dropped loot, but the warrior doesn't even look back. He isn't interested in the profit, he is simply ready to go home. He stares at the blood-stained ground, the concept of money echoing in his mind. He is starting to realize that his previous indifference toward wealth was a massive mistake. Glowing essence burns before him, casting a flickering light on his face. He admits to himself that he never cared for riches before. He wasn't obsessed with the grind for gold. Looking at the remnants of the dungeon, he notes that the standard rewards for clearing these zones were always enough to keep him comfortable. He never felt a lack of resources. As he reads a warning letter from a rival guild master, a cold reality sets in. Pure strength isn't enough. Without the financial backing of a proper organization, he can't protect everyone. He dismisses the system's screen with a firm resolve. From this moment on, he will gather every cent he can, driven by a new, desperate purpose. He considers his options for the road ahead. Close combat is high risk, making a bow or a crossbow seem like a more tactical choice for a solo hunter. Settling on a heavy wooden crossbow, he readies himself. A spear might be better for close encounters, but for now, this will have to do. The night sky hangs heavy over the forest, silent and watchful as the raid concludes. He stands beside his companion before a massive, pulsating gate that looks more like a living organism than a portal. As the gate begins to dissolve into mist, the companion sighs in relief, remarking that it's finally over. He simply agrees, his mind already on the next move. Despite the victory, his expression remains grim, the weight of his future plans pressing down on him. He turns to his friend and asks if he'd join a guild if he created one. Before he can even finish the sentence, the companion gives an immediate, enthusiastic agreement. The companion smirks, his piercings catching the moonlight. He trusts his gut, and his gut tells him that any guild led by his friend is bound to be a wild ride. He offers a rare, small smile, jokingly dismissing his friend's intuition. He hasn't even officially invited him yet, but the bond is already formed. They walk away from the dungeon site, bickering like old friends. Neither of them realizes that this two-man guild is destined to become the most powerful force in the country. Under the starlit sky, they argue over who's buying dinner. The companion demands beef, pointing out that his friend is definitely the wealthier of the two now. Years later, that small dream has manifested into a towering glass skyscraper, the headquarters of a legendary hunter organization. He remembers his humble beginnings, back when he was just a man with a wooden crossbow and a desperate plan. Back in his cramped apartment, he collapses onto his bed, exhausted. He realizes with a groan that he left his computer running while he was out risking his life. Staring at the ceiling, he wonders how much easier life would be if it functioned like the video games he plays. A decent job would be just a level up away. In the game world, he's a master marksman. He takes aim at a group of orcs, boasting about the elite shooting skills he honed during his military service. Suddenly, the scene shifts to the present. A door is kicked open with a thunderous bang, leading into the chairman's office. The chairman of the organization is livid. He screams about a breach of contract, demanding to know why his son wasn't properly cared for. He points an accusing finger at the man who sits calmly with his back to the chaos, completely unfazed by the chairman's rage. The man turns slightly, a cold, arrogant smirk playing on his lips. He doesn't look like a man who cares about contracts or lives. He scoffs at the idea of a breach, leaning back in his chair. To him, the chairman's concerns are nothing more than a bad joke. Chairman trembles with fury, explaining that his son has been missing for a week. They are surely dead, yet the man just asks what he's expected to do about it. The chairman is stunned into silence by the sheer coldness of the man before him. The lack of empathy is bone-chilling. The man kicks his feet up on the desk, explaining that he already did his part. He took an unremarkable individual and made him a guild master. He has been paid, and the transaction is over. Chairman slams his fists onto the desk, his face contorted with hatred. He can't believe the disrespect coming from a man he helped elevate. Losing all control, the chairman orders his guards to attack. He wants the man dead, right here and now. For a brief moment, the memory of the game world flickers back, the hunter taking aim, a stark contrast to the corporate violence unfolding. His focus is absolute, his eye locked onto the target as he prepares to fire his crossbow. Back in the office, the suit-clad guards lunge forward with drawn blades, closing in on the seated man from all sides. The man doesn't move. He simply narrows his eyes, a murderous red glow beginning to emanate from his pupils. A violent flash of crimson energy erupts, cutting through the air with a sharp whistling sound. Tendrils of blood-red power lash out, coiling around the throats of the guards before they can even land a blow. The guards gasp for air, their eyes bulging as the supernatural grip tightens. They are completely helpless against this overwhelming force. The man remains seated, the guards suspended in mid-air around him like broken puppets. He has turned the office into a slaughterhouse. Through the haze of red energy, the man addresses the terrified chairman. The power dynamic has shifted irrevocably, and the real monster has been revealed. Through the haze of red energy, Choi Min-sik addresses the terrified chairman. The power dynamic has shifted irrevocably, and the true monster is revealed. He reminds the old man of the contract they made, his mere presence suffocating the room. Leaning in with a predatory gaze, Choi Min-sik notes that he has fulfilled his end of the bargain without issue. He asks with a chilling edge, "But what is this disgraceful behavior?" The chairman is paralyzed, sweat beading on his forehead as he stares into the eyes of a killer. He can barely force the words out, stammering a helpless, "You, why you?" In the back of his mind, a flash of Kang Hyun appears, eyes sharp and focused, aiming a crossbow from the shadows of a dungeon. It is a reminder that the world is far more dangerous than it seems. Choi Min-sik's eye glows with a murderous red light as he delivers a final ultimatum. If this happens one more time, he won't let it slide. He demands to know if the chairman understands. The pressure is suffocating, represented by the swirling red aura. Broken and defeated, the chairman gasps out his submission, acknowledging that he understands perfectly. As quickly as the killing intent appeared, it vanishes. Choi Min-sik flashes a bright, almost innocent smile, the transition between monster and businessman seamless and terrifying. Red energy dissipates, leaving the chairman and his guard collapsed on the floor, gasping for breath as if they were just released from a physical vice. Choi Min-sik turns to leave, his tone light as if he hadn't just threatened a man's life. He casually requests that the promised money be deposited by the end of the day. Stopping at the threshold, he looks back one last time. A small, dark curiosity lingers in his expression as he mentions that something has caught his interest. The headlines tell the story the public sees: the Bait Guild has vanished. A massive organization was wiped out overnight, leaving behind only shattered glass and unanswered questions. The media and online forums are buzzing. Rumors of power struggles and dungeon crimes fly wildly as people try to make sense of the sudden disappearance of such a massive guild. In an era where new guilds and ability users emerge every day, the Bait Guild is quickly relegated to yesterday's news, destined to be gradually forgotten. Far from the city's chaos, the sun shines over a quiet traditional courtyard. Here, the air is still, and the shadows of the past seem a world away. Inside, a voice notes with satisfaction that things have settled down. The troublesome loose ends have been dealt with, and there's no longer any risk of being followed. Kang Hyun sits across from his companion, surrounded by an expensive spread of food. He reflects on how he leveled up from the recent fight and used his connections to clear his tracks. His companion smirks, leaning back as he enjoys the luxury. He's handled the stolen goods and is more than happy to reap the rewards of these high-end meals. He looks at Kang Hyun, noticing the dark cloud hanging over him. "Everything went well, right?" he asks. "Why do you look so upset?" Kang Hyun sighs heavily, his appetite gone. He reveals that the source of his stress isn't the mission itself but the specific title he earned from the system this time. The system window appears, Cruel Homewrecker, a title given to those who have destroyed countless families of monsters through horrifying and cruel methods. The effects are undeniable, a permanent boost of +2 to strength. However, it also grants a passive aura that instinctively instills fear in everyone around him. Kang Hyun slams his hand down in frustration. The title is a nightmare for someone trying to maintain a normal image. It is practically a brand of villainy. Memory of the combat flashes by, a brutal, high-speed strike against a monster. The power is real, but the cost to his reputation is even higher. Kang Hyun recalls hiding behind a stone pillar, crossbow in hand, anxiously wondering if his ruthless tactics were actually worth the result. To make matters worse, the system rules state that even unequipped titles apply 50% of their effects. He can't just turn off the homewrecker vibe. Kang Hyun yells out in exasperation. He's already stressed about how people perceive him, and this title is only going to make the misunderstandings worse. His companion just laughs at his misery, telling him there's nothing wrong. In his eyes, Kang Hyun is already a horrible person, so the title fits him perfectly. The moment of levity is interrupted by the buzzing of a phone on the table. A call is coming in from a contact saved as Dangun Mr. Hyun. The phone continues to vibrate insistently. It's a call that Kang Hyun can't afford to ignore, especially given his current situation. Kang Hyun picks up, greeting the caller as Mr. Young Hyun, but he's immediately met with a sharp correction from the other side. Manager Kim snaps back, insisting his name is Kim Hyun. He hates the nickname Young Hyun because it sounds too much like a certain infamous hunter. Manager Kim quickly pivots to business, asking if Kang Hyun remembers the promise they made. His tone is serious and expectant. Kang Hyun's expression goes blank. Surrounded by mental question marks, he realizes he has absolutely no idea what promise the manager is talking about. On the other end of the line, Manager Kim sighs in frustration, having expected Kang Hyun to be this forgetful. He's already stressed enough as it is. "It's about meeting our guild master," Manager Kim reminds him. He wants the meeting to happen as soon as possible, and he won't take no for an answer. The memory of a monstrous gaze lingers, a creature with a single, burning eye and teeth like jagged glass, dripping with hunger. High above the city, a skyscraper pierces the clouds, a fortress of steel and glass representing the peak of hunter society. This is the heart of operations for one of the most prestigious organizations in the country. The elevator climbs steadily, the digital display ticking up to the 12th floor where the elite reside. The young man looks at his reflection, a wave of doubt washing over him. He wonders if stepping into this world is truly the right move. Gesturing toward the blonde man beside him, the young man asks if it's really okay to bring a companion along for such a formal meeting. The manager adjusts his glasses, his voice calm. He confirms that the guild master herself has already given her personal approval. The companion scoffs at the tension, boasting that he actually knows the woman personally. The young man finds the idea of him being so familiar with her completely ridiculous. The companion recalls meeting her at a high society social gathering, a world of tuxedos and wine that feels light years away from a dungeon floor. The man realizes the gap between them. The guild master comes from a world of old money. It feels like the world is rigged from the start. The image of the monster returns, a reminder of the visceral reality he faces every time he enters a gate. He grits his teeth, the pressure of the upcoming meeting weighing as heavy as a boss fight. They arrive at the reception room, the gold lettering on the door signaling they've reached the inner sanctum. The manager knocks firmly, announcing their arrival to the woman behind the door. A steady, feminine voice answers from within, granting them permission to enter. The group steps into a sprawling office lined with books, the atmosphere thick with the scent of old paper and authority. The young man scans the room, his eyes landing on the woman waiting for them. The woman offers a polite smile, introducing herself as the guild master with an air of effortless grace. The man returns the greeting, shaking her hand as she mentions she's heard quite a bit about him from his companion. With the introductions complete, the manager bows and takes his leave, closing the door behind him. The woman gestures toward the sofa, inviting them to sit and make themselves comfortable. The man takes a seat, his posture tense despite the luxurious surroundings. His mind flashes back to the heat of battle, the sweat and the grit of a life lived on the edge. He remembers the struggle of wielding an unfamiliar weapon, a spear that felt clumsy in his hands as monsters closed in. Returning to the present, the man thanks her for her help, promising to repay the kindness she's shown him. The woman dismisses his concern with a wave of her hand, telling him it was no trouble at all. But the man isn't one for pleasantries. He hates being in debt and asks to know the real reason she wanted to see him. She locks eyes with him, noting his desire to get straight to the point and acknowledging how busy they both are. She leans back, admitting she was going to offer tea first, but she won't decline his request for directness. Her eyes are cold and analytical, searching for any sign of weakness in the young hunter. The man waits, his expression unreadable as he prepares for the pitch he knows is coming. The woman finally drops the mask, asking him if he would like to join her guild. The refusal is instantaneous and absolute. A heavy silence fills the room as the two individuals stare each other down across the coffee table. The memory of the spear fight flashes again, the chaos of the dungeon, the roar of the monsters, and the struggle to survive. He remembers the scream of effort, the raw desperation of a man who refuses to be controlled by anyone. The woman repeats the offer, her voice steady, perhaps expecting a different answer if she gives him time to think. The man hasn't changed his mind, his gaze as sharp as a blade as he reiterates his refusal. A heavy silence fills the room as the weight of Kang Hyun's rejection settles between them. His companion breaks the tension, noting how sharp and straightforward Kang Hyun is and worrying that his bluntness might have hurt Hyun's feelings. Hyun offers a simple smile, assuring them there's no need for concern. She admits his blunt honesty makes it much easier for her to move on from his refusal. Kang Hyun offers an olive branch, promising to repay her kindness in other ways and urging her to contact him if she ever finds herself in need of help. Hyun agrees, noting that having a powerful individual owe her a favor is a deal she is more than happy to accept. Kang Hyun remains skeptical, wondering what a lone hunter like himself could possibly do for the country's top-ranked guild. The atmosphere shifts as Hyun leans in, posing a chilling question: how long does he believe this fragile peace can truly last? Memories of the battlefield surge back, the sound of steel clashing against monsters echoing in the back of Kang Hyun's mind. Every step in this world feels like a march toward an inevitable conflict that most people are too blind to see. Kang Hyun scoffs at the word peace, his eyes darkening as he contemplates the lie they are all living. In a world where dungeons manifest without warning and criminals run rampant, the very idea of safety is a mere illusion. He realizes that Hyun must have witnessed the same ominous signs of the coming storm that he has. Compared to the absolute carnage of Stage 8 in the tutorial, the current world seems quiet, but he knows better. Kang Hyun sighs, admitting that worrying won't solve anything. His only path is to continue his relentless pursuit of power. Hyun mentions there are 5 years left before the Haken dimension threat, but her voice lacks true conviction. Kang Hyun cuts her off with a grim correction: they don't have 5 years. At most, they have 3 before the entire country faces total annihilation. Stunned, Hyun demands to know how he can be so certain about such a specific and terrifying timeline. Kang Hyun reveals a fragment of the truth: a divine being oversees this world and some are capable of communicating with it. He thinks of the administrator, the celestial entity governing the system, and the heavy burden of the knowledge they share. The conversation shifts to the fundamental laws of growth in this system, where every step forward is paid for in blood. Later, Kang Hyun reflects on the classic archetypes of power: the warrior, the wizard, and the swordsman, wondering which path leads to the peak. He knows that in the heat of a dungeon, titles mean nothing compared to the cold efficiency of a well-placed strike. Hyun points out a terrifying trend: dungeon difficulty is skyrocketing while the growth of average ability users has completely stalled. His companion adds that the system only rewards those who take genuine risks. Stagnation is the price of playing it safe. Kang Hyun realizes this is why modern firearms are useless for leveling: they remove the risk and the connection to the system. Bows and crossbows, however, require a level of personal proficiency that the system recognizes, allowing stats to rise. Kang Hyun admits he's no saint, recalling the ruthless way he dealt with the bait hunters who tried to sacrifice him. Hyun doesn't even look back as she coldly dismisses those people as trash that doesn't matter. Kang Hyun is taken aback by her sudden, icy pragmatism. She continues, stating that those who don't contribute to humanity's survival have no value and deserve no protection. To her, a single powerful hunter like Kang Hyun is worth more than 1,000 weaklings. Only the strong have the right to decide the world's fate. Kang Hyun pushes the heavy conversation aside, focusing on the kill as he strikes down another monster with a predatory grin. Title: Solo Resurrection flashes across the screen, a testament to the brutal path he has chosen to walk. Later, Manager Kim arrives at the office, the sound of the door latch echoing in the quiet hallway. Manager Kim enters the room, his professional mask firmly in place as he approaches Hyun. Hyun asks if he successfully sent Kang Hyun off, her mind clearly still on their intense conversation. Manager Kim confirms he did, before asking for her honest impression of the mysterious hunter after meeting him in person. She admits that meeting him in person was far more intense than she had anticipated. She leans back with a knowing smile, her initial instincts about him proving correct. She recalls that even though it was only for a fleeting moment, his eyes wavered the second she mentioned the administrator. With absolute certainty, she reveals the truth: he is a graduate of the tutorial. Meanwhile, at a heavily guarded dungeon gate, the atmosphere is thick with tension as hunters prepare for the unknown. Inside, Kang Hyun is already in the middle of the fray, grinning as his strike connects and drops his first target. He doesn't waste a second, immediately pivoting his weapon toward the remaining threat. He reflects on the nature of dungeons. While E rank and D rank might only be one letter apart, the gap in difficulty is a chasm. The strength and sheer volume of monsters increase exponentially as one ventures deeper into the abyss. This is especially true for the D-rank dungeon known as Dayan's Laboratory, where the diversity of horrors is at its peak. Kang Hyun walks calmly through a corridor littered with the corpses of his fallen enemies, his footsteps echoing in the silence. He analyzes the monster hierarchy, noting how they evolve from standard orcs to warriors and then to great warriors. Suddenly, a strange presence catches his attention, forcing him to look back in surprise. Massive ogre chimera Wolk looms over him, a grotesque fusion of muscle wielding a giant stone hammer. Kang Hyun stares at the beast, mocking its distorted proportions. To him, putting a goblin's head on an ogre's body seems more like a nerf than an upgrade. He pauses for a moment, a sharp realization crossing his mind as he observes the creature's stance. The playful smirk, he asks the monster if it wants to join his guild, mentioning a bet he made with An Yuxiang. The beast doesn't take kindly to the offer, winding up for a devastating strike. The massive hammer descends with bone-shattering force, obliterating the ground where Kang Hyun stood. Kang Hyun narrowly dodges, the sheer power of the impact sending shockwaves through the chamber. The hammer slams down again, crushing the stone floor into fine dust as the monster relentlessly pursues him. Kang Hyun winces as he feels the heat of the near miss. The intensity of the fight is finally starting to register. He spits out an insult, telling the beast that if it didn't want to join, it should have just said so. The monster responds with a deafening roar, its glowing eyes fixed on the hunter who dares to mock it. It suddenly spews a torrent of yellow liquid from its mouth, catching Kang Hyun off guard. Kang Hyun reacts instantly, charging a sphere of brilliant light in his palm to counter the corrosive attack. The energy detonates, creating a blinding flash that forces the massive beast back. Using the distraction, Kang Hyun slides beneath the creature's reach, positioning himself for a counterstrike. He realizes his weapon is stuck, the spear refusing to budge from the monster's thick hide. He glances at the burn mark on his face, feeling the sting of the monster's acidic breath. The acid sizzles against the stone wall, proving just how lethal a direct hit would have been. Kang Hyun acknowledges the beast's thick hide but reminds himself that as a strategist he always finds a way. He taps his temple, his mind racing through tactical possibilities to overcome his physical disadvantage. His eyes glow with predatory intent as he sets his sights on the monster's hammer. He's going to take it for himself. Nearby, the other hunters hear the distant screams of dying monsters, sensing that someone else is hunting in the area. Choi Min-sik smirks, dismissing the noise and focusing on the task at hand. He tells his team to ignore the distractions and focus on the feast laid out before them. One of the female hunters remains silent, her expression tense as she grips her weapon, sensing an approaching storm. For Kang Hyun, the immediate problem isn't the coming conflict but the weapon lodged deep within the stone. He strains against the handle, his knuckles whitening as he realizes the massive tool is stuck fast. His gaze sharpens, a single bead of sweat trickling down his face as the oppressive atmosphere of the dungeon begins to weigh on him. Nearby, a pair of hunters remain blissfully unaware of the tension. One chuckles, remarking to his companion about how much he enjoys the thrill of these damp, dangerous dungeons. His partner isn't nearly as relaxed, pausing to ask if he hears the strange, rhythmic echoes coming from the darkness ahead. They stand over a massive, carved stone block as the first hunter dismisses the concerns with an arrogant sneer, telling his partner not to worry about every little noise during a hunt. Kang Hyun isn't listening to the noises. He's focused on something far more primal, the metallic scent of blood and malice filling the air. The other hunters finally sense the shift, their casual demeanor evaporating as they realize they aren't the only predators in this corridor. Doubt flickers in the blonde hunter's eyes as the killing intent in the room becomes thick enough to choke on. Kang Hyun stands before them, a blood-stained figure dwarfed by the massive stone hammer he has somehow managed to hoist. He mutters the word "smell" again, his voice low and raspy, like a predator who has already cornered its prey. A terrifying, manic grin splits his face as he declares that they smell like nothing more than pathetic, third-rate thugs who are about to be crushed. His pupils dilate, locked onto the group with a gaze that suggests he no longer sees them as humans but as obstacles to be cleared. Memories of the brutal struggle against the orcs flash through his mind, the weight of his weapon and the spray of blood fueling his current state. Back in the present, the hunters can only stare in stunned silence at the sheer presence of the man standing before them. Kang Hyun repeats the word "smell," savoring the way the air changes as their confidence turns into pure, unadulterated fear. He laughs at their weakness, promising that criminals who rely on numbers are always the easiest to break. Panic sets in as they realize the hammer he's holding isn't just a heavy object, it's an instrument of absolute destruction. He begins to advance, the heavy thud of his footsteps echoing through the corridor like the heartbeat of the dungeon itself. A crimson aura erupts around his body as he hoists the massive stone block high above his head, preparing a devastating strike. With a deafening roar, Kang Hyun slams the hammer upward, not at the hunters but at the very ceiling of the corridor. The impact is cataclysmic, cracks spiderweb across the stone as the structural integrity of the room fails in an instant. The sheer force of the blow mirrors the brutal efficiency he used to slaughter the monsters that once stood in his way. Massive chunks of rock begin to rain down, turning the narrow hallway into a chaotic death trap of falling debris. The hunters scramble backward, shielding their faces as the ceiling collapses, their arrogant sneers replaced by screams of terror. Pebbles and dust coat the floor, the sound of falling stone drowning out any hope of a coordinated counterattack. Amidst the falling ruin, Kang Hyun remains stationary, bracing the hammer against the crumbling stone like an iron pillar. The lead hunter stares in disbelief, sweating profusely as he wonders if the man before him has completely lost his mind. The hammer is wedged deep into the ceiling, the impact sight glowing with a faint, ominous light from the residual power of the strike. Sparks fly as stone grinds against stone, the pressure in the room reaching a violent breaking point. The hunters can only curse their luck, realizing they are trapped in the path of a man who doesn't care about his own survival. From a high angle, the scene looks like a ritual of destruction, with Kang Hyun standing at the epicenter of the carnage. Suddenly, the trance breaks. Kang Hyun jolts, gasping for air as a phantom scream echoes in his ears. He looks down at his blood-spattered gear, the weight of the battle still lingering in his muscles as he tries to steady his breathing. He winces, acknowledging that the massive weapon is far too heavy to be used as a primary armament in a real fight. With a flick of his wrist, he summons the system interface, deciding to store the heavy relic away until a more desperate time arises. Manager stands in the dim light of the dungeon, his eyes narrowing as he watches the youth who was supposed to be a mere sacrifice. A cold sweat trickles down the manager's neck, the sudden shift in the atmosphere making his skin crawl. He lets out a nervous, mocking chuckle to steady his resolve, sneering at the boy for failing to understand the gravity of the situation. With a sudden, violent lunge, the manager draws his blade, the steel whistling through the air as he shouts at the youth for putting down his weapon. His face twists into a mask of pure malice as he closes the gap, aiming a lethal strike at the youth's throat. The youth remains motionless, his dark eyes tracking the blade with a terrifying, inhuman calm as the world seems to slow down around him. Suddenly, the scene fractures. The youth bolts upright in his bed, gasping for air as the phantom sounds of the dungeon haunt the silence of his room. Back in the memory, the impact is instantaneous. The youth's fist connects with a sickening crunch, shattering the manager's momentum. The manager's eyes bulge in shock, his face distorting under the sheer force of the counterblow. He is sent sprawling across the cracked stone floor, his sword clattering away as his body bounces across the ground. The other hunters stand frozen, their breath hitching as they witness their leader being dismantled in a single move. Before he can recover, the youth is already on him, his hand clamping down on the manager's hair with an iron grip. He draws a jagged blade, the red aura of the dungeon reflecting off the cold steel as he growls a threat at the fallen man. The youth looms over the man, his eyes glowing with a predatory light that promises no mercy as he demands everything the manager has. The surrounding hunters scramble back, their courage failing them as they realize they have cornered a monster. One warrior grips his spear, his hands trembling so violently that the wood groans under the pressure. Desperate to regain control, the group prepares to rush, their leader ordering a charge based on their numerical advantage. The youth doesn't even flinch as the blades close in, questioning their decision to attack despite him holding a hostage. He looks down at the terrified manager with a chilling smirk, noting that his allies seem indifferent to his survival. In the safety of his room, the memories continue to bleed into reality, the sound of his own heavy breathing filling the dark space. He stares at the ceiling, various titles and paths flashing through his mind like a curse. Exhaustion finally takes hold, but even as he drifts back to sleep, the phantom weight of the dungeon remains. Back in the fray, the youth looks at his captive with bored indifference, demanding the man's name as the manager stammers a response. The sound of a discarded sword ringing against the stone signals the end of any negotiation. He tightens his grip on the manager's collar, the man's face turning a sickly shade of gray as he realizes he has become a tool for the youth. The other hunters hesitate, their weapons raised but their spirits broken by the sheer audacity of the boy standing before them. With a manic laugh, the youth swings the manager through the air, using the grown man as a human wrecking ball. The impact is brutal. The manager's body smashes into the charging hunters, the sound of breaking bones echoing through the corridor. Blood spatters the walls as the hunters are mowed down by their own comrade's flailing body, their formation shattered in an instant. Another body hits the floor with a heavy thud, the red glow of the youth's aura intensifying as the struggle continues. The youth stands amidst the carnage, looking at the survivors with a chilling lack of empathy as he remarks on the situation. He hoists the manager over his shoulder like a club, taunting the remaining hunters and declaring his captive to be a new weapon. He begins to walk forward, his footsteps heavy and deliberate as the remaining hunters plead in terror. The last thing they see is the reflection of a monster in their own eyes as the world turns to red. A spray of crimson is the only answer they receive as their pleas for mercy are cut short by a cold, decisive strike. Shin Sung-ah watches in stunned silence, her eyes wide as she witnesses the sheer brutality unfolding before her. Amidst the fallen, Kang Hyun stands tall, the air heavy with the scent of iron and the weight of his overwhelming presence. He exhales slowly, noting that for a D-rank raid party, these guys wasted more of his time than he expected. Noticing her gaze, he turns slightly, his face splattered with blood, and offers a brief, silent acknowledgement. His mind drifts back to the system, Tutorial Stage 2, Round 3. A world where the slogan, "Save the Earth," feels like a twisted joke. Shin Sung-ah bows her head in deep gratitude, her voice trembling as she thanks him for intervening. The dismissive wave, Kang Hyun tells her it's nothing. In truth, he found a grim satisfaction in putting those thugs in their place. She looks up, her expression shifting from fear to intense curiosity about the man who just saved her life. She introduces herself as Shin Sung-ah, her voice steadying as she asks for his name. Rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly, he tells her to drop the formalities. "I'm Kang Hyun," he says simply. The name resonates with her. She repeats it with newfound respect, addressing him as Lord Kang Hyun. Desperation flickers in her eyes as she asks the question burning in her heart. "Can I become strong like you, Lord Kang Hyun?" She waits for his answer, her gaze unwavering, searching for the secret to the overwhelming power he just displayed. Kang Hyun stares back, momentarily speechless at the raw earnestness in her voice. Little did they know, this was the moment South Korea's three worst troublemakers first crossed paths, changing the course of the future. Silence stretches through the corridor, the bodies on the floor serving as a grim backdrop to their fateful meeting. Kang Hyun's mind flashes back to the tutorial, a total mess where survival was the only rule that mattered. Back then, the system forced a choice. Today's weapons are the sword and shield. It wasn't about preference, but survival. Shin Sung-ah continues to watch him, her hope hanging on his every word. "How to get strong," he repeats, the irony of the question not lost on him. He tells her plainly, "It's about effort. You just have to work hard." But his tone suggests a much darker price. She hesitates, knowing that not all efforts are created equal in this hellish world of hunters and dungeons. Kang Hyun leans in, his eyes turning cold. "You have to do it to the point of death," he says. "Literally until you're dead." "Death," she whispers, the weight of his words sinking in. He scratches his head, admitting it feels hypocritical for a man who constantly resurrects to say that. "Anyway, take care," he says, turning to leave. He tells her she can do whatever she wants with the survivors, kill them or spare them. She watches his retreating figure, awe and confusion swirling in her mind as he walks deeper into the shadows. Suddenly, Kang Hyun stops. A thought occurs to him, halting his departure. He remembers his own struggle, choosing the sword today because he spent the previous day studying techniques on X-Tube. The memory of the video tutorial plays in his mind, a humble beginning for a man now capable of such slaughter. He peeks back around the corner and asks, "Can you make it out alone?" Her answer is immediate and honest. "I can't." He looks at her with a hint of exasperation. "Normally, wouldn't you ask for help in that case?" He admits he'd like to help, but he's on a mission. He came here to clear this dungeon, and nothing else takes priority. Seeing an opportunity, Shin Sung-ah takes a leap of faith. "Then can I accompany you, Lord Kang Hyun?" Kang Hyun freezes, a flurry of question marks practically appearing over his head. "What?" He tries to backtrack, telling her to forget his earlier advice about dying. "It was just a figure of speech, not literal." "I didn't mean it like that," he insists, feeling the situation spiral into something more complicated than a solo run. She is determined. She promises to follow him like a ghost and collect magic crystals without getting in his way. To master the blade, Kang Hyun has turned to the modern-day library of the masses, X-Tube. After spending the entire day self-studying sword techniques, he is convinced that the sword will be his primary weapon of choice today. The theory is immediately put to the test. Facing down a pair of hulking monsters, Kang Hyun taunts them with a savage grin, ready to unleash his new skills on the beasts. With the initial threat neutralized, Kang Hyun gives a casual nod. He tells his companion to keep up as they venture deeper into the dungeon's shadows. The floor is littered with the carcasses of wolves and goblins, a testament to the brutal efficiency of Kang Hyun's combat style. He stands over the pile of corpses, flicking the blood off his glowing blade with a cold, detached expression. Hyun approaches from behind and acknowledges his efforts. She knows better than anyone the weight he carries in this raid. She moves toward the fallen enemies, preparing her dagger to begin the tedious task of harvesting magic crystals. The blade sinks into the monster's flesh, prying at the valuable core hidden within. She pulls a glowing purple crystal from the remains, its light reflecting in her focused eyes. Watching her work, Kang Hyun realizes that Hyun is more than capable of handling herself, just as she promised. She isn't just a collector, she uses her stealth skills to retreat when things get heated, providing silent support with her bow from the shadows. Suddenly, a memory flashes back, a moment of pure desperation where he stood alone against an overwhelming tide of monsters. The trauma of being ganged up on by those creatures still haunts him, a nightmare he cannot seem to wake up from. Despite the lingering fear, things are different now. Clearing dungeons has become significantly easier with his current strength. He senses a shift in the air. The energy ahead is heavy and suffocating, a clear sign that the boss room is just around the corner. Hyun tightens her grip on her dagger, her resolve unshakable. She is determined to follow him through to the very end. Suddenly, a series of purple system windows erupt in front of them, flickering with an ominous light. Hyun gasps in confusion as the screens populate the air around them. Kang Hyun stares at the notification in disbelief. The dungeon is marked as clear, but he knows something is wrong. His eyes narrow as he tries to process the information. He wonders if someone else beat them to the boss. However, the sensation has not vanished. He can still sense the boss's malevolent energy pulsating from the darkness. The truth hits him like a cold wave. This isn't a victory, it's a dungeon break. The memory of being overwhelmed flashes again, panic rising in his chest as the reality of the situation sets in. In the safety of his room, Kang Hyun breaks into a manic laugh. The chaos is exactly what he needs to test his limits. For the first time in Korea, a D-rank dungeon break has occurred and the consequences will be catastrophic. Experts are already analyzing the wave, suggesting that this wasn't a natural occurrence but a calculated act of terrorism. Inside the headquarters, an aide bursts through the doors, shouting for the alliance leader. Choi Dong-woo, the president of the Ability Users Alliance, stands by the window, already sensing the impending storm. He turns to face the messenger, his expression grim. He asks if the preparations are complete. The aide stammers, trying to deliver the report that just came in from the front lines. He reveals that among the dungeons experiencing breaks, a D-rank dungeon is the primary concern. Choi Dong-woo demands the location. The answer is chilling: Daeun's laboratory in Suwon. He curses under his breath. It was a tricky dungeon they had postponed clearing, and now it has come back to haunt them. Back in the darkness, Kang Hyun continues to laugh, his mind consumed by the thought of the coming slaughter. His voice is a low, murderous whisper as he vows to kill every last one of them. Choi Dong-woo inquires about nearby support, but the Hangul Guild's main forces are already out on other assignments. There is no time to waste. He orders the immediate assembly of 50 elite troops to head for Suwon and stop the nightmare. At the towering headquarters, the atmosphere is thick with tension as the world teeters on the brink of collapse. A manager walks briskly through the corridor, updating his colleague that the president is personally leading an elite force toward the laboratory. The armored hunter looks back with a grim expression, realizing they might already be too late to mount a proper defense. Manager adjusts his glasses, his face tight with worry as he explains that only smaller, less experienced guilds remain available. However, he reveals a startling new report: a lone ability user is currently tearing through the monster ranks at an impossible speed. He describes the figure as a muscular warrior wielding a massive longsword, a force of nature that doesn't fit any known profile. The manager adds that the man's face is so terrifyingly distorted by battle that he is barely distinguishable from the monsters he hunts. Hunter listens in silence, a faint, knowing smile playing on her lips as she processes the news. In the shadows of a dark room, a man is a portrait of trauma and rage, muttering a blood-chilling vow to kill them all. A young girl peeks through the door, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and deep concern for the man her brother has become. Back on the blood-soaked streets, the warrior stands amidst a mountain of monster corpses, his breathing heavy as a red aura flares around him. Surviving hunters can only watch in absolute shock, unable to comprehend how one man could clear an entire sector alone. They whisper among themselves, questioning if the man is even human or some new, terrifying class of ability user. One hunter tentatively approaches, offering words of gratitude for the life-saving intervention. The warrior doesn't look up, his blood-splattered face hidden in the shadows as he whispers a cold, unintelligible response. The hunter is visibly shaken, his expression shifting to one of confusion and growing dread. The warrior snaps his head up, his eyes burning with malice as he orders them to get lost before they all end up dead. Red energy around him explodes in intensity, the sheer weight of his killing intent forcing the survivors to recoil. He knows the battle is far from over. His eyes remain locked on the horizon, sensing the true nightmare yet to come. Behind him, the dimensional crack pulses with dark energy, a jagged wound in reality that refuses to close. The memory of the girl watching him from the doorway flickers briefly, a ghost of the life he once knew. Back in the present, the man lies motionless on his bed, the silence of the room a stark contrast to the chaos outside. A skeletal hand reaches for the earth, a cosmic reminder that the fall of this dimension was supposed to be a certainty. But the script has been flipped. The inevitable end has been delayed by a variable the system never accounted for. System prompts glitch and flicker, struggling to maintain control as the tutorial parameters break down. The warrior shouts in defiance, rejecting the system's hollow messages about courage and salvation. The warning is clear: the boss monster is still lurking, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. He bellows at the hunters to clear the area, warning them that staying here is a guaranteed death sentence. The group stands frozen, caught between their desire to help and the overwhelming pressure of the warrior's presence. One hunter gulps, the reality of his own insignificance finally sinking in as he looks at the carnage. He tries to plead their case, insisting that they are capable individuals who can still provide support. But his voice falters as he meets the warrior's cold, judgmental stare. The warrior challenges him, asking how many chimeras they actually managed to take down during the initial wave. He mocks their lack of results, telling them they are nothing but a hindrance on this battlefield. The hunter is left speechless, his pride shattered by the blunt truth of his own weakness. Warrior reflects on his own path, remembering when he was just as lost, swinging his blade without aim or purpose. The crowd continues to gossip, unable to reconcile his abrasive personality with the heroic feats he's performing. They watch him with a mixture of awe and resentment, sensing the vast gulf in power between them. But the warrior doesn't care about their opinions. His eyes glow with a lethal intensity as he prepares for the final showdown. Survivors tremble, the weight of the carnage finally sinking in. Should we just back off? One stammers, his spirit shattered by the sight of the blood-soaked street. Kang Hyun stands like a grim reaper amidst a sea of monster remains. The survivors realize they are in the presence of a monster in human skin, one who doesn't even flinch at the surrounding death. He clicks his tongue in annoyance, his face splattered with the filth of battle. To Kang Hyun, this wasn't a heroic struggle, it was merely a tedious chore that needed finishing. Hyun approaches tentatively, her bow gripped tight as she surveys the absolute devastation Kang Hyun left in his wake. The scale of the slaughter is suffocating. She hesitates, eyes darting between the corpses and the man who created them. The silence between them is heavy, broken only by the distant sounds of a city in chaos. Kang Hyun doesn't even turn to face her. He simply asks if she's capable of sniping, his voice cold and entirely focused on the next objective. Hyun can barely find her voice. She stares at the mountain of carcasses, wondering what kind of monster could do this alone. A memory flickers, the grueling hours spent swinging a blade until his arms felt like lead. Kang Hyun started with nothing but raw, aimless effort in a dark, lonely cave. Every swing was a battle against his own limits. The system told him this was the standard path to power, and he embraced the agony without question. Back in the present, Kang Hyun gives a firm command. He tells Hyun to find cover and prepare to support him from the shadows, leaving no room for argument. He repeats the question, testing her resolve. You can do it, right? It's not a request, it's a cold expectation of survival. Hyun's breath hitches. The intensity in his gaze is enough to make any hunter crumble, yet she knows she has no choice but to step up. Suddenly, the air fractures. A rift of swirling purple energy tears through reality, signaling the arrival of something far worse than the previous fodder. A heavy, armored boot strikes the pavement with bone-shaking force. The ground cracks under the sheer pressure of the entity's presence. Monstrous figures emerge, beast men with the heads of tigers and snakes, radiating a murderous aura that chills the very air. They stand like a wall of death before Kang Hyun. The atmosphere thickens with the scent of impending slaughter as the three titans loom large. Even Kang Hyun is momentarily taken aback. The level of these newcomers is on a completely different scale than anything he's faced so far. He faces down the self-proclaimed three heavenly kings, his silhouette small but unyielding against their massive, glowing forms. Another flash of the past, the endless huff of a boy training in a dark cave, driven by a desperate need to grow stronger before the world ended. He had collapsed countless times, questioning if 8 hours of relentless practice was truly the only way to ascend, but he never stopped. But those eyes, they never lost their fire. Every failure was just fuel for the resurrection that was to come. He calculates the threat. Each of these monsters is at least as strong as the Wolk he struggled against before. The stakes have just tripled. Then, the true master of this nightmare reveals itself. The boss has arrived to claim the battlefield. A skeletal hand, draped in dark robes, reaches out from the void. Purple flames flicker around the ancient, bleached bone as it manifests. A terrifying, toothy grin emerges from the darkness. The Lich's laughter is a silent vibration that rattles the soul of anyone watching. The undead mage floats high above the battlefield, looking down at the world with detached curiosity and ancient malice. Reality continues to warp. Arcs of violet lightning dance across the sky as the Lich's mana begins to saturate the environment. The rift widens, a jagged scar in the sky that pours out an endless supply of dark energy, drowning out the sunlight. The Lich speaks, its voice a rasping echo. It comments on the unique style of the human buildings, as if it's merely a tourist in a graveyard. Kang Hyun's heart skips a beat. A monster that can communicate. This isn't just a beast, it's an intelligent, ancient evil with its own agenda. He remembers the exhaustion, the feeling of his body breaking down during those 8-hour sessions. He didn't endure that hell to die here. He calls upon his status window. Level 1. It seems pathetic, but his unique ability, Resurrection, is his ultimate wild card. From its high vantage point, the Lich hums in contemplation, observing the lone human standing against its elite guard. Human, the Lich calls out, its tone mocking. Are you really planning to stop me alone? It's a question meant to inspire absolute despair. Kang Hyun's response is a feral smirk. He begins to channel his mana, a violent purple glow erupting from his fist. Yes, that's right. He grips the energy tight, the power crackling and hissing like a caged predator ready to be unleashed. Boom! He slams the power down, a massive shockwave of red and black energy erupting as he makes his opening move. His face is a mask of pure bloodlust. I'm going to break your head, he snarls, and play puzzles with the pieces. The Lich stares back, unmoved but intrigued by the human's audacity. What a cheeky human, it muses, preparing to end the boy's defiance. The lich pauses, its hollow sockets flaring with realization as it halts its killing blow, sensing a sudden shift in the air. Standing amidst a sea of corpses, Kang Hyun radiates a menacing red aura. He challenges the monster directly, suggesting they settle this as leaders. Let's clear out the small fry and settle things like men. The lich remains cold and detached, staring down from above as its guardians, a knight, a tiger man, and a lizard man, block the path. With chilling finality, it refuses the duel. Suddenly, a system window flickers before Kang Hyun's eyes, displaying his stats: stamina 8, magic 14, and 1 unallocated stat point. Ha! He mutters, confused by the numbers. Wiping blood from his mouth, Kang Hyun spits in defiance. He admits he didn't expect much from a monster anyway. His grip tightens around the handle of his massive hammer, the leather creaking under the pressure of his growing resolve. A wild, predatory grin spreads across Kang Hyun's face. If the boss won't come to him, he'll just have to carve a path through its pets, declaring that he will strike first. With a violent heave, he swings the colossal weapon in a wide arc, the sheer weight of it tearing through the air toward the 3 guardians. The tiger man and the knight can only watch in shock as the massive block of iron hurtles toward them with impossible speed. The force of the swing creates a vacuum, a blur of red and gray as Kang Hyun commits everything to this opening move. Blood sprays from his lips as the strain of the maneuver takes its toll, but his focus doesn't waver for a single second. Kicking off the assault, Lion's Roar of Rage is activated. The hammer slams into the ground, unleashing a shockwave of power that shatters the pavement. The knight is caught directly in the blast, its armored form trembling as it struggles to maintain its footing against the sonic pressure. Tiger Man and Lizard Man are sent reeling, their predatory instincts overridden by the sheer terror of the impact. In the back of his mind, Kang Hyun recalls clearing stage 1, a memory of a simpler time when he was just beginning to understand the system. The ground continues to buckle, the street itself surrendering to the overwhelming force of the hunter's strike. Using the momentum, Kang Hyun leaps high into the air, looming over the knight like a god of destruction as he marks his first target. His eyes are wide and bloodshot, reflecting a manic joy in the heat of battle. 1, he mutters, counting down his targets. The hammer descends like a falling star, aimed directly at the knight's helmet with lethal intent. Kang Hyun's face is a mask of intensity as he feels the weapon connect, the vibration traveling up his arms as the hit lands. A sickening crunch echoes through the alleyway as the hammer crushes the knight's skull, blood and metal fragments exploding outward. From its vantage point, the lich watches the carnage, its cape fluttering in the wind generated by the human's raw strength. It lets out a low, appreciative ho, clearly intrigued by the spectacle of power unfolding below. The lich notes that it cannot feel even a trace of magic from the boy. It wonders if this is the true potential of pure human physical strength. A twisted sense of admiration fills the undead king. It muses that it is almost a shame to kill such a rare and powerful specimen. Another flicker of memory passes through Kang Hyun, the interface, the choices, and the long path that led him to this moment. The lich raises its skeletal hand, purple flames dancing between its fingers as it begins to weave a sinister spell. Dust begins to settle, revealing a massive crater where the knight once stood, the ground pulverized into fine powder. The knight's helmet is a wreck of twisted steel, blood seeping through the visor as its life force rapidly fades. With a final quick groan, the guardian's head shatters completely under the residual pressure of the blow. Kang Hyun hangs in the air for a fraction of a second longer at the apex of his jump, looking down at his handiwork. He lands heavily as the knight's lifeless body collapses behind him like a discarded toy in the middle of the street. He gasps for air, the weight of the hammer finally catching up to him. It's so heavy, he grunts, his muscles screaming in protest. Unimpressed by the boy's exhaustion, the lich flexes its fingers, the purple aura intensifying as it prepares to end the fight. A memory of his early days flashes by, investing a stat point into strength, fueled by a desperate desire for revenge against the goblins. Lich strikes. Mind control. It commands as a beam of dark energy lances out from its hand, striking Kang Hyun before he can recover. Kang Hyun's eye snaps wide, his pupil contracting as the foreign magic invades his consciousness. A single, hollow ah escapes his lips as his world turns to darkness. The skeletal figure cackles from its hovering position, mocking the hunter's desperate struggle. The skeleton's hollow sockets flare with a malevolent light as it prepares to cast a final, soul-binding spell. The hunter stands motionless, his body wreathed in a sinister red aura. The skeletal figure gloats, believing the hunter has fallen completely under its control. With a skeletal hand raised, the figure prepares to issue its first command as magic pulses through the air. The undead master demands absolute submission, expecting the hunter to kneel and show loyalty. The hunter's lips remain sealed, a tense silence hanging in the air. He remains motionless, his face hidden in shadow as he resists the mental shackles. His hand begins to twitch, the red energy intensifying as the foreign magic tries to overwrite his consciousness. The hunter remembers his journey, recalling the effort invested into increasing his physical power in preparation for this very moment of vengeance. He thinks back to the bitter taste of failure, waking up in a cold sweat after being crushed, fueled by pure frustration. The skeleton's smug expression falters, sensing a sudden shift in the spiritual pressure as its control begins to slip. The hunter looks up, a defiant, manic grin splitting his face. He points a bloodied finger at the skeleton in a gesture of absolute defiance. From above, the battlefield is a graveyard of minions. The hunter stands tall, the sole survivor amidst the carnage. The skeleton realizes its mistake, finally understanding how its hex was neutralized through a defensive item. Suddenly, a massive beast lunges from the shadows, its claws aimed directly at the hunter's back. The hunter doesn't flinch as he activates a defensive skill, his flesh hardening into a black, scaly armor to absorb the incoming impact. He moves with predatory grace, narrowly avoiding the beast's massive claws as the pavement shatters beneath the force of the strike. A violent explosion of energy erupts, the sheer force of the encounter leveling the surrounding structures in a cloud of dust. Smoke and debris fill the air as the beast stands over the crater, scanning the area for any sign of the hunter. The memory of a desperate awakening flashes back, the moment the hunter realized he needed to work harder to survive this nightmare. Far above the city, the system detects an anomaly as a connection from another dimension is established. 10 hours of grueling training for a single increase in power. To most, it's madness. To the hunter, it's the only path to survival. A streak of light cuts through the darkness, a high-velocity projectile aimed with lethal precision at the beast's head. Projectile finds its mark, piercing the beast's skull and drawing a spray of dark blood as it roars in pain. The skeleton is stunned, its jaw dropping as it realizes its trap has been compromised by an unexpected factor. It scans the rooftops, its mind racing as it realizes its prey has an ally and the situation is spiraling out of control. The beast roars in frustration, shaking off the wound and refocusing its rage on the hunter. Hunter chuckles, his eyes gleaming with renewed confidence as he acknowledges his ally's support. The skeleton is paralyzed by shock, unable to comprehend how its prey has turned the tables so effectively. The hunter drops into a low stance, his gaze locked onto the beast as he prepares to launch a counterattack. He launches himself forward, the heavy hammer in his hands becoming a blur of destructive energy as he charges the beast. His grip tightens on the handle, every muscle fiber screaming as he channels his full power into the coming blow. He remembers the endless hours of training, the foundation of the power he's about to unleash on his enemy. Fighting lesser enemies used to be a life-or-death struggle, but now they are nothing more than target practice for his increased abilities. He swings the massive mallet with bone-crushing momentum, the air whistling around the iron head. A wild, bloodshot gaze fixes on the beast's temple as he commits everything to the strike. Another projectile strikes the beast, keeping it pinned down for just a fraction of a second needed to land the finisher. The hammer connects with a sickening crunch, the impact sending shockwaves through the beast's massive frame. The beast's roar is cut short, its eyes rolling back as the hunter's overwhelming power finally claims its prize. The hunter stands over the massive carcass, his giant hammer resting on the shattered pavement as the dust of the beast's defeat finally settles. Suddenly, a purple blur cuts through the air, a lethal projectile aimed directly at his blind spot. His eyes widen in shock, the realization of a new threat hitting him just as hard as the blood splattering across his face. Before he can react, a spear pierces clean through his shoulder, the surprise attack from the shadows drawing a crimson arc. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, he lets out a muffled groan, the weight of the battle finally beginning to take its toll. His mind drifts to his earlier struggles, recalling the moments where even minor enemies felt like an insurmountable wall due to his lack of raw strength. He reflects on the early stages of his journey when he realized that simple sword swings wouldn't be enough to survive this world. Returning to the present, the heavy thud of his hammer echoes through the street, a reminder of the brutal power he now wields. He lunges forward, his hands gripping a reptilian creature's tail with a vice-like strength that crackles with latent energy. The cold eyes of the beast stare back, but it finds no fear in the gaze of the human standing before it. With a surge of adrenaline, he hoists the massive creature into the air, treating its weight like it's nothing more than a ragdoll. He slams the monster into the pavement with a bone-shattering impact, the ground cracking under the sheer force of his momentum. A blinding flash of light erupts, signaling a shift in the flow of combat. The energy intensifies, a purple aura swirling around him as he demonstrates a relentless drive to survive. He stands tall, a sinister red glow radiating from his body as he prepares to finish off the remaining stragglers. The creatures hiss in desperation, their predatory instincts screaming at them to run from the threat they've unleashed. A twisted, manic grin spreads across his face, his eyes burning with a murderous intent. He begins to swing his blade in a rhythmic, deadly dance, each arc of steel cutting through the air with terrifying precision. Blood sprays across the storefronts like macabre, the sound of tearing flesh the only music in this silent city. His blade drips with the lifeblood of his enemies, the cold steel reflecting the carnage he's left in his wake. High above, a hooded figure with glowing pink eyes watches the slaughter, its skeletal face devoid of emotion as it observes the human's progress. Surrounded by a mountain of corpses, the hunter stands as the sole survivor, his silhouette framed by a flickering red aura. He wipes a smear of blood from his lip, his voice cold and steady as he signals the start of the final act. Looking up at the floating spectator, he asks with a chilling confidence if there's only one opponent left to kill. He mocks the powerful entity, hurling an insult with a smirk that defies the overwhelming gap in their power. He resumes his relentless motion, swinging his sword again and again, pushing his body past the point of exhaustion. As his physical limits are pushed further, he lets out a primal roar, his scream echoing through the empty streets. Standing amidst the ruins, he stares down the floating figure, repeating his question with a bloodthirsty intensity. He repeats his taunt, the words hanging in the air as he challenges the master of this domain to descend. The hooded figure remains unmoved, internally dismissing the hunter's bravado as nothing more than a desperate bluff. It senses the truth that the hunter is completely drained of power, his reserves running dangerously low. The figure taunts him, asking how a man with no energy left expects to face a being of its caliber. Hunter's expression hardens, he knows the monster has correctly gauged his weakened state. He admits to himself that his energy is gone and his body's regeneration is at its absolute limit. Looking up at the sky, he realizes the tactical nightmare he's in. Fighting an aerial opponent while grounded is nearly impossible. His legs begin to tremble, the sheer physical strain making even a simple jump feel like a distant dream. He desperately searches for a solution, wondering if he can tap into his inner power one last time as his heart beats like a war drum. The hunter lets out a gut-wrenching roar as his body hits its absolute limit. A system notification chimes in, rewarding his sheer desperation by increasing his stamina. The momentum sends him tumbling across the stone floor, his sword clattering away as he struggles to maintain his grip on consciousness. Blood streams down the hunter's face, his eyes wide with shock as the reality of his dire situation finally sinks in. In the middle of a misty, desolate street, the hunter stands battered and broken over the corpse of his enemy, his lungs burning with every labored breath. Every step is a battle against gravity, his boots splashing into a pool of dark, thick blood that stains the pavement. Suddenly, a massive force slams the hunter into the ground. Through the haze, he sees a mysterious hooded figure watching him from a distance. He groans in pain, his vision blurring. He can barely find the strength to ask what is happening as his body begins to fail him. A skeletal figure with eyes burning like pink hellfire looms over him as darkness finally starts to creep into his soul. The skeleton looms over him, a reminder of the previous attack. It wasn't just a physical strike, it was something far more insidious. The creature taunts the hunter, its presence signaling the poison slowly draining the life from him. The skeleton offers a cruel ultimatum: surrender and serve, or die right here in the dirt. It suggests there is no other way to get the antidote. Despite the agony, a defiant smirk plays on the hunter's lips. He'd rather rot than serve a monster like this. He collapses again, the weight of the poison and his injuries dragging him back down into the cold stone floor. Lying flat on his back, the hunter gasps for air. The sounds of his own heavy breathing are the only thing filling the silent chamber. Then, something shifts. The hunter forces himself up, a wild, murderous look in his eyes as he promises to break his enemy. His eyes ignite with a fierce, crimson glow. The internal power he was searching for finally answers his call. A dark, swirling aura erupts from his body. The hunter decides to burn through his remaining magic power to force the poison out of his system. He grips his blade with a white-knuckled intensity, the weapon vibrating with the sheer force of his killing intent. The system identifies his weapon, a high-rank longsword imbued with a sinister aura from decades of bloodshed. He triggers a powerful ability. For a short time, his strength and stamina skyrocket, but he risks losing all sense of reason. From the hooded figure's perspective, the hunter has transformed into a literal demon of war, charging forward with unstoppable momentum. The hunter lets out a final challenge. Even if he dies, he's determined to drag this monster into the abyss with him. His face is a mask of pure rage and blood, the heightened state stripping away everything but his primal urge to kill. As he prepares for the final clash, a new figure enters the fray, walking calmly toward the chaos with an air of absolute authority. The hunter is back on the ground, the adrenaline fading as his body finally pays the price for the sudden surge of power. A system window flickers before his fading vision, signaling another shift in his status as he lies paralyzed. The newcomer looks down at him with a faint, impressed smile, acknowledging the incredible job the hunter did on his own. The man identifies himself as part of an organization, stating that they will take over the situation from here. The hunter stares up in disbelief. He recognizes the man, a legendary figure who stands at the peak of the hunter world. This is the leader of the organization. His presence alone changes the entire atmosphere of the battlefield. The leader tells the hunter to stand down. He's clearly seen enough and orders the young hunter to go get some much-needed rest. The hunter tries to protest, reaching out as if there's still something he needs to finish, but his strength is utterly gone. His vision distorts into a sickening negative haze. The world begins to spin as the last of his willpower evaporates. He falls to his knees, his head hanging low. The battle is over, and the cost was almost more than he could pay. He curses under his breath, realizing just how long he's been holding back his collapse. The relief is as painful as the injuries. Finally, the hunter lets go. He falls back onto the pavement, the cold ground feeling like a luxury after the heat of combat. As he drifts toward unconsciousness, a final system prompt appears over his face, glowing with a soft, purple light. A new skill has been forged in the fires of this desperate struggle. A basic swordsmanship skill has been officially created. With a final, weary thought about the dramatic entrance, the hunter's eyes flutter shut, leaving the rest to the organization. True to its word, the organization transports Kang Hyun to a state-of-the-art hospital, a sanctuary of healing beneath a vast, indifferent sky. Days later, Kang Hyun's eyes snap open. His mind immediately begins to race as he tries to piece together the fragments of his final conscious moments. His gaze lands on a familiar, yet unwelcome face beside his bed, a woman casually sipping from a bottle while scrolling through her phone. He glances up, a hint of surprise touching her expression, and notes his awakening with a simple, "Oh, you're finally awake." Kang Hyun, still groggy, immediately starts grumbling. "Why is your annoying face the first thing I see when I wake up?" The woman retorts instantly, questioning how he can be so rude the moment he opens his eyes. Unfazed, she continues her harsh teasing. "Paying these hospital bills is a waste of money. Why didn't you just stay dead?" Kang Hyun, clearly exasperated, asks how she can say such things to her own brother who just woke up. Suddenly, Kang Hyun's focus shifts to more pressing matters, and he urgently asks about the dungeon and the outcome of the break. The woman, still nonchalant, replies that she doesn't know the specifics but confirms the situation has been settled. A fleeting image of his ordeal flashes through his mind, lying battered on the ground, a strange, potent purple energy pulsing from his hand. The system confirms a new, modest acquisition, basic swordsmanship F. Typically used by common thugs, this ability corrects posture and force distribution for sword strikes, a rudimentary but vital foundation. A new figure enters the room, a man in tactical gear who explains he received a call about Kang Hyun's hospitalization. To his surprise, he found the president of the Ability Users Alliance, a figure he'd only seen on TV, was also present. Kang Hyun ponders this revelation, the words echoing in his mind, the president of the Ability Users Alliance. The man presents a business card, revealing the name Seon Yun Ho from the Ability Users Alliance. Kang Hyun crosses his arms in defiance and dismisses the idea of gratitude. "Well, I don't feel like I owe him anything." Kang Hyun's friend advises him to take it easy, warning him against his naturally reckless tendencies. His sister warns him about the dangers of his new powers. "Whether it's special abilities or whatever, who's to say you won't just drop dead next time?" Startled by her bluntness, Kang Hyun tells her to watch her mouth before she jinxes him. Kang Hyun retorts, defending his desire to live. "You think anyone wants to die? You think I'm doing this for fun?" He explains that death causes a level drop and feels absolutely awful, emphasizing that he has no interest in dying. Sudden realization or memory sparks in Kang Hyun's mind, his eyes widening with an intense, focused gaze. The woman observes him with a look of mild irritation, clearly used to his dramatic outbursts. Kang Hyun simply stares back, speechless at her continued lack of sympathy. Traumatic memory resurfaces, Kang Hyun's body racked with pain as the otherworldly purple energy surges from his hand. A new system alert flashes, detected a general connection from the Haken dimension. The world around him seems to ripple with digital interference, hinting at a larger, unseen threat. Immediately, another critical message appears, Earth Defense System activated. The implications are clear, something significant is underway. The brutal reality of his last battle crashes back, a monstrous fist descending to crush him, sweat pouring from his terrified brow. Back in the hospital, Kang Hyun rubs the back of his neck, a gesture of discomfort as he tries to shake off the lingering unease of his near-death experience. Looking out the window, Kang Hyun sighs and concedes, "Well, I'll try to be more careful next time," a half-hearted promise to himself. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the imposing headquarters of the Ability Users Alliance, a towering structure symbolizing power and influence. Inside, a conversation unfolds about Kang Hyun. Someone reads his name aloud, "So, his name is Kang Hyun," and then asks their companion, "Do you know him?" Manager Kim stands politely and denies knowing him. Choi Min-sik, seated and wearing sunglasses, notes, "I heard a report that you contacted him." Manager Kim hesitates before pressing Choi Min-sik. "Then, why did you personally oversee the transfer and even cover his hospital bills?" Choi Min-sik simply offers a knowing smirk and lets out a soft ho-ho. Choi Min-sik reveals his motivation with a confident smile. "I witnessed the birth of a hero. If I didn't step in then, when else would I have the chance to help him?" A vivid memory of Kang Hyun's desperate struggle flashes, screaming in defiance during battle and vowing, "Even if I die, I'm taking you with me." The system ironically labels this a restored beautiful memory. Choi Min-sik keeps his hands clasped, a calculating look in his eyes as he begins, "So." The harrowing image of the monster's fist descending upon Kang Hyun's face replays, a stark reminder of his past vulnerability. A contrasting memory of triumph bursts forth. Kang Hyun, fists raised in a dungeon, exulting, "I did it. I fucking did it." He shouts his thanks to an unseen benefactor. Back in the present, Choi Min-sik turns to Manager Kim and asks directly, "What happened to that thing?" The focus returns to the hospital, a symbol of recovery and a temporary sanctuary. A doctor, reviewing Kang Hyun's results, expresses his astonishment. "The test results showed no abnormalities. Your recovery rate is truly remarkable." Kang Hyun, still reeling from his miraculous recovery, inwardly lamented his lost wages. "Do you have any idea how much money I lost taking a day off?" he grumbled. Just then, a sharp voice cut through the hospital lobby. "Is there a patient here named Kang Hyun?" Kang Hyun turns, curiosity piqued at the sound of his name, and spots a well-dressed man standing at the reception desk. The man asks the receptionist again, "Are you sure there's no one here by that name?" The receptionist calmly replies, "Yes. If he's already been discharged, we can't provide that information." Man sighs in frustration. I'm a step too late, he mutters to himself. Kang Hyun watches him from a short distance away. As the man turns to leave, his gaze locks onto Kang Hyun. He questions sharply, "Who are you?" A brutal memory flashes through Kang Hyun's mind, the raw exultation of a past victory. "I did it. I finally did it. Thank you. Thank you," echoes in his thoughts from the depths of a dark dungeon. The memory intensifies, showing Kang Hyun with bloodshot eyes and a manic grin. Wielding his sword, he declares with terrifying intensity, "You're all screwed today." Back in the present, Kang Hyun and the mysterious man stand face to face, a tense silence hanging between them. Recognizing the face, the man stutters, Are you?" Kang Hyun confirms, "Yes, I'm Kang Hyun. I heard you calling for me." Flustered by the sudden encounter, the man fumbles inside his jacket. "Wait a moment," he urges. He pulls out a business card and presents it to Kang Hyun. "My name is Shin Tae-gil." Kang Hyun reads the card, his expression shifting to surprise. "Ministry of the Interior and Safety, Special Ability Users Management Team." A thought forms in Kang Hyun's mind. Why is the government looking for me? The scene shifts to an exterior shot of the hospital, the bright sky suggesting the start of a new chapter for Kang Hyun. Later, a thick cut of meat sizzles on a grill, its juices bubbling in a more relaxed atmosphere. At a restaurant, Shin Tae-gil treats Kang Hyun to a meal. Kang Hyun asks, "Are you sure about this? This place looks pretty expensive." Shin Tae-gil replies confidently, "Yes, don't worry about it." Kang Hyun smiles, enjoying the meal. "Man, I always wondered where my tax money was going. I guess I'm finally getting some of it back." The chilling memory of his past self, eyes burning with murderous intent and a terrifying smile, flashes through his mind again. "You're all screwed today." Kang Hyun's expression turns serious as he ponders the meaning of Shin Tae-gil's visit. "So," Shin Tae-gil clarifies his purpose, "you're asking if we want you to affiliate with the government?" "Yes, though it's not mandatory, it's just a suggestion." Kang Hyun considers the offer, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "Would I be a civil servant then? What's the benefit of that?" Shin Tae-gil leans in to explain. "First of all, we aren't just regular civil servants. This is an organization the country created to prepare for a rapidly changing future. That is the mission of the Special Ability Users Management Team." Shin Tae-gil continues, "The government has realized it's impossible to control ability users by force. Their numbers are growing, and there's nothing to be gained by being hostile toward them." He elaborates on the policy. Instead, the government decided to support them as much as possible to establish a mutually beneficial relationship. Kang Hyun, focused on the food, comments, "I see, but you're grilling that meat all wrong." Shin Tae-gil presses on, highlighting the perks. "As for what's in it for you, the biggest factor is money. We'll provide enough funding to ensure you aren't inconvenienced during your activities." He adds another major incentive, "And if something happens to you, the government promises to take full responsibility for your surviving family members for life, providing treatment equivalent to that of national merit recipients." Kang Hyun's eyes widen slightly. "That's a very generous offer. I assume that means there's a lot of work involved." The chapter title card, Solo Resurrection 04, appears. Shin Tae-gil clarifies the expectations. "All we ask is that you maintain your current lifestyle and respond only when we specifically request your assistance." Kang Hyun nods to himself. That's not a bad deal." To sweeten the deal, Shin Tae-gil mentions their allies. For reference, Choi Dong-woo, president of the Ability Users Alliance, and Han Seon, leader of the Dangun Guild, are already collaborating with us. Kang Hyun considers the arrangement further. "So I can still keep a part-time job?" Making his decision, Kang Hyun declares, "Okay, I'll do it." The scene transitions to a vibrant sunset over the city, marking a new chapter in Kang Hyun's life. Kang Hyun walks through the streets of Suwon, Gyeonggi-do, near the old Dance laboratory. He sighs. "Hugh, of all places, they had to tow my car here. I hope it's still in one piece after everything that happened." Kang Hyun stops in his tracks as he spots a familiar figure waiting in the distance. He lets out a soft ah of recognition. His mind shifts to a tactical map. 2 targets are positioned in the early part of the fortress, while 3 others lurk in the second half of the forest. He looks closely at the woman before him. "Miss Shin So-e?" he asks, trying to place the face. She steps forward, correcting him immediately. "I'm Shin Sung-ah," she says, closing the distance between them. She holds out a heavy shopping bag, catching him off guard. "This is..." he starts, his eyes widening in surprise. Inside the bag, a hoard of high-grade mana crystals glows with an ethereal light. It's a fortune in loot. She explains that she was late in returning them. She had intended to give them back right away, but Kang Hyun had collapsed and been taken away before she could. Kang Hyun is stunned by her dedication. "Are you waiting for me here just to return this, despite not knowing whether I'll come back or not?" She gives a firm, singular, yes. Kang Hyun can only stare, thinking to himself what an incredibly stubborn person she is. He tells her she can just keep the crystals, but she shuts him down instantly. "No, I can't break my promise to you." Seeing she won't budge, he accepts the bag. "Well, I won't decline it then. Thank you for being thoughtful." As he walks away, a much more mundane problem enters his mind. Where is the car? His tactical analysis flickers back. 2 in the fortress, 3 in the forest. The plan is already forming. He visualizes the execution. For now, the 2 in the fortress are the easy ones. A surprise crossbow attack for the first, then a swift sword strike for the second. Suddenly, he hears his name called out with great respect. Lord Kang Hyun. He pauses, a question mark forming in his mind. He turns to find Shin Sung-ah bowing so deeply her torso is parallel to the ground, her posture radiating intense sincerity. Her voice trembles with desperation. Would you take me as your disciple? Kang Hyun's eyes bulge in pure shock. The request is the last thing he expected to hear tonight. The scene shifts to the dark, moonlit mountains. A heavy silence hangs over the landscape. Deep within the forest, an ornate stone door stands isolated among the trees, humming with dark energy. This is the F-rank dungeon, Kurka village, but a pained groan echoes through the clearing. A skeletal figure draped in purple robes leans against a tree. I can't believe I'm being cornered like this by humans. It hisses. Lich's empty sockets flare with a malevolent pink flame, its teeth bared in a permanent, ghastly grin. A man in a formal suit, Choi Min-sik, approaches the monster with calm, measured steps, showing no fear of the undead. A memory of the raid flashes by, a goblin's head flying as the sword connects with lethal precision. The problem remains the 3 in the forest. 2 can be handled easily, but the last one is the real obstacle. Choi Min-sik smiles down at the Lich. The name of the D-rank dungeon has come up, and it's Lich of Daeans. The Lich stares back, its eyes burning brighter. Who are you? It demands in a raspy, hollow voice. Choi Min-sik holds up a hand in a peaceful gesture. Don't be so vigilant. I'm not your enemy. I am the one who freed you, he finishes. The Lich reacts with a silent, shocked gasp. Choi Min-sik's expression turns dark and manipulative. So, what do you think, Daeans? He extends his hand, red energy swirling around his palm like a blood-soaked invitation. Would you hold my hand? Back in the forest, the tactical assessment concludes. The last enemy is the true test of skill. Sudden clash of metal rings out as a sword parries a spear with explosive force. The training is in full swing. Later, over a meal, a blonde acquaintance teases Kang Hyun. I thought you'd never be able to recruit guild members since you don't have any friends. Kang Hyun snaps back. What do you mean, you punk? Kang Hyun fires back immediately, his face flushing with annoyance. Hey, who said I don't have friends? He snaps, pointing a finger. I still have 1 or 2, you know. But as the words leave his mouth, a sudden doubt creeps in. He pauses, his brow furrowing as he mentally counts his social circle. Wait, do I really? Choi Min-sik just smirks, enjoying the spread of food before them. Anyway, I won the recruitment bet, right? So you're buying the meal as promised. Leaning back at the table, Choi Min-sik sighs contentedly. Alright, fine. I'll admit I lost this specific bet. However, he trails off, his eyes glinting with a new challenge. His expression turns sharp, a predatory grin forming. You still have to pass the test to join our guild. Will it be okay if we head to the dungeon right now? The dark-haired recruit, An Yuzhen, jumps slightly at the sudden proposal. Yes. Of course, I have no problem with that, she replies, her voice a mix of nerves and determination. Kang Hyun watches them both with a deadpan expression. He can see right through Choi Min-sik's facade. I think he's just doing this because he really wants to go hunt something. The stage is set for a new trial. This is the path of the one who defies death. This is solo resurrection. The scene shifts to the open sky, the calm before the inevitable storm of steel and magic that follows every hunter. Steel clashes with bone. The impact sends sparks flying as a blade meets the hard defense of a monstrous foe. In the heart of the forest, the battle rages. Kang Hyun moves with practiced precision, parrying the heavy blows of an orc warrior. They arrive at the destination, a D-rank dungeon known as Harpy's Cliff. The air around the gate hums with a sickly green energy. High-pitched screech pierces the air. A harpy dives from the cliffs, its eyes glowing with predatory hunger and its talons ready to shred. The battlefield is littered with the corpses of the winged beasts. The trio stands in the center, barely breaking a sweat as the last of the harpies fall. An Yuzhen draws her bow, her gaze locked onto a lingering shadow. She breathes out slowly, her mana beginning to swirl around the arrowhead. With a sharp snap of the string, the arrow is unleashed, cutting through the air like a streak of crimson light. Bullseye. The projectile buries itself deep into the harpy's skull, silencing its screech mid-air. The monster thuds onto the dry earth. Kang Hyun and Choi Min-sik watch the display, assessing the new recruit's lethal efficiency. Choi Min-sik cracks his neck, a satisfied look on his face. Sheesh, having a range dealer definitely makes a difference. The party feels more balanced now. He turns to Kang Hyun with a playful nudge. What do you think, Kang Hyun? Did she pass? Kang Hyun crosses his arms, unimpressed by the blonde's antics. Hey, you punk. You said you'd do something like a test earlier. Don't tell me you forgot. Choi Min-sik just laughs it off, waving a hand dismissively. Right, I forgot. The memory of the struggle flashes back, the weight of the shield, the relentless assault of the orcs. Every fight is a lesson in survival. Suddenly, a purple notification flares in Kang Hyun's vision. Earth defense system activated. The system is reacting to something nearby. Kang Hyun freezes, his eyes widening as a cold chill runs down his spine. The air pressure in the dungeon has shifted significantly. From the shadows, a massive Orc chieftain emerges, its eyes glowing with a feral golden light as it raises a heavy fist to strike. Kang Hyun's hand instinctively goes to his blade. He grips the hilt tight, his knuckles turning white as he prepares for a sudden engagement. Unaware of the tension, Hyun walks toward the fallen harpy. Okay, then, I'll collect the magic stone, she says, pulling out a small dagger. Kang Hyun watches her work. You don't need to be so meticulous about taking care of it, you know, not if it's inconvenient for you. She wipes a bead of sweat from her forehead, giving him a small, tired smile. It's okay, I like doing it. Choi Min-sik can't help but tease again. Bro, that's also money. You shouldn't waste it because you still don't have any money. Kang Hyun shoots him a side eye. Hey, who said I don't have money? Besides, it's more profitable to just collect a cord directly. What about you? Aren't you picking them up too? Choi Min-sik scoffs, looking away. I already have a lot of money. Kang Hyun mutters under his breath. Annoying brat. Suddenly, Kang Hyun senses spike. A sharp "huh" escapes his lips as a ripple of hostile mana washes over him. He spins around, his face grim. Hey, Choi Min-sik, did you also feel that? Behind him, a strange purple portal begins to crack open the air. Choi Min-sik stops, his playful demeanor vanishing instantly. He grunts, his eyes narrowing as he focuses on the disturbance. The orc monster roars, its massive form lunging forward with a speed that defies its size. This isn't a normal dungeon encounter. Boom! The impact craters the ground, sending a shockwave through the party. The real test has just begun. Choi Min-sik's eyes go cold. The time for jokes is over. He grips his mace, his posture shifting into a combat-ready stance. Hyun looks between the two men, holding a glowing green core. What's wrong with you both? She cries out, sensing the sudden, suffocating bloodlust in the air. The air crackles with tension as the young man's eyes ignite with a fierce, crimson glow. His fist, radiating a potent white energy, is poised to strike. He unleashes a devastating punch, a powerful white energy wave erupting from his fist, striking with explosive force and speed. Impact sends shockwaves through the environment, fragments of debris and red particles scattering violently in a swirling vortex of force. The intruder reels from the brutal blow, his face grotesquely swollen and bloodied as he lets out a guttural, pained cry. UGH. The young man stands victorious over the now-prone intruder, who lies unconscious amidst the shattered terrain, while an ally observes from behind. The intruder groans faintly, barely conscious, his face a mess of pain and swelling from the powerful strike. Ugh. The young man looks surprised, questioning, what the hell? His ally, a smirk playing on his lips, comments, his stealth quality is impressive. A sudden flash of memory or heightened perception, the young man, in his school uniform, swiftly ducks and dodges an unseen projectile. His eyes widen with intense focus, sweat beading on his brow as he realizes, I can see it. I can see his attacks. Back in the present, the ally explains, I usually have a good sense for these things, but I didn't notice until he got this close. Since there was no killing intent, it seems he wasn't specifically targeting us. The young man eyes the unconscious intruder, a frown on his face. He thinks, something reeks, but I'm guessing he didn't come here to do something good, right? The woman suggests, maybe he's just a passerby with some ability. The young man retorts, and if he really is, that's just unprovoked assault. The young man shakes his head in disapproval. TSK, sneaking up on someone in a dungeon is just plain bad manners. He totally deserves a beating for that. The young man looks thoughtful, a serious expression on his face, contemplating the situation. And his internal monologue continues as the scene fades into a gradient. I have a feeling about something. The scene shifts to a formal contract document bearing the young man's signature and an official red stamp signifying a new agreement. The young man, now in his school uniform, sits across from a manager. The manager presents the document, stating, this is the completed contract. Please take care of it. The young man nods in acceptance. Sure. Please contact me if anything happens. The manager leans forward, his expression grave. I'm sorry, but I want to tell you something in advance. The young man listens intently, sensing the weight of the manager's next words. A powerful energy wave erupts, a visual representation of a sudden, intense burst of power, momentarily overwhelming the senses. The manager continues the conversation. Are you aware of the recent series of dungeon terror incidents? The young man considers the question, then responds, that. The one where someone is deliberately causing breaks. The manager confirms gravely, yes. We've caught hold of the tail of that force and are currently tracking its head. The manager looks directly at the young man, his request clear. Soon, a large-scale attack will be carried out under the government's initiative. I need your help. Back in the dungeon, the intruder stirs, his face still caked with a yellow liquid, letting out a confused, pained sound. Ugh. From a low angle, the intruder looks up at his captors, startled and confused. What the? The young man grins down at the bound intruder, a hint of mischief in his eyes. You've woken up. The intruder struggles against his bindings, disoriented and bewildered. Why am I tied so tight? The young man, the woman, and their ally stand over the struggling intruder. He demands answers. Who are you? What on earth are you doing? The intruder's face contorts in a mixture of disgust and confusion as the yellow liquid continues to drip from his features. UHP-. Visual surge of intensity captures the intruder's shock as he realizes the state he is in. The intruder's eyes are wide with revulsion, his nose wrinkled in pure disgust. What's this stench? What on earth is this smell? The young man replies with a casual shrug. Sorry about that. At first we wanted to wake you up with water, but we don't have much water to drink. The young man finishes his explanation with a mischievous grin, revealing the grim truth. So we used the urine from the harpy's bladder. A grotesque, dead harpy monster lies on the dungeon ground, its bladder the source of the foul liquid. The intruder's face is a mask of pure horror and unadulterated disgust, his eyes wide and vacant with shock. Puddles of the foul yellow liquid glisten on the dungeon floor alongside discarded harpy feathers, a testament to the crude awakening. The stench of the dungeon is overwhelming, drawing visceral reactions from those unfortunate enough to be standing in the thick of it. Choi Min-sik wipes the filth from his face, his voice trembling with pure disgust as he mutters about the insanity of being drenched in monster urine. A sharp cry of agony echoes through the cavern as Kang Hyun and his team close in on their target, leaving no room for escape. Kang Hyun stares down at the captive with cold, unwavering eyes, demanding the answers he came for right now. As Kang Hyun leans in, the sheer pressure of his presence causes Choi Min-sik to flinch, the reality of his situation finally sinking in. With eyes glowing with a predatory light, Kang Hyun presses the interrogation, confirming the identity of the man before him. He brands him with the title he deserves, a dungeon terrorist, a label that carries the weight of a death sentence in this world. Choi Min-sik lets out a chilling, broken laugh, his eyes squeezed shut as if finding some dark humor in his own downfall. The captive doesn't deny it, admitting that the world may call them terrorists, but to him, they are something more. His face twists into a mask of zealotry, shouting about a noble purpose that Kang Hyun couldn't possibly understand. Kang Hyun remains completely unmoved by the fanaticism, cleaning his ear dismissively while telling the man to just spill what he knows. Despite being bound and beaten, Choi Min-sik remains defiant, challenging Kang Hyun to do his worst with threats or torture. He screams to the ceiling, declaring that their grand mission is unstoppable, his voice cracking with desperate conviction. Kang Hyun decides to use a more direct approach, activating basic swordsmanship. Despite its low F rank, it allows for terrifyingly precise strikes. The clear blue sky above offers a stark contrast to the brutal scene unfolding within the shadows of the rocks. As the sun begins to set, casting an orange glow over the clouds, the time for games is officially over. Choi Min-sik is now a broken man, sobbing and pleading for the chance to speak as he clutches his throat in agony. Kang Hyun looms over him like a shadow, his voice cold as he suggests knocking out a few more teeth to help the man find his words. Sounds of impact and screams of pain fill the air once more, a brutal testament to Kang Hyun's lack of mercy. Outside, the world remains peaceful, the sunset reflecting off the calm waters of a distant lake. An Yu-sung arrives on the scene, his expression one of shock and relief as he realizes Kang Hyun actually caught the terrorists. Kang Hyun casually hands over the prisoner, dragging the battered Choi Min-sik toward the government officials. Once arrogant terrorist is now a pathetic sight, literally begging the officials to arrest him just to escape Kang Hyun's reach. The basic swordsmanship skill had done its job, turning a high-level threat into a whimpering mess with simple, efficient force. An orc snarls in the distance, its yellow eyes glowing with malice as it observes the human activity from the shadows. An Yu-sung looks at the prisoner's horrific state and asks why he's like this. Kang Hyun simply shrugs, lying that maybe the harpies beat him up. Sound of footsteps on the dirt marks the end of the encounter as the group prepares to move out. An Yu-sung takes charge, thanking Kang Hyun for his cooperation and promising that the government will handle the situation from here. Manager Kim approaches with a smirk, noting that they meet again and referring to An Yu-sung simply as the government guy. An Yu-sung acknowledges the greeting with a stiff bow, surprised to find that the two already know each other. The group stands before the dungeon gate, the tension between the independent hunters and the government officials palpable. An Yu-sung reveals that he had actually tried to scout the man before but was met with an immediate and firm rejection. He looks toward Kang Hyun, perhaps wondering what kind of man could command such loyalty or inspire such fear. Manager Kim shrugs off the comment, noting that working for the government just doesn't seem like much fun. With the sun fully set, the sky turns a deep dark blue, signaling the end of a long and violent day. But in the darkness, the monsters still watch, their hunger unsatisfied and their presence a constant threat to the peace just won. Even as Kang Hyun triumphs, the battle takes its toll. He grimly acknowledges a lingering problem, his stamina already depleted after facing just 4 foes. The fight for peace is far from over, and the cost is immense. Days later, under a clear sky, the city stands in stark contrast to the dark dungeons, yet a new threat looms large. Inside a sterile office, a hand carefully places a coffee cup. Manager Kim Kyu-sik reveals the identity of a key antagonist. The terrorist's name is Young Young-shik. Manager Kim Kyu-sik elaborates on Young Young-shik's capabilities, stating his unique ability is stealth and that he holds a significant position within their organization. Kang Hyun acknowledges he had already heard about it. Thanks to this intelligence, their base has been located. Manager Kim Kyu-sik reveals plans for a large-scale attack set to commence in 2 weeks. Kang Hyun questions the delay, asking why they cannot strike immediately and what requires 2 weeks of preparation. Manager Kim Q-sik references China's recent C-rank A clear, asking if Kang Hyun saw it on the news. Kang Hyun confirms he did. Manager Kim Q-sik hints at classified information, stating that the details of that raid were never made public. He reveals the grim truth: out of 1,200 people deployed for the C-rank raid, more than half lost their lives. Kang Hyun's eyes widen in shock, processing the devastating casualty count. Manager Kim Q-sik addresses Kang Hyun directly, reminding him that as someone who has cleared a D-rank dungeon alone, he understands the exponential increase in danger with higher-ranked dungeons. Kang Hyun, exhausted and sweating, gripped his knife tightly, the memory of his recent struggle still fresh in his mind. He silently acknowledged the escalating threats. Powerful red aura pulsed around a hand gripping a weapon, a stark visual of the intense, escalating combat Kang Hyun faces. Kang Hyun considers Manager Kim Q-sik words, recalling the rule that merely going up one rank doubles the number of people needed for a successful raid. Manager Kim Q-sik explains that China's human wave tactic ultimately failed because despite their numbers, the average ability of their deployed hunters was simply not high enough. He reveals their own strategy, selecting an elite team to raid the C-rank 8 known as the Forest of Venandi that appeared in Gangnam. Kang Hyun looks on, a questioning escaping his lips, clearly pondering the implications of this new information. Kang Hyun's gaze is fixed, contemplating the situation. Manager Kim Q-sik clarifies that since China already claimed the first title, they can prevent the dungeon from opening by periodically destroying its normal core. Kang Hyun directly asks about the benefit of raiding it now, to which Manager Kim Q-sik responds, surprised by Kang Hyun's accurate assessment of the situation. Manager Kim Q-sik takes a thoughtful sip of his coffee, gathering his thoughts before revealing the full scope of the challenge. He finally reveals the critical issue: they have never successfully raided a normal core before. Flash of red energy radiates from a powerful weapon, emphasizing the sheer force required to confront such a threat. Kang Hyun's face is etched with fear and sweat, his eyes wide, as if reliving a terrifying experience or confronting a harsh reality. Suddenly, Kang Hyun sits up, startled, in a bright, ethereal space, a stark contrast to the darkness of his thoughts, hinting at his unique system abilities. A blinding explosion of light erupts, signifying immense power. Kang Hyun's internal voice expresses disbelief, questioning how such an attack could come from that distance. A system window appears, displaying a critical countdown: time left until the opening of the Forest of Venandi. See 12 days, 9 hours, 26 minutes, and 37 seconds. The dungeon will open in just 2 weeks. Manager Kim Q-sik explains the dire consequences. Dungeon monsters capable of taking hundreds of ability users' lives will be released into the heart of crowded Seoul. Kang Hyun reacts with a sharp gasp. He assures Kang Hyun of thorough preparations but warns that due to the dungeon's unique location and danger level, experts believe the damage will surpass that of the very first dungeon opening. Kang Hyun concludes the situation is urgent. He deduces that Manager Kim Q-sik is asking him to join the raid, given the manager's busy schedule and the importance of their discussion. Manager Kim Q-sik confirms Kang Hyun's suspicion but adds a critical caveat: individual participation in this raid is not allowed. He then reveals his true request: he is asking Kang Hyun to establish a guild. Manager Kim Q-sik appeals to Kang Hyun, acknowledging his preference for solo play but asking if he could endure it just this once for the sake of the nation. He sweetens the deal, promising to handle all the tedious paperwork and provide unwavering support. With a sigh, Kang Hyun agrees to their proposal, stating he will let it slide this one time. Kang Hyun's inner thoughts reveal his strategic thinking. He was planning to create a guild anyway, and Manager Kim Q-sik is practically spoon-feeding him the opportunity with ample support. Another blinding explosion of light erupts, emphasizing the raw power and danger that Kang Hyun constantly confronts. Colossal sword plunges into the earth, its sheer size dwarfing Kang Hyun and a nearby monster, a powerful symbol of the monumental challenges that lie ahead. Putting aside the challenge of the colossal sword for a moment, Kang Hyun sits with his arms crossed, exuding authority. "All right," he says. "It's time to decide on a name for our guild." Across from him, Hyrin and Min-sik wait expectantly, their expressions a mix of curiosity and anticipation for the future they're building together. Min-sik leans forward, surprised by the sudden pace. "Already?" he asks, gesturing with his hands. "But there's only 3 of us." Kang Hyun remains steady, his gaze unwavering. "That's already been handled. Remember our meeting with the government official the other day?" Outside the quiet cafe, the city continues its hustle, unaware that a powerful new force is being formed within these walls. Min-sik's eyes widen as the implications sink in. "Really?" he breathes. "A C-rank dungeon raid?" The memory of that massive blade plunged into the earth remains a vivid reminder of the sheer power they're dealing with. In the heat of battle, Kang Hyun had displayed terrifying skill, moving with a precision that bordered on the supernatural. Min-sik breaks into a wide grin. "That sounds like fun. I should have known you were pulling strings with the government." Kang Hyun. Hyrin speaks with deep respect. "Please, speak casually with me, Kang Hyun. I consider myself your disciple." Kang Hyun sighs. "I'm not your—" "Fine. I'll drop the formalities for now." Kang Hyun clears his throat, closing his eyes for a moment to refocus on their immediate goals. Looking out the window at the passing pedestrians, Kang Hyun emphasizes the weight of their decisions. Anyway, this is a pivotal moment for our guild. I've already decided on our core policies. He raises a finger to list their first rule. First, we don't pick unnecessary fights. Kang Hyun shoots a pointed look at Min-sik. Why are you looking at me? The blonde hunter asks. Kang Hyun's response is blunt. You know exactly why. He raises a second finger, his tone hardening. Second, we pay back what we receive. Min-sik smirks, catching the subtext. Kindness and grudges alike. Kang Hyun nods. That's right. I've no interest in being a villain, but I refuse to be a pushover. Kang Hyun holds up a third finger. And lastly, third. His mind flashes back to the chaos of the dungeon, where every move was a dance with death against monstrous foes. The memory of dodging a lethal strike by a hair's breadth serves as the foundation for his final policy. Back in the cafe, Kang Hyun's expression is one of absolute resolve as he prepares to reveal the final pillar of their guild. Min-sik gives a thumbs up. Sounds good, though I'm not so sure about that first rule, he adds with a mischievous glint in his eye. Hyun nods solemnly, her dedication clear. I agree as well. I'll take those words to heart. Kang Hyun takes a breath, satisfied. Good. Next is the guild name. Any suggestions? Min-sik doesn't hesitate. How about Madman Guild? Kang Hyun shuts him down instantly. Rejected. Stop messing around and be serious. Min-sik tries again, leaning in. Then how about Lunatic? Kang Hyun pauses. Actually, that's not bad. What's the meaning behind it? As Min-sik smiles, Kang Hyun stares at him, wondering if his companion is truly as unhinged as the names he suggests. He turns to the pink-haired hunter. Hyun, do you have any ideas? Hyun considers the weight of the guild's identity, placing a finger to her chin in thought. She looks up with a completely serious face. How about Kang Hyun and his strong friends? Kang Hyun sighs. This is going to be harder than I thought. A dark memory of Kang Hyun's combat style resurfaces, a reminder of the ruthless way he dismantles his enemies. Kang Hyun lets out a weary sigh, the ridiculous suggestions from his team draining his patience. With a sharp click of his pen, he takes matters into his own hands. Forget it, I'll just decide it myself. Min-sik chuckles. Ha, just because you're the leader doesn't mean your ideas will be any better, you know. Hyun leans in, her eyes widening as she scans the menu. Oh, she murmurs, clearly surprised by the selection in front of them. Outside, the afternoon sun bathes the street in a warm glow. Not bad, actually, Kang Hyun remarks from inside, his voice carrying through the open window. Hyun agrees, I think it's good too. As the day fades, the atmosphere shifts to a dimly lit, high-end bar tucked away in the city's shadows. The neon bar sign hums with a cold, red light. Inside, the clinking of glass punctuates a tense report. Jong Young-sik was captured, a voice asks, the tone dripping with disbelief. Choi Min-jun sits in the shadows of his private lounge. His assistant stands rigid, confirming the news. Yes, that's correct, she replies, her voice steady despite the pressure. The report includes a visual of Kang Hyun during combat. He looks almost manic, a predatory smile on his face. This guy really enjoys torturing, the report notes. He doesn't kill instantly, he wears his prey down first. Kang Hyun moves with terrifying efficiency, dodging a monster's strike with a backbend. Your pattern, it's so obvious, he taunts, his movements a blur of lethal precision. Back in the bar, Choi Min-jun takes a slow sip of his whiskey, his expression unreadable. He muses, processing the data on this new variable. He stares at the file of Jong Young-sik. The man wasn't a top-tier fighter, but his stealth skills were irreplaceable for their operations. Losing him is a significant blow. The failure ripples outward. The High-Sight Plains break plan has completely fallen through, leaving their military assets standing uselessly before a sealed gate. Choi Min-jun's voice turns cold. Who did it? He demands. The assistant flinches, stammering a confused pardon. The one who captured Jong Young-sik, Choi Min-jun clarifies, his back to her. Who is responsible for this? The assistant quickly checks her tablet. According to the investigation, it's a person with abilities named Kang Hyun. Choi Min-jun repeats the name internally. Kang Hyun. The glass nears his lips as he commits the name to memory. The assistant continues reading the dossier. In April, Kang Hyun faced the mutant Kaika at the training school, surviving an encounter most would find fatal. And during the recent large-scale break, he single-handedly dismantled Daeon's research lab, standing amidst a mountain of monster corpses. Choi Min-jun grits his teeth, a low growl escaping him. He's one of those annoying types, he mutters, his patience wearing thin. On the monitor, Kang Hyun continues his dance of death, his movements so fluid they seem to mock the monsters trying to touch him. The monster screeches in agony as Kang Hyun lands a devastating blow. Grr, Jiraike, it bellows, clutching its head in pain. Choi Min-jun sets his glass down with a heavy thud. The assistant nervously adds, we still need more time. There's been a delay in securing the test subjects. Choi Min-jun wipes his mouth, his eyes darkening. That's not good. Try to bring the schedule forward, no matter what. He leans forward, his eyes glowing with a faint, murderous red light. Unless you want to become a test subject yourself. The threat hangs heavy in the air. The assistant freezes, a cold sweat breaking out as she realizes just how serious he is. Ah, understood, she whispers, her spirit crushed under the weight of his overwhelming presence. Meanwhile, on a public broadcast, the top hunters are being showcased. Han Se-yeon appears on screen, drawing a flood of admiring comments from the viewers. The monster on Kang Hyun's screen continues to suffer, a stark contrast to the polished world of celebrity hunters being shown elsewhere. Kang Hyun's hand reaches down, gripping a jagged rock. He isn't just fighting, he's adapting, using every tool at his disposal to end the fight. Broadcast shifts to Choi Dong-woo. The live comments go wild, with fans declaring their love and admiration for the charismatic leader. However, not everyone is a fan. Some comments point out the arrogance of the guild leaders, sparking heated debates in the chat room. The Immortal Guild is announced next. Their leader stands tall in heavy plate armor, his presence commanding respect and fear in equal measure. Finally, the Guardian Guild takes the stage. They're rumored to be pretty good, one comment reads as the blonde leader smirks at the camera. But as the top guilds gather, a final skeptical comment scrolls by. Anyway, they don't seem like they should be involved. The stage is set for a collision no one expects. A heavy step echoes through the hallway, the sound of a man who has already made up his mind. In the dirt, a hand grips a jagged rock with lethal intent. In this world, even the simplest tool can become a weapon of survival. Kang Hyun lunges forward, his body coiled like a spring as he prepares to strike a blow that defies his rank. Suddenly, a bizarre, wide-eyed face stares back, the strange logo of a new player entering the game. Standing tall with his team, Kang Hyun introduces himself as the leader of the Badass Guild, his expression brimming with unearned confidence. He smirks, telling the observers he looks forward to working with them, but the room remains frozen in skepticism. History would later record this very moment as the beginning of the Badass Guild's first official misadventure. A fist wreathed in dark, shadowy energy connects with explosive power, shattering the air around it. It all traces back to 6 months ago when a global cataclysm began as a shared nightmare for 7 billion humans. While countless guilds rise and fall in the chaos, another group prepares to take up the impossible challenge. Inside a sterile meeting room, the name Badass hangs in the air like a bad joke that no one is laughing at. Team leader Shin Tae-gil stares at the application in disbelief, questioning if this is actually the official name of the guild. In the heat of battle, Kang Hyun proves that a name is just a label, winding up for a strike against a massive foe. With a savage shout, he slams the rock into the monster's leg, drawing blood and drawing the beast's full attention. Back in the office, coffee steam rises as the official asks if Kang Hyun even knows the weight of the words he's using. Kang Hyun leans back, casually explaining that it means they are very cool and awesome guys while mocking the official's English. Long, awkward silence fills the room as the two men stare each other down across the table. The official sighs, pointing out that cool and awesome are essentially the same thing, but Kang Hyun remains unfazed. He insists the name has a nice vibe, leaving the government worker with no choice but to proceed with the briefing. The official moves on to the mission details, a strategy meeting for the C-rank dungeon known as Venandi's Forest. He warns Kang Hyun not to be late, though the hunter's nonchalant attitude doesn't inspire much confidence. In this new dungeon society, chaos is the only constant, and the sky itself seems to mirror the world's uncertainty. Hundreds die every day, but for some, the dungeon is the only place they truly feel alive. This is the story of solo resurrection. 4 days later, Monday arrives. The day of the raid is finally here, and the tension at the headquarters is palpable. The memory of the strike flashes back, a reminder that in the dungeon, hesitation is a death sentence. Kang Hyun jolts awake, the phantom pain of a previous battle still fresh in his mind. His eyes widen in shock as he realizes the time. The transition from dream to reality is never easy. A monstrous roar tears through the air, a sound that would freeze the blood of any ordinary man. Choi Min-sik checks his phone with an irritated grunt. The guild leader is nowhere to be found. He turns to Hi-rin, complaining that Kang Hyun is late and asking if he sent her any updates. Choi Min-sik smirks, trying to act familiar by calling Hi-rin sis, though she looks anything but pleased. The sound of hurried footsteps approaches, signaling the arrival of the man they've been waiting for. Kang Hyun finally appears, offering an incredibly blunt and unnecessary excuse for his tardiness. He casually asks if they've been waiting long, seemingly unaware of the growing frustration on Choi Min-sik's face. Choi Min-sik can only stare in disbelief, wondering if this man is actually serious about the raid. His gaze drops to Kang Hyun's chest, demanding to know what that stupid-looking thing on his shirt is supposed to be. Kang Hyun scoffs, defending his fashion by claiming the character is incredibly popular with the kids these days. Choi Min-sik is left speechless, questioning his life choices as they prepare to enter the dungeon with a leader like this. The heavy air of the dungeon is shattered by the guttural roars of an orc. It swings its massive club with lethal intent, forcing everyone to stay on high alert. Despite the chaos, Kang Hyun is preoccupied with his public image. He explains that since he's been trending online, people have started to think he looks like a criminal, so he's opted for a friendlier look. Choi Min-sik stares at him with a completely deadpan expression. He asks if Kang Hyun is actually serious, doubting that this new strategy will have the intended effect. The friendly image in question is a distorted, terrifying graphic on his shirt that looks like it's begging for the sweet release of death. Choi Min-sik dryly notes that children will likely burst into tears just looking at it. A sudden realization hits Kang Hyun. His eyes widen as a specific memory from earlier clicks into place. He finally understands why that child in the parking lot started bawling the moment they crossed paths. The friendly shirt was a total disaster from the start. Meanwhile, far from the dungeon's eccentricities, a high-stakes meeting is being convened at the Ministry of the Interior and Safety. Inside the room, the atmosphere is thick with impatience. One of the attendees mutters that it's getting late, his voice laced with annoyance. Han Myang-do, the guild master of the Immortal Guild, crosses his arms defiantly. He points out that the meeting was supposed to start at 11 and they're already 5 minutes behind schedule. Lee Chonggun, commander of the Black Knights, chimes in, reminding the room that they are only waiting for 2 more guilds to arrive. Park Seon, master of the Guardian Guild, sighs in resignation. He mentions that while the Flame Dragon Guild is notoriously late, it seems there are even more troublemakers to deal with today. Back in the dungeon, the Orc continues its relentless assault, its movements a blur of primitive rage and raw power. Kang Hyun shifts his weight, preparing to dodge. Even in the heat of battle, his mind remains sharp, calculating the monster's next move with cold precision. Choi Dong-woo, the leader of the Ability Users Alliance, remains silent. His stern gaze is fixed on the empty seats as he contemplates the lack of discipline among the top ranks. Han Seon, the Dagon Guild master, maintains a stoic expression, her silence speaking volumes about the tension simmering within the room. The silence is broken by a heavy sigh from the head of the table. These delays are becoming unacceptable for a matter of national security. Team leader Shin Tae-gil stands up, looking visibly stressed. He informs the masters that he needs to step out for a moment to make a call and track down the missing parties. The door clicks shut behind him as he enters the quiet hallway, the weight of the meeting's expectations resting heavily on his shoulders. He dials the number, the rhythmic buzzing of the phone line echoing his growing anxiety as he waits for someone to pick up. An automated message plays back, informing him that the number he is calling is currently unavailable. He grits his teeth in frustration. He quickly scrolls through his contacts, searching for An Yuziang. He needs answers, and he needs them now. Finally, the line connects. A voice on the other end answers with a casual hello, catching Shin Tae-gil off guard. Back in the fray, Kang Hyun ducks under a sweeping strike. The orc's weapon whistles through the air, missing his head by a mere fraction of an inch. The beast growls in confusion as its prey continues to slip through its fingers. It can feel the tide of the battle shifting. Shin Tae-gil quickly identifies himself, his voice urgent as he tries to establish authority over the call. An Yuziang listens, a faint, mocking smile playing on his lips. He seems entirely unbothered by the government's frantic demands. With a cold tone, An Yuziang tells the team leader not to live his life like that, a blunt dismissal that leaves Shin Tae-gil speechless. He adds that there's no update on team leader Kim Myang and prepares to hang up, claiming he's currently in the middle of something far more entertaining. Shin Tae-gil panics, shouting for him to wait. He desperately tries to explain that he's from the Special Awakener management team. An Yuziang pauses, finally recognizing the voice. Ah, that government man, he muses, his tone shifting to mild amusement. He offers a half-hearted apology, admitting he thought the call was just another voice phishing scam before hanging up anyway. Shin Tae-gil, now sweating profusely, tries one last time to get a straight answer. He asks point-blank when exactly Kang Hyun is going to show up. An Yuziang looks out, a predatory glint in his eyes. He tells the team leader to hold on, promising that things are about to get very interesting. Shin Tae-gil is left staring at his phone, the word interesting echoing in his mind like an ominous warning of the chaos to come. The orc's eye narrows, reflecting the image of its impending doom as the real battle finally begins. A hand snaps forward, gripping a collar with violent intent. Ah, you rude bastard, a voice growls, the atmosphere thick with sudden, sharp hostility. Kang Hyun's eyes burn with a lethal intensity as he stares down his target. Are you that good at fighting? He challenges, his voice dripping with cold provocation. The man's eye widens in sheer disbelief, the pupil shrinking as panic sets in. HUHH, he gasps, caught off guard by the sheer audacity of the youth before him. It's a blatant display of disrespect. Kang Hyun has Park Hoi-yeon, the guild master of the Flame Dragon Guild, firmly by the lapels, disregarding the power gap between them. Park Hoi-yeon can barely process the situation. He wonders what is wrong with this crazy punk, sweat trickling down his face as he faces this unexpected pressure. The surrounding hunters are frozen in shock. Park Hoi-yeon can't believe someone would pick a fight with the guild master of Korea's top 2 guild. Air in the room turns heavy as Kang Hyun looms over him like a predator. The question, is he crazy, echoes through the minds of everyone watching the scene unfold. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a memory of raw, unbridled power. The strongest. Kang Hyun roars, hurling a projectile with bone-shattering force. The impact is catastrophic. A massive blow connects with the monster's head, sending shockwaves through the air and lighting up the forest. Kang Hyun stands amidst the chaos, a sinister smirk playing on his lips as a dark purple aura erupts from his form, marking him as a true monster among men. But how did it come to this? The story rewinds a few minutes to the quiet, mechanical hum of an elevator arriving at the lobby. Kang Hyun stands with his team, scanning the directory. Let's see, which floor should we go? He asks, settling on the 11th floor. The casual OW key, he reaches out and presses the button for floor 11, the light flickering to life under his touch. He quickly taps the close door button, eager to get the strategy meeting over and move on to the real work. The heavy metal doors begin to slide shut, sealing them in the quiet cabin as they prepare to ascend. Suddenly, a hand thrusts between the doors, forcing them back open with a sharp clack and interrupting their departure. The doors retract to reveal a group of arrogant-looking hunters. The tension in the air is immediate as the two groups lock eyes. The force of Kang Hyun's strike in the dungeon was undeniable, a testament to the hidden strength he carries within his lean frame. The beast crumples, its massive body hitting the dirt as blood spatters across the clearing. One hit was all it took to end the threat. Back in the hallway, Park Hoi-yeon offers a deceptive smile. "Excuse us, we'll get in too," he says, his tone polite but clearly patronizing. One of the armored guards grunts a reluctant "yeah, sure," as they prepare to crowd into the already occupied space. Park Hoi-yeon strides into the elevator with an air of unearned authority, his footsteps echoing sharply against the metal floor. Kang Hyun watches him with a neutral expression, his eyes tracking the guild master's every move with silent calculation. Hoi-yeon adjusts his coat, his profile sharp and confident as he ignores the discomfort of the others in the cabin. He notices the illuminated number 11 on the panel. "So you're going to the 11th floor," he observes, breaking the silence. He turns his gaze toward Kang Hyun. "Are you going to the strategy meeting?" he asks. Kang Hyun simply nods, replying with a short yes. Hoi-yeon extends a hand for a shake. "I'm Park Hoi-yeon, the guild master of Flame Dragon." Kang Hyun, a badass guild master in his own right, meets his grip. Internally, Kang Hyun is losing patience. He just wants them to hurry up and get in, as he was already late because of a bathroom break. The heavy, clanking sound of armored boots fills the small space as more of Hoyen's men squeeze inside, making the elevator feel cramped. The impact on the monster was visceral, a constant reminder of the explosive power Kang Hyun wields when he stops holding back. As the monster breathes its last, Kang Hyun exhales. "Hugh, I get it now, your stage," he mutters, acknowledging the completion of the trial. Back in the present, a sharp beep rings out as the elevator comes to a sudden halt before it can even move. The display flashes a warning: "We're over capacity." A robotic voice requests that the last person who boarded please exit immediately. Silence is deafening. One of the hunters whispers that it must be the weight of the heavy armor causing the overload. Kang Hyun's eyes narrow in annoyance. They aren't even entering the dungeon yet, so he wonders why they came in full gear for no reason. Hoi-yeon rubs the back of his neck, feigning humility. "I'm sorry about this," he says, but Kang Hyun dismisses it as nothing worth apologizing for. But then, the mask slips. Hoyen's smile turns cold. "Well then, would you mind coming out of the elevator and let us go up first?" Request leaves the rest of the group stunned. The blatant disrespect and arrogance of the Flame Dragon Guild Master have finally come to the surface. Kang Hyun's eyes widen, a single word escaping his lips in utter disbelief. "What?" The Flame Dragon Guild Master, a smug smirk playing on his lips, declares that his guild will naturally take a leading role in the upcoming raid. Presses the point, asking if it wouldn't be more efficient for the most prominent guild to lead the charge. A chilling flashback washes over Kang Hyun. Standing over a slain beast, a grim understanding dawns on him. "I get it now, your stage." His past self, covered in blood with a terrifyingly wide grin, mockingly states that the stage is so boring it makes him want to die. Back in the present, the Flame Dragon Guild Master condescendingly asks if a second-rate guild truly believes it deserves an equal seat at the table. With a dismissive shrug, the Flame Dragon Guild Master confidently asserts that his arrogant claims are simply the truth. One of the Flame Dragon Guild members steps forward, openly threatening Kang Hyun. "First, I'll break your legs, then I'll knock out a few of your teeth." A dark, oppressive aura begins to emanate from Kang Hyun as he lets out a low, ominous growl. Kang Hyun turns with a terrifying, closed-eye smile, radiating a palpable sense of danger. One of the Flame Dragon Guild members recoils, a bead of sweat tracing his temple as he lets out a nervous gasp. Manager Kim Kusik intervenes from the podium, questioning if they came here only to fight and reminding everyone of the meeting's importance. Kang Hyun rubs his forehead, offering a clearly insincere apology to the room. "My bad." The unsettling flashback of Kang Hyun's blood-soaked, manic grin repeats, echoing his past declaration of boredom and desire for death. System notifications flash across Kang Hyun's vision. "Congratulations. You have cleared Stage 2. You have received 5 additional stats and a weapon selection as a clearing reward." The Flame Dragon Guild Master's face contorts in rage. He slams his fist on the table, cursing Kang Hyun. "What, you son of a bitch?" Manager Kim Kusik remains composed, urging everyone to stop and reminding them that it's time to begin the strategic meeting. Just as the meeting is about to start, Hyrin raises her hand. "Wait, before we begin." With a friendly smile, Hyrin proposes that the new arrival introduce himself, especially since they'll be entering the dungeon together. Manager Kim Kusik looks momentarily surprised, then nods in agreement. Yes, of course." Manager Kim gestures toward Kang Hyun, formally asking him to introduce himself to the assembly. Kang Hyun internally wonders if the request is meant to ease the tension, while Choi Min-sik, seated beside him, mentions his age and remarks that Hyrin has Kang Hyun figured out. Clearing his throat, Kang Hyun prepares to address the room and begins his introduction. Standing confidently, Kang Hyun introduces himself as the master of the Badass Guild, casually mentioning that his guild was founded only a few days ago. The system notifications reappear. Congratulations. You have cleared stage 2. You have received 5 additional stats and a weapon selection as a clearing reward. Kang Hyun's eyes snap open, reflecting a sudden, intense realization. His surprise turns into a stunned question as he mutters, What is this? Determined grin spreads across Kang Hyun's face as a new system message appears. The basic shield skill has been unlocked. Kang Hyun concludes his introduction by stating that his guild currently consists of only 3 members, including himself. Well, that's it. The Flame Dragon Guild Master stares at Kang Hyun in utter disbelief. What did you just say? His disbelief quickly turns to fury as he shouts, questioning how they can have a serious strategy meeting with only 3 members participating in the attack. Clearly annoyed, Kang Hyun dismisses the criticism, stating that he only came because he was summoned and asking what more they expect from him. The Flame Dragon Guild Master is beside himself with rage, shouting in frustration at Kang Hyun's blatant disrespect. From across the room, Hyun bursts into laughter, clearly amused by Kang Hyun's audacity. Still smiling, Hyun openly compliments Kang Hyun, stating, I like this guy. He's exactly my type. Flame Dragon Guild Master grinds his teeth, his face a mask of intense frustration and barely contained fury. The tense atmosphere of the meeting room is palpable, with several figures seated around a table. One man turns, his gaze sharp and observant, hinting at the underlying conflict. A voice cuts through the quiet, addressing someone off-panel with a direct, Hey, you over there. Suddenly, a vivid flashback interrupts the present, showing Kang Hyun, bloodied but triumphant, a fierce grin on his face as the system declares the basic shield skill has been unlocked. Kang Hyun throws his arms wide, exulting in victory. Clear, I win. The system rapidly updates his status. The basic crossbow skill has been unlocked. Level up, level up. Back in the present, the man who spoke earlier stands firm, his expression stern, flanked by another equally serious individual as the meeting's tension continues to mount. The stern expression, the man declares, this is not the right place to fight. The meeting is already delayed. Manager Kim Kyu-sik remains silent, a bead of sweat tracing his temple, clearly unsettled by the escalating tension. The camera pans across the meeting room, revealing several attendees, some in business suits, others in combat gear, all seated around a long table, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken conflict. Choi Min-sik leans in towards Kang Hyun, his eyes darting as he whispers, Bro. Choi Min-sik gestures subtly, asking Kang Hyun, can you see the seat next to me, there, that? Choi Min-sik finishes his thought, his gaze fixed on the blonde-haired man in the suit, identifying him as, that guy. Choi Min-sik struggles to recall that wayward guild. He's the guild master of that guild, right? Kang Hyun corrects him, it's Guardian Guild. Bro. Choi Min-sik responds with a brief, ah. A sinister smirk plays on Choi Min-sik's lips as he asks, with an unsettling tone, what's wrong, though? Choi Min-sik advises Kang Hyun, his expression still holding a hint of malice, just wait and see, bro. A flicker of memory crosses Kang Hyun's mind, a past battle where he stood battered but victorious, a determined smile on his face. With a chilling declaration, Choi Min-sik reveals his true intent, gripping a weapon, because I'll kill him now. Kang Hyun's eyes widen slightly in the background, a silent alarm. Kang Hyun's expression hardens, his eyes reflecting a deep resolve as he processes Choi Min-sik's chilling words. Choi Min-sik's internal monologue continues, echoing his earlier words with a darker undertone, just wait and see, bro. Choi Min-sik reiterates his murderous intent, a chilling smile on his face as he clutches his weapon, because I'll kill him now. Kang Hyun watches, a flicker of alarm in his eyes. Camera focuses on a hand tightening its grip around the weapon, the metallic glint hinting at the danger it poses. Kang Hyun swiftly grabs Choi Min-sik's arm, demanding, what's wrong, bro? Choi Min-sik, surprised by the intervention, retorts, let go of me. Kang Hyun's face contorts in anger as he challenges Choi Min-sik, what the FCK are you doing? No matter how crazy you are. Hyun watches from behind, her expression etched with concern. Kang Hyun's eyes widen in a sudden, painful realization, an internal voice whispering, how could I forget? Kang Hyun's memory flashes back to Choi Min-sik's cruel, twisted grin, the realization hitting him hard. This king bastard was like this from the start. The suited man, alarmed by the sudden confrontation, shouts, hey, what is that? Put the weapon down. Another vivid flashback consumes Kang Hyun's thoughts, showing him in the heat of battle, unleashing his power and roaring, this is the power of the ultimate being. You fake human and bastard goblin. The scene shifts to a vast forest where a great sword stands plunged into the earth, and the echoing, triumphant cry of wahaha, wahaha fills the air. Back in the present, Hyun's eyes widen in alarm, a silent question mark hanging over her head as she witnesses the unfolding chaos. Manager Kim Kyu-sik slams his hand on the table, his earlier apprehension giving way to furious exasperation. I knew it. You really thought those bastards wouldn't screw things up. Hand tightens around the hilt of a sword, a faint purple aura shimmering around the blade, signaling an impending clash. The suited man, now gripping a sword, cries out in disbelief and alarm, what's going on? The tension in the room explodes as the suited man confronts the group. You're picking a fight now. The factions stand poised for battle. A voice calls out urgently, Guild Master. As the blonde-haired Guild Master remains still, his face shadowed, seemingly unresponsive to the chaos. From the tense assembly, a voice rings out demanding permission to engage, signaling the imminent outbreak of combat. The suited man, his face a mask of alarm, calls out, his voice laced with desperation, Guild Master. The blonde-haired Guild Master remains unmoving, his silence a heavy weight as another voice questions, Guild Master, with growing concern. Once more, Kang Hyun's mind retreats to the memory of the great sword in the forest, the echoes of his own triumphant laughter, wahaha, wahaha, filling the void. The scene returns to the present, focusing on the flame dragon Guild Master, his jaw clenched, teeth grinding, as a palpable aura of fury radiates from him, uttering a guttural, grr. The flame dragon Guild Master's fury intensifies, his jaw clenched, teeth grinding, as a palpable aura of rage radiates from him, a guttural grr escaping his lips. His rage erupts into a primal scream as he clutches his head, a torrent of crimson energy bursting outwards, distorting the air around him. Two of his subordinates, startled by the sudden outburst, recoil in shock, one exclaiming what the hell as the volatile energy pulses. Another woman and manager Kim Q-Sik stand aghast, the woman's eyes wide as she questions what, sensing the terrifying power emanating from their leader. The Guild Master's head is bowed again, his hands still gripping his temples, a pained ugh, echoing the internal struggle within him. From behind, the intense red aura continues to radiate as another grunt of ugh escapes the tormented Guild Master. His hands slam down onto the surface before him, the raw power causing a shockwave of red energy to ripple outwards. A close-up reveals the sheer agony etched onto his face, veins bulging as he lets out repeated, strained gasps of "Haid." The scene abruptly shifts, transitioning to a serene blue sky dotted with soft, white clouds, a stark contrast to the previous turmoil. Two small birds perch peacefully on a power line, chirping softly, further emphasizing the tranquil shift in atmosphere. Another subordinate, pointing a concerned finger, hesitantly asks, Guild Master, as Park Se-in's crimson aura continues to simmer. Park Se-in remains bowed, his glowing red eyes fixed downwards as the subordinate inquires with trepidation, Are you okay? A tight shot on Park Se-in's face reveals the raw, unbridled fury still burning in his eyes, his expression contorted with rage. His hand glows with the same ominous red energy, poised for action, a clear sign of the volatile power he wields. Suddenly, a silhouette shows one figure striking another with brutal force, blood splattering mid-air, indicating a swift and violent attack. The victim, a man in a suit, stares wide-eyed in disbelief, blood oozing from his neck as he utters a choked. Park Se-in, his eyes still glowing red, delivers a powerful blow to the man, sending him reeling as blood sprays. Kang Hyun and Hyrin are visible in the background, observing the unfolding violence. Park Se-in's face is a mask of pure fury, his eyes burning with an intense red glow as blood droplets float around him. Park Se-in stands amidst the chaos, pointing a menacing finger at Kang Hyun, who clutches his mace, observing the fallen bodies and the enraged Guild Master. A pixelated Kang Hyun appears, a system-like message declaring, What a powerful morning. If you ask who I am, I'm Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun looks on in disbelief, exclaiming, Fuck, what the hell, as Choi Min-sik, with a menacing grin, grips his arm and instructs him to take a good look. Choi Min-sik's face is twisted into a sinister smirk, his sharp teeth glinting as he challenges, You thought I'd let this slide? Kang Hyun struggles against Choi Min-sik's grip, demanding, Let go of me, as the mace-like weapon is held firmly between them. Choi Min-sik raises his spiked mace, preparing to strike Kang Hyun, while Park Se-in and other figures observe the confrontation in the background. Choi Min-sik lunges forward with a crazed expression, bringing his mace down with deadly intent, screaming, Just die. A close-up on Park Se-in's eyes reveals them glowing intensely, his gaze fixed on the unfolding attack. In a sudden, shocking turn, Choi Min-sik is struck from behind, blood erupting from his back as he's sent flying. Choi Min-sik's face contorts in a gasp of surprise and pain, blood spurting from his mouth as he's caught off guard by the unseen assailant. Kang Hyun, still held, watches in astonishment as Choi Min-sik is violently repelled by the mysterious counterattack. The pixelated Kang Hyun reappears, repeating his confident self-introduction, What a powerful morning. If you ask who I am, I'm Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun, now in a domestic setting, stands in his kitchen preparing breakfast. He declares, This is it. Since I can clear stage 2, I'll make breakfast as a celebration. Kang Hyun converses with Choi Min-sik, reflecting on a past challenge. Kang Hyun remarks, That thing's pretty tough, to which Choi Min-sik casually replies, Yeah, looks like it. The scene cuts back to the dark office where one of the men in suits ominously states, But he picked a wrong place, as they observe the confrontation. The group of determined individuals, including Park Se-in, stand ready, their gazes fixed, an aura of anticipation surrounding them. The man with blue hair from earlier stands firm, his expression stern and focused, prepared for whatever comes next. Another man in a suit stands, a small flame flickering in his palm, showcasing a unique ability within the group. Park Se-in looks up, a dark, swirling aura of power emanating from him, causing him to flinch slightly as it manifests. The pixelated Kang Hyun makes another appearance, reiterating his confident introduction. What a powerful morning. If you ask who I am, I'm Kang Hyun. Continuing the intense dream sequence, on Yuziang, the blonde man with fangs turns to Kang Hyun and declares, well then. Kang Hyun finds himself on the ground, surrounded by An Yuziang and his armed subordinates, the scene hinting at a brutal confrontation that has already claimed other lives. With a chilling grin and eyes burning red, Kang Hyun's inner thoughts reveal a dark resolve. How about I hit him first? His fist clenches, crackling with a golden, volatile energy, ready to unleash a devastating strike. Snapping back to reality, Kang Hyun, now in an apron, confidently declares, this is it. He decides to make breakfast as a celebration for clearing stage 2 of his system challenge. He savors a bite, a satisfied hum escaping him as he thinks, I know I'm the one who made it, but it's still perfect. The domestic scene shatters, replaced by Kang Hyun's fierce combat stance, his eyes burning red as dark energy swirls around him. Suddenly, a massive impact reverberates, shaking the very foundations of a large, official building. The source of the disturbance is revealed, a wall utterly destroyed, leaving a deep, smoking crater in its wake. Shards of concrete and debris litter the floor, stained with fresh blood, painting a grim picture of the chaos that unfolded. Kang Hyun stands amidst a group of onlookers, all staring down at the defeated An Yuziang, who lies motionless on the blood-soaked floor. Close-up confirms An Yuziang's dire state, his face pale and bloody, surrounded by his own crimson essence. Manager Kim, his eyes wide behind his glasses, asks in disbelief, is he dead? The female colleague beside him shares his shock. Manager Kim reflects on the sheer power displayed, realizing he was stronger than we thought. Nothing we could do. Male observer questions the chaos, asking, what the hell is happening exactly? Kang Hyun, looking down at the defeated opponent, internally notes, it's clear he wasn't normal. Kang Hyun is back in his kitchen, contentedly tasting his breakfast. I know I'm the one who made it, but it's still perfect. He thinks, a stark contrast to the previous violence. Suddenly, a jolt of alarm strikes Kang Hyun, his eyes widening in shock as a question mark appears above him. His expression shifts to a grim, blood-splattered visage, a memory of past battles flashing through his mind. The memory focuses on An Yuziang, prompting Kang Hyun to wonder, An Yuziang, how the hell did he know? Kang Hyun, proud of his mana sensitivity, recalls not sensing anything unusual until the fight began. Kang Hyun ponders the anomaly, considering, could it be a unique ability? He continues to theorize about An Yuziang's powers, thinking, maybe he can see the future, or sense danger. Sudden realization hits him, and he utters, wait. The image of An Yuziang's determined face and clenched fist flashes through Kang Hyun's mind, hinting at a forgotten detail. A vivid memory surfaces, a bloodied An Yuziang raising his arm, prompting Kang Hyun's internal dread. Don't tell me that time as well. An Yuziang's blood-splattered smirk solidifies Kang Hyun's uneasy realization. An Yuziang lets out a soft ha, a subtle response to Kang Hyun's unspoken thoughts. Back in the present, the memory's impact causes Kang Hyun to reel in shock once more, a question mark hanging over his head. His confusion deepens as he stammers, what? His eyes fixate on a glowing purple system screen, and he realizes, words are floating in front of my eyes. Kang Hyun coughs, startled by the system message, while Hyrin, rushing in from the background, demands, what the, and what did you just say? An Yuziang, a smirk playing on his lips, reflects, that was a fun little fight after a long time. Kang Hyun's expression hardens, a determined, almost furious look on his bloodied face. Title card for solo resurrection appears, signaling a new chapter in Kang Hyun's journey. An announcement echoes through the building, stating, sorry, there was a disturbance. The announcement continues, informing everyone that the meeting will resume via video call in the afternoon. Kang Hyun lets out a massive yawn, stretching his arms above his head. Kang Hyun sighs, just when I actually made the effort to come out early. An Yuziang, standing behind him, retorts playfully, you know bro, 11 a.m. doesn't actually count as morning. An Yuziang continues his playful jab, his footsteps tapping lightly as he adds, oh wow, really, with a knowing chuckle. As Kang Hyun turns, a man in a sharp suit, Manager Kim Kyu-sik, urgently calls out, Mr. Kang Hyun, do you have a moment? Kang Hyun responds with a perplexed question mark. Suddenly, the scene shifts to Kang Hyun coughing violently in an apron, holding a plate. Behind him, his female companion bursts in, startled, demanding, what did you just say? Both Kang Hyun and his companion stare wide-eyed, shocked by glowing system panels that materialize before them. His companion gasps, what? Back in the present, Manager Kim Kyu-sik addresses Kang Hyun, explaining, I was going to tell you after the meeting, but I thought it'd be better to tell you now. Kang Hyun, intrigued, asks, what is it? Manager Kim Kyu-sik reminds Kang Hyun, do you remember what we talked about last time? That the government would be providing support to the Badass Guild. Kang Hyun replies, right. Because I've lived such a good life. As An Yuziang looks on curiously. With a gesture, Manager Kim Kyu-sik continues, anyway, the guild office has recently been cleaned up and organized. He then offers, it's available to use starting today. Would you like to check it out now? Kang Hyun's face lights up with enthusiasm, exclaiming, ooh, an office. Of course I want to see it. Camera pulls back to reveal a towering, modern skyscraper gleaming under the sunlight, the impressive new home of their guild. Inside, an elegant information board confirms their destination, 13 Guild Badass, located within the formidable Kit office tower. Stepping into the vast space, Kang Hyun, On Yuziang, and their female companion are visibly awestruck, Kang Hyun muttering, "Wool." The camera pans across the pristine, expansive office floor, its polished surfaces reflecting the light from the huge windows, emphasizing the grandeur of their new headquarters. Bewildered expressions deepen as the mysterious system panels continue to float before them, demanding attention. Kang Hyun's companion gasps, "What?" A system notification blares. The dungeon is now activated. Kang Hyun and his female companion react with immediate panic, scrambling to understand the sudden development. Back in the new office, Kang Hyun observes a high-end PC setup, reflecting that despite the impressive gear, the space still feels a bit empty though. His gaze shifts to an expensive espresso machine, another sign of the guild's lavish new setup. High-end double-door refrigerator completes the picture of luxury, prompting Kang Hyun to acknowledge everything's super fancy. Overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the luxurious office, Kang Hyun questions if the three of them can truly utilize it all. On Yuziang, however, sees it as an opportunity, asserting that they simply need to recruit more people. The trio stands in the expansive office, imagining its potential. Kang Hyun muses that it looks like it'll be fun to decorate this place, while On Yuziang enthusiastically suggests, "Yeah, right. Bring in a sofa, maybe put a TV in here too." On Yuziang's ideas escalate, jokingly proposing, "At it, should we add a shower and bedroom too?" To which their female companion questions, "Is that really okay?" With a casual probably, "Yeah," Kang Hyun seems to agree, his hand casually reaching for something. Kang Hyun, with a mischievous grin, declares their ultimate plan for the high-end refrigerator to fill the fridge completely with beer. On Yuziang playfully reminds Kang Hyun, "Bro, you do know this is a workplace, right?" But Kang Hyun, undeterred, challenges him, "So you don't like it?" On Yuziang quickly denies it, "Of course not." Their female companion interrupts their banter, addressing Kang Hyun with a serious tone, "Lord Kang Hyun." Suddenly, the scene flashes back to a moment of intense alarm. The system blares. The dungeon is now activated as Kang Hyun and his female companion are seen frantically running. Their faces contort in sheer terror, eyes wide with dread as the reality of the dungeon activation sinks in. Snapping back to the present, their female companion points to the computers, reminding them it's almost time for the meeting. Kang Hyun, realizing the time, recalls the meeting, saying, "Ah, right," and then asks, "Was it scheduled as a video call at 2? The screen displays a government internal network access prompt indicating the start of their important video call. As they gather around the computer, Kang Hyun confirms, "This place has internet, right?" On Yuziang jokes about the internet potentially failing, remarking, "It'd be pretty funny if it didn't work, right?" He then informs Kang Hyun, "Lord Kang Hyun, I'll be stepping out for a bit." The video call finally connects, displaying a message apologizing for the delay in the meeting. Manager Kim Kyu-sik appears on screen, his expression serious as he addresses the participants, "Thank you for gathering again." Other guild representatives are shown on the call, their faces slightly blurred, participating in the important discussion. Kang Hyun's focused expression is visible on his own screen, ready for the meeting's agenda. Formal female representative takes the lead, announcing, "We will now resume the meeting." But the image of panic flashes again, Kang Hyun and his female companion caught in the throes of terror as the dungeon activation looms. The recurring dread culminates in a terrifying close-up of Kang Hyun's eye crackling with ominous purple energy, hinting at the profound impact of the dungeon's activation on him. The meeting begins with a sharp question as Manager Kim Kyu-sik, a professional in a dark suit, addresses the virtual attendees, asking if anyone has initial inquiries. Hi-Rin, her expression grave, presses for information regarding Guild Master Park Si-yeon. Manager Kim Kyu-sik responds, stating the investigation is still ongoing. Manager Kim Kyu-sik assures everyone that details will be shared once clarified, while a blonde-haired man playfully pokes Kang Hyun, who then calls out, "Hey." Kang Hyun, curious, asks if that guild master is truly famous. Hi-Rin, looking at him, explains that the Guardian Guild ranks 5th nationally. Hi-Rin continues, describing the Guardian Guild as an organization formed solely to protect humanity, an image of its founder, Guild Master Park Si-yeon, materializing beside her. She expresses her personal respect for Guild Master Park Si-yeon, her words carrying a weight of admiration for his legacy. Yet, a shadow falls over her words as she confesses her ignorance about the circumstances that led to his current plight, stating she doesn't know. The blonde man mocks Kang Hyun for his lack of knowledge, to which Kang Hyun sharply retorts, "Shut up." A system prompt then specifically addresses Kang Hyun, warning him. Startled by the public reprimand, Kang Hyun quickly acknowledges, "Ah, yes," as the system reiterates the need to mute his microphone if he's going to chit-chat. Manager Kim Kyu-sik lets out a frustrated sigh, watching Kang Hyun's antics unfold on the holographic screen, clearly exasperated by the interruption. The purple energy within Kang Hyun's eye intensifies, pulsating with an ominous glow, reflecting the profound and unsettling connection he shares with the dungeon's activation. Outside, a colossal dungeon gate adorned with intricate, pulsating purple energy looms over the city, its presence a stark reminder of the looming threat. With the distractions handled, the formal announcement signals the official commencement of the critical meeting. The agenda is set. In 5 days, a C-rank dungeon known as Venandi's Forest will be raided. According to the scout team's report, a diverse array of monsters from goblins to orcs and ogres are expected to appear. Manager Kim Kyu-sik questions if that's all, a hint of concern in his voice. Manager Kim Kyu-sik then probes for the meaning of Venandi but is met with the response that its significance remains unclear, though it's assumed to be the boss's name. The ominous silhouette of a demonic entity with piercing red eyes flashes across the screen, reinforcing the chilling assumption that this is the dungeon's formidable boss. Hyun watches the unfolding discussion with a deep sense of unease, her expression reflecting the gravity of the situation. Her voice, filled with apprehension, whispers a single word, boss, as the full implications of the monster's identity begin to sink in. The meeting continues, with the speaker emphasizing that while the monsters encountered are basic types, vigilance is paramount as the forest holds a different class of threat. Manager Kim Kyu-sik, his expression grim, elaborates that the monsters within Venandi's forest are on an entirely different level compared to regular dungeon inhabitants. He illustrates his point by comparing typical monsters to a mere militia, hinting at a far more organized and dangerous force awaiting them. The imposing dungeon gate, shimmering with purple energy, remains a constant, unsettling backdrop to the city, a portal to unknown dangers. Civilians pass by the glowing dungeon gate, seemingly oblivious or accustomed to its presence, while Kang Hyun watches it with an intense, focused gaze. Manager Kim Kyu-sik concludes his analogy, stating that the monsters in the forest should be regarded as a regular, disciplined army, not mere beasts. A masked hunter questions the meaning of this comparison, to which Manager Kim Kyu-sik clarifies that they are to be considered a well-trained, formidable army. He further explains that each individual monster possesses outstanding skill, making them far more dangerous than anticipated. More critically, they operate within an organized system, suggesting a level of coordination rarely seen in regular dungeon encounters. Manager Kim Kyu-sik, arms crossed, acknowledges the grim reality, concluding that the upcoming raid will be anything but easy. He suggests that individual action would be folly and that the best approach would be for multiple guilds to act in unison, a unified front against the organized threat. Meanwhile, Choi Min-sik, observing the meeting remotely, lets out a smug laugh, confirming his expectation that events would unfold exactly as they are. Hyun watches the proceedings with a resigned expression, her eyes closed, as if anticipating the inevitable challenges ahead. Manager Kim Kyu-sik buries his face in his hands, overwhelmed by the daunting prospect of the coordinated dungeon raid and the logistical nightmare it presents. On his screen, Kang Hyun silently sips from a can, seemingly oblivious to the mounting tension, lost in his own thoughts. Manager Kim Kyu-sik's eyes widen in sudden alarm, a look of profound shock crossing his face as he begins to stammer, "Wah." The dungeon gate continues to glow with an ethereal purple, a constant, unsettling presence in the urban landscape, its energy a palpable force. Kang Hyun stares intently at the glowing dungeon gate on his screen, a thought forming in his mind as he questions its nature. Is that? Suddenly, the blonde man interrupts, loudly calling out, "Wait, Mr. Kang Hyun," and demanding to know what he is drinking at that very moment. Kang Hyun splutters in shock, liquid spewing from his mouth as he exclaims, what the? When did this get in my hand? As Kang Hyun flings the can away in disbelief, the blonde man smirks and asks when he bought it. Hyun then calmly appears, explaining she bought it quickly to fill the fridge, revealing the true culprit behind the mysterious drink. While the small mystery of the fridge drink was resolved, a deeper enigma was already unfolding elsewhere. In a holographic projection, Manager Kim offers a bag of dried squid, which Kang Hyun gratefully accepts. Manager Kim's face contorts in confusion, pondering the true nature of Venandi, a term laden with ominous implications. Slumped in his chair, Manager Kim's mind races with a single, pressing question: will the raid really proceed as planned? Holographic screens displaying silhouettes of potential participants swirl around him, fueling his apprehension. A solitary light flickers and dies, casting the room into deeper, ominous shadows, a heavy thud echoing the silence. The saga of solo resurrection begins, promising a journey of challenges and revelations. Kang Hyun stares wide-eyed, a single question escaping his lips: a dungeon. Power surges around Kang Hyun, his fist crackling with potent energy as he prepares for an imminent confrontation. Despite numerous complications, the crucial meeting in the towering city skyscraper ultimately concludes without incident, marking a smooth transition. Choi Min-sik greets everyone with a cheerful good morning as Kang Hyun and the others gather for the day. A new figure strides in, announcing his presence with an enthusiastic declaration: "I'll be working here starting today." The newcomer, Manager Kim, turns to face Kang Hyun and the rest of the team, an air of anticipation filling the room. Manager Kim offers a sparkling, polite smile, asking everyone to please take good care of me. Kang Hyun, holding a can, eyes the new arrival with a puzzled expression, wondering aloud, who is he? Choi Min-sik explains that the government hired Manager Kim for administrative work, to which Kang Hyun simply replies, "Ah, right." Kang Hyun's face contorts in bewilderment once more, repeating the baffling question: a dungeon, as if reliving a critical memory. A crucial system message flashes into existence declaring that dungeons can only be used by awakeners, clarifying the strict rules of this new world. Woman with black hair presents a resume confirming they even received the applicant's credentials here. Kang Hyun takes the resume, scanning its contents with a thoughtful as he processes the information. Kang Hyun reads the resume stating the applicant's name and age only for Manager Kim to excitedly list Kang Hyun's physical stats, prompting Kang Hyun to question why he's writing them down. Manager Kim, beaming with excitement, exclaims, "Sweet, so you graduated from a good school," as Kang Hyun tries to continue reading his own resume. A sudden realization dawns on Manager Kim, his eyes widening in shock. Insane. It's really Kang Hyun. Manager Kim's internal monologue bursts with excitement, declaring Kang Hyun looks even more like a criminal in person and is so freaking cool. Kang Hyun's eyes narrow thoughtfully, musing internally, he's an awakened nerd, as he processes Manager Kim's strange behavior. Kang Hyun continues to scrutinize Manager Kim, thinking he still can't quite read him even with a direct gaze. Kang Hyun's eyes widen in alarm as words inexplicably begin to float before his vision, signaling a new system prompt. A massive system notification materializes, announcing, "We welcome Mr. Kang Hyun's entry into the tutorial," leaving him utterly stunned. The iconic Taj Mahal stands grandly, now featuring a shimmering purple portal marking the unexpected entry point to the tutorial. Manager Kim reassures a slightly flustered Kang Hyun, stating that Mr. Shin Tae-gil surely selected him after careful consideration. Manager Kim claps Kang Hyun on the shoulder, declaring, "All right then, I'm counting on you," and confirms his starting salary will be 1,000 per month. Manager Kim, looking a bit sheepish, directs Kang Hyun to Mr. Shin Tae-gil for details on taxes and insurance, admitting he doesn't know much about it. Kang Hyun, overwhelmed by the offer, struggles to form words, only managing a stuttered I. With newfound resolve, Kang Hyun declares, "I'll work hard," his determination echoing through the city and reaching for the sky. The current chapter of Solo Resurrection draws to a close, leaving anticipation for what comes next. A blonde man's expression shifts to profound shock, his thoughts racing as he calls out the names of An Yuziang and Shin Sunga. He remains overwhelmed, internally confirming that the powerful aura emanating from them is truly no joke to experience firsthand. The world continues to transform as a glowing purple dungeon gate materializes before a magnificent, ancient monument, drawing curious onlookers. Another dungeon gate appears beside an iconic landmark, accompanied by a system notification emphasizing the critical need to finish the dungeon within a specified time limit. A dark-haired woman observes the unfolding events with narrowed eyes, her expression unreadable as she silently processes the implications. The dark-haired woman addresses Kang Hyun directly, her tone serious as she announces she has something important to convey to him. Kang Hyun questions the group about their guild's expansion, to which Manager Kim Kyu-sik readily agrees, affirming their growth. Dark-haired woman's eyes widen in surprise, a sudden, bright realization dawning on her face. Manager Kim Kyu-sik suggests the importance of unity, while the dark-haired woman internally exclaims with excitement at the prospect of official guild uniforms, seeing them as a special perk. Kang Hyun appears thoughtful, asking for confirmation before swiftly deciding further discussion isn't needed, his mind already made up. The dark-haired woman eagerly reaches into her bag, mentally pleads for approval, then declares she has something to reveal. With a flourish, the dark-haired woman presents a jacket adorned with a badass skull logo, announcing her creation, already prepared. Kang Hyun, with a dismissive smile, immediately rejects the design, causing Manager Kim Kyu-sik to exclaim in surprise. Kang Hyun scrutinizes the jacket's design, questioning the skull logo and remarking it resembles something a biker gang from the 80s would wear. The system reiterates its warning, you need to finish the dungeon in a certain amount of time, as the dungeon gate stands ominously by the Leaning Tower of Pisa. A cosmic threat looms as the system displays a critical countdown, time remaining until complete connection with the Haken dimension, for years 357 days 13 hours 59 minutes 51 seconds. The blonde man, with a smug look and a snake-like tongue, proudly states the jacket was his idea, prompting Kang Hyun to realize he too was part of the plan. Kang Hyun, clearly annoyed, tells the dark-haired woman to put the jacket away, asserting his current appearance is already intimidating enough without it, while she defiantly refuses. Tears well up in the dark-haired woman's eyes as she softly concedes, her voice barely a whisper. The dark-haired woman openly weeps while clutching the jacket, startling Kang Hyun, who questions her sudden tears. The dark-haired woman dramatically cries, confessing she poured her heart and hard work into preparing the design, as a phone screen reveals a chat about the expensive masterpiece AI design and a debate over its cost and artistic value. An older man excitedly holds the jacket, proclaiming to the dark-haired woman she has hit the jackpot with the Aguxum item. The older man passionately questions whether the dark-haired woman comprehends the item's immense value, to which she calmly replies she does not. The older man, exasperated, urges the dark-haired woman to listen, beginning to explain the long history of their shop. The older man proudly reveals their shop's legacy, stating they have been crafting guild uniforms for a century, passed down through generations. The dark-haired woman is stunned by the revelation, realizing the shop has been making guild uniforms for a staggering 100 years even before the tutorial phase began. The dire countdown persists, showing time remaining until complete connection with the Haken dimension for years 357 days 13 hours 59 minutes 51 seconds, a constant reminder of the impending global threat. The older man entrusts the task to the dark-haired woman, shaking her hand and expressing his reliance on her, to which she confidently assures him she will handle it. The older man offers a special discount, quoting 500 per piece and offering a total price of 1,300 for the order, seeking confirmation from the dark-haired woman. The dark-haired woman readily agrees, confirming she'll transfer the payment immediately as the spotlight illuminates the now accepted guild jacket on a mannequin. A satisfied smile graces the dark-haired woman's face as she carefully adjusts the newly acquired jacket on the mannequin. Hugging the jacket tightly, the dark-haired woman beams with satisfaction, confident in her choice. The dark-haired woman thinks Kang Hyun will surely be pleased, but then a sudden realization makes her pause, questioning the situation as the jacket lies damaged on the seat. Kang Hyun casually announces his quick trip to the bathroom as the dark-haired woman dashes away, covering her mouth in a hurry. An awkward silence settles over the room as the remaining men are left alone after the dark-haired woman's hasty departure. Manager Kim Kyu-sik forces a smile, visibly uneasy, and questions the strange and uncomfortable atmosphere that has suddenly enveloped the room. The blonde man mockingly gives a thumbs down, calling the situation trash despite the dark-haired woman's hard work, prompting an annoyed Kang Hyun to demand how it could possibly be his fault. The narrator reflects on the global impact, stating, after the appearance of the dungeon, the world became more chaotic as Kang Hyun is seen engrossed at his computer while another individual works on a laptop nearby. Kang Hyun grips his head in frustration, the weight of the situation clearly getting to him as someone off-screen questions his logic, calling his explanation mean. The sun sets over the sprawling urban landscape, casting a long shadow over the high-rise buildings as a quiet okay lingers in the air. Inside the elevator, the display dings as it descends to floor B2. Manager Kim announces a team dinner party to welcome their newest guild member. The doors slide open and the rhythmic sound of footsteps echoes through the sterile concrete parking garage. Kang Hyun looks exhausted, his eyes closed as the group moves forward. Beside him, Choi Min-sik is busy snapping a selfie, completely unfazed by the mood. Directory on the wall confirms they've reached the basement level, the hub for the guild's logistics and transport. Hyrin offers a gentle, knowing smile, her vibrant pink hair standing out against the drab surroundings of the garage. Kang Hyun glances over, asking if she liked the arrangement. Hyrin beams, confirming that she really likes it. With a heavy sigh, Kang Hyun tries to maintain his composure while Choi Min-sik continues to smirk in the background. Scanning the rows of vehicles, Kang Hyun looks for the specific van provided by Shin Tae-gil, wondering where it could be parked. The narrator reflects on the global impact, stating, after the appearance of the dungeon, the world became more chaotic as Kang Hyun is seen engrossed at his computer. Suddenly, Kang Hyun's eyes widen in shock. The hell, he mutters, his gaze fixed on something truly bizarre in the garage. The group stands frozen in the middle of the parking lot, their attention drawn to a vehicle that looks nothing like a standard transport. From above, the van is covered in aggressive, high-contrast graffiti featuring skulls and the word badass in bold letters. The logo is unmistakable, a hooded reaper with glowing eyes, surrounded by the word badass in a heavy metal font. Kang Hyun stares at the monstrosity in disbelief. What is this? Whose idea was this? He demands, his voice echoing with annoyance. Choi Min-sik proudly raises his hand. He admits he hired workers to stay up all night to finish the custom paint job. He gestures to the reaper on his own jacket, asking with a grin, it's cool, right? Kang Hyun explodes in rage, pointing a finger at Choi Min-sik. He doesn't care if they scrap it, he wants the original van back immediately. Hyrin tries to de-escalate, telling Lord Kang Hyun that she actually thinks it looks awesome while Manager Kim watches the chaos in silence. Manager Kim's face is a mask of pure bewilderment. This is definitely not the professional image he had imagined for the guild. Back in the room, Kang Hyun notes that the tutorial isn't over. Recently, even 18-year-olds are being pushed into clearing it. Despite his protests, the badass van is now on the road, its neon graffiti glowing under the moonlight as it speeds through the city. The van weaves through the night traffic, its loud design making it impossible to ignore among the sea of standard cars. Inside, the tension is thick. Kang Hyun threatens Choi Min-sik, warning him that if he doesn't ditch the car, things will get violent. The van screeches to a halt as they hit a massive traffic jam, the sound of honking horns filling the air. Manager Kim grips the steering wheel, frustrated. He wonders aloud why the traffic is so bad tonight. Peering through the windshield, they see a group of figures blocking the road. It looks like a fight has broken out right in the middle of the street. Kang Hyun's combat instincts kick in. He leans forward, his eyes narrowing as he tries to identify the combatants. Without a second thought, his hand reaches for the door handle. He's not going to sit around while a dungeon-related incident unfolds. He reflects on the new reality where the minimum age for awakening is 18, a sign that the world's defenses are being stretched thin. The girl with the laptop points out that the internet is in chaos. People are calling the decision to send tutorial completers into dungeons a hasty one. Kang Hyun steps out of the van, his expression turning to one of pure confusion as he sees the scale of the disturbance. Suddenly, a body falls from the sky with a sickening thud, crashing into the asphalt just feet away from the van. Smoke and debris clear to reveal a fallen hunter. Kang Hyun stands over the body, his eyes wide as he realizes this wasn't just a simple street fight. He looks down at the unconscious man, the gravity of the situation sinking in. "What is this?" he whispers, the night taking a dark turn. Just as Kang Hyun grapples with the grim reality before him, his blonde-haired companion, visibly shaken, shouts, "Bro, are you okay?" Kang Hyun turns, a bewildered escaping his lips, only for his companion to lament, "My beloved, you're worried about me now?" The companion dramatically points at a mangled car door, wailing, "Door, my artistic soul was in this car door." Kang Hyun's expression hardens into a deadpan, as the realization dawns, his companion was worried about the car, not him. With a frustrated ugh, Kang Hyun's hand slams into the ground, the impact sending dust scattering. He pushes himself up, muttering about that little shit, regretting his momentary lapse in judgment, thinking the opponent would just throw without thinking. Meanwhile, the broader world is in turmoil. News reports highlight the chaos in comments sections regarding the dungeon, with many calling the decision to label tutorial completers as awakeners and send them to clear dungeons a hasty one. Kang Hyun, observing, dismisses it with a TSK, deeming it not a big deal. Hand clicks a mouse, the screen displaying a comment. "People can keep turning the status window on and off, lol, is this really happening?" The user ponders, Kang Hyun, back in the fray, looks around with a bewildered expression, sweat beading on his brow. His blonde companion, now completely enraged, lunges at Kang Hyun with a broken car part, screaming, "I'll kill you." On a dimly lit street, a group of armored individuals faces off against a smaller, tactical squad. One of the armored men barks, "Try coming at us again." The leader of the armored group, Hasten Guild Vice Guild Master Jo Dongwon, bellows with aggression, "I'll throw every one of you to the ground." Yoongjin Guild Vice Guild Master Woo Jinhyung, smirking, dismisses his opponents, can't even fight properly and just throws strength around like an idiot. A subordinate nervously asks Woo Jinhyung, Vice Guild Master, "Do you think the infiltration team leader is okay? He got blown pretty far away." Woo Jinhyung confidently replies, "It's fine. He's the best in the guild when it comes to durability. He probably didn't even get a scratch." The subordinate simply responds with a bewildered at the Vice Guild Master's unwavering confidence. Again, a hand clicks a mouse as the same online comment appears. "People can keep turning the status window on and off, lol, is this really happening?" The recurring thought of lingers. Kang Hyun, eyes gleaming with determination, declares the true objective. The important thing is to benefit from the status windows, though. As a system notification flashes appear, status window. Suddenly, the subordinate from the armored guild cries out, "V Vice Guild Master," pointing towards shadowy figures emerging from a dark tunnel. Amidst a cloud of dust, Kang Hyun stands tall, holding the unconscious blonde companion by the head. Another guild member exclaims, "Someone's over there." With a surge of power, Kang Hyun violently hurls the unconscious blonde companion high into the air, a streak of blue energy following his trajectory. Blonde companion crashes back down to the asphalt with a sickening thud, lying still and defeated. Kang Hyun's pristine white sneaker presses down firmly on the head of the now completely incapacitated blonde companion. Kang Hyun glares down, demanding, "Yours?" The blonde companion, bruised and bleeding, whimpers, I apologize." As Kang Hyun's foot remains planted, one of the armored guild members, witnessing the brutal display, asks in shock, Who are you?" Kang Hyun smirks, the female hunter Hyrin and another blonde male standing behind him. He confronts the armored group, "What the hell is going on?" "So it's you guys. The ones from the Jungja Guild or whatever it is are causing trouble." Still pressing his foot down, Kang Hyun continues, "I heard what you said to the kid earlier. You said it was a turf war, causing trouble in the middle of the street like punks." Suddenly, ding, sound heralds a glowing purple system box, announcing, "We welcome Amar Kang Hyun's entry into the tutorial." Kang Hyun stares up, utterly shocked, letting out a bewildered. Kang Hyun's eyes widen as he processes the new system information, a total of 8 stages. Death in this place is not connected to reality. You are unable to give up halfway, and if you fail you cannot try again. He holds out a dismissive hand, a quiet, hanging in the air, conveying his annoyance at the unfolding situation. Kang Hyun's rage flares, his eyes glowing crimson as he snarls, "Because of you punks, I couldn't even go and eat beef." The armored guild member, recognizing him, exclaims in terror, That's Kang Hyun." When he loses it, there's no stopping him. He then looks towards Kang Hyun's group, muttering, "And those guys over there." His gaze falls upon the blonde male standing behind Kang Hyun and Hyrin, pondering, "Those rumored monsters. Are they that guild member?" The guild member's face contorts in terror, sweat pouring as he stammers, If you look closely at this." "No, wait." He recoils in sheer horror, realizing, no way, they're dangerous just from the way they look, as Kang Hyun stands menacingly, radiating a dangerous aura. Kang Hyun calmly states, 500 million. One of the armored guild members responds with a bewildered, "What?" Kang Hyun, his expression sharp, demands compensation, stating that their van was wrecked and he himself was injured in the blast, making it the guild's responsibility. The guild member, taken aback, shouts in disbelief, questioning Kang Hyun's outrageous claim. As the guild member reacts with a flinch, a hand is suddenly extended towards him, stopping him mid-sentence. Kang Hyun holds his hand up, silencing the agitated guild member, who now looks down in resigned exasperation. System notification flashes, stating that the tutorial is still in progress and certain abilities are unavailable. Kang Hyun internally acknowledges this, realizing it's still too early to rely on those powers. With a firm gaze, Kang Hyun reiterates his demand, specifying 500 million, including compensation for emotional damage. One of Kang Hyun's companions, a blonde man with a bloody hand, chimes in, insisting his own damage compensation should also be at least 500 million. Kang Hyun agrees, acknowledging his companion's injury. Kang Hyun, a chilling smile on his face, ups the ante, declaring the total compensation to be a staggering 10 billion and demands payment from the stunned guild members. Guild member stares back, speechless, completely overwhelmed by the absurd demand. One of the guild members bursts into mocking laughter, dismissing Kang Hyun's demand as utterly ridiculous. Before he can finish, a sudden, powerful blow sends the mocking guild member hurtling through the air, his weapon flying from his grasp. Impact is swift and brutal, a blur of motion as a powerful fist connects. The guild member lies defeated on the ground, his face swollen and bleeding, tears streaming from his eyes in pain and humiliation. The system once again displays the tutorial in progress message, reminding Kang Hyun that he cannot fully utilize his abilities yet. He silently acknowledges this limitation. Kang Hyun reflects on the tutorial's 8 stages, realizing that while he struggles with stage 2, others have already completed the entire process. His eyes narrow in resolve. The scene settles on the defeated guild member, a stark reminder of Kang Hyun's swift and decisive action against their arrogance. On the shattered pavement, a discarded shoe and a fallen sword lie beside a bare foot, evidence of the brutal confrontation. The injured guild member lets out a pained cry, unable to move from his prone position. As Kang Hyun and his companions stand victorious, one of the battered guild members weakly asks if the ordeal is finally over. Remaining guild members, utterly terrified, bow deeply and profusely thank Kang Hyun, while his blonde companion casually yawns, unfazed by the display. Kang Hyun dismisses their gratitude, stating they were in a tight spot themselves and didn't help on purpose, downplaying his actions. Kang Hyun then questions the guild members, confirming they are from the Hasten Guild, expressing his disdain for them and berating them for causing chaos in the streets. Kang Hyun, exasperated, complains that their antics have prevented him from eating beef. One of the guild members responds, bewildered, beef, you say? The guild member, desperate to appease Kang Hyun, eagerly offers to buy him premium Korean beef, emphasizing its high cost per person. Kang Hyun's eyes widen slightly, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he considers the offer, a hungry gleam in his eyes. Kang Hyun's internal monologue reiterates his frustration with the tutorial's difficulty, noting that despite his 7 attempts on stage 2, others have already completed all 8 stages. Kang Hyun, typing on his laptop, asks Hyrin if there's any alternative to clearing every stage, specifically inquiring about information for the 3rd stage. She retorts with a proverb about patience, implying he lacks it. A declaration rings out across the cityscape at night, forging an unexpected alliance. From now on, our guilds are allies by blood. High above the city, a large digital display showcases a prominent figure, while below, a luxurious office remains empty, hinting at a powerful presence at play. In a dimly lit office, Choi Min-sik's associate observes a monitor, a thoughtful escaping his lips as he processes the information. Guild Master Hong Cheon, with a knowing smirk, muses aloud about the Hasten Guild's clean sweep, indicating her awareness of the recent events. Guild Master Hong Cheon, exuding confidence, contemplates delivering a little warning to the Hasten Guild, her intentions veiled in a subtle threat. Tantalizing aroma of sizzling meat fills the air as premium cuts cook perfectly on a grill. Jo Dong-won, the Vice Guild Master of Hasten Guild, holding a piece of sizzling meat, declares his intention to greet someone once again, his expression unreadable. Jo Dong-won formally introduces himself as the Vice Guild Master of Hasten Guild. Kang Hyun, distracted by the delicious meat, mistakenly refers to the Haesang Guild, only to be quickly corrected by his blonde companion that it's the Hasten Guild. Jo Dong-won gestures over the grill, offering to cook so his guests can simply relax and enjoy their meal. Kang Hyun, his expression suddenly intense, challenges Jo Dong-won, asking if he's truly confident in his grilling skills. He declares his profound hatred for goblins, on Yuzbong, and especially those who cannot grill meat properly, leaving Jo Dong-won stunned. Kang Hyun reflects on the scarcity of information regarding Stage 2, wondering if he should return to the tutorial to fight there once more. Snapping back to reality, Kang Hyun dismisses his worries and decides to enjoy the meal with his companions. The table is now cluttered with empty bottles of beer and soju, marking the end of a lively evening. One of the companions enthusiastically gulps down the last of the beer. A companion lets out a booming laugh, expressing gratitude for the good food before pausing as if a question is weighing on him. Sensing an ulterior motive, Kang Hyun asks directly what it is his companion truly wants. The Hasten Guild member is taken aback by the bluntness, stammering a surprised what. Looking at the bill for the extravagant meal, the guild member remarks that this is far too much for a simple token of appreciation.